Chapter 101: A Sneak Attack from Mercenaries. Late at night, at the post station outside the city, the cart could not be put into the post station wall, so it was piled outside. Field did not bring any guards with him, and he and the two chosen ones chatted outside while searching for the goods in the carriage. Has the person left? Field searched every empty barrel, but did not find Woody. Not even a greeting. Sniff, sniff. Ashina's nose moved slightly, showing a playful expression. There is the smell of a female beast, like a weak cat subhuman, very light, a little smell of urine, probably in a state of panic. Field was shocked. You can find this. It's amazing. You know the existence of Woody. Even Fuloni couldn't find it. Damn it. Another subhuman hooked up with Field. I'm so worried about you. Rosaria was very angry. Stamping her feet. I just stopped watching for a while. And you're unfaithful again. Listen to me in detail about this matter. Field rubbed his eyebrows. With a funny face. I was doing business. I'm sorry. Can I have something to eat? A dirty homeless little girl walked out of the darkness. Tears in her eyes. Trembling as she walked towards Field. Holding a tattered basket in her hand. Please. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Of course. Field subconsciously touched his pocket. Ready to give 2 copper coins. Danger? Just as the little girl walked forward, Ashina's pupils shrank sharply, and she immediately pounced on Field. The next moment, several red butterflies flew out of the little girl's sleeves, accompanied by a burst of intense light. Boom! Amid a piercing explosion, the sky-high flames burst out, the surging heat waves burned the surroundings into a hell of fire, and the little girl was directly torn into pieces by the explosion. 3 mercenaries quickly rushed into the fire, holding swords and wearing leather armor. The magic of that magician is really terrifying. Just pull a little girl, and you can complete the task. Hee, quickly find the body. Let's go to collect the bounty. It won't be blown to pieces. As the 3 looked around, a figure appeared behind the 3, holding a ferocious sword, with no concealment of the murderous intent in his eyes. The mercenaries felt the coldness behind them, turned their heads, and saw Field carrying a great sword. The gluttonous great sword exuded a heart-pounding murderous intent, and its wriggling eyeballs stared at them. Their blood instantly ran cold. What is this? The intelligence is wrong, damn it, we were deceived. The mercenaries were all stunned, feeling the fluctuations of fighting spirit emanating from Field, and the terrifying great sword in his hand, and they felt something was wrong. A midnight snack delivered to my door. I'm just hungry. Rosaria's voice echoed in her ears. She had already entered the gluttonous great sword, completely controlled by Field. Of course. They must die. Or I won't be able to sleep or eat. They attacked me. And even used an innocent little girl. They were really courting death. Without mercy. Field slashed with his sword. And the powerful corrupt murderous aura was restrained to the extreme. With just a casual swing. The 3 mercenaries, including their armor, were all cut in half. The mercenaries screamed heartbreakingly. And the corrupt divine power roamed wildly in their remaining bodies, torturing their souls. For a moment, it was difficult for them to die. Fuck. Go back to the camp first. Bloody Hand saw everything clearly with eagle-eye magic from more than 10 miles away. The 2 mercenaries beside him immediately mounted their horses, and the 3 of them galloped through a dense forest in maple leaf territory. The guards thought they were attacked by the enemy, and rushed out and saw Field outside. At this time, Field's face was extremely ugly, and many possibilities flashed through his mind. But he threw them all out of his mind. He was not a soft persimmon that could be easily manipulated. I will either kill you all with my own hands, or boil your brother with boiling water. If there were no 2 chosen ones of God, he might have been blown to death. Human bombs are too difficult to defend against. Ashina, can you track their scent? Yes. Ashina summoned the dragon wolf. Let it remember the scent of the mercenaries. Ashina, you protect the post. Let me borrow the dragon wolf for a while. Field rode on the giant wolf, and rushed away quickly. Blood Hand returned to the temporary camp, where the mercenaries were having fun. You stinky watch. Are you still being stubborn? I asked you where the greyhound went. But you didn't tell me. I can still find it. 2 mercenaries kicked a naked woman fiercely, until she was beaten black and blue. Woo. 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 I was wrong. The woman managed to utter a few words, and was beaten by the mercenaries again. Greyhound was recruited by Coochie. And Field also asked about Greyhound. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The red-robed wizard was bored and pondering. Could it be that Field killed Coochie? No. This is impossible. That kind of trash is not even worthy of carrying shoes for our masters. Hey, Viper's lackey, your little thing is useless. Bloodhand's face was frozen, and he dismounted and walked over to interrogate him. He lost 3 good brothers at once. You know, he has traveled all over the country and rarely suffered such a big loss. The Baron you asked us to kill was not only not killed by the explosion, but also killed 3 of my brothers in an instant. Did you get the wrong person? The red-robed wizard stood up with an incredible look on his face. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a figure walking slowly not far away. The moonlit night was dim, and the tyrannical dragon-like black wolf looked like a hideous monster against the huge moon. Field carried the ferocious gluttony sword and sneered, "So you are hiding here, making me run for a long time. Fuck. So fast." Bloodhand was so scared that goosebumps appeared. After countless killings, he had developed an unparalleled intuition. Now his instinct told him to run. Don't look back. Didn't we run back on horseback? The younger brothers were dumbfounded. Some of them subconsciously wanted to get on the horse and escape. Before he could hold the reins, Field landed lightly. The chain of the gluttony greatsword directly wrapped around the mercenary and lifted him up. Field smiled coldly. "Aren't you here to kill me? Why am I running away when I appear in front of you?" The next moment, the chain suddenly tightened. Ah! With a scream, the entangled mercenary was directly crushed into a ball of blurred flesh and blood. This is power. Although it is from Rosaria, it is extremely powerful. Fuck. The mercenaries were scared. Although they had killed countless people, Field's aura at this time was terrifying. It was the first time they saw such a brutal way of killing, directly strangling people with chains. It's just first-level fighting spirit. There's nothing to be afraid of. Bloodhand shouted stubbornly, retreating himself, but ordering his men to attack. 2 mercenaries, who also had first-level fighting spirit, gritted their teeth and attacked. Oh, really? Field casually threw out the gluttony great sword, with Rosaria controlling it. The great sword was like a steel snake, and it quickly shredded the 2 into pieces. The pure life energy was absorbed by the great sword. Evil Demon. Chapter 102, Mass-produced Do-Chi Great Swordsman. She is. Field noticed that the tortured woman was no longer human, and she was breathing less and breathing more. She was Greyhound's old lover, a prostitute, and the one who recommended Greyhound to Field. It seems that my brother sent someone to investigate the disappearance of the caravan. However, Field didn't expect her to be so stubborn, and she didn't even say that she recommended Greyhound. I don't know what she was trying to do. Perhaps people always have something to stick to. Go to hell. You dare to be distracted on the battlefield. You underestimate me too much. The red-robed wizard silently recited a complex spell. 2nd-level magic flame shock. The surging waves of fire surged from the wizard's palms, and the scorching temperature instantly ignited the surrounding grass and trees. Awooh! The dragon wolf instantly blocked in front of Field, and easily blocked the flame shock. The manic flame magic did not even leave a trace on the dragon wolf's scales. Nima, how is it possible? The red-robed wizard's eyes were full of shock. You know, he used 2nd-level magic, which was more than enough to attack a 1st-level fighting knight, but he was blocked by a giant wolf with no magic fluctuations. A terrifying thought popped up in the mage's head. Could it be the Chosen One? Impossible. In fact, the mage's guess was right. It seemed that he was fighting with Field, but in fact, he was fighting with the 2 Chosen Ones. You really deserve to die, and you're still charging. You deserve a beating. Field was angry. The chain of the gluttony great sword directly tied up the mage, tied him up in a tortoiseshell tie. Field was not polite. No big sword. He went up and punched and kicked him. Do you still need a human bomb? Are you going to kill me or not? Speak. Speak. The mage was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Don't just stand there and watch. Come and help. Ah! The mercenaries around saw that the arrogant mage was beaten like a child. Not only did they not want to help, they even turned around and ran away. Who asked you to come? Do you have any accomplices? Field picked up the mage. The mage had been beaten into a pig's head. The mage said incoherently, I will let me go if I say so. But you swear. Field lifted up his mage robe and saw the simplified version of the mark of the Chosen One. There is no doubt that he is a member of the God's chosen guard. But he is the God's chosen of his younger brother. Screw your mother. You are not qualified to negotiate terms. With a snap of his fingers, the chain strangled the mage's head, and the bright red life energy was absorbed by the sword. Bloodhand looked back and saw this scene. His pants were wet. And he ran faster. Waste. Easy to deal with. Only worth 500 gold coins, and other nonsense echoed in his mind. If it weren't for the emergency, he would have rushed over to grab the mage's body and whipped it crazily. Field, don't kill them all, Rosaria's voice reminded him. Field was confused and asked, why? Filthy people are very suitable for infection and corruption. They can become our God's chosen guards. Well, I was killing them easily and almost forgot about it. Like Ashina, Rosaria can also provide God's chosen guards. But she doesn't have the army bonus. Open the column of the enthronement of your Lord panel. Enthronement, Giant Wolf Cavalry. Advance 50 Wolf Cavalry to the first level provided by Ashina Corrupted Great Swordsman. Corrupt 50 Sinners to the first level provided by Rosaria. This time Field brought Rosaria out. And brought potions. Just to obtain the God's chosen guards. But the original plan was to buy a batch of death row prisoners. Blood was flowing. Rosaria ran out of the sword. She licked her lips happily. Second-level magicians are delicious. I am very satisfied. How to confer the title specifically? Field asked. I need a first-level potion. Any kind of potion will do. Please go get it, and bring it to me. I will capture the mercenaries first. By the way, don't forget to bring back some burkas. Otherwise they will scare ordinary people. After saying that, Rosaria chased the fleeing mercenaries, ignored their screams of fear, and tied them up with chains. With a dragon wolf. It only took Field 2 or 3 minutes to get the potion. When he came back, Rosaria had already captured all the mercenaries. She selected 50 of the strongest ones, hung them on the tree, and watched them struggle and beg for mercy with interest. Let me go, or I will definitely kill you. I really haven't done anything bad. Help. Hee. Don't struggle in vain. Becoming a corrupted creature is a gift to you. Rosaria's God's mark flashed a terrifying light. And then countless blood threads gushed out of the gluttony great sword, forming a wriggling corrupt heart. Field gasped, could it be? The next moment, under Rosaria's control, bloodshot ripped open the stomachs of all the mercenaries. Then he stuffed the corrupted hearts into their stomachs, and poured in the first-level magic potion. It was unknown what Rosaria had done, but the mercenaries were awake the entire time, and their screams almost echoed throughout the Maple Leaf territory. The residents of many villages around were directly awakened by the screams. Oh my God, is it a devil? The villagers trembled nervously. The mercenaries stopped moving. Their rationality was completely wiped out. Their eyeballs turned gray and white like corrupted creatures, leaving only the manic killing intent and desire for destruction. Conferring. Field already knew what to do, and activated the Lord's skill. Suddenly, simplified versions of the corrupted goddess's mark were engraved on the mercenaries' right hands. The next moment, 50 first-level Dochi auras gushed out, all of which were corrupted and terrifying Dochi. It's ridiculous. Dochi soldiers can actually be mass-produced. Even though he knew the power of conferring, Field was still shocked. No wonder Rosaria said at the beginning that Dochi was only good for self-defense. And there was no need to take it too seriously. Who can withstand this wholesale Dochi soldiers? The enthronement is complete. Their fighting skills are exactly the same. There may be some differences in physical fitness, but their combat power will not be too different. They will only obey your and my orders. Rosaria put her hands on her hips. The upper limit is 50 people. The profession is broadsword infantry. They can kill people with heavy armor and broadswords. Field also put his hands on his hips. The Night Lord began to be full of martial virtue. Put on the burqa and hide in the woods. Field saw the patrolling soldiers rushing here from the corner of his eye, and immediately ordered them to hide themselves. These 50 corrupted warriors, like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, might scare the soldiers if they show up rashly. Rosaria pointed at the woman on the ground. By the way, this woman has been dead for a long time. The wizard not only abused her, but also used a magic that tortured her body. It was too late to save her. Alas, Field sighed. This world is so cruel. And weakness is the original sin. Chapter 103 Horrible Meat Grinder. Dig a hole and bury her. By the way, let the guards inquire about her family, and give them some gold coins. Rest in peace. I will help you avenge this vengeance. Field swore coldly that he would definitely hang up his brother's chosen one and pound him to pieces in front of his brother, otherwise he would chop off little Field. After dealing with everything, Field jumped onto the dragon wolf and quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Field received a letter of condolence from Simon. He was deeply sorry for the attack, and also told him that the upcoming underground dance had been postponed until after the war because of the rebellion. It seems that Simon has spent a lot of money. The face of the Nibelung family must be given. They didn't even hold the underground dance. By the way, I never said I would attend the dance. Let's go. We will recruit soldiers and buy supplies. Field put the letter on the candlestick and burned it to ashes. Then stood up and asked the maid Scissors to dress him. Conscription? Don't we need the soldiers led by Yimu? Ashina sat up from the bed, yawned, tidied her messy hair, and then smiled happily as if reminiscing. Field said mysteriously, yes and no. Sending the elite soldiers accumulated with great difficulty to the battlefield to be mincemeat and fill the front line was never Field's plan. Field knew that. Fighting hard on the front battlefield would not be profitable. And the risk was ridiculously high. After the war broke out, the number of slaves increased sharply. The slave market in Maple Leaf territory was already crowded with slaves. Field bought 800 slaves in one go, including 500 men and 300 women, spending only 130 gold coins, and 100 of them were subhumans. The quality was much better than the previous batch, and they were all strong new slaves. Now, human life is much cheaper than that of livestock. It is easy to buy slaves, but it is difficult to send them back to Night territory and feed them. However, this time there are 2 chosen ones and 50 great swordsmen, and Field is bolder. Then, Field bought all the purification potions and fog lights, and bought rations for 1,000 people for 3 months, spending a total of 3,422 gold coins. Although the price of slaves has dropped, the price of food has increased several times, which makes Field heartbroken. Then, something even more distressing happened. 50 sets of first-level refined heavy armor, 60 heavy first-level two-handed swords, costing a total of gold coins, which almost made Field drop his jaw. This was a preferential price that Field barely got after talking to the border guards for a long time. Every year, the Empire would provide a large number of sophisticated weapons to the border. The commander of Maple Leaf Fortress would secretly embezzle a batch of them and sell them for money. If the commander had not happened to be dealing with worn-out equipment, Field would not have been able to get this batch of sophisticated weapons. No wonder heavy infantry and cavalry are always trump cards. The speed at which they swallow money alone makes Field unbearable. Leather armor and spears are much cheaper. Field spent 1,000 gold coins to buy 200 sets. After doing all this, Field still had 448 gold coins left. Afterwards, with these 448 gold coins, plus the 1,000 gold coins given by Shirley, he bought a batch of pack horses and a large amount of fodder. Looking at the long line of cars, Field finally let out a long breath. He had a hunch that the Night territory would soon be able to produce and sell its own goods. He was fed up with the days of relying on imports for everything. After asking the guards to secretly drop 15 gold coins at the home of the dead prostitute, Field stopped disturbing their lives and quickly left Maple Leaf Fortress. Lei Ying's letter asked him to gather at the Pass Fortress in Morning Wind Province in 20 days. He had to hurry up, deal with the affairs of the territory, and train a barely usable army. After entering the Grey Fog, Field was eager to let the corrupted Great Swordsman show his strength. Roar. The corrupted Great Swordsman wore thick and first-level refined heavy armor, and a huge helmet on his head. The armor reflected the light of the torch, but it exuded a dark luster. Due to the influence of the canonization, their heights were all raised to 2 meters, and after putting on the robes, they produced a strong, vicious, and murderous aura. It's really scary. Although Field was their master, but facing a group of corrupted great swordsmen, he instinctively got goosebumps on his body. Go, clear the corpses in front. The great swords who heard the order turned around together, and their huge bodies and heavy armor moved as fast as rabbits. They lined up in a line and charged back at the surging corpses. The corpses howled, completely unaware of what they were about to face. The great swordsman raised the great sword high, and the surging fighting spirit attached to it. The next moment, with a harsh buzzing sound and mixed sword energy, pieces of blood mist and black and red intestines were blown away by the sword energy. Every time the sharp sword was swung, it would cut off pieces of body parts. It was like a meat grinder advancing. The great swordsman quickly killed the corpses rushing in like cutting wheat, and the skull marks on the small map melted like snowflakes. Soon, 600 or 700 rotten corpses were all killed, and the ground was full of broken limbs. How terrifying! Tichue and others were stunned. They had no idea when Field had obtained such a terrifying army. Even the way they looked at Field changed. Before, They might have only respected and loved him. But now they were afraid of him. The slaves were so scared that they almost peed themselves. And they had no intention of resisting. Let's go home. Field jumped on his horse decisively. And after going back and forth several times, he was already very familiar with this road. It took 4 days for Field to reach the camp of the manor. Beep beep. As soon as he entered the manor, Field heard a sharp whistle, which scared him, thinking that the territory was attacked. As a result, Ashina, who was exploring the way, came through the gray fog and told him that the guards of the territory mistook them for corrupted creatures. After all, there were more than 800 people this time, and the noise was not small, so it was easy to be mistaken for a zombie tide. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding. Wiping the cold sweat, Field entered the territory and saw that the guards had formed a 3-row formation to prevent the impact, with overlapping long spears, cavalry to support the formation, and 2 wooden forts scattered beside. The master is back. You idiots. Tietue was very angry, and he stepped forward and roared. Seeing this, the mountain cat standing in the middle of the queue was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He slid to his knees and rushed to the side of Field's warhorse. Because he was uneducated, he could only squeeze out a few words after a long time. Master. It's my fault. Field waved his hand. Looking relieved, you did a good job. You should have such a quick reaction. Take me to find the butler cow and Tate. The first one found was Tate. He was still busy as always, because there was no purification potion. The task of expanding the land was put on hold. He took the slaves to build the stone road and repair the Starry Night Castle. Chapter 104 Earthen Kiln. Sir, the gravel road is expected to be completed in 15 days. As for the Starry Night Castle, it will be difficult. I have no experience in repairing castles. They are more complicated than I thought. Tate looked disheveled. It doesn't matter. I brought stonemasons and carpentry apprentices with me this time. They will definitely be helpful. Great. Tate excitedly pumped his fist. The two chatted all the way and arrived at the big winery, which is Fingchi Town. Now the town finally looks a bit like it. The mud houses of the free people were already built, while the houses of the slaves were broken huts. A large area was built. Fortunately, the planning was good at the beginning, and the layout of the houses was relatively strict. Run! The monster cow is coming! Tate's daughter Alexia jumped out of the cowshed and rushed over like a whirlwind. Dad? Save me! Mr. Cow has caught Miss Wormwood. He will eat people. Then in a panic, she ran into Field's arms. This behavior almost scared Tate to death. Alexia, stop fooling around. You bumped into the Baron. Ah, I'm sorry. The dizzy little girl, her pretty face flushed, stepped back a few steps, her hands behind her back, and said weakly, Everyone says that the Baron is the best. Please forgive me. No problem. Field patted the little girl's head to comfort her. Compared to this, Cal will eat people. It's our game. He plays the role of a rotten corpse, and we play the role of a little girl picking mushrooms. Ha. Humans have a strong ability to adapt and can quickly find joy in adversity. In just 3 minutes, Field saw Cal, who was baring his teeth and claws. The old man walked out with a step that showed no regard for his relatives, and shouted, I want to eat. Cough cough. Lord Field, you are back. Cal almost choked to death on his own saliva. He quickly stopped and awkwardly changed the subject. Lord, did the trip go well? Field shrugged, not bad. I brought back 800 slaves, and I will only stay for 10 days. I will go on a military adventure soon. Cal almost fainted. Whether it was 800 slaves or a military adventure, it was a test for the heart. Tate, choose 300 strong male slaves from the slaves to me, as long as humans. Kyle, after the materials I brought back into the warehouse. Check out. In addition, call the stonemith to see me early. Field drum dance. Everyone gets up quickly. This is related to our future. Tomorrow I will supervise the recruits and myself. After the arrangement, Phils hurriedly took time to rest. Rotten swordsman, it is the basement of the Starburger. Early morning, Filda is extremely fatigued because of the journey. It is also immersed in dreamland. He felt a slightly cool foot stepping on his face. Submit to me. The crystal clear toes poked his cheeks and pinched his nose. Field frowned and groaned uncomfortably. Why do you look so cold to me? You are obviously in a state of intense happiness. Isn't my hospitality good enough? Just stick out your tongue like a puppy drinking water. Rosalia sat on the edge of the bed, crossed her legs, and looked very proud. Field opened his eyes reluctantly, and saw Rosalia's feet, which were like flowers blooming, magnified in front of his eyes. Whether it was the graceful curve of the arch of the foot, the straight and slender toes, or the beautiful white and rosy soles of the feet, they looked quite clear under the morning light, and were indeed full of beauty. But damn, who could bear it when this happened suddenly? Although it smelled good, it was cool. Damn it! Field sat up suddenly, and flipped Rosalia, whose face was flushed. You actually did this to me. Field lost all sleepiness, was very angry, reached out to grab Rosalia. I'll teach you a lesson. I thought she had been quiet for a few days, but I didn't expect her to be so rebellious. And she made a big fuss for me. Don't get me wrong. You are having a nightmare. It's all fake. It's an illusion. Rosalia made a face, and quickly hid in the gluttony great sword. Come out. Field shook the great sword. Rosalia silently pretended to be dead, and even the eyeball in the center of the gluttony great sword silently glanced in another direction. It's too much to watch. Okay, you're still too idle. Go to the quarry to cut stones tonight. Field couldn't do anything to her after all. She was his own chosen one. Also, you will handle government affairs alone later. I will have someone put the documents on the table. Rosalia once said that. She was an expert in housekeeping. With the help of the maid, Field dressed up and met 2 stonemason apprentices. Sir, may I ask what you want? The 2 apprentices looked up at Field timidly, and then quickly lowered their heads. They had seen Field's black-robed swordsmen. Those terrifying warriors could easily kill countless corruptions. This also made them extremely afraid, fearing that the person in front of them would be tyrannical. I am not interested in your past. Now in the gray fog. All you have to do is obey my orders. Only in this way can you live better. Understand? These apprentices may have spies planted by Simon. Or they may not. But Field didn't care, because the night territory was a melting pot, and ordinary people who came in would never get out. Besides, he had the power in secret, and was no longer afraid of internal conflicts. Yes, sir. The 2 of them crawled on the ground. We will obey any order from you. Very good. You try to build this thing first, and ask my consultant and butler for materials. Field handed over a piece of parchment, on which was drawn the general structure of the earth kiln carbonization furnace. This is the carbonization chamber, the flue and the combustion chamber. And then this is... The 2 stared at the lines above, listening to Field's explanation, and their faces, which were originally confused, gradually began to be shocked, and finally turned into a deep shock. This is an earthen kiln from the early days of China, a grounded industrial miracle. This is something Field remembered from books such as Friends of Military and Civilian Dual-Use Talents and Barefoot Doctor's Manual that he had read in his hometown before he traveled through time. In today's Holy Griffin Empire, only blast furnaces are widely used, and there are almost no earthen kilns. It is said that some places use earthen kilns to burn glass, but they are definitely not that advanced. They were shocked. The trees in the night territory are rotten, but I have studied that rotten wood can be made into charcoal by heating it without oxygen. Therefore, I ask you to build a clay kiln as soon as possible, and burn charcoal in the future. Yes. The 2 looked at each other, and saw the look of expectation. They had never seen such technology in their master, and they immediately went out to act. By the way, Cal, bring the backlog of government affairs to my room. After Field finished everything, he went out to the outside field, and 300 slaves stood on the ground in a mess. Chapter 105 April of Violet. When Field first saw the fighting power of the Chosen, he was confused about the army. The terrifying fighting power of the Chosen seemed to make the army unnecessary. But after the battle between Ashina and Rosaria, Field still firmly believed that the army would not be eliminated by the Chosen. They can only be regarded as different types of soldiers. In modern times, the army formed by ordinary people is like infantry, the fighting knights and mages are tanks, and the Chosen are aircraft carriers. Although the individual combat power is very different. For the entire military system, no one is indispensable. Moreover, with the advancement of technology, ordinary people will also gain powerful combat power. Field glanced at the small map. 1 veteran leads 10 recruits, 33 people in a team, fighting instead of training, attacking from all sides, and cleaning up the remaining rotten corpses around. By the way, Today the veterans will mainly demonstrate. And tomorrow, they will be put into actual combat. Ah? The slaves were confused. How could they play such a big game right at the beginning? What? Line up. With us here, you're not afraid of anything. Lynx and the others were already dressed, walking in a coordinated and unified pace, urging them to line up. The corpses in the Starry Night Manor had been almost wiped out, and the scattered corpses were perfect for training courage. Come back in the afternoon to practice lining up and military posture. Field himself rode on a warhorse, and provided support with the cavalry. Amid the chaotic steps, and the sound of flesh and blood colliding, Night Lord launched an annihilation of the corpses. The north, facing the Night Lord far away. Puff. Blood splattered, accompanied by a low groan. A body with only the head and torso left fell straight into the mud pit like a kite with a broken string. Violet, you are so good. A pure white, ethereal voice came. She was sitting on a tree branch, dangling her legs, and licking the corner of her mouth with her small and delicate tongue. Partner, it's delicious. The huge monster that emerged from the music box in his hand quickly ate the flesh and blood that had been torn off, and was still expressing its hunger in an incomprehensible voice. 3 more figures fell down beside them. They were like hyenas that smelled blood. You are not allowed to bully Violet. Corrupted God-chosen cannot kill each other. Pure White emphasized the rules. The monster in the music box stretched out countless tentacles, and after driving away all the corruption around it, Pure White happily sang a little song. Violet, grow quickly. Violet looked at the endless gray fog above her head with empty eyes. And then she slowly closed her eyes, and hummed under the violet moonlight softly. In April 10 years ago, she was not a corrupt creature. And she was not a vampire at that time. Violet, come out and see your father off. No! I don't want to see off the bad guys. You said you would celebrate my birthday and make bread together, but you want to go to war. Violet hid her head in the quilt and protested loudly. This child is still so willful, even though she is old enough to get married. The mother checked the dry food bag for the 3rd time, and there were still hot oatmeal pancakes inside. Haha, it's my fault. The father scratched his head and put his shield behind him. The orc's attack is too fierce. I must defend my beloved country. Her Majesty will send reinforcements. Of course she will. The Empire will not abandon its people. Maybe I can come back at the end of May. And I can catch Violet's birthday then. That would be the best. What gift should I bring back then? Father deliberately said loudly. Sure enough, Violet quietly lifted a corner of the quilt, peeked secretly, saw the side of her family, and immediately covered the quilt again. I don't want a gift, Although everyone knew that. It was impossible to defeat the orc invasion in 2 months. After the couple kissed goodbye, the father carried dry food on his back and left the village. The mother hummed the folk song under the violet moonlight and prayed silently. Violet cried in bed. She just didn't want to see her father's back. Not that she didn't want to see him. Defend the beloved country. Violet opened her eyes again. It was already evening. Her limbs had grown back. But she was weak all over. Defend the country. Violet looked at the corrupt creatures that kept gathering in the distance. And her eyes showed deep confusion. What am I doing? It's so painful. Moving her feet. Violet slowly walks out. Night Leader. So tired. It's really tiring to clean up the corpses. Are those decayed creatures perpetual motion machines? They can run non-stop. They should be caught to generate electricity. Field sat down at the desk, fortunately. As Shina immediately stepped forward to rub his shoulders, Field felt better. Perpetual motion chicken? Rosaria was confused. She snatched Field's black tea, took a sip, and pondered 2 unfamiliar words. Crazy? It's not important. The corpses are tireless. Right? Don't they need to eat? Rosaria explained. Yes, the gray fog is their nutrition. Leaving the gray fog, they can only survive by devouring flesh and blood. At the same time, the creatures killed by corruption will also slowly generate gray fog, and soon a comfortable environment will be formed. Of course. Except for the chosen ones. Field touched his chin. It sounds like the air is polluted. By the way, how are your government affairs going? Rosaria patted her chest proudly. Don't worry. My ability in domestic affairs is definitely the 2nd best in Night Territory. It's great that you can say that. Field was happy, and took the document from her hand. The beautiful words on it seemed like printed art, which was pleasing to the eye. It looks very professional. It would be much easier to have a secretary to help with the documents. Besides, the secretary would do the work when there is something to do, and when there is nothing to do. The first thing is, The freeman Yanti from Fingchi village stole 3 loaves of bread from another freeman. How to deal with it? Rosaria's sentence is, behead Yanti, and Miss Rosaria will execute it personally. Puff. Field almost choked to death, glanced at Rosaria, who was drinking tea elegantly, and continued to read the second item. The subhuman slave Langmao and the human slave Jifen had a verbal dispute. Please ask how to deal with it. Sir. Rosaria's sentence is, behead the 2 people, and Rosaria will execute it personally. Hee, are you shocked by my intelligence and ability? I can easily handle matters such as territory affairs. Oh, this tea is really delicious. Rosaria's expression, I'll give you a chance to brag about me. Bon! Field treated Rosaria to a bowl of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Your last name is Bo. The Night Territory seems to be too urbanized. Why are you hitting me? Although it feels good, please don't be so sudden. Chapter 106 The end of April with military flags and violets. Fortunately, I checked it carefully. Otherwise everyone in the territory would have been chopped off. Field wiped the cold sweat from his head. Rosaria, you have good handwriting. You will be responsible for meeting minutes and transcribing text from now on. Rosaria put down her teacup. Incredible. Ah, you don't let me handle government affairs? My handling is obviously fair and reasonable. Chopping off both the plaintiff and the defendant, isn't that absolute fairness? I don't know if it's because of the aristocratic style, or the unique bloodlust of corruption. In short, it's definitely not okay to let her help deal with it. Field crossed out Rosaria's work. Don't even think about it. Field refused decisively. I will reannotate these internal affairs. Then, he stood up and searched the bookshelf, and took out some papers. Because we are going to go to war, we need military flags, exclusive to the Night Territory. Whether it is to show our presence, or to call up the army, we need them. For military nobles, flags are the most important external symbol. In war, they can play a role in gathering troops and guiding the direction. At the same time, it also contains the noble's implications for family, marriage and domestic affairs. So, what elements should be added? Field picked up the feather pen and asked the 2 chosen ones for their opinions. It's better to be cool. I don't want to make a fool of myself in front of the coalition, because of the flag being too cute. Giant wolf. Great sword. The 2 answered without hesitation, and then looked at each other with hostile eyes. That's it. Let's combine it. Field drew a standing giant wolf. Even if it was abstracted into rough lines, it was still domineering. The giant wolf held a 2-handed sword, with the tip of the sword pointing downward, which meant conquest. It was a bit like the lion flag of Nassau, but more domineering. This time, both of them nodded with satisfaction. I have no objection. By the way, we also need to draw a black crow flag. Field referred to the Prussian eagle flag in his previous life and drew a black crow flag, which had a black body and bright red claws. The claws held a skull in one hand and a sword in the other hand. The flag was white. When doing dirty work, this flag is hoisted, similar to a pirate flag. Field did not participate in this battle for any bullshit glory, family or other reasons. Purely for profit, especially to visit his younger brother. Ashina, hire free women to sew the military flags. As for the black crow flag, let the castle maids make it. Scissors is an excellent tailor. Yes, my lord. On the other side, near the border of Night Territory, Violet stood there, looking at the road leading to Night Territory, the decayed swords and tattered flags along the way. Violet fell into memories again. It was still 10 years ago, at the end of April. Violet was in the flower field, picking flowers idly while imagining that her father would appear on the horizon. Then, she saw the flag of the Empire, as if growing from the horizon. It was coming from the direction of Lionheart City. Was it the army returning victorious? The flowers in her hand were just right for her, although these flowers were used to dye cloth for the Lord. My father must also be in the army, puffing his chest, proudly welcoming the cheers of the people. But soon, Violet's smile froze on her face. She saw many tattered and blood-stained flags, and a pile of broken limbs. Her mother ran to her anxiously, pulled her up, and ran towards the night. The orc vanguard came. The orcs' rough fingers could not sew beautiful flags. Only the orc shamans could make rough totems and battle flags. Besides that, they would collect flags of human armies. Those broken and blood-stained flags were taken as trophies by the orcs and tied to their backs. The flags were full of broken hands and feet, or heads. The orcs had gnawing bones hanging around their waists and necks to show their bravery. Run! Violet! Lead them to the night. The villagers were like wasps on fire, pushing and shoving on the muddy Claudia road. Boom, boom, boom amid the sound of war drums. The huge Kodo beast crashed into the crowd, biting a bunch of people and swallowing them whole. There was blood and screams everywhere. The orc shaman grinned, raised his staff, lightning chain, with the sound of explosions tearing through space. A large number of villagers were blown to pieces by lightning, or turned into charcoal. What about the village guards? Well, they ran much faster than the civilians. We can't go on, quickly. Hide in the cave. When the mother saw the village chief and others running to the cave, she immediately thought of the natural mine in the Viscount's territory. Once the orcs are gone, we will go to the night territory immediately. But the flower fields, the house, and where is Dad? Violet barely regained some consciousness. She was still looking forward to her father's return. The mother gritted her teeth, pulled Violet into the dense forest, and squeezed a look of certainty on her face. He will come back to find us. The orcs' vanguard was extremely strong, without goblins, pigs or other cannon fodder creatures, but all wolf cavalry, mad orcs and orc mages. Violet took a last look in the direction of home. Her good friend Latoto had been caught by the orcs for running with the old cow at home. She was torn into two halves and chewed. The beautiful violet field had been trampled into mud. The orcs also broke into her home, smashed the doors and windows, and searched for food. Run! Violet woke up from her memories. Lead to the night. Murmuring, Violet set foot on Claudia Road. There was a ghostly aura on both sides, and there were bones and corruption everywhere. Violet, where are you going? At some point, a corrupted chosen holding a bow and arrow appeared behind her with interest. To the night territory. Violet turned her head and answered. No. Pure White's order is not to go to the 3 outer territories. We need to wait patiently for the Empire to send reinforcements to the border. The stronger the better. Of course, we can't be impatient and can't push the Empire too hard. We need to maintain a sense of mystery and don't always hang around in front of humans. Killing a few humans is useless for the overall situation. Violet didn't bother to pay attention and moved forward. Hey, it's just that Pure White bit me twice, don't be so sad. She's already much better, she used to eat me straight away. The archer looked indifferent. The mission of the corrupted gods chosen is to destroy all living things. As long as the result is correct, the process doesn't matter. If Pure White wants to eat me, I'm happy to do that. I'm going to the night territory. After saying that, a ball of blood flowed out of Violet's hand, and it turned into a red-purple long sword. But you seem to want to stop me. Alas, your weird speech habit seems to have been cured, and even your thoughts have become weird. I will stop your stupid behavior. The archer pinched out a unique feather arrow. Violet waved the long sword. Then come on. Chapter 107, Going to War. 10 days later, Field stood on the second floor of the winery and watched the drill in the distance. Teams of soldiers lined up, trotting, and shouted to command 1, 2, 1. The smoke and dust raised always made the slaves who were watering stop and watch. If someone fell behind, the guards would swing their whips in vain, making a terrifying sound. Field arranged all the military training content of college students in his previous life. It was impossible to train a useful army in 10 days, but it was possible to make them look capable of fighting. These days, there was no slave riot. Firstly, the unfathomable fighting power of the territory made the slaves feel terrified. Secondly, in these 10 days, each meal was far beyond their imagination. Every meal was filled with hot soup with oil, and 3 loaves of bread a day. This army is just for show, without combat effectiveness. Ashina showed a worried look, kicking the stones on the ground. They can't protect you. I just need to let the cavalry launch a charge, and they will collapse. Yeah, I know, but I didn't plan to be the vanguard. Don't worry, I will protect Field. Rosaria, wearing a black robe, quietly leaned into Ashina's ear and said with a smile, The happy time alone with Field has just begun. I will train him hard, until he becomes my foot slave, ha ha ha. Ashina was very angry. You bastard. I'm going to bite you. Lil. Rosaria made a face happily. You can only bite Field, but for the next period of time, you can't bite, and it's my turn. Damn, she is speaking against the sky again. Field pinched his philtrum, to ensure that he would not be angry to death. The black crow flapped its wings, flew in from the window, and landed on Field's shoulder. Strange. There are fewer corpses around the night territory. I just asked the black crow to check, and they were all killed by sharp weapons. Field was confused. Could there be human survivors? Or maybe they are soldiers from the church or the empire. Isn't this a good thing? We are all going to go to war. Ashina's wolf ears twitched twice. There is no strong smell near the territory. I'm just curious. But we are gradually taking back the walls of the manor. The Starry Night Manor has an outer wall. Field came in from the main gate at the beginning. Although the wall of the manor is only 2.5 meters high and is seriously damaged, it can still resist some small zombies. Field opened a small map. The rotten corpses around the manor were almost cleared by the 2 chosen gods and the great swordsman. After repairing the wall and retaking it, there will be an extra layer of protection and buffer. Dong dong dong, the door of the room was knocked. Rosaria got into the gluttonous great sword. Field adjusted his collar and said, "Come in. My lord. The running exercise has been completed. The army has been prepared. And it can go out at any time." Silverclaw, the captain of the subhuman cavalry, straightened his back and said loudly, "Okay." Field tied up the gluttony great sword with black cloth and put it on his back. "Let me review the army and prepare for the expedition." Field went downstairs and saw 300 soldiers lined up in a relatively strict formation. Most of them wore leather armor, held spears, and carried dry food bags on their backs, which usually contained wheat cakes and black bread, and garlic as a side dish. That's right. It was garlic. This thing can not only serve as a seasoning during the march, but also numb the sense of smell, allowing people to sleep well. After all, your comrades in arms may not have taken a bath for 10 years, and their sense of smell is too sensitive, so they may be unable to sleep because of the fumes. These 300 people were named the First Army of Night Territory by Field. After all, there was no second army, and the territory guards would not go to war. Only a small number of them would have round wooden shields, or better armor, such as a breastplate, which would be awarded to those who were particularly well trained. A round wooden shield is a small wooden shield similar to a pod lid, which is made from wood waste. They are not even good enough to be turtle shells, and they look like a cool hat when carried on the back, but it is better than having nothing, and they can be worn on the head on rainy days. The original plan was to have one for each person, but the industrial capacity of Night Territory was completely zero, and a hand-rolled wooden shield was a luxury. The organization of the armies of various countries today has not gotten rid of the clan society's leaderman system. According to the principle of decimal, Field still uses it. 10 people have a decapitation, and 100 people have a centurion. The First Army stood in a group, and it looked like the same thing. Field rode on his warhorse and paced back and forth twice. The slave soldiers would also cast curious, numb, fearful or shrinking eyes. "Listen. I am your lord. Field. Do you want to live? Do you want to get food, property or freedom?" The slave soldiers looked at each other, and someone shouted, "Yes. Yes." Then, everyone shouted. Talking about glory or ideals with the lower class is useless. It is better to talk about money and women, which is more practical. Then there is only one thing you need to do. Obey my orders. Obedience means having food to eat, money to take, and the possibility of freedom. Now, follow my will and follow the flag led by the knight. Field held the lance horizontally and raised the fine steel sword he was wearing. Go to war. Iron Hammer carried the newly sewn Black Wolf flag and walked behind Field with big strides. This time, Field only brought 3 people including Iron Hammer, the most elite guards of Nightfall, to carry flags, or do some guard and auxiliary work. As soon as the First Army entered the gray fog, Ashina rode on the dragon wolf, and a black crow landed on her shoulder. "Hee hee. Ashina, don't look so sad. I can see everything," the black crow said. Field can use this corrupted black crow to communicate without obstacles. "Okay. You have to chat with me more." Ashina patted the black crow's head and laughed softly. Black Crow protested. "Hey, how did you learn this trick?" Ashina said proudly, "Who told you to use it often? Let's go around in front of the adults and make way for the army." Ashina ordered loudly. "Yes, sir." Silverclaw rolled up the Black Crow flag and stored it in his personal bag. It will be useful soon. The second team was named Plundering Army by Field, as a secret force to support. It consisted of 15 elite subhuman cavalrymen in black robes, and 50 Black Crow great swordsmen. The corrupted swordsman was renamed by Field, and will be called the Black Crow Great Swordsman from now on. As for the guards, they will stay in the territory. "Woo woo woo," Cal cried. "Lord Field." Oh, God. I am so sad. Why are you crying? Scissors glanced at the butler. Taking good care of the castle is helping you. Yes. You are a noble. And you have to pursue the glory of fighting. Sparrow also had a runny nose. You have only been back for a few days. And you have to go to war. Chapter 108 Golden Legend. Since the deal of tens of thousands of gold coins was made with the commander of Maple Leaf Fortress, the soldiers were more enthusiastic when Field entered and exited the gate than when they saw their own father. Afterwards, the First Army of Night used the teleportation array of the Maple Leaf City Mage Tower to teleport directly to the Morning Wind Province. The looting army left on the way, hiding during the day and moving at night, heading for Fulon City in Rick Province. As for the rebellious Atavan Province, it was sandwiched between the Morning Wind and Rick provinces, and now it has been rotten for more than half. It has become a purgatory on Earth. Morning Wind Province, in the Nameless Forest. Field rode on his warhorse, and headed for the agreed fortress. Take a deep breath of the slightly humid air. The environment in the Morning Wind Province is excellent. The morning mist with a slight smell of soil and water vapor in the early morning, and it feels indescribably refreshing and comfortable after entering the chest. From time to time, you can see birds and beasts, or various fantastic plants. But the soldiers have formed a conditioned reflex, and they are afraid of the fog. Hey, something is wrong. I didn't see any other nobles' troops along the way. Field looked around on his warhorse, and then used the small map to look at the surrounding area, and there was no large-scale army. In his expectation, the noble armies coming from all directions should be as spectacular as streams flowing into rivers and seas, and as boundless as the horizon. Are we late? That shouldn't be the case. There are not even a few footprints on the ground. Looking back at the footprints and axle marks left by his first army, there was a long string, stretching for miles. Damn it. Are they kidding me? Field subconsciously thought of the worst, but immediately rejected this outrageous idea. The nobles took war very seriously. Let's ask someone. Rosaria hid in the great sword and communicated with her mind. This is the only way. Just as Field was about to go to the front to find the villagers, he heard the sound of horse hooves. Don't step into my territory. Get out of the way. Ahem. Who are you? A 5-man cavalry team ran towards him from the narrow path, and stopped only 30 meters away from Field. Field could even see their weapons clearly. In the front was a knight in armor, with beautiful green feathers on his helmet. His follower was a cavalry attendant in half armor, 3 riders in leather armor, 2 of whom held bows, and 1 carried a pennant. It was a very standard team of knights and their lackeys. I was about to scold him, but when I saw the army of more than 300 people, I immediately shut my mouth. It's a pity that I don't have a cavalry attendant. It's embarrassing. The subhuman cavalry is not suitable for showing off. Field muttered softly, but he pretended to be arrogant. He didn't need to say anything. He just raised his eyebrows and looked down on people with a playful look. Aren't you very awesome? Still shouting no. Sure enough, the knight couldn't stand the pressure first, lowered his posture and said, "Good day. Respected sir. This is my knight's territory. May I ask what your purpose is?" "I am a baron from the Ross family, going to Atavan to quell the rebellion." Field laughed. "Ah? So early?" The knight seemed to be hesitant to speak, and finally, he could only twitch his mouth and praise. "Your bravery and loyalty to the queen are admirable." Early? Did he make a mistake? There were only 2 days left before the agreed deadline. Could it be that the war was transferred to the front line? Of course. The conscription order I received will take another half a month to rush to the front line. His. I understand. The case was solved, and Field was very angry. No doubt. Laying. This old man just served different people according to their needs, giving different people different times. I can't wait to fight the cultists and gain glory, Field said speechlessly, without any sign of impatience. As a noble of the province of Morning Wind, Nibelungen would certainly take care of his own people. Let the troops of other provinces go first, fight the enemy's main force, and finally reap the harvest and win a decisive victory. It's a good plan. This is human nature. Field said that if he were the commander, he would do the same. However, since you want to make a profit for the province of Morning Wind, I will naturally charge some interest from the province of Morning Wind. Please let me lead the way for you. Field shook his head. No need to lead the way. But my soldiers are hungry and cold. If they don't get food supplies, they may riot or rob. Glancing at the soldiers behind him, there was no sign of starvation at all. The baggage carts of the First Army were full of food. Many people even gained some weight. The food for soldiers is much better than that for slaves. But Field said they were hungry. Then they were really hungry. Yes, I've been hungry for 3 days. My eyes are shining like night owls. Sir, let's go rob. Ironhammer understood Field's hint in seconds, and immediately waved the flag and shouted. Yes, I want to get close to beautiful girls. I want to poke a strong man. I want to play with sheep. 3 of them. Is there a village ahead? Everyone started to discuss excitedly. Some people even took off their pants. Fuck. The knight cursed inwardly. Could he be more shameless? What was even worse was that the army of more than 300 people in front of him looked really difficult to deal with. Everyone had leather armor. And they were not shirtless refugees. Field himself was riding a tall horse, wearing a proper noble robe, with a big sword on his back. And his strength was hard to tell. It would definitely not work if he fought hard. This knight was very smart. Even if he was robbed, he would complain to the governor. And the governor would only collect Field's fine, but would not compensate him for the fine. Then, he would be scolded by his own lord. The knight's face turned green. Obviously, the man in front of him had no noble or knightly demeanor. Of course, all the warriors who fought for the country, I will certainly provide food to the best of my ability. Field smiled like a spring breeze. Ahem, I will definitely praise your generosity in front of the governor. Soon, Field received a cart of black bread, a small bag of goat cheese, 2 chickens, and a lot of cabbage. The first battle to suppress the rebellion was won without bloodshed. Field praised his chivalry, and then ran away without even asking his name, or giving his name. After finding a feng shui treasure land, Field announced to set up camp. Since he came early, he would enjoy life and train his soldiers. Field habitually opened the small map to see the beautiful scenery around him. As a result, he saw a golden dot. Fuck. Golden legend. Invincible. Field was stunned. Since Rosaria joined, Field has not had the opportunity to get the new god's choice. It has been so long since he saw the mark point that Field thought the small map was broken. Now he saw the golden mark, rubbed his eyes, and made sure he was not mistaken. He immediately sat back on the horse and urged the warhorse to go to the golden mark. Make a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms for me. I will be back soon. Chapter 109 Dragonborn. Following the golden mark on the map, Field came to a large lake with rippling water. It shows here, that's right. Field looked around, turned around several times, and finally cast his eyes on the lake. Could it be a mermaid? Or the chosen one is taking a bath? Then should I hide first? Field couldn't help but think wildly, but his eyes were fixed on the lake. The possibility of being in the water was very high. Why didn't he come out? Would he drown? Field directly used the artifact, eyes that see through the mist. A complex magic circle bloomed in the black pupils. Suddenly, the situation inside the lake was seen through, and through countless fish. The side extended downward. The dark lake seemed like an abyss, and the bottom could not be seen at all. It's so dark. Field frowned. Nothing works. It seems that I'm looking in the wrong direction. Before Field could move his eyes away, the darkness at the bottom of the lake seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and a huge dragon pupil opened. 5-color dragon. Black dragon. Shouldn't black dragons live in tropical swamps? Why is there one here? Field was confused. The earth trembled. The lake's surface was boiling, and countless fish jumped out of the water. Restless, a huge figure broke out of the water, as if a huge mountain was pulled out of thin air. The silvery white lake water was carried to the sky, and then fell down, like a waterfall. Go! Rosaria's anxious voice sounded, and the chain of the gluttony sword was immediately ready to unfold. Field was about to use the power of the sword to leave, but was pulled off the horse by a nimble figure. Don't move if you don't want to die. I only felt dizzy. Field was pulled by a strong force and pressed to the ground. All I could see was snow white and soft skin, and the touch of silk and brocade came from all over his body. It was a woman who saved him. First level magic. Invisible. First level dragon roar. Turn into a mist. After the strange language was whispered, Field was surprised to find that he was invisible. The black dragon that broke out of the water was skinny like a dark skeleton dragon. It circled twice in the air and landed. Its nose kept sniffing, as if wondering where the human just now had gone. This is a real dragon. Epic creature. A knight adventure novel. And the last big boss to appear. Logically speaking, There are no other giant dragons in the Morningwind province except the blue dragon of the Nibelungen family. The pressure of the giant dragon is simply suffocating. Field's hand subconsciously slides down along the shoulder of his savior. And the curves suddenly shrink. And the waist is slender. The fat peach meat, as soft as a cotton ball, makes little Field breathless. Damn it. Don't do anything strange at this time. If you are discovered by the giant dragon, you will definitely be eaten. Field sweated profusely, and prayed that little Field would not cause trouble at this time. The smooth skin was slightly sweaty, as warm and fragrant as a freshly baked egg tart. Did she feel more excited than me? The black dragon didn't have to eat people. It glanced at them casually, and then ate the warhorse in one bite, like eating dessert, and then flapped its wings, and flew away with an unsatisfied look. You compensate for my horse. Field felt his heart being pulled. The warhorse that accompanied him all over the country did not die on the battlefield, or die of old age in the stable, but was eaten by the black dragon. It was unbearable. Huh, it's so dangerous. Luckily there's the misty dragon roar. The woman waved her hand to dispel the power. The power of the dragon roar comes from the dragon. They can't see through it. I'm scared to death. Field also wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and saw his savior. She supported herself on the ground with bare feet, exposing her heels and slender ankles. With her light golden hair and star-purple dragon eyes, her appearance and figure, she was not inferior to Florny at all. She exuded a poppy-like attraction, and was stunning. Another one chosen by the god of love? Field was stunned, but seeing her cold expression, he denied this guess. The woman stood up, bit her lip, and said coldly, "Let's go. The black dragon may come back at any time. And you won't be so lucky then." The golden symbol on the small map did not move, indicating that the chosen one was the one in front of her. Besides, she was so beautiful. She must be the chosen one. Damn it. My warhorse. Field gritted his teeth, feeling both relieved and sad, and stood there silently mourning for this brother who had been through life and death with him. I'm sorry about this. And thank you for being the bait. The woman glanced at Field, then silently adjusted the hem of her skirt, especially the skirt somewhere, which had some water stains. A trace of shyness appeared on her face, but it was immediately covered up by Qinglong. She wiped it clean with her palm. I didn't do anything. What Field didn't expect was that the woman didn't say anything, but turned her head to look at the lake and summoned 2 iron swords out of thin air. It's really the chosen one. Hello. My name is Field, the Baron of Night. My name is Arya, a freeman of Morningwind. Arya looked up at the sky from time to time, waving her hands. Get out of here quickly. What are you doing? Field couldn't just give up a chosen one. Slay the dragon. Get the dragon's soul. Ah? Field was shocked. It was the first time he heard of such a high-ranking chosen one, actually a dragon slayer. I am the chosen one of the dragon god. I need to kill dragons to advance, absorb dragon souls, and obtain their knowledge and inheritance. The chosen one of the dragon god actually has to kill dragons to advance. Field's pupils trembled. Isn't this a complete dragon traitor? There are almost no useful documents about the way the chosen one advances. The few records only show that the prosperity of the city and the faith of the residents will enhance the strength of the chosen one. Killing dragons to advance, unheard of. Yes, I am a dragonborn, although my body is human, but my soul is a dragon. And my mission is to kill all the dragons I see, to prevent them from multiplying too much, and becoming too powerful, and destroying the world. Field was in awe. He had actually heard rumors about dragonborn from the bard. It is said that there are 2 kinds of dragonborn, dragon blood dragonborn and dragon soul dragonborn. Dragon blood dragonborn have inheritance. They are responsible for guarding the gate of the abyss, to prevent the invasion of abyss demons. The dragon soul dragonborn are born with a mission, and possess powerful strength as soon as they are born, but they are dragon traders, specializing in slaughtering dragons, absorbing dragon souls, and preventing the dragons from extinction. The specific reason is unclear, but the mainstream view is that the dragons are powerful, have a strong desire to reproduce, live long, can gather followers, and have a strong desire to destroy. Once the number is large, ordinary species really cannot survive. After the ordinary species perish, the dragons will have no choice but to die. The dragon soul dragonborn is the means used by the dragons to self-regulate their numbers. Of course, the specific reason is unknown, and humans cannot understand the thinking of dragons. Chapter 110 Father Educates Daughter. Field rubbed his chin. You can't be the opponent of that black dragon. Otherwise you would have taken action long ago. Could it be that there are dragon cubs here? Yes. They are my hunting targets. I'll help you. I have to avenge the warhorse. It's not my style to just take a loss and leave. Field was very angry. No matter what kind of dragon you are, it's impossible to get away unscathed if you provoke me. Just kill it if you have a chance. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes. But Arya still shook her head. You are too weak. Even a young dragon is much stronger than an ordinary monster. You can't say a man is weak. My current strength is about the same as yours. Field hugged his hands in front of his chest, his clothes rustling. He emphasized now, because Rosaria was right behind him. Arya was only a first-level God's Chosen, and his family plus Rosaria, they were 1.01 God's Chosen anyway. This wave was far ahead. Arya's eyes were deep and calm, like an iceberg that never melted. She said indifferently, Hee, liar, I hate people who brag the most, please leave my sight quickly. Okay, I look down on you. Brother Faye. Right? You must be severely punished, and then hand in the defeat animation. I don't brag. TSK, go away. Field frowned, snorted coldly, try it, and you'll know, I'll beat you so hard that you'll call me daddy. Puff. Arya smiled, sticked out her tongue. Then come on. I can't stand it any more chains. At a command, the gluttony greatsword shot out long and thin chains from all directions, without any hesitation, and directly tied up Arya. Arya didn't take a first-level fighting knight seriously. Besides, she saved Field's life, and she didn't expect Field to be so decisive. So she was completely unprepared. By the time she reacted, she was already hanging in the air. Hey! Why does this chain have such a strong fluctuation of divine power? Hee. Even if she was a dragonborn, she couldn't see through the Chosen One. So she didn't know about Rosaria's existence. Arya was very angry. But she didn't use her divine power. Instead, she scolded, Let me go! I saved your life. Who told you to mock me? Let's get back to the point. Field smiled evilly, controlling the chain, sometimes putting her in a big letter, sometimes in a straight letter, and sometimes in a tortoiseshell tie. He almost squeezed the big white rabbit out of the nest several times. The scene was quite exciting. Arya laughed angrily. Have you had enough fun? If you make me angry, I will tear you into pieces. Who is the liar now? Call me daddy. I will let you go, and help you slay the dragon together. Hee. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Even though he didn't look happy, he couldn't help blushing. Damn. This bastard is too shameless. Is he really a noble? Fortunately, he was wearing a long skirt. Otherwise he would have been seen through. Arya was anxious to slay the dragon, so she didn't have time to care. If she delayed any further, such a good opportunity would be wasted. Dad, put your daughter down, I'm very good. The voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, but it was particularly pleasant to hear, especially the kind of grievance of begging. With a disgusted face, it was particularly contrasting. How come she was easier to discipline than expected? She was obviously a proud iceberg beauty, but this almost made Field unable to do it. Is this the contrast everyone is talking about? It seems that the third choice of God is very promising. However, listening to Arya's tone, it seemed as if she was playing with a kitten or a puppy. I don't know if it was an illusion. Okay. After releasing Arya, Field started to untie his robe. Hey, what are you doing? Arya's pupils trembled, and she put her hands in front of her body. I don't want to hurt humans, but you've gone too far. I will fight back. Go to the bottom of the water to kill the dragon. How can you do it without taking off your clothes? What are you thinking about? Arya rubbed her eyebrows. Although black dragons can live underwater, they usually hide in swamps. You wait a while, and follow me closely. After that, Arya took a deep breath. Dragon roar. Space dislocation. The terrifying dragon power from the ancient times came out of Arya's mouth, slowly covering the water surface. Above the original lake, the space was distorted, forming a zone similar to the northern lights. Arya threw the iron sword in her hand down, and pulled it out with divine power. Seeing that the sword was intact, she nodded. The space is very stable. My plan is fine. Move quickly. After that, Arya grabbed Field and jumped into the aurora. The space was distorted, and Field felt as if he fell into the sky. As soon as the terrifying feeling of weightlessness appeared, Field felt that he fell to the ground. He opened his eyes, and found that he was in a sultry swamp. Roar. When 3 young black dragons the size of saber-toothed tigers saw the intruders, they were like seeing food thrown into their doorsteps, and they were excited and flew into the air. The leading dragon was the largest and strongest. They were no longer hungry young dragons. Their fighting power had surpassed almost all low-level monsters. They were like all dragons, eager to fight, and their dragon souls had their own inheritance, and their fighting power was outstanding. They treated us as food. Field felt the pressure coming like a tide, being targeted by the top predator. His heart was inexplicably flustered, and cold sweat dripped down involuntarily. It's terrible. A young dragon has such a sense of oppression, and it has mastered flying. It's not easy to deal with. Seeing a black dragon swooping down, the corrosive dragon breath has been gathering strength. Don't worry. Aria waved her hand indifferently. Dragon roar, dragon break. A mighty pressure like a storm swept out from its mouth like a tornado, and the 3 black dragons in the air suddenly trembled violently. As if struck by lightning, their wings could not be controlled, and they fell straight down. Boom! 3 figures fell into the ground one after another, blasting out countless dots of mud. Fuck! The previously arrogant black dragon wilted instantly, struggling out of the swamp in a panic, with a deep fear in his eyes. The existence in front of them was a monster that eats dragon children in the true sense. From a human perspective, when the mother was not at home, 3 children suddenly faced a pseudo-human that ate children, and broke in, and he knew human habits very well. Everyone would be scared. In nature, there is yin and yang, and all things are interdependent. Even the legendary dragons. There are beings that can restrain them. Come to think of it, even the chosen ones will still be restrained by other chosen ones. Perhaps, the only perfect existence is the illusory gods. Dragon break can only last for 20 minutes. Their skills are all ineffective, and their attributes are weakened by more than half. Kill them quickly. Aria's eyes were filled with excitement and fighting spirit, and a purple and silver-white dragon soul slowly emerged from her body. First level divine skill. True Dragon Shadow. Chapter 111 Fielder vs. Aria. Strike hard against discrimination. This is too many skills. No wonder it is marked as gold. Field was shocked. Other first-level god chosen ones only have 1 skill. How come she has magic, dragon roar, and divine skills? The next moment, Aria casually punched, and the ferocious giant dragon phantom behind her followed Aria's movements and slapped hard. The majestic energy overflowed like a flood, and suppressed the emerging black dragon with 1 palm. Even the space shook. My dear daughter, you are awesome. Field exhaled lightly, holding the gluttony great sword. But we are not idle either. The revenge of the warhorse must be paid with blood. Chains roamed around his body, and the smell of fishy and corrupt breath loomed. The corrupt power from Rosaria made the air particularly evil. With the help of Rosaria's power, Field flashed to the side of a black dragon, and slashed with the great sword, hitting the black dragon's body. Suddenly, the newly grown scales shattered instantly, and the corrupt power went through the wound and drilled into its body, destroying it wantonly. The black dragon screamed miserably. It wanted to fight back, but the power of Long sealed most of its strength. Even its strong tail and sharp claws were weak at this moment. Field was merciless, and swung the sword vigorously. Although he had a good impression of the dragon clan, and wanted to catch a dragon as a mount. The 5-colored dragon was an extremely pure evil dragon. Insidious, cunning and cruel. It was better not to raise bombs before crushing their strength. In just half a cup of tea, the young dragon was chopped without any resistance. With murderous intent, countless chains controlled the black dragon's limbs, and Field swung a sword at its head. First level magic skill. Endless slash. At the same time, Rosaria also cooperated to use the magic skill. The sword energy that crushed the void rolled out, and without any resistance, the black dragon's head was chopped off, and blood splattered everywhere. The young black dragon that was killed struggled and rolled twice, and then it stopped moving. Dear warhorse, rest in peace. Field picked up the gluttonous sword. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Alas, invincible. Who can beat the boss at level 1? Field seemed to see a new achievement in life. Although this dragon is in its juvenile form, most of the damage was done by Rosaria, and the weakening was also done by Aria. Rosaria smiled happily. The taste of dragons is so delicious. I feel my life energy is increasing dramatically. Field, following you is the wisest choice of my life. That's right. Field swelled his arms and said, let's team up and kill people. The 2 people who cooperated more and more Both laughed like the elders of the Soul Hall. Hee hee hee. It's faster than me. The sword skill, just now, was incredibly strong. Arya witnessed all this, with a face full of disbelief. Could that man really have a fighting power comparable to hers? She couldn't help but be curious, but at this moment, she was fighting. She stretched out her hand. Dragon soul peeling. The body of the slain black dragon, an ethereal dragon soul, instantly surged out, with reluctance and pain, was absorbed by Arya. After obtaining the new dragon soul, Arya's dragon soul phantom became more solid, and her combat power increased. In just 3 breaths, she used the real dragon phantom to catch 2 young dragons, and crush them to death directly, and absorb the dragon soul. Oh, what a pity. If the giant dragon could be added to the army, it would be invincible. Field really wanted to be a dragon knight, but with his current strength, he could not control the giant dragon. But being a dragon knight, it is still possible. I am almost there, and I can advance to the 2nd level. Thank you for your help. After absorbing the dragon soul, Arya looked very happy, and the gentle smile on the corner of her mouth could not be concealed. Miss Arya. Be my mount? No. Be my chosen one. Field stopped and said solemnly. Every chosen one that can be conquered must not be let go. No. Arya refused without thinking, and her smile disappeared, replaced by her previous icy face. You are insulting me. She raised her head coldly, tossed her long flowing hair, and turned her face away and said, Don't think I am a free man now. But my soul is a deified dragon. How can I submit to you? Fighting together is fine, but asking me to sign a contract is impossible. She was clearly hung up by me before, calling me daddy, but now she is so arrogant. Is it all a disguise? Bad woman. It's so heartbreaking. It may also be that after absorbing the dragon soul, she is more confident. Field narrowed his eyes slightly. If you don't agree, you don't agree. But being my chosen one is an insult. Besides, what's wrong with humans? Can't humans still slay dragons? Hee hee. Even if the Nibelung family came to me and gave me the family's dragon as a gift, I didn't even look at it. As for other great nobles, they have visited me many times. You are no different from a kitten or a puppy, or a small insect. I saved you simply because I was kind. Arya was not talking nonsense. She had 3 artifacts on her body, all of which were given by nobles. However, she was a dragon soul in human body, and her way of thinking was different. She only regarded gifts as offerings and had no good feelings at all. She accepted them with a clear conscience. As a dragon descendant, the reincarnation of a deified dragon, she also shouldered the natural mission of protecting living beings. And she was covered with a sacred coat. No human noble would dare to disrespect her, but would try their best to provide her with convenience. From the moment she woke up, the door of her house was trampled by visitors. She was gentle to everyone, just because no one could catch her eye. Just like humans look at cute little puppies and kittens, they can be crushed to death with a single blow, but because they are cute, they will indulge and spoil them. But it does not mean that the puppies will become the masters of humans. The dragons are even more proud. That's how Arya looks at everyone. They are just pet puppies, including the Empress of the Empire. Although you have some abilities, you are still an ant after all. And you are not worthy of my noble dragon soul. Forget about it. Nima. I hate it most when people show off in front of me and look discriminatory. Field's face turned green. Okay. Now even if you beg me, I won't accept your contract. However, I want to see how powerful your dragon soul is. How it can treat me like an ant. Are you challenging me? Very good. Stupid. Arya released the phantom of the real dragon. This time, I'm going to be serious. Thank you for saving my life. I will compensate you in the future. Field raised the gluttony great sword. But, now, let's fight. If you lose, hand in the defeat animation. Hee hee. This is my Lord Rosaria. I just had enough food. Rosaria's sneer sounded. Corruption is not afraid of any living thing. As long as it is a living thing, I will kill it for you even if it is a god. Chapter 112. Arya was defeated, the man who defeated the Dragonborn. Hee hee. Arya rolled her eyes coquettishly. You simply cannot understand the power of the Dragonborn. Except for the magic of the Chosen One, I am proficient in all conventional magic, and I have absorbed 3 dragon souls. What can you use to fight me? First level Dragon Roar, Flame Dragon Breath. First level Magic, Wind. Arya waved her hand, and the giant dragon phantom behind her spit out a magnificent flame, and under the blessing of the wind magic, it swept out. Wherever the dragon flames went, they were all scorched earth. The sound of energy explosions, like thunder, echoed into space. "Leave it to me next," Rosaria said seriously. "I know you want to contract her. No problem. I want her to just call me Daddy from now on." Field's mind was empty, and he let Rosaria control him. His body suddenly felt lighter, and Field did not retreat but advanced, swinging his sword fiercely. Divine skill. Endless slash. The heart-pounding wave of sword energy drew a shocking arc in the air, layer upon layer, and intertwined with the dragon flames. Two completely different energies devoured each other, repelled each other, and made a thunderous explosion. "Interesting." Arya smiled slightly, and said in a contemptuous tone, "But it's not enough. I haven't used 70% of my strength yet." She was originally very curious about Field. It was unreasonable for a man to have such a strong power. She wanted to test where Field's strength was. However, she was disappointed. 70% of the power seemed to be enough to crush him. And let me show you the power of a dragon. Arya's divine power surged, and the dragon flame of the real dragon shadows strengthened again. Boom! Field was blown away, and the pain from his body made Field grimaced. "Rosaria, chop off her dog head. You actually thought I was easy to bully." Rosaria's confident voice echoed in his ears. "Of course, Endless Slash has just been charged. Divine skill, Endless Slash." After using Endless Slash for the third time, 13 giant sword chi slashed out. Rosaria's divine skill is extremely special, and it can be used continuously by burning her life. "It just so happened that I just killed the dragon and gained a lot of vitality. Now I have plenty of vitality. You dare to fight back again." Arya said so, but after casting 2 amplification magics on herself, she released the flame dragon breath again. The dragon breath and sword energy intertwined again, and the mixed energy almost lifted the swamp. What's going on? Such a high-cost skill can be used continuously? Arya was secretly shocked. "I can't lose to humans." This time, Arya did not hold back, and a steady stream of divine power blasted out. The sword energy was broken, and the dragon flames were crushing over. Countless blood gushed out from the gluttony great sword, forming a large shield, blocking the damage of the dragon flames. But Field still flew backwards. "Alas, I found that when we fight together, the consumption of divine power is much reduced." Rosaria was surprised. "But, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Field staggered to his feet. Rosaria is really powerful, worthy of being a guard, with a strong output and high output. And the key is that she can possess and protect herself. Okay, I don't want to kill you either. It's still not too late to surrender now. Don't even think about contracting with me. You're not worthy." Arya didn't want to fight anymore. She gave Field a way out. "What's the use of surrendering? We are still confident. Rosaria's divine power is magnificent. The life energy brought by slaying the dragon is inexhaustible. It's inexhaustible at all." Seeing that Arya was still joking, Field got really angry and said angrily, "Don't think you are awesome just because you have a dragon soul behind you. You are just a reincarnation of a big lizard from the west. I am the descendant of the dragon. I am afraid of nothing. A woman as arrogant as you, I will beat you 8 times a day from now on. You can only call me Daddy. Also, you have to say Wong when you speak. Do you hear me?" Arya was also furious. Although she didn't understand many words, she was asked to call me Daddy and bark like a dog. Even though her mission is to protect living beings, it is the first time that someone dares to speak to her like this. Go to hell. First level Dragon Roar, Flame Dragon Breath. Dragon Roar dares to fight against divine skills. First level divine skills, Endless Slash. The world of the Chosen One. Magic and Dragon Roar are useless. Boom. This time, Arya did not see the scene of dragon flame and sword energy interweaving, because the almost endless continuous sword energy directly exploded the dragon flame, and by the way, exploded her dragon soul phantom. "It's over. I underestimated the enemy." Arya's pupil shook. This domineering skill, actually it is a stacking skill, each release is stronger than the previous one. I felt the world spinning, and Arya flew out, like a kite with a broken string, and crashed into a pile of rocks. "It hurts." Arya's limbs trembled, and she barely got up, with a look of disbelief on her face. After all, a human body with a dragon soul is not a dragon. Even if you have a dragon soul, you are essentially a first-level chosen one. Field sneered, and saw Arya's confused expression. And he was very happy. Even if you are really a dragon, you are only a first level one now. It is a typical mismatch between cognitive level and practical ability. Arya is the reincarnation of a dragon. But now she is a human body. The chains of the gluttonous great sword couldn't wait, and directly tied Arya up and hung her up again. Are you convinced? Arya's white rabbit kept rising and falling, looking miserable. She spat. Humph, a noble dragon will not surrender, and, bah! Rosaria, let her show some nighttime features. Defeat animation. Field was unhappy, snapping his fingers. Hee, got it. Rosaria was so excited. The chain directly wrapped around Arya's neck, forcing her to get on all fours. No, it's too humiliating, like a dog. Arya struggled desperately, gritting her teeth. How is it possible? How can a human defeat me? Snap! The chain of the gluttonous great sword swung, slapping the buttocks, making the big ball of cotton shake violently. Who's the puppy now? Feld felt a little less angry. Woo, let me go. Be careful, I will dissociate the dragon's soul. Then we will all be finished. Arya threatened with tears in her eyes. Scum! Feld narrowed his eyes. You still dare to be arrogant? Snap! Another chain. I missed that. Being whipped doesn't really matter. The Chosen One's strong physical fitness can heal the wound quickly, but the numb feeling makes her want to go to the toilet. If she pees in front of humans, her dragon life will be over. Who is the puppy? Field folded his arms. Don't be like this. I'll make a contract with you 3 days. How about it? Arya had no choice but to give in. Field didn't indulge her, and whipped her again. Who is the puppy? I am. What did I say just now? Ad woof. Field said seriously. Dad? I was wrong, woof. Arya's cold face was full of reluctance, and she cried and shouted for surrender. Please stop making trouble. The black dragon will come back from foraging. We will all die. I still have to resist the end of the world, woof. Field nodded. Isn't this surrender? The third chosen one done. Chapter 113, the third God's choice. But experience card, who said I want to contract you? Field proudly put his hands on his hips. Woo. I want to pee. The human body is too weak. Arya's pretty face flushed. Her original icy face now only showed the collapse of etiquette and music. Dad? I was wrong. Woof. Please contract me. 60 days. Why add a time limit? Field was not satisfied. You can actually add a time limit? This is my special contract. Besides, this is the bottom line. Otherwise I would rather die together. Woof. Arya's eyes were determined. And the power surged again. And she looked like she really wanted to explode. After the artifact is disintegrated, the Chosen One will fight desperately. Field knew the power of the artifact disintegration, so there was no need to fight hard. Besides, he didn't want Arya to die in the battle, even if she didn't sign the contract for a day. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but don't look down on humans in the future. Field was relieved and felt relaxed. It's not so hasty to get the approval of the Chosen One. Field sighed, looking at the gluttony great sword in his hand. Once a person is blinded by greed, it's easy to do something out of the ordinary, especially when he has mastered a power that doesn't belong to him. Rosaria's power made him gradually become irrational. Enemies should be treated with violence, but neutral or friendly ones should not be treated in the same way. Rosaria's evil laugh sounded in my ears. You are right. But it is not entirely your fault. The gluttony great sword will affect your sanity. You need to be cautious with all corrupted gods. Their artifacts may have a greater impact on sanity. Just like the Lord of the Rings. Thanks for the reminder, Miss Rosaria. Arya is a very good person. I shouldn't hurt her. Field is not so crazy that he would ignore other people's feelings at every turn. Especially when Arya is still a good person. After taking a few deep breaths, Field regained his calmness and rationality. Arya took a long breath, turned around and wiped the tears from her face. My mission is to stop the dragon from destroying the world. You should think about it. It's better not to contract me. Contract or not, there is no necessary connection with saving the world. Field was confused. And I can help you. I'm leaving the Morningwind province soon. Wouldn't you be wasting your only contract position by then? If I don't go, there will be terrible consequences. Very considerate. Field was shocked. You are not going to Skyrim. Are you? Don't forget to bring me the complete volume of the energetic Argonian Maid. Where is Skyrim? I am going to find the place where the ancient dragons fell, to collect their knowledge, and I can only go alone. others will be killed by the Dragon Soul Guard. Arya obviously has never played the Elder Scrolls V. Of course. Miss Arya, since you have joined the Night Lord and made contributions to me, I will do my best to help you in the future, and the Night Lord will fight with you. Field made an okay gesture. I still hope to contract you. Even if it is only for 60 days, of course, you can leave at any time, even now. Well, after hearing this, Arya felt a little happy for some reason, and was not so resistant to Field. The mark is on my back. Arya hugged the doe, ripped open her dress, revealing the mark of the goddess on her snow-white back. The mark of the chosen one shone with a domineering and strong light, and the dragon's might full of pressure surged out, gathering into the sacred goddess's phantom. Then a divine power connected Field's body tightly. Field's Lord panel added Arya's name. Name, Arya Akatosh. Contract for 60 days. Level, first level. Dragon God's chosen profession, Dragonborn. Divine skill, True Dragon Shadow. Manifests the divine giant dragon shadow, copies and greatly enhances the original body's skills, assists in combat. Artifact, Akatosh's dragon soul possesses the potential to master all dragon roars, conventional magic, conventional fighting skills, and at the same time, devours the souls of other dragons, can master their knowledge and heritage. Possessing all kinds of incredible powers. Artifact not inherent to the original body. Daylight Bow first level. Skeleton, Dragon Spear first level. Emerald Quiver first level. Legion skill, none. Territory gain, none. Lord gain, none. Oh my god, she really isn't bragging. Field broke out in a cold sweat. Someone really gave Arya a divine weapon, and 3 of them. When did divine weapons become so worthless? The dog licker is really awesome. Luckily, she underestimated the enemy. Otherwise, if she took out a bunch of small props, Field's head might have been knocked crooked. As for the panel, it is hard to describe. It is actually useless to the territory, the Legion and myself. What she said, the contract is of no benefit to the Lord, is true. If there is only one contract position, it is a waste. Let's go. Dad, the Black Dragon is coming back. Arya spoke softer, and it felt like an equal communication. Field laughed. I was joking before. Just call me Field. Dad, let's go. Arya was not happy. Arya, keep my word. This is the pride of the dragon. Feeling that the favorability has increased inexplicably. Even a little pampered? This is not an illusion. Field has observed so many gods chosen and found something interesting. That is, the chosen ones really have divinity. In simple terms, they do not treat people as human beings. The simplest example is that Rosaria treats the corrupted as her own kind. But she kills them without mercy, and even eats them as food. When the pink cat-headed butterfly, died a lot of her teammates. She quickly recovered and talked and laughed with Field. Even Eshina has a little bit of this. She never speaks for her kind, but treats humans and demi-humans equally. The chosen ones only care about the lords, and will not look at others. After the contract is signed, the chosen ones will treat the lords on the same level. The most direct manifestation is the increase in favorability, and the words are much gentler. So, it may be feasible to make a contract first, and then cultivate feelings, which is a bit despicable. Field rubbed his chin. But it is difficult to do, because those who do not recognize their chosen ones will not cooperate with the contract. In the future, it is better to use less violent means. Arya, can you take the 3 dragon corpses away? Maybe they can come in handy. When Field saw Arya transforming props out of thin air before, he guessed that she had spatial ability. No problem. As the space twisted, the 3 dragon corpses were all taken away by Arya. Let's get out of here. Yeah, my army may be waiting impatiently. After that, Arya grabbed Field and left, while releasing a skill, Dragon Roar, purify the sky. In the swamp, the breath of the 2 people was purified, preventing the black dragon from smelling them. After leaving the lake, the 2 hurried back to the territory. It was already afternoon. Chapter 114. Arriving at the front line. Field's title. The soldiers were already anxious. Field had no choice. His warhorse was gone. He couldn't ride back on Arya. Could he? So it took a long time to travel. With Arya's joining, the First Army's combat power doubled. In the following time, Field did not flatter Arya, but was busy with his own business, extorting all the villages he passed by, and training the First Army by the way, in addition to running drills and queues. The rest of the time was just a simple phalanx of long spears. More complex formations were impossible. But those who could skillfully form a defensive phalanx of spears were already considered combat ready. On the third day, Field finally saw the first army heading to the front, followed by the second, the third, and more troops heading to the front. The dull sound of horse hooves, the mixed sound of footsteps, and even the ground was slightly trembling. Large and small noble armies poured in from the skyline, like a rushing river made up of people. Okay, let's go too. Field mounted his warhorse. This spare horse was not as good as the previous one, but it could still be used. Yes, sir. The guards threw away the chicken bones in their hands and burped with satisfaction. They had extorted too much food these days, and they lived a life like in heaven. They were even more grateful to Field. How many nobles are participating? Field was amazed. The noble army seen on the road was carrying a variety of family flags, wearing different costumes, and even different accents. Of course, they also had something in common. That is, the knights were all showing off their power, while the regular soldiers and guards were holding weapons and marching seriously. As for the serfs or slave soldiers, they could only carry a pile of baggage miserably, staggering on the road with painful faces, and being whipped or scolded from time to time. There were also many mercenaries, carrying a variety of equipment and trophies on their backs. Mercenaries often had the worst discipline and would hardly miss any opportunity to plunder. Field only extorted in the province of Morning Wind, not plundering. First, there were not many high-value items, and extortion could ensure sufficient food. Second, the immediate superiors they would face were the Morning Wind people. These mercenaries would become the first wave of cannon fodder. Field couldn't wait to go to the front line. He followed the other noble troops and moved forward slowly. Hello, Sir Field. I have heard of your name. A young man in navy clothes came over on a white horse. He smiled kindly. My name is Loron, from the Northwind family, and I am glad to meet you. I haven't heard of it. But Field pretended to be enlightened. Oh, Northwind family. I have heard of your legendary stories a long time ago. Loron smiled happily. Great. You are worthy of being Sir Field. Do you know? The whole Morning Wind is spreading your title. Fuck. Is it true? I was so angry. Is it the Northern Lion? Or the Devil Muscle Man? Field was very proud, and couldn't help showing a confident smile that could conquer the world. Not those. Your title is Baron of Happy Beans, a man who brings good news to men. What? Field almost fainted. The name he had just thought of turned out to be a boomerang, hitting him hard on the head. Your army is very strong. I look forward to fighting the enemy with you. Loron sat on his warhorse and gestured to Field. The first army that he had urgently trained, in Field's eyes, was the weakest of the weak, but in the eyes of Loron and other nobles, it was not the case. The troops were well organized, marching in neat steps, and everyone was wearing armor. They were already considered a top-class army. Oh my God! They didn't fall behind or escape into the woods. They managed to stay in line. They are indeed the elite of the Ross family. The little nobles stopped to watch, casting envious glances. In addition to themselves and their followers, they only had some serfs, using broken sticks and farm tools. Of course, there were also a few unfriendly glances. Baron Happy Bean made a lot of money, and it is said that Simon cried poor. I heard that he is very weak. The result will be clear in the battle. Field ignored them and continued to march. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the border fortress of Morning Wind. Large groups of troops were stationed here, stretching for dozens of miles, with bonfires, huts and chevaux de frise, forming a long camp. Large tracts of trees were cut down, and simple huts were built. There were endless tents, some for living, and some for the wounded. Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Please, don't saw off my arm. I will collect money to buy healing potions. Please. Ah! The wounded wailed, and the unlucky guys were directly treated with bloodletting, or sawed off their festering limbs. What kind of genius arrangement? Let the wounded be placed at the assembly point, and their morale will be lost before they can even get a boost. Field's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to see that his soldiers were already showing a look of fear. No one wanted to become a cripple or a corpse. Baron Naslu has returned to the embrace of the goddess, and died in the siege of the cultists. Knight Seaton left us, and he died on the way to the charge. People kept reporting the names of the dead nobles, and there were special officials recording them. A group of nobles were mourning. They were all warriors who were devoted to the country. Rest in peace. Did they die in the enemy's attack? Field came over to mourn, lowering his head and asking quietly. A kind-hearted noble made a pattern on his chest, turned his head and said, "They died in the reconnaissance mission. Some died in the probing of the cultists' fortifications, and some died in the ambush." Ah. No need to think, these young men arrived early, and most of them were full of enthusiasm, and happened to have no background. Then the governor assigned them some dangerous tasks, which happened to hit the enemy's gun. Rosaria couldn't help but sigh. Hey, they are all warriors of the Empire. My Xingye family also died defending the Empire. They are indeed warriors. But it's a pity that those nobles wish they would die more. Field sneered. He had seen through the nobles' calculations. Why do you say that? Rosaria was confused. Because the more the cultists make trouble, the more nobles they kill. And the bigger the pie they get after the rebellion is suppressed. Where do you think the Atavan province, as well as the land and wealth of the nobles who died in the war, will go? In the stomachs of certain nobles. Rosaria understood immediately. So, you want to expose them? Of course not. We want to be the ones who divide the cake. Not the cake. Nor the ones who turn the table. Field arranged the army to set up camp. And he went to the fortress to show his face. This is a good opportunity to improve his reputation. Maybe he can get rid of the stupid title of Happy Bean Baron. Chapter 115. An old friend whom I have never met. After passing through several gates, Field entered the heavily guarded fortress. Immediately, someone came up to him and said that Laying invited him to reminisce about the past. Good day, Happy Bean. Baron Field. Laying wanted to follow etiquette and call him by his title first, but when he saw that Field's face was frighteningly dark, he quickly changed his words. You are late. And Aisha and I have been waiting for a long time. Wait for me. Who is Aisha? Field's mind was full of question marks. Sorry. Sir, I encountered a big trouble on the way. You may not believe it, but I was attacked by a black dragon. Field drew a huge circle in the air with his hands, shook his head slightly, and then let out a long sigh. I almost couldn't serve the Empire. Fortunately, my mount saved me. But the horse was eaten by the black dragon. Too bad. Field looked guilty. Tears flashed in his eyes, and his body leaned forward slightly, as if he was about to bow. So, I'm much later than the agreed time. I'm sorry. Oh, thank you, goddess. Fortunately you are okay. We actually ran into that black dragon. I heard about the black dragon, but it was driven away by the chosen one of the Nibelung family last night. At least you don't have to worry when you go back. Laying put his arm around Field's shoulder and said to his followers, pick a warhorse with the blood of a monster from the stable for Field. The black one is good. It has the blood of the Deathclaw monster. It has first-rate speed and strong impactability. So generous. A warhorse with the blood of a monster, at least 1,000 gold coins. Thank you for your generosity. Field was a little confused. He couldn't understand why Laying was so enthusiastic. Then, Laying looked at him up and down with a greedy look, and then licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Fuck. What kind of look is that? Field subconsciously took a step back. This old dang couldn't be a homosexual. Haha. Field, do you still remember Aisha? Laying poked Field's arm, then winked with a funny look, and said with a grin, give you a hint. She is my niece. No impression. Not in the original owner's memory. Seeing Field's slightly embarrassed look, Laying said regretfully, thank goodness Miss Aisha still remembers you. It is not the knight's way to disappoint a girl. Field was speechless. Sorry. Please don't keep me in suspense. Aisha Valden Nibelungen, one of the Earl's granddaughters, the family's new chosen one, and your childhood playmate. Do you remember when you were little? You always followed her around, and she called you a supersized slug. Damn. My god. A supersized slug. Although the brain is still blank, but Filda pretends to make a look. Oh, I have an impression. Cute Miss Isha. Yes, I will take you to see her. She has mentioned you many times. What happened recently? There are a lot of peach blossoms. They are all gone. Fields are no longer available. Soon, Field saw forced business. Aisha, the beautiful face is extremely gloomy at this moment. She is sitting in a chair, holding the teacup dignified, wearing black and blue satin long skirts. Have you seen my niece? An elegant and beautiful noble lady. I think a true knight will never back down in love. Laying gave Field an encouraging look. Your charm is definitely good. Field felt puzzled. This enthusiasm was wrong. Since he became a noble, his understanding of nobles has become clearer. That is, things that have no benefits, they will hardly do. There is an alternative, that is him. Field. Introduce a chosen one to himself? Impossible, I am not Long Outyan. The tiger body trembled and frightened him to fall down and worship. Where is her lord? Field asked tentatively. Well, Aisha's contractor is her second uncle. Baron. But he didn't come today. Laying obviously didn't expect Field to mention this. A normal young man. Seeing the amazing beauty of the chosen one. Shouldn't he approach her and lick her with a flattering face? Don't let your imagination run wild. If she finds someone she likes, she can change her contractor. The chosen one will naturally respect the Lord and despise others. Laying. This old man let himself lick a chosen one who was contracted. It's inexplicable. Wait, isn't it a plot of the nobles having affairs? There are many cases of close relatives marrying, after all, to ensure the purity of blood. And then when there is a child, just find an honest person to take over. Just like my eldest brother, having affairs with my sister-in-law, mother-in-law, and grandmother, all told by cow. Field laughed, teased. Oh, are they not getting married? I am looking forward to attending the banquet. Misarrangement is not the work of a night. The contract is a decision of the family. Miss Aisha is still a pure girl, and has no experience in love. Laying was embarrassed, but remained serious. Field cast a puzzled look. How do you know she is innocent? Have you ever opened her mouth to check? Oh, that's great. I like being with beautiful ladies the most. Field raised his eyelids, pretending to be very excited, turned his head, and walked towards Aisha, but his mouth corners were raised playfully. In his heart, Field had a guess about their tricks. Aisha was surrounded by 7 or 8 handsome and confident nobles. Those proud men, at this moment, were telling boring jokes to make Aisha happy. Why do soldiers always bring a chair to the battlefield? Because they want to win. Ha ha, this joke is so funny. You are so humorous. The men flattered each other, but their eyes were always on Aisha's beautiful face. Aisha barely raised the corners of her mouth, and the veins on the back of her hand bulged slightly. If it weren't a public place, she would have wanted to twist the heads of these annoying flies off. Hello, Miss Aisha. Do you remember me? Field walked over, waved and said, in an aristocratic tone that he himself found disgusting. I am Field from the Ross family. You are the brightest star today. Of course I remember. Aisha stood up, apologized to the men around her, and walked out of the crowd. She glanced at Field, hiding the disgust in her eyes. She put her hands neatly in front of her and said indifferently, Let's go. It's too stuffy here. Let's go out and get some fresh air. Field immediately felt dozens of unfriendly eyes. But it doesn't matter, to be able to flirt with a chosen one with a lord, these handsome men are all fools. Either they don't understand internal affairs, or they have no background, trying to get on the big ship of the Nibelungen family. And Field's purpose is different. He wants to use the other party's identity to gain some benefits. At least on the battlefield, he will never let the Earl's granddaughter rush to the front line. The two walked out of the fortress, and went out for some fresh air. Chapter 116, Going out to meet the enemy. Of course, outside the fortress, there was nothing good to smell except the stench of the soldiers, the smell of excrement, and the smell of blood. Field was very twisted. This bad smell, I missed the night territory. Although the night territory was poor and leaky, at least there was no need to worry about stepping on shit. I heard that you defeated a 3rd-level rat demon. Aisha kept a distance, and did not turn her head when she spoke. So brave. It was my knights and soldiers who did it, and I have to thank the goddess for her favor. Aisha was very curious about this matter. Did you really survive in the night territory? There are only rotten corpses there. You should change a territory. There is no choice. Who would want to open up wasteland? Field lied. I'm just struggling to survive. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll come back. At worst, I won't have a noble title anymore. In fact, I'd rather be a bounty hunter. Uh-huh. No. That's stupid. I mean it's good to have ideals. But it's unwise to give up a noble title. Elsa was startled by Field. She wanted to curse him irritably. Without a noble title, she would just be a lowly servant. What's the point of talking about that? But she opened her mouth and changed her words. I believe you will make a rational choice. It's hard to hold on. Look at my army. Let alone knights. There are not even many horses. Not to mention weapons. They were all lost in the battle against corruption. That's not a problem. I'll send you some horses and weapons. Our family can give you some help. I will. You're an angel. Field almost laughed to death. He had confirmed his guess and got some benefits. Rubbing his chin, Field sighed in his heart. It seems that my chief father, Count Kurt, is not good enough. The Nibelungen family can't wait to get a share. Hey, I don't even think about the inheritance. But someone helps me think about it. It's an honor. From the family power map of the empire, the Ross family is mainly in the Rick province, but in the Morningwind province. It also has an enclave, a total of 2 cities, 3 fortresses, and a large area of land directly under its jurisdiction. Nightfall territory is also one of the enclaves of the Ross family. When the 6th-rank god chosen of the Ross family was still alive, it was at its peak. There were enclaves and industries everywhere, and the family was extremely powerful. But now, even the ancestral land is being targeted. When we first met, you said I was a good person. It turns out you had already inquired about it, and you just wanted to bully the honest people. After Count Kurt died, Field, as his heir, could get some land. If Field married Aisha, the Nibelungen family would have room for maneuver. First, through interpersonal operations, let Field obtain the territory of Morningwind. Then let someone kill Field, and let Aisha be his wife, and then inherit all the land. The Nibelungen family can easily obtain huge benefits, and can also pretend that nothing happened, from the fact that Aisha has already signed the contract, but still needs to find a husband. It is definitely a problem, because they have no intention of really getting married. Of course, it may also be true love, although the possibility is 0. Field muttered. He still knows how much he weighs. What are you thinking about? Aisha pushed her hair behind her ears. Nothing, I'm thinking about the war. The two chatted for a few words, and then Aisha left. But Field believed that, as long as he took the initiative, Aisha would be happy to contact him, even though her face was full of forced business. Soon, soldiers delivered equipment and horses. There were 6 war horses in total, one of which was particularly handsome, with the blood of a magic beast. In addition, 20 hickory crossbows, 50 square shields, and 50 standard sabers. Very good. Field was delighted, playing with the shield and long sword in his hands. Woo! The horn of assembly sounded in the distance. Field found a high platform, put his hands on the awning, looked out for a while, and immediately came down to urge, Hammer! Distribute the weapons. The rebels are attacking. Prepare for battle. The next morning, the sky was slightly bright. Amid the dull horn sound, countless people in tattered linen clothes, holding sticks, dung forks or hatchets, were densely mixed together. Men, women, and even children. They looked terrified, trembling with different steps. But they shouted slogans. Shadows descended into the world. Blood sacrificed to the true God. More than 50,000 villagers were evilized by the eye of long-cherished wish, and began to assemble under the orders of the cultists. They were endless, stretching for dozens of miles, preparing to attack the fortress. The nobles had blocked the cultists in a Taven for almost a month. If they didn't break out, they would be trapped here to death. In the middle of the queue, surrounded by villagers, a group of about 3,000 armored warriors stood out. They wore gray and white robes. Their faces were covered with unknown runes, and they screamed loudly, God's will orders you to take the fortress. The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army in this battle, Governor Taklin, also fully demonstrated the pride and arrogance of the nobles. He didn't take the peasants and cultists seriously at all. He didn't rely on the defense of the fortress, but took the initiative to attack, and fought head-on. Amid the high-spirited roars and prayers, the noble coalition poured out from the gates of the fortress, and formed military formations of different sizes on the plains. In this battle, there were private elites of nobles from the 3 provinces of Qatar, Morningwind and Rick, as well as the Imperial Legion and the Griffin Knights, and the knights composed of adventurers, patriots, and small nobles from all over the surrounding areas. Soon, military flags were everywhere. The magician kept casting long-range magic or reconnaissance magic at the enemy's army. The soldiers shouted excitedly, Fight for the Empire! Fight for the Queen! Fight for glory! Very good. The formation is almost complete. Let Ladlasa lead 1,000 heavy cavalrymen to attack the rebels head-on. Then the whole army will press forward. Taklin stood on the watchtower of the fortress, and he was full of heroic spirit. He slapped the railing and said angrily, I will make these peasants pay the price. Sir, do you want to let the scouts test? We haven't seen the enemy's chosen one yet. A noble asked. Taklin waved his hand indifferently. No need, they are just a mob. We must crush them head-on. Yes. I will obey your will. Use the sound transmission magic. Notify everyone. Prepare for attack. The commander of the rebels was also possessed by some kind of devil. His subordinates were all pale and skinny mobs, but facing tens of thousands of noble coalition forces, they were not at all inferior. The heavy horn sounded, echoing in everyone's chest. The controlled people trembled wildly, because of fear. Tears squeezed out of the corners of their eyes, but their bodies could not help but move forward. Soldiers and cultists were shouting everywhere around them. Blood sacrifice to the true God. Blood sacrifice to the true God. Chapter 117. Field was in the 3rd Army on the left wing of the coalition army. Here were all small square formations composed of noble private armies. If we use the war in China as an example, this kind of large group of small square formations fighting on their own was a taboo in war. Once a noble retreated, it would probably lead to a collective defeat. Governor's order. All-out attack. Annihilate the enemy army. As the commander of the left wing, Laying shuttled back and forth between the army formations, constantly encouraging or issuing orders. His roar was accompanied by fighting spirit, making Field's ears buzz. Attack! Attack! Countless soldiers shouted in unison, stepping forward, more than 10,000 noble private soldiers on the left wing, stepping slowly forward. At the same time, magicians from various families began to chant, and various enhancement magics were cast as if they were free, into the coalition army. Unfortunately, there were no magicians in the night territory, and there was no enhancement. Field shook his head helplessly. 2nd level magic, light feather. Field felt his whole body lighten, and the armor on his body seemed to be nothing. Turning his head, he saw a familiar figure. It was the Knight Loron he had met before, and his family magician generously gave Field an enhancement. Hi, Baron Field. He gave Field a thumbs up, then raised his lance with an excited look on his face, and shouted, "Show those damn rebels a little color." To the nobles, the rebels were just a group of hungry rabble, walking merit. Of course. Field smiled back, then put on his helmet. He was wearing 2 layers of armor, and the violent beating of his heart could still be heard clearly. 3 armies, with flags waving, the whole army pressed forward. Without any probing. They attacked directly. A phalanx of elite cavalry lined up in front. Livla, the chosen one from the Empire, shouted, "Heavy cavalry of the Empire, follow me in charge." Level 3 divine skill. Comet impact. She turned into a sky-blue flame and rushed towards the cultist phalanx. Wherever she passed, all the blockers were crushed into dust. Even if they were not attacked directly, the people around them, who were touched by the flames, almost immediately burned up. There were miserable howlings everywhere, and the sound of explosions of people being burned to ashes. Livlasa was like a high-speed train, directly crashing into a bloody railroad track. With Livlasa paving the way, the heavy cavalry followed the bloody path, and attacked in a wedge formation. They actually used their precious heavy cavalry to charge the first wave. They are really confident. Field was shocked. This governor was really good at fighting. Don't you need to consume arrows? At least let the magicians bombard for a few rounds. Similarly, they let the chosen ones crash in headfirst, and they were not afraid of being caught by the enemy's chosen ones. The Empire's griffin flag was flying high, and the heavy cavalry had already reached within 100 meters, and began to urge their horses to sprint at full speed. The armor was clanging with the stones and arrows of the rebels, but they could not penetrate it at all. "Beware of the scorpion crossbow," someone shouted, and the rebels pushed out a small crossbow cart, which was 1 person tall and much smaller than the city defense crossbow. But it was easy to penetrate armor. The field weapon called scorpion crossbow suddenly started, and dozens of giant arrows penetrated the heavy cavalry square, instantly nailing 20 to 30 heavy cavalry to death. The more tragic guys were even nailed together with their horses. Such a loss could make most barons bankrupt in an instant. But for the entire coalition, it was just a drizzle. The heavy cavalry's charge arrived in a flash. Although the rebels had set up countless halberds and spears, the heavy cavalry still charged forward fearlessly. Bang! It was like a wall hitting another wall. The front line was instantly covered by blood mist. The sky was filled with pieces of meat smashed by war horses. A large number of rebels were pushed and fell, and then trampled into the mud by horses' hooves. The coalition heavy cavalry also suffered considerable losses, and many of them were strung together like candied haws. It was too late for Field to see the situation ahead, because his left wing was about to meet the enemy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A dense array of fire bombs passed overhead, and landed in a formation not far from Field. It was unknown which small family's private army was in trouble. Under the saturated firebomb attack, the general formation was instantly blown into pieces, leaving the noble standing there in a daze, looking at the blood splashing on his body. At a loss. In the extraordinary war, ordinary people completely consume magic power and fighting spirit. If they consume divine power, then it is a bloody profit. Although ordinary people rely on their numbers, there is a chance to kill the chosen one, but it is definitely not in a field battle, and it is not something that can be done by cannon fodder soldiers. Damn. It's even more cruel than I thought. Field saw the rebels calling in archers through the crowd of people, and immediately shouted, "Raise your shields." The knight leader of the First Army, who was highly focused, immediately raised his shields high, and walked forward slowly. The sound of arrows hitting the shields rang out immediately. The arrows penetrated the gaps in the shields, and shot down several soldiers. Fortunately, the rebels' bows and arrows were mostly hunting bows, which were good for shooting rabbits. But the lethality was extremely low when attacking soldiers wearing leather armor. Only 3 or 4 people were shot, and they were all lightly injured. "We're still shooting." Seeing the enemy had fired a round, Field was not one to suffer a loss. So he immediately took advantage of the gap and ordered his soldiers to shoot arrows. The previously obtained support materials were now put to good use. After a burst of machine guns, dozens of rebels fell immediately. Before they could fire the second round, the coalition forces at the front collided with the rebels face to face, and the two armies immediately fell into a chaotic and brutal hand-to-hand combat. Swords, spears, swords, and halberds were madly harvesting lives, and blood and flesh were splashed everywhere. Even if a knight or warrior possessed fighting spirit, they were trapped in the crowd. There was no room to dodge at all. There were people all around, before and after, even under their feet. All fighting skills and combat techniques were bullshit. If they were unlucky, they couldn't even raise their hands. At this moment, only strength and armor were the most reliable. Field saw with his own eyes that a strong warrior, who burst out with second-level fighting spirit, swept several rebels, had his fighting spirit exhausted, was stabbed by random guns, and finally had his head smashed by farm tools. The two sides had no formation at all. It was just a bloody collision. In just 10 minutes, people's heads were kicked and rolled around, and the blood almost gathered into a pool of blood. "We hold our formation." He was here to fish, but he didn't really intend to bury the whole army here. Field had gotten off his horse long ago, and there was no room to sprint at this moment, so it was better to stay in his own army for safety. He asked the First Army to maintain the defensive gun formation and stop advancing. As the saying goes, if you don't run to the front will run to you. Soon, Field was surprised to find that he actually met the rebels. The other troops in front of him either collapsed or died. The howling rebels, raising their tattered weapons, rushed forward with terrifying morale, and they were controlled, and had no right to escape, just like the rotten corpses of the night. Chapter 118. Really? Dream back to the night. Field was shocked. Does he have a grudge against the corpse? But the enemy is already killing him. There is no point in avoiding the battle. He suddenly drew out his sword and commanded, "Ready, stab." The soldiers overlapped their spears and drew their guns in unison. The thin rebels were instantly stabbed and fell, blood spurted. "Keep the rhythm, stab." They drew their guns in unison again. The rebels were like onions, and their layers were neatly peeled. The hysterical screams had not yet stopped, and more rebels surged up, like huge waves hitting the gun array. Fortunately, the thin linen clothes and rough farm tools were no match for the gun array. The rebels could only fall one by one, like wheat being cut. The rebels and the coalition forces fought without any rules. The battlefield gradually became chaotic. The two sides fought each other, like a pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, with black and white mixed together. The chosen ones also joined the battlefield. They went to the rear of the rebels, and fought with the chosen ones of the rebels. They were of no benefit to the front battlefield. They could only hear the fierce fighting like a thunderstorm in the distance. Soon, magic disappeared from the battlefield. All kinds of destructive magic were almost extinct. Occasionally, a magician would come up with a magic, but it would be eliminated by defense or purification magic. The ordinary soldiers, who were originally cannon fodder, gradually became the absolute main force on the battlefield. After an hour, the magicians were almost exhausted, and could only retreat to the rear to replenish magic. The fighting knights could continue to fight with their physical strength. The battlefield completely turned into a pure melee. Due to the governor's bold fighting style, there was not even a reserve team. Many people were exhausted, especially the infantry wearing heavy armor. At this time, the army of the Night Lord showed an extremely tenacious will. Thrust. Throw. The long spears stabbed continuously, maintaining an excellent rhythm, madly harvesting the rebels. The first army of the Night Lord firmly occupied a small earthen slope, with the wolf flag flying high, and the surrounding area quickly piled up a wall of corpses, with the corpses of the rebels. The soldiers, on the other hand, did not change their expressions. They found that this place was no different from the familiar Night Lord. It was even more comfortable, because the rebels were not as scary as the corpses. More and more noble soldiers, or scattered soldiers, gathered under Field's flag and stood firm together. Damn. I wanted to keep a low profile. Field was embarrassed. A bunch of small nobles gathered around him, staring at each other. No one expected that the fearless peasants would be so fierce when they went crazy. Fortunately, Field felt that the rebels' formation was shaky. After fighting for 2 hours, someone was heard shouting, "The rebels are retreating! The rebels are retreating!" The rebels were like the receding tide. In the noise, they stepped on the blood plasma on the ground and retreated to the rear. However, only the strong men retreated. The old, weak, women and children who were previously trapped were all torn to pieces on the ground. Destroy the enemy. Glory be to me. Hearing an excited roar, the gate of the fortress opened again. Governor Tacklin shouted glory, rode on a handsome lion-like monster, led his guards and 3,000 light cavalry, and pursued the fleeing rebels. The blood-red sunlight reflected the blood-stained earth. Corpses were everywhere. Blood gathered into a river. And there were ownerless horses, or crying soldiers everywhere. Huh? My hands are sore. Field sat down on the pile of corpses piled up by the rebels, breathing heavily. He couldn't remember how many people he had killed. Even with Rosaria's help, he still felt tired. Thanks to you, Baron Field. I really didn't expect that the rebels would be so tenacious. Laurent looked like a bloody man. He was also uncomfortable. His breathing was like pulling a bellows. Field was thirsty and uncomfortable. He licked the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips, saying, "This is the power of the 5th level artifact. Tens of thousands of people have been turned into fearless monsters. It really is. It's too surprising for me. My lord." Water. The hammer came over. He actually still had strength. He tore open his armor, and a bunch of arrows fell out with a clang. He chuckled, and tore open his inner armor again, wiped all the blood on his hands on his clothes, and then handed over the kettle. Tun tun tun. After Field drank it, he felt much better. Send some water to the other adults. 2. Field didn't mind getting some goodwill. He stood up and rode on his horse, planning to go ahead and take a look. After climbing over a small hill, he saw the governor's light cavalry chasing the defeated army, and farther away was the battlefield of the chosen ones. All kinds of brilliant skills were bursting out, and the beautiful mountains and rivers around had been flattened to the ground. Before I could even take a look, the 3 chosen ones of the rebels had already fled. Sure enough, the stronger they are, the harder it is to kill them. I heard that the Empire didn't even send out the 6th level chosen ones. Field shook his head, and then planted the wolf flag in his hand on the hill. The 6th level chosen ones would not be dispatched easily, and each of them guarded the core of the Empire. But in a moment, Field saw the returning Imperial chosen ones. Damn it. That pighead actually let the heavy cavalry charge the spear formation head-on. I was beaten by the 3 chosen ones, and I almost died. Livresa had loose red hair. Half of her shoulder was festering, and the bones could be faintly seen. Her artifact had been disintegrated, and she rode a unicorn, complaining angrily. I almost returned to the arms of the goddess of war. The artifact was disintegrated for half an hour. Why didn't you come earlier? We have to obey orders. 2. Can't you rush back? Some chosen ones didn't care. Sorry, Livlasa. I will heal you. There were also companions in the Imperial army, who kept comforting her. Please keep your voice down, or he will hear you. Next time, I will let you rush the city wall directly. The Nibelungen family will provide you with the best conditions. Field also saw Aisha, but as a first-level chosen one, she could only walk at the end and had no say. That must be the chosen one who ran into him at the beginning. He really suffered a lot. Field looked around for a while, but he didn't see the figure he wanted to see. He was very disappointed. He also felt sick because of the fishy wind. So he returned to the First Army of Night. In this battle, the First Army of Night died 17 people and injured 61 people. But the amazing thing is that they gathered more than 100 masterless soldiers, whose masters either died in the battle or disappeared. At night, everyone was resting in the camp. There were wailing and crying of the wounded everywhere. We just left the fortress gate. Field rubbed his brow. In this battle, not many elite soldiers of the Noble Coalition died, after all. They were more well-equipped. But many of them were defeated. In the era of cold weapons, defeating was very normal. The winner just needed to slowly gather the troops. The ones who suffered the most casualties were Livlasa and her heavy cavalry corps. More than 360 knights died from exhaustion and siege. She herself had her artifact disintegrated, was seriously injured, and it would take a long time to recover. In the first battle to suppress the rebellion, a chosen one was forced to leave the battlefield. Chapter 119. I finally see you. Luckily I didn't give up. Arya was cooking soup, stirring the pot with a spoon, and her long hair was scattered on her shoulders. She seemed to be worried that her hair would fall into the soup, and she even gathered it with one hand. Fearing that her identity as a dragon would be exposed, and being laughed at by the dragons, Arya specifically asked Field for a black robe, and wore a veil. This guy, does he care so much about the pride of the dragons? He's dressed like an Arab. Field shook his head helplessly, and looked down at the new order on the parchment, and the map of the Atavan province. The cultists broke through the fortress, and their plan to roam the Morning Wind province was shattered. The governor's plan to suppress the rebellion was to attack in 6 directions. To capture all the fortresses and cities in the rebellion area. And finally to the Viscount's territory to encircle the cultists' base camp. Field, it seems that you have found a new love. I am very happy. A familiar voice came. Field looked in the direction of the voice, and saw 2 unforgettable figures. His younger brother Adrian, and his chosen one. You are not dead. I thought you would die like a pig and a dog in the attack of the cultists. Adrian licked the corner of his mouth. He looked at the dragonborn who was cooking with greedy eyes. His eyes stayed on the dragonborn for a while. Although he was covered by a veil and a black robe, he was still shocked by this enchanting woman with a veil, and showed his desire without hesitation. Ha ha, long time no see, my dear brother. Field was overjoyed, and quickly stood up. He was not angry at all, because of his words. Instead, he looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person, and then showed a harmless smile, and walked forward slowly. You have changed a lot. Your nose is not as straight as before. When he first came to this world, Field punched him in the face. What did you say? The younger brother narrowed his eyes slightly. Field spread his hands. You are still so irritable and perverted. I thought you would be more mature. Mature like you? You dare not take office in the fiefdom, but hide in Maple Leaf territory, or come to Atavan to fill the number. The younger brother shouted very loudly. I wish that everyone could hear it. I will expose your cowardly behavior. The nobles who were camping nearby, who loved to watch the lively tearing scenes, came up immediately. What's going on? Aren't they all from the Ross family? It is said that Field is very cowardly. His lover was tortured to death by his brother, and he did not fight back. Oh my God. It's so funny. I don't think it's possible. Field fought bravely. The nobles whispered. Field rolled his eyes. But he was very excited in his heart, because he saw his brother's chosen one here. Which meant one thing. His brother's territory defense was extremely empty. He participated in the rebellion step by step. Just for this moment. Whatever you want. After saying that, Field waved his hand, turned around and walked back to the tent. If you want me not to expose you, let me play with your new lover for a few days. I'm tired of playing with the maids I brought with me. Don't worry, I will spare her a breath. The Dragonborn had never encountered such a situation before, and his eyes were full of anger. Field paused, turned around and looked at his brother from top to bottom. Didn't you hear me? I order you, let me play with your woman for a few days. Adrian seemed to be very interested in angering people, and emphasized in an unquestionable tone. Heh. Field's dark eyes were like blades, and his tone became grim. Play? Play with your mother. With a flash, Field appeared in front of Adrian and punched his brother in the face. Tie him up. The punch was so hard and sudden that Adrian was knocked down. His nose was smashed, and blood was splattered like money. The people around him exclaimed, You dare to hit me. You're done, bastard. Adrian's eyes were full of shock and hatred. He staggered back in embarrassment. Kill him for me. You're like a dog, barking non-stop. Field was not polite either, and wanted to punch him again. But when he saw his brother's chosen one raising his hand, He immediately stepped back a few steps. Field still remembered that he had her thrown out by the neck last time. Although she couldn't kill a noble in public, she could still beat him up. You actually hurt my lord. Unforgivable. Allison had never thought that Field would dare to attack his lord in front of her for the second time. She was shocked and angry, and her divine power surged immediately. And fire butterflies flew out one after another, each of which contained amazing fire energy. Field subconsciously reached for the gluttony greatsword. Kill her, bitch. Field. Rosaria was already arguing in her mind. I'm going to chop them into countless pieces. Enough. A terrifying fighting spirit fell, directly cutting a bottomless crack in the ground. Laying crossed his arms and warned, Do you want to fight in public? We are suppressing a rebellion. Anyone who dares to do this will be punished by the imperial military law. Who do you think you are? He hit me first. Damn it. My face. Adrian covered his nose. Blood was flowing down, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Lei Ying's tone was calm, and the long sword in his hand pointed at Adrian. Don't make me say it a second time. Please maintain the dignity of a noble, and don't bring shame to your family. Field let go of the sword, and shrugged. Your Excellency still has to give face. He knew that he couldn't fight in public. He couldn't be killed by other nobles. Similarly, he couldn't kill Adrian. This was challenging the authority of the entire empire. Besides, I won't get any benefit from the fight for now. I'm already lucky to punch him. Very good. Lei Ying nodded. He just likes people who know what's good for him. Damn it. Adrian was very angry. Field walked forward with a smile, and whispered to them, Remember, this punch is only 1/10,000th of the interest. In addition, there is one thing I want to say, and I will return it to you. I will take away your beloved, and then ravage her severely. Hee. After Field finished speaking, he smiled coldly, turned around and left, leaving Adrian screaming. Fuck. You dare to confront the Lord who has the chosen one. You are really a role model for us little nobles. Some little nobles were full of admiration. TSK. You are just a fool. You beat your own brother. This is not what a moral person should do. It's too cold-blooded. It was obviously Adrian who provoked you. Everyone was talking about it. But the Ross family was undoubtedly embarrassed. Field didn't care. After he returned to his tent, the Dragonborn actually took the initiative to find him, and expressed his gratitude with an embarrassed look. I didn't expect you to stand up for me. Thank you very much. Chapter 120 The Black Raven banner rose. I stab him is not just for you. This revenge has been long for a long time. You don't have to take it to your heart. The original owner's bloody revenge. The caddy's old phase was abused and killed. And the innocent little girl killed by fire butterfly was threatened by Felid, and made him super unpleasant. Dita yawned, and after a few words, he returned to the camp to sleep. In Adrian's Fulon territory. In a small border ravine. The corrupted black crow, with a steely sheen, slowly opened its eyes, and looked into the distance with its terrifying eyes. At this time, the sunset had already fallen, and the darkness, like a veil, was sprinkled on the ground, covering everything. It was dark and windy, and the weather was good. In the woods on both sides of the stone road, there were 60 or 70 figures in black robes, some leaning against trees, some sitting on the ground, all silent. Ashina's scarlet eyes kept scanning, and finally set her sights on the manor in the distance. Field lowered his voice and whispered, Ashina. My lord. You are here? The girl showed a look of surprise, turned her head, and smiled brightly at Black Crow. How is the war situation in Atavan province? Can Rosaria protect you? If she doesn't work hard, I will go back and bite her. I have no problem here. Have you arrived at Fulon territory? This is the border of Fulon territory. We arrived here this morning according to your instructions, and rested for a day. Ahead is a knight's manor. His village is not far to the east. This place is very rich. The manor has a watchtower, stone walls, and even small crossbows. We are waiting for your order. Good. Field was overjoyed. The suppression of the rebellion was just a cover for the looting army. The war of revenge has just begun. No matter if the owner of your manor is a good man, or a bad man, the bud determines the head. It should have been planned long ago. Field said nothing, directly controlled the black crow to spread its wings. The high-flying black crow hovered over the manor. The manor's defense was in full view. Field passed the intelligence he collected to Ashina. The soldiers on the stone wall were somewhat slack, holding their halberds in their arms, or sleeping against the parapets. or walking back and forth. They did not notice at all that a dark crow had exposed their defensive positions. Yeah. A sharp crow cry. The gatekeeper suddenly woke up, and almost dropped the halberd in his hand, and stumbled, and almost fell to the ground. Damn crow. Bad luck. The soldiers cursed, and their attention was attracted by the black crow. So they did not notice a series of black shadows, which arrived at the foot of the city wall at a speed like a cheetah. Then, one by one, the corrupted great swordsmen, with their fighting spirit surging, had one claw directly on the wall, and quickly climbed up like a spider. For them, the vertical wall was as easy as walking on the ground. Did you hear any sound? It was like a mouse was running around in the wall. I don't know. The soldier holding the bow was confused. I guess I'm too angry recently, and I'm hallucinating. When are you going to the village to deal with the two women? The captain of the wall fiddled with his ears with his fingers, looking unhappy, and subconsciously stuck his head out to see what was happening under the wall. Puff! A silver-white arrow, like a silver meteor, hit the captain's face directly. With a crisp explosion, his whole head exploded like a watermelon. Enemy. Before the soldier holding the bow had time to speak, a large group of tall and ferocious figures, with extremely light gestures, easily climbed onto the parapet. One of them stabs straight with a sword, and the sword pierces the soldier's neck from behind. The sharp tip of the blade is still bleeding. The great swordsman throws it casually, and the headless body rolls to the ground like a rag. Without any hesitation, the great swordsman quickly found a sentry post. His corrupted gray eyes glanced through the crack of the door, and saw two soldiers chatting, and a guy taking a nap. Bang! He kicked the door open with such force that the door panel flew off. The sudden movement startled the two soldiers who were chatting. They shuddered and subconsciously thought it was the commander. When they saw the person coming, they found that he was a heavily armored soldier covered in blood and holding a ferocious sword. They were shocked and subconsciously reached for their weapons. The terrifying sword swept out with a strong wind. Blood was like a gorgeous red curtain, splashing on the wall behind. The two soldiers, including their armor, were cut in half, and their intestines were flying everywhere. This scene was seen by the soldier who had just woken up. His pupils trembled. His legs softened, and he rolled off the bed. He opened his mouth several times, but he couldn't say the words of begging for mercy because he was afraid. Let me go! Let me go! He finally squeezed out the words. But the great swordsman chopped off his head with a sword, and the mixed sword energy even crushed the bed behind him. The order is to kill everyone. The corrupted throat squeezed out a difficult-to-hear sentence. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle alarm sounded outside the house. The whole manor was like boiling water poured into a hornet's nest. Everyone began to panic. The guards began to line up, and the servants hid in fear. Before a soldier died, he used his last strength to blow the alarm. But it was too late. 50 great swordsmen had already rushed into the manor, and quickly cut off the most threatening crossbows and sentry posts. After dealing with the 3 men, the great swordsman turned around and left the outpost. He saw 2 of his kind jumping downstairs and slowly opening the door. Disperse them. Don't let them line up, Field shouted. Cavalry, charge. The next moment, Ashina led the subhuman cavalry and rushed in through the open door. The more than 30 soldiers who had just assembled in line were directly dispersed by the cavalry. The terrifying impact of the Black Wolf directly turned 6 soldiers into blood mist. The corrupted great swordsmen and cavalry quickly followed, harvesting lives crazily with spears and swords. Almost instantly, the battle turned into a brutal massacre. The guards and servants of the manor, as long as they were alive, even dogs, all fell in a pool of blood. The owner of the manor, Night Crowleying, was still being affectionate with the maid, when he suddenly heard the sound of killing outside. What's going on? My lord, it seems that someone has come in. The guard in the house answered tremblingly, and secretly glanced at the lord. Could it be those mountain bandits? You actually asked me. Useless thing. Even though there are walls, people can still break in. I will hang all of them later. Clawling was furious. Without even putting on his armor, he picked up an axe and cursed. How dare you come to my territory and make trouble? Damn bastard. Follow me. Let them see the fighting power of a second-level fighting knight. Chapter 121. Clawing led all the guards in the house, and pushed open the door. Goddess. Is this hell? The guards were dumbfounded as soon as they opened the door. The manor was in chaos, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood, The previous cries and begging for mercy had completely disappeared, replaced by only the whistling of the cold wind. The corpses piled up on the ground. Even his hounds were killed. The Black Crow flag was inserted on the pile of corpses. The blood sprayed on it, added a bit of gloomy color to it. "Who are you?" Clawling suddenly felt it difficult to breathe. A terrifying atmosphere made him breathless. Ashina smiled and said, "Tell me everything you know, valuable information. I will give you a quick death." "It's too early to say that now." Clawling's fighting spirit burst out, and he held the axe across his body. But he found that more than 20 big swordsmen in heavy armor had already climbed into the house, cutting off their retreat. The two-handed big swords flashed with cold light, and all of them contained first-level fighting spirit. All of them are Dookie soldiers? How is that possible? Cloudling was stunned. You know, people with Dookie can at least be knights and have fiefs. What kind of heavenly law did he break to be besieged by so many Dookie soldiers? It is obvious that the group of people in front of him are not mountain bandits at all, but a powerful regular army. Tell me the valuable information. Don't make me say it for the third time. Cloudling had already begun to retreat. His brain was working rapidly. Although they are all Dookie soldiers, I have second-level Dookie. As long as I grab a warhorse, I can escape to Fulan City for help. So, he quietly moved his feet, and said arrogantly, "Do you know where this place is? This is the territory of the Ross family, and the noble Baron Adrian is in charge here. Leave here immediately, or the Baron will not let you go. Since this is Adrian's territory, there is no mistake in killing him." The enemy's little movements fell into Asina's eyes. Seeing that he had no intention of surrendering, Asina sneered and immediately lost her patience. Clang! Asina casually drew her gun. A vast ripple of divine power surged out, and the lance stabbed heavily. So fast! The Chosen One's casual attack was so fast that it was impossible for the fighting knight to catch it with his naked eyes. Clawling's pupil shrank, not daring to be careless, and quickly mobilized his fighting spirit, the surging fighting spirit energy in his body, allowing him to strike out with the peak attack. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out. The floor could not bear the sudden pressure and exploded directly. Clawling groaned, retreating 10 steps. His tiger's mouth was torn. A little stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The gathered fighting spirit was actually dispersed, and his body was in chaos. I'll tell you. Seeing the great swordsmen around him trying to capture him, Clawling immediately pushed them away with both hands, with a flattering look on his face. Tell me. Ashina looked at his backward steps with amusement. Sure enough, the next moment, Clawling exploded his fighting spirit, shattering the great swordsman nearby. He then turned and ran, ramming into a house at high speed, planning to climb out the window and leave. Humans are so cunning. Ashina drew her bow and shot an arrow, shooting a straight silver arrow, and it shot through the wall, precisely penetrating the wall and breaking Clawling's calf. Clawling suddenly felt dizzy, and before he could figure out what was going on, his body rolled to the ground like a rolling gourd. Ah! My legs! Yes, humans are very cunning, except me. I am pure and innocent, like a white lotus growing in a swamp. Field manipulated the Black Crow to land on Ashina's shoulder, and said shamelessly, "Yeah, your excellency is the best." Ashina shook her wolf ears anyway. Whatever the Lord said was right. But the way she treated her enemies fully demonstrated the cruelty of the white wolf subhumans. Black Wolf, eat that fighting knight bite by bite, I said before, provide valuable information to avoid torture. Talking crows, you are evil devils. Several guards were already scared to death. They didn't even have the courage to stand, and huddled together. Asina shook her tail behind her. If you don't want to be eaten up bit by bit, and then go to hell, say something useful. By the way, you all speak separately, and whoever says something different from others will be eaten. Listening to Clawling's screams, the guards were already scared out of their wits. There was no need to torture him at all. They knelt down like pounding garlic, and said everything they should and shouldn't say. The guards told all the manners, secret sentries, trade routes and villages of several knights around. Search all the weapons, coins and high-value items in the manor, and then hide them in the nearby mountains. We need a small base to hide the spoils. By the way, if the crossbow on the wall can be taken down, pack it up and take it away. The main point is not to waste anything, not to miss anything, Field said in an orderly manner. As for the livestock in the manor, I will reward you. Eat as much as you can. Don't eat dry food. There is not enough meat. Great. Ashina was very happy, and shouted long live. Next, we will still hide during the day, and go out at night to attack every place that can be taken. Kill all those who should be killed and take away all the things. Field said in a cold tone. It's time to give Adrian a little looting shock. If you have the guts, come to the night to lead the robbery. I am fair and welcome you at any time. Soon, boxes of gold coins, gold and silver jewelry, and magic potions were found. These were the fruits of several generations of business. They were able to support such a large number of soldiers, which showed their wealth. The whole night, everyone spent a happy search. The next morning, Field yawned, got up from the camp bed, walked out of the barracks, and took a deep breath of the bloody air. You didn't sleep well last night? Why do you look so tired? Perhaps because of helping her yesterday. The Dragonborn's attitude was much better today. She brought the baked bread and stuffed it into Field's hand. To be honest, I went to open a small account yesterday, and blew up a heavily guarded manor in one breath. Defeated the guarding knight, and then robbed the whole night. Even moving the city defense crossbow. Field said seriously. I never lie to my chosen one. Even if it's temporary. TSK. Boring. Arya rolled her eyes. A liar is a liar. You didn't leave your bed yesterday. Except for giggling in the middle of the night. Grinding your teeth in the second half of the night. And mumbling about wanting to touch the beasted girl. You didn't do anything. You are observing me? Field's pupils trembled. And he shrank his neck. Girl. You are not coveting me. Are you? Puff. Go away. Arya walked away angrily. Returned to the campfire. And baked her own bread. Alas. Sometimes, the truth is not believed by anyone. Field rubbed his eyebrows. Chevalier Laurent came early in the morning to greet him. Good day, Baron. Chapter 122, from the Griffin Province. Field immediately smiled back. Good day. I heard some bad news, which may be very important to you. Laurent said mysteriously. He lowered his voice, and glanced left and right. Fallid, who had friction with you, is also in the 3rd Legion, and is a military advisor with the army. Fallid? He is. Field felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Aisha's admirer, a dandy from the capital of the empire, said to be the illegitimate son of a great nobleman. Field slapped his head, and remembered. Wasn't it the guy who mocked me in Maple Leaf City? No wonder he was inexplicably hostile to me. He must have heard about the Nibelung family's plan to match me with Aisha. That's indeed a little trouble. Field nodded. Surprised. He is actually a military advisor. I didn't expect his ability to be so outstanding. You are joking. Ability can never beat noble blood. Besides, whether you are capable or not is a matter of the nobles. If they say you can do it, it's okay if you can't. If they say you can't do it, it's okay if you can do it. Although he laughed dryly a few times. Laurent's face was full of bitterness. He kicked 2 stones with his boots to vent his anger. The governor who suppressed the rebellion this time had average command ability. But it did not prevent him from getting the greatest credit. Anyway, you'd better be careful. Thank you very much for your help. I will pay attention. Field gave him a grateful look. Laurent scratched his head, then looked shy, rubbing his fingers constantly, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Damn. What kind of expression is this? Are you gay? Are you going to play a game? Field's pupils trembled, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Well, I hope you can take care of me during the battle. All the serfs I brought with me have fled, leaving only my 6 knights and my wife, who is a magician. But for the honor and future of my family, I cannot be a coward. Wiping off the cold sweat, Field nodded and agreed. That's no problem. He was so happy to get the help of cavalry and magicians for free. The governor ordered that all the people of the 3rd Army of the Allied forces should break camp and march towards the Howling Fortress. After thwarting the cultists' plan to flee, the Allied forces were about to launch a counterattack. The magician used the sound transmission magic to notify everyone. Amid the noisy noise, the surrounding troops began to pack up their things in a mess. And there were occasional curses and scolding. Lead the troops in the night. Set off. Field gave an order. With Field's order, Tietjue and others began to roll up their bags and load the baggage onto the trucks. And the whole process was orderly. This scene shocked Laurent greatly. Suddenly I felt that I could really earn military merit this time. Laurent was very happy, and secretly vowed to work harder. Is Sir Field here? A pleasant voice came. Looking in the direction of the voice, it turned out to be Elsa, who jumped off the carriage gracefully. A wonderful day, starting from seeing the beautiful Miss Elsa. Field was shameless, saying cheesy love words that he himself found disgusting, and he glanced at the goods that the other person brought. We meet again, the boastful country baron. I heard that you are devoted to researching things that make the cooing girl happy, haha. Speak of the devil, here comes the devil. Before Aisha could reply, Faladai hurriedly rolled down from a majestic warhorse, and quickly stood between the two of them, blocking Field's view. Field frowned. This guy was determined to go against him. He didn't argue with him last time, and was probably considered weak, and he started to take advantage of him. He actually said that the Ross family was countryside. If it was when the family was strong, he would have stepped into the coffin with his right leg. But now, he was so hostile to him, and his left leg was already in the coffin. Have you used the happy beans? Field's focus was different. The happy beans were more popular than he had imagined, and the speed of spread was incredibly fast. How much did they sell for? It seemed that he had lost money selling it to Simon for 40 silver coins, even though the price was higher than expected. No, I certainly haven't used it, but I'm afraid it's not working. So you developed the happy pills? Huh? Field was angry. I'm really good at soloing the chosen ones, making the white wolf demi-humans meow, and you actually said I can't. If you have a wife, I can prove it to the lady, Field said with a playful look. Puff Aisha almost couldn't hold it in. Pervert. The Dragonborn was even more disgusted, with an expression that said I didn't know him. Falad almost couldn't breathe. You bastard. What are you talking about? Okay. We are a coalition now. Don't say these useless things. It's not the style of a noble to be secretive. You should introduce yourself. A noble from a big city. My name is Falad Gale, from the Griffin province. Falad was very proud. He was indeed proud of being from the imperial capital, where people were either rich or noble. However, the surname Swiftwind is a fake surname. All illegitimate children from the Griffin province will be called this surname. If his biological father recognizes him, he can get his real surname. Field raised his eyebrows. Title? It was embarrassing for the legal system. A illegitimate child had no title. He blushed and said with his neck stiff, After this battle, the Atavan province will set aside the best place as my fiefdom. Then I will have a title. No title. No fiefdom. Oh! It turned out to be a little scoundrel. Field rolled his eyes. Go play. I just want to chat with nobles now. Not the lower class. Come and chat with me when you get the title. I didn't expect that one day. I would actually use class to despise people. Field shook his head secretly. And I was still degenerate. Countless people have lost everything, even their lives, to obtain the title, perhaps just for this moment. As soon as this was said, many nobles immediately laughed. Falad was furious. His eyes were full of hatred. He clenched his fists and said nothing. That field is finished. Phalai is very vengeful. It's going to be a good show. Several people who also came from the imperial capital whispered, with an expression of watching a show. Okay, Mr. Falad. I believe you can rise to the top, and capable men will shine wherever they go. At the critical moment, Aisha gave him a way out, comforted him with an encouraging and admiring tone, and Falad's face improved, and he turned to Aisha with admiration and gratitude. I will become the pillar of the empire, and then marry the woman I love. Field saw everything, and nodded secretly, thinking, the diplomatic ability of the Nibelungen family should not be underestimated. A little girl who has just reached adulthood can easily control a man. They obviously invested in the power of the Griffin province, and they are at ease. Chapter 123 Hatred and Conspiracy. Turning her head, Aisha smiled at Field again. Your heroic performance on the battlefield is impressive. My uncle wanted to help you several times, but you solved it yourself. Thanks to the soldiers for their lives. Field answered without hesitation. That's also your credit. I brought 10 sets of large leaf scale armor. I hope it will be helpful to you. Field accepted it embarrassedly. This makes me feel uncomfortable, thank you. Don't miss it, it's all gold coins. I specially asked for it for you. Armor is very scarce now. Aisha's tone today is much gentler, full of affinity. If a man sees a beauty treat him like this, he would probably have fallen for her. She curved her eyebrows, and said intimately, Come and talk to me about the battlefield. It's my honor. The two of them walked side by side, chatting casually. This scene, luckily, did not make Phalai angry to death. You actually chatted with the woman I was going to marry. Very good, you have already got a way to die. Without saying anything, Phalai walked to Field's right side in a wicked manner, and suddenly bumped into Field's shoulder. Field staggered and involuntarily rushed towards Aisha. And then accidentally buried his head in Aisha's broad chest. Very deep. And even on the way, it seemed that it had touched something incredible. And it felt very protruding. Aisha screamed. Even though she was educated as a lady since childhood, she couldn't hold back her rage. And immediately a powerful divine power surged. Nima. Faylai's eyes were red. And he almost went crazy. You can't blame me for this. Field touched his face, feeling very happy. But he said innocently, don't push me. Faylai. This is not a gentleman's behavior. The milk buns are really good. Fragrant and soft. Humph. Aisha glared at Faylai. Turned around and left. No. It's not like that. Let me explain. Faylai hurriedly chased after them. After watching them leave, Field shook his head and said to his soldiers, give the scale armor to the 10 captains. And then we will set off. Itavan province was not a wealthy province, but it was a beautiful place in the past. Now it is devastated and full of smoke. After marching with the army for half a day, each of the small nobles was given the task of eliminating the rebels, including Field, attacking Shanquan village, a once peaceful little village with clear springs and villagers who made a living by planting fruit trees. Now it has become a rebel outpost. They rely on the village to build a wooden fortress and provide beacon signals for the rebels. Take down Shanquan village and eliminate the rebels. I will commend you. And there will also be funding from the Empire. Laying patted Field on the shoulder to encourage him. I'll do my best. For Field, it was easy to take down a village, as there were 2 chosen ones in his army. Of course, he would not attack too quickly, as it was not in line with his plan to slack off. Baron Field, in this battle, I will record your military exploits, and serve as a military supervisor, and provide you with military assistance at critical moments. A resentful voice sounded behind him, and Field turned his head, and saw that it was the Faylai he had seen in the morning. He rode a warhorse, wearing colorful and gorgeous robes, and his armor was also brightly gilded armor, and there were 30 knights following him, and only 2 of them had fluctuating fighting spirits, and they were all first level. Even though he is the illegitimate son of a rich and powerful person, it is difficult to equip him with a large number of fighting knights, let alone the chosen one, because some chosen one families begged him to give them his real surname. Field said with an annoyed TSK, this fellow is just like a fly. And he keeps talking. Obviously, he has a very strong self-esteem, and will not tolerate any grievance. Even if the grievance is imaginary. Don't worry. Although you are very rude to Miss Aisha. For the sake of my colleagues in the Empire, I will never let you die in the hands of the rebels. I will generously help you. Faylai was relieved now. Although he was an illegitimate son, he was only a little short of getting a title. His father was well connected. And this rebellion suppression trip was just a gilded journey for him to gain legitimacy and recognition. He was now a military advisor to the Third Army. And he could do whatever he wanted. In his opinion, the number of rebels in Shanquan village was definitely not something Field could handle. He thought to himself, I will not send out cavalry until the last moment. Of course, after rescuing them, whether they are disabled or not depends on my mood. Oh, I am happy to cooperate with you. The greatest vengeance in life is just killing your father and taking your wife. Although he had no interest in Aisha, he still became a mortal enemy with him. Field was filled with murderous intent. He did not want a knife hanging over his head. However, Field pretended to be indifferent and shrugged indifferently. By the way, he glanced at Laying, and he just shook his head helplessly, indicating that he could not help. Don't worry. The lives of the nobles will definitely be protected. Laying promised. Okay. Field had completely lost hope for this group of selfish people who loved infighting and conspiracy. Although he had never expected it. The Knight Army now expanded to 370 people, 87 of whom were recruited soldiers without a master, with extremely poor training, and no loyalty to him. Field used them as free labor and cannon fodder. Under the frantic urging of Faylai, Field led his troops to change direction and marched along the path to Shanquan village. After about 2 hours of rapid march, Field arrived at an area where dense forests and mountain roads intertwined. There were simple chevaux de frise and antler obstacles everywhere on the ground. There were also many corpses along the way, most of which were villagers who were stabbed in the back. The children lying in the bushes made the soldiers of Knight Leader silent for a while. Be careful of traps, temporary troops, explore the way ahead. 20 soldiers who were recruited tremblingly advanced on the mountain road. Field observed the terrain on both sides back and forth, while comparing the small map. Hey, you are too slow. Mud-legged people, stinking reptiles, move quickly. A supervising knight rode over on horseback, and cracked the whip in his hand with a loud noise, causing Field soldiers to look at him sideways. This is necessary reconnaissance. Field was a man who protected his shortcomings. He immediately responded coldly. If you are in a hurry, you can rush up first. Okay. Disobey military orders and delay the opportunity. Phalai was recording something in a mean way. I will report everything truthfully. Damn it! They are disrespectful to the adults. Tichue clenched his weapon, wishing he could smash their heads. Don't get excited. Let the bullets fly for a while. Field sneered twice, and waved his hand indifferently. I seem to have heard the adults say this. Tichue scratched his head in confusion through his helmet. Report to the adults. There is no danger ahead. The scout came back to report, his face full of happiness, and 3 or 4 wrinkles squeezed out. Chapter 124. Well, let's move on. Field had actually looked at the small map. There was indeed no trace of the enemy. But the Knights of Phalide were very hostile to him. Walking through the narrow mountain road, you can see the mountain village halfway up the mountain. It has built complete wooden defense facilities. They even hung the bodies of several coalition soldiers with ropes as a demonstration. The rebels in the village patrol back and forth. From a distance, you can see the rising and falling long spears. Attack high from low, the other side has a village as defense. It is impossible to attack under normal circumstances. Field found a high slope, constantly looked around, then returned to the forest, his army temporarily hid there. Attack quickly. The impatient look on the face of the supervising knight became more and more serious, urging non-stop. Otherwise, delaying the opportunity to fight will be dragging down all the coalition forces. Yes. After a moment of silence, Field pretended to be helpless, and said to his army, this battle can only be won, not lost, and escape is not allowed. Iron Hammer, take people to collect all the chevaux de frise and roadblocks on the mountain road, and pile them all at the exit at the bottom of the mountain, and make sure to block the retreat. Yes, my lord. Iron Hammer said sternly. In this battle, I want to cut off the retreat. Besides, the adults of the supervisory team are watching, so don't even think about retreating. Field glanced at the people in the supervisory team, who all showed a proud look. When we attack later, I hope your army will not just stay in the forest, but help us reach the wall of the village. Field asked sincerely. I know. The legal principle was so inflated. Listen, cavalry. Without my order, no one can step out of the forest. You. Field waved his sleeves and left. After Tichue and others blocked the retreat at the foot of the mountain, Field gathered everyone in formation and marched silently toward Shanquan village. It's so cool. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to wag your tail and beg for mercy from me. Let's get off the horse and rest, and watch the show. Since ancient times, several coalition forces have often been defeated by one family. A big reason is that the coalition forces have their own thoughts and interests, and it is difficult to use their strength together. This is human nature. Field didn't even walk far when he heard laughter coming from behind, and he laughed out loud. Laugh? I'm not the one who's really going all out. Felt turned his head and glanced back with a dead look in his eyes. No one noticed that he didn't carry the big sword behind him. In the best house in Shanquan village, a master of the shadow world sat by the fire, praying with strange gestures. On the fire, a kid was pierced with an iron fork and roasted. Priest, all the high-end combat forces have left. Should we go back to the Screaming Fortress? An old man in sect clothes knelt in front of Amasta. This place has no value anymore. Praise the true God. Amasta did not reply, but raised his hands high as a conclusion to the prayer. Listen, we should dedicate everything to the true God. Don't be afraid of the enemy. The stupid coalition has already started to counterattack. First, sacrifice all the captured women, then drive them in, and take the initiative to attack the coalition. Sacrifice the women now? I haven't had enough fun yet, haha. Damn, I've been playing for a month, and you're still reluctant to part with it. Several fanatics laughed viciously. Wait, what sound? As everyone was talking, suddenly they heard a noisy sound coming from outside, roaring, screaming or wailing, all kinds of sounds mixed together, very noisy. Amasta, who was about to cut the meat with a knife, threw the knife on the ground with an unhappy look on his face. Did the sacrifices escape again? I want to see who is on duty and tear his bones apart directly. Amasta and the fanatics were about to go out, but ran into the soldiers, who were crawling and rolling to report. It's bad, priest. The Imperial Coalition has launched an attack on us. It's faster than expected. Then let them see my magic. No, start with you. Amasta brushed off the dust on his robe. He was very unhappy to be hit by the soldier. He stretched out his skeleton-like arm from under his robe, and quickly recited a spell to the terrified soldier. Crack. Puff. The soldier fell to the ground and twitched wildly, as if possessed by a demon. Then his flesh and blood suddenly exploded, and a bloody skeleton monster stood up from the broken flesh. Let's go. Let the coalition see how powerful we are. The soldiers around saw this scene, and they were not afraid at all, but shouted excitedly. Amasta pushed open the door, climbed up the wooden wall, and saw the well-organized knight army. They looked like the elite of the empire. But it's wishful thinking for such a small number of people to take over this place. Amasta was very confident. Do you want me to charge in directly? Arya saw Field's fierce expression and mistakenly thought that he was under a lot of pressure. I have been eating your food these days. As a thank you, I will help you fight. Arya resolutely refused to mention the contract. No need. Whether it is siege or street fighting, our army needs to be tempered. We can't limit our vision to the present. You just need to help break the gate of the village later. We don't even have siege weapons. Everyone listened to the order, line up to attack. Field did not ride a horse, but stood on foot with the army, following his order. The team of 100 people advanced slowly, in the form of a shield wall. The spears were like reeds, stained with blood or internal organs. The soldiers tried their best to hide themselves behind the shields, but their eyes were fixed on the front. Shoot! The rebels on the wooden wall immediately shot arrows, but the rebels' hunting bows and thin arrows, like drizzle, besides leaving some small white marks on the shields, they were completely useless. Although the archers were the best among the soldiers, strong and healthy, the equipment gap was huge. Soon, Knight led the first army to the foot of the city wall. The rebels filled wooden barrels with boiling water, or raised stones, and prepared to throw them down. Crossbowmen, fire at the wooden wall. Field made a prompt decision when the enemy's upper body was exposed from the parapet. He ordered the soldiers hidden in the team to fire at the wall. There was almost no threshold for using a crossbow. As long as you had fingers and eyes, you could easily kill the enemy. A burst of dense machine gun sound. A blood mist immediately burst out on the wooden wall. The rebels who originally planned to stop Field fell down in an instant and died on the wooden wall. The boiling water in their hands fell over and splashed on their teammates, causing a large area of chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Field shouted, Arya, blow open the gate. Dragon roar. Flaming dragon breath. Magic. Strong wind. The thickened gate was ignited in an instant, and the scorching flames burned fiercely. The next moment, an invisible whirlwind spread out and hit the gate, and actually shattered the wooden gate into pieces. Chapter 125 Hatred to Death. The rebels lined up behind the gate, were suddenly attacked, and were blown away and burned to death. Fuck. What's going on? Amasta was shocked. There is such a powerful magician, damn it. Fanatical believers of the Shadow World true God, stop the enemy. Amasta's fanatics, wearing all kinds of messy armor, raised their weapons and shouted incomprehensible scriptures, and rushed over with a roar. Blood sacrifice to the true God. The first army of night was not to be outdone, and immediately burst into a strong shout, and poured in from the broken gate. For the Baron. Charge. Iron Hammer held a shield in one hand, and a mace in the other, with a fiery fighting spirit burning in his eyes. He saw the leader of the fanatics rushing over at a glance, and without saying a word, he shouted die and used all his brute force to swing his mace hard. The village was small, and there were many people on both sides. There was no room for retreat, so the fanatics could only grit their teeth and raise their beheading axes to block. There was a loud clanging sound. Wow! In just one move, the fanatic who was addicted to alcohol and sex felt a strong force coming. His hands were sore, his knuckles were torn, and his weapon was directly knocked away. Before he could panic, he was knocked to the ground by the hammer with the shield, and then another powerful hammer. The fanatic's head was smashed to pieces, and his bloody body was still twitching. The soldiers of the Night Lord just held up their shields in front of him, and then stabbed with their guns, killing the rebels wherever they wanted. Come out, servants of the evil god. Seeing the situation was critical, Amasta immediately squeezed out all his magic power and created 5 more blood skeleton soldiers. Kill him all for me. Before he finished speaking, a crossbow arrow quickly penetrated Amasta's forehead, and the priest fell to the ground and died without even a groan. Really? A wizard dares to be so arrogant? You think I can't see you, right? The small map has long marked the enemy first-level wizard. Although the wizard has strong destructive power, he can still be killed by ordinary weapons. Field put away the crossbow arrows that were shot in the air, and after turning the iris brooch into a long sword, he slashed with a sacred light. The blood skeleton looked terrifying, but it was not even a first-level creature. It was immediately bombarded by the iris long sword, and its bones were shattered to the ground. Kill! 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 Long live Lord Field! Everyone was infected by Field's bravery, and rushed into Shanquan village like a torrent, launching a fierce massacre against the rebels. In the distant forest area, Fei Lai looked at the boiling Shanquan village. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. His smile gradually disappeared. Why was the script wrong? Field should not have been repelled by the cultists many times, suffered heavy casualties, and then kneeled down in front of him to beg for mercy. My lord. They seem to have attacked. A knight was shocked. Is the intelligence wrong? Fei Lai was also confused. It doesn't matter. We will also launch an attack later and get a share. No matter what, I will not suffer any loss. The knight asked weakly, what if Field comes to settle accounts with us? What can he do? Besiege me with soldiers? As long as one soldier leaks the secret, his noble career will be over. Besides, he is not our opponent at all. The legal is not virtuous at all. He beckoned. Go to the horse, let's go. This battle is that my leadership is proper. It's time to take over. Hey, where are you going? This road is not over. A elegant figure paced from the forest. Rosalia wipes the mouth of the corner of her mouth, speaking softly. Miss Ben's belly is empty. You look, it's a bit delicious. Who? The knights are alert to pull swords. One. Woman? Who are you? Legal pupil shrink. He was not stunned by beauty. In the place of war, seeing a stunning beautiful woman walking out with a smile, not a good thing, because the other party is likely to be a god chose. Ahem. Blood sacrifice. What is blood sacrifice? Blood sacrifice corruption. I will chop you to death. Rosaria smiled morbidly, and the gluttony greatsword flashed from behind her. The demon pupil on the sword flashed the fierce light of corn. Run away. It's the chosen one. The knights were so scared that their pants almost flew off. Damn. Why are there enemy chosen ones here? There are very few chosen ones, and they will only be used on the tip of the knife, such as breaking the formation, beheading or defending the fortress. In the woods outside a small village, the probability of encountering the enemy chosen ones is almost zero. Run, it will taste better. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth with her bright red tongue, her eyes slightly focused, and her mighty divine power surged out. She threw out the gluttony great sword, and it pierced through the space in an instant, and directly cut a knight who had just mounted his horse in half. It's not over yet, food with human taste. Rosaria recalled the great sword, and the chain on the sword rolled back 2 knights. Puff. 2 figures screaming in fear were torn into pieces by Rosaria's raised hand, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed. The chosen one of the Shadow World sect is so terrifying. Thalide was so frightened that his pupils trembled. He whipped his whip and left a shadow, and tried his best to urge his horse to flee. Although there were 30 riders, they had no desire to resist and just ran away. Screams, and the sound of flesh and blood bursting came from time to time. Thalide was scared to death. But fortunately, he saw the mountain road down the mountain. As long as he went down the mountain, the plain would be more suitable for horses to gallop, and he could find the coalition forces for help and survive. However, Thalide was soon stunned, because he saw a wall made of chevaux de frise, barricades and ropes, and a wall of debris piled up at the exit of the mountain road. Damn it! The road is blocked. He suddenly remembered that before Field attacked, the retreat was blocked. He was originally watching the joke, but he didn't expect that this thing would backfire on him. Field, I will never forgive you. The only 3 remaining knights were even more desperate, and they cursed Field at the top of their lungs. Rosaria was almost dying of laughter. She certainly knew what was going on. Then, Rosaria dodged, swung her sword and killed all the surviving knights. I have long wanted to join the Shadow World sect. Phalai's tears flowed. He knelt down, and begged for mercy. Rosaria was too lazy to talk nonsense, and threw out the chain, twisting his limbs violently. The corrupt divine power immediately began to illuminate his soul, and his painful cries echoed in the mountains. Ah! The sun set into the mountains, and the battle of Shanquan village ended. There were corpses everywhere. The moonlight enveloped the fluttering flags. The soldiers of the First Army of Night were not idle. They pushed out carts of rebel corpses and piled them in the open space outside. Where did the governor go? Why hasn't there been any movement for a long time? Those who are not injured, come with me to find him. Field walked out of the house. He put on the gluttony greatsword again, and asked everyone knowingly. Chapter 126 Mutton. It is easy to kill a fool, but he has a background, and he is also a military advisor of the Imperial Army. It is absolutely impossible to do it openly. This is treason. Field does not like to play tricks, but if there is a traitor in the army, it will be a big deal. To be on the safe side, it is the safest way to let Rosaria act secretly. Everyone went down the mountain with torches, and soon found the missing cavalry. To be precise, it was the hero fragments of the cavalry. What did they go through? The soldiers who were temporarily recruited were terrified. Looking at the debris on the ground, their legs trembled, and they kept looking around. As long as there was a little movement around them, they would run away immediately. Let's run away, someone whispered. Pa, it's good to die. Ironhammer laughed, feeling relieved, and took off his pants and urinated without saying a word. Some other carefree night soldiers, using the firelight, eagerly searched for scattered property. Field did not show any joy or anger, but rubbed his chin. Everyone look around, see if there are any other discoveries. Sir, we found the warlord's horse in the woods. Soon, a team of 10 soldiers, leading the cavalry's warhorse, came back with an incredible look on their faces. 30 warhorses. Not a single one is missing. The captain's eyes widened. Ahem, this is a wild horse, you're mistaken. Field coughed twice, ignoring the saddle and reins of the warhorse, and silently praised Rosaria in his heart. These war horses are extremely expensive, and even 3 of them contain trace amounts of magical beast blood. This wave of blood profit. The captain immediately smiled. Yes, this is a wild horse, we caught it. At the end of the mountain road, the crowd found Phalida, who was all over the place, luckily. His clothes were luxurious, and the crowd barely pieced together a picture. The roadblock at the foot of the mountain was also split open. The hateful attacker has obviously left. The Lord fought to the last moment. He is a brave warrior. Field sighed, his face full of emotion. Although I had some unpleasant experiences with him, we fought together after all. Everyone searched carefully, and collect all the fragments of the Lord. Arya frowned, squatted down and studied. This is a massacre. The murderer is not an ordinary person. Yes, in the next few days, wait to assist Lord Lei Ying in the investigation. We just need to rest for a few days. Field wandered around for a while, then asked the soldiers to collect the relics of the supervisory team first, and sent someone to notify Lei Ying. Then everyone returned to Shanquan village. It just so happened that the rebels even prepared roasted goats for him. He cut a large plate with a knife, sprinkled seasonings on it, and ate while roasting the fire. The lazy and comfortable feeling made him feel lazy all over. Field, you can still eat roasted lamb leisurely. Seeing Field's mouth full of oil, Arya hurried over to grab Field, gather the army and leave quickly. Those knights were killed silently. It must be the enemy's chosen one. If she continues to assassinate, I can't protect you. Thank you for your concern, but my army is exhausted. If we act rashly at this time and run into the enemy, we will suffer huge losses. Field didn't expect that the cold dragonborn would still care about him. Wait for Lord Lei Ying to come. We still have to assist in the investigation. But, good girl, have a bite. Field immediately forked a piece of roasted lamb and handed it to her mouth. Ah! Arya used her index finger to gather her hair, and took a small bite, then gave a serious evaluation. It's a little overcooked. No, that's not the point. You should leave quickly. Don't blame me if you get assassinated. I don't have the ability to protect people. Field thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Don't worry. My dear daughter, I know what to do. Alas, I really can't do anything with you. Arya held her forehead, looking helpless. I'm going to cook. Do you want to eat anything else? Since joining the army, Arya has been a chef, raising the military food by several levels. The army was full of rough men, and no one knew how to cook, so the food they made could barely be called pig food. Give me a bowl of tomato soup. Okay, you must finish it all. When Arya pushed the door, she turned around and added, This is related to the glory of the dragon. Glory, huh? I don't believe it. As soon as Arya left, Rosaria slipped out of the gluttony great sword, lifting her skirt, and turned around twice like dancing, then wandered around the house aimlessly, looking around. Are you looking for something? No, I'm just waiting for my pet to feed me, and then kneel down to lick the dust off my feet. She glanced at Field with a slightly depressed look, pouting and muttering. You're a partial guy. I don't want to pay attention to you for 30 seconds. Hey, when did I become your pet? And don't slander me. Field didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this little girl jealous? Sorry, dear Miss Rosalia, it's my fault. He immediately forked a piece of mutton to Rosalia. That's good enough. Rosaria came over and ate it proudly like a child. But a solemn expression immediately appeared on her face. After a moment of silence, she swallowed the mutton. It's delicious. Rosaria wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. But there was no satisfaction in her tone. Field saw the clue and stood up and asked softly, Don't force yourself. Can't you eat ordinary food? Except for tea. She has never been seen eating anything else. Rosaria seems to be able to get food only by killing living things. No. I just don't want to eat. Rosaria turned her head away, stubbornly denying. But then withered and asked carefully, Well, ordinary food tastes like chewing wax. That? Are you afraid of me? Like being afraid of the devil. If it's a devil with a curdy figure and who can act coquettishly with me, then what's there to be afraid of? I'm so happy. Field laughed and reached out to touch her head to comfort her. Hee. What a noble says is somewhat credible. Rosaria grabbed Field's outstretched hand, looked at Field with a charming smile, with a bit of playfulness, her body trembling slightly, exuding a charming and joyful atmosphere. Since you have served me for a long time, this lady reluctantly believes you. But I don't want to be touched on the head. Okay. Rosaria looked at Field's regretful and disappointed expression and felt very happy. She felt needed, able to dominate other people's emotions, rather than being feared as a corrupt creature, or respected or used as a tool simply because she was chosen by God. Chapter 127 Tomato Soup is here. Any bright and positive woman desires to be admired, admiration without any internal affairs or money. This is vanity and a sense of care, bringing double happiness. Rosaria suddenly showed an enlightened expression. I know, it must be that your feeding method is wrong. Field was confused. Is there any relationship between the feeding method and the taste of the food itself? Hee, of course it is related. It must be the lack of the smell of the living thing. Rosaria put Field's hand on her waist. She was like a tickling kitten, softly sticking to him, spitting out a slightly cool breath. Your body temperature is really intoxicating now, my servant. Feed me with your mouth. Good guy. This little girl. I can't keep up with her rhythm. Field was almost choked. I really didn't expect Rosaria to take the initiative to tease people. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Field's hands immediately began to wander. The inner arc outlined the back waist, with a very beautiful outline, and it was surprisingly round and drum-shaped. This was just her girlish state, and her figure was 99 points. Field dared to say that in the queen state, her figure was definitely 120 points. It was the kind of S-shaped figure that would only fall halfway when the skirt was untied, and would not fall to the ground. Field's mind went blank, and he was about to stick to it. Squeak! The door suddenly opened. Field only felt a breeze blowing past. Rosaria instantly hid back in the gluttony great sword, so that he didn't even touch a hair. I'll take a break first. Dear Lord. Rosaria's sweet laughter echoed in her ears. And then she stopped talking. Meow. Hee. Ha ha ha. Tomato soup is here. Arya held the plate, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Field was speechless for a while. His heart was in a mess because of Rosaria. And she ran away as soon as she said, feeling very lonely. Alas, the food is here. Why don't you eat it? Arya tilted her head. Her eyes began to become cold again. You don't want to drink it, do you? I drink it. I drink it. Field drank the soup in one gulp, and was almost killed by the sour taste. It's not salty or bland, and tastes great. Even if it tastes good, you don't have to drink it so much. Right? Arya scratched her head shyly. She was still very happy that her cooking skills were recognized. Sir, we found villagers who were not evil. What should we do with them? The voice of the guard came from outside the door. Wait a minute. Let me go and take a look. Field blew the wind by the window for a while, and after he calmed himself down completely, he went to open the door, following the soldiers to the pigsty. Yes, it was the pigsty. Field was even stunned for a while. At first glance, he saw 2 brown pigs, only a quarter of the size of modern pigs, pointed noses, long faces, similar to wild boars. Then, he saw an outrageous scene. More than 30 women, huddled in the northwest corner of the pigsty, covered in feces and mud, all tortured beyond human form, many missing arms and legs, looking demented. Those damn cultists. Field waved his fist. Killing them is a waste of time, then we should torture them to death next time. First, clean up the survivors, screen and question them one by one, see if we can get any useful information. Then give them some food. And give it to Lei Ying when he comes. After taking Shangquan village, there was too much food to eat. After filling the baggage cart, there was still a lot left. It was harmless to share some. Then, Field went to visit the wounded again. In this battle, one of Yimu's troops died, and one was seriously injured. 13 soldiers who were temporarily gathered died, and 6 were seriously injured. They almost collapsed. Due to the sufficient medicine, minor injuries can be cured quickly. As for serious injuries, they can only leave it to luck. After arranging the duty, it was already late at night. Field felt very tired. I'm so sleepy. It would be nice if Ashina was here. She could help me share a lot of things. War is not a computer game. You just need to select soldiers and attack the enemy. It's already very tiring for me to take care of both the deployment of troops and the logistics supply. Field doesn't think he is good at those trivial details, such as reconnaissance, terrain or grasp of fighter planes. And Ashina is good at reconnaissance and raids. You can only hone your skills slowly in battle. Field rubbed his eyebrows, lying on the bed and muttering to himself. We have to train a quartermaster quickly and let him take care of the logistics. But who should go? They must be literate and absolutely loyal. Ironhammer Mountain Cat and others are loyal and reliable, but they are all rough. Cal can read and write, but he is unreliable. Think about it later. Early the next morning, Field was woken up by Arya. Field, Lord Lei Ying is here. So soon. Wait a minute. Field changed his clothes silently. Since there was no maid, it took him a long time to put on his complicated clothes. When he opened the door, Field saw Lei Ying rushing in with a powerful group of knights. Hundreds of people moved in unison, with a solemn and steady aura, and they had gorgeous blue feathers on their heads. Each of them was a ruthless person who would rush to the enemy and disrupt the crowd. The azure armor, the long spears shining with magic, and the most eye-catching thing is their mounts. A kind of blue velociraptor? It has long claws and beautiful feathers on its arms and head. All of them are level 3 fighting spirit, whether they are knights or mounts. Rosaria quietly told Field. It's okay. Field was not panicked at all. He glanced at the small map. The knights had no desire to attack. It should be the guards of a chosen one. Baron Field. I'm glad to see you're okay. Lei Ying rode a tall horse, and came to Field quickly amid the neighing of the warhorse. He nodded heavily. Thank you for informing me immediately. I have a great responsibility for this tragedy. I didn't expect that the chosen one would ambush us here. Those cultists caught us by surprise. It must be said that Lei Ying did a good job in leadership. He dared to take responsibility instead of blindly blaming his subordinates. Please don't blame yourself too much. No one wants to see this kind of thing. Field didn't pretend to be sad. After all, he and Fa Li didn't get along well. Everyone knew it. You can come to pick me up. I feel friendship and justice. Let me introduce you. This is Milani, who is married to our family, and is a third-level god chosen from the Imperial Army. Hello. The woman greeted him indifferently. Field looked at Milani. This was a woman wearing gorgeous clothes. She was holding a court feather fan commonly used by noble women. She shook it from time to time. She looked like she had just attended a noble ball. She also rode a velociraptor. But hers was bigger, and had a more ferocious look. She looked like a god-chosen person of the cavalry profession. Could she be the same type of god-chosen person as Ashina? Chapter 128 Black Crow Flag Flying. This is the blue feather dragon beast, a unique magical beast raised by our family. Seemingly seeing Field's confusion, Lei Ying explained. After hearing this, Field lost interest immediately. After a few simple greetings, Lei Ying set about investigating the cause of Fei Li's death. Unlike the aggressive questioning imagined, Lei Ying did not even interrogate Field, but let Milani take charge of the investigation, and went back to command the Legion. It seems that I am too cautious again. Field shook his head. Even in the world of magic, but the current criminal investigation methods are definitely not comparable to the future. More importantly, when Phalide was alive, he was valuable to them. But when he died, he was a disgusting trouble. If Laying hadn't needed to give an explanation to Phalide's father, he wouldn't even come. In the next few days, Field was just relaxing in Shanquan village, teasing Longy and Rosaria from time to time. But the atmosphere in Fulan territory became more and more solemn and panic-stricken. This originally peaceful and prosperous land was being ravaged by terrifying demons. There were rumors of three-eyed black crows and demon massacres everywhere. And people were panicked for a while. Snap! Hurry up for me, you useless slaves. A flat-nosed man swung his whip, making a crackling sound. We must get to Alfalfa Town tonight, or we won't have food to eat. So tired. Lung's eyes were blurry, and she felt the world spinning wildly in front of her. She stopped, because the rope on her feet was holding other members of the same tribe. Her stop immediately tripped the others to the ground, and the slaves rolled into a ball. Damn you, you dared to hold me back. The man with the whip was unceremoniously, and whipped Lumi on the back, like scraping bones with a steel knife. Lumi was immediately beaten over, with a hideous look of pain on her face. She fell to the ground, curled up into a ball, and bloody saliva flowed from the corner of her mouth. Are you pretending to be dead? The man raised his hand to beat her again. Okay. Flat nose. Don't beat her to death. You killed so many slaves along the way. Every slave is money. Do you know how hard it is to catch a running catman? The companion next to him spat, looking unhappy. You don't understand my good intentions. Recently, Fulan territory has been in turmoil. It is said that there are demons from hell, who are looting and killing everywhere, even killing several knights. It is said that they will carry bloody black crow flags, appear at night, and return to hell during the day, so it is safer for us to go to town as soon as possible. You must be kidding. They can kill knights. It's just a story to scare children. Everyone sneered. But it is true that cat Asians are dangerous. It is said that the Baron of Maple Leaf Territory was assassinated by cat Asians. Nonsense. When we were doing oral examinations on the cat Asians, they bit us. Ha ha ha. The slave-catching team laughed viciously. Boom! Thunder rang out, and the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it. It's going to rain heavily. I can't get to Alfalfa Town today. Let's go to the villa of the rich man at Jim. It's nearby. I have some friendship with him. We were mercenaries together. Later he made a fortune by selling addicted drugs, and returned to Morning Wind to become a local tycoon. The flat nose had just offended everyone, so he immediately seized the opportunity to improve his favorability. That's great, brother. I don't want to stay in the wild on a rainy day, and be invaded by evil spirits. It was actually a cold, but for ordinary people in this era, a cold was almost the same as evil spirits entering the body, and both would die. This catman seems to be dying. Flat Nose poked Lumi's head with his toes, seeing that she moved very little. Exhaling more than inhaling, he simply kicked her stomach twice. Damn, I'm really going to die. Catmen are just trash. I don't know what the dignitaries want them for. Lumi moved her fingers weakly, and tears flowed from her eyes. No. Don't leave me. Let's go. Flat Nose. Everyone still had to rely on him to lead the way to avoid the rain, so he didn't say anything. Yeah. The crows cried in the sky. Field controlled the black crow, followed the axle marks of the caravan, and found the whereabouts of the merchants. During the days of assisting Milani in the investigation, Field's small account had a lot of fun. In total, 3 night manors, 5 wealthy villas, and 2 caravans were captured. The upper-level combat power of Fulan territory was withdrawn because of the rebellion, and with the power of Ashina, they were completely rampant in Fulan territory. The only thing that limited Field's looting speed was that they were short of manpower and could not transport the goods. I need more people. The lower the possibility of betrayal, the better. Capturing villagers won't work, and forcing people to come has the lowest loyalty. In fact, Field already has a candidate, and that's the subhuman slave. I always have a bad feeling. He shrank his head with a flat nose. He looked at the black crows that stayed in the sky for a long time, and thought of the horrible rumors. Are we targeted by the devil? Don't talk nonsense. I just want a glass of barley wine now, a member of the slave-catching team said. Then he suddenly listened attentively. There was a rumbling sound of thunder in the distance. He wondered, why doesn't the thunder stop? The leader of the slave-catching team was horrified. Idiot. It's the cavalry. There are cavalry approaching us. The deputy jumped out on his horse and kept waving the caravan flag in his hand. We are a caravan heading to Fulon City. We are our own people, our own people. As soon as the voice fell, a brilliant silver line crossed the dark sky, and the deputy was killed directly by an arrow. The strong impact made him fly off the horse. Fuck, it's not the cavalry from Fulon City, it's an enemy attack. The crowd didn't even see where the enemy was, but the whole caravan was immediately in a frenzy. Lumi seemed to hear the howling of wolves in the wind, the trembling sound of the howling, which made her feel fear in her bones. She lay on the ground unable to move, but her heart was inexplicably excited. She could see the direction of the horizon, the fluttering flags were slowly rising. A trembling murderous aura swept the whole caravan. The night cavalry was like a giant eagle, forming a neat human-shaped attack formation, and falling towards the position of the caravan. Silver Claw and the others were all in the night territory, and had gone through countless killings. It can be said that since they mounted their war horses, they were either killing or on the way to kill. Therefore, once they launched an attack, their murderous aura was as real as substance. The leader of the slave-catching team was also a ruthless man. Hold on. As long as you repel them, each person will get 10 gold coins. When everyone heard this, they immediately became ruthless. They were all thugs who licked blood on the tip of the knife. They mounted their war horses and launched a counterattack. The cavalry of both sides charged, and the contact was a matter of a moment. Looking for death. Chapter 129, Recruiting Demi-Human Slaves. Silver Claw casually swung away the lance that was thrusting forward, then held the lance with both hands. With the unique acuity of the White Wolf demi-humans, plus the personal training of the Chosen One, his martial arts had long surpassed that of ordinary people, and he immediately drew his lance swiftly. The tip of the lance shot out and retracted instantly. Puff. The enemy cavalry that crossed over felt a pain in the throat and fell to the ground helplessly, holding his bleeding throat. The two cavalry teams entangled with each other, and as they advanced and retreated, the cavalry of the slave-catching team was stabbed and fell off their horses one after another, and in a blink of an eye, only a few empty horses were left, and they trotted at a loss. The leader of the slave-hunting team just wanted to escape, but was immediately cut off his horse by a slender cavalry sword. With the cavalry roared, and rushed into the caravan at the right time, like wolves into a flock of sheep, killing anyone who dared to resist. The blood curtain kept splashing, and it never ended. When Ashina, wearing a black robe, rode a giant wolf and walked slowly over. The caravan had been captured, and the rebels were all turned into corpses with residual heat, and the surrendered people all knelt on the ground. To deal with barbarism, you have to be more barbaric than them. Field controlled the black crow and landed on Ashina's shoulder. You are right. Ashina smiled and patted Black Crow's head. The rumors about the devil are true. The pupils of his flat nose trembled, and warm urine immediately flowed all over his pants. The subhumans were also very scared, huddled together and trembled, not daring to look at Ashina. Hey! This slave is still alive. Lumi was struggling to crawl on the ground. She hoped to stand up, but her lower body was almost unconscious, and she didn't know if she was crippled by the beating. The strong desire to survive made her crawl blindly. The black crow circled and landed beside Lumi, looking at the lifeless eyes full of desire to survive. Field was shocked. These ants at the bottom of society knew nothing, but they could survive tenaciously like weeds. They just lacked the help of cohesion. Hello, cat-like people. Field took the initiative to greet them. Lumi did not respond, and still crawled stubbornly. Field had to call her several times in a row, and the cat-like people in front of him regained some spirit. Do you want to live? The black crow approached the little girl. Yes. Lumi wants to live. Field nodded. Ashina, give her the potion. If she can survive, take her away. Yes, my lord. Ashina glanced at the slaves with her scarlet eyes. She smelled the smell of urine, looked around at the looting cavalry, and said in confusion, I smell the breath of cowardice. Are we not that scary? The blood-soaked cavalry were either wiping the cavalry knives stained with grease and blood, or finishing off the knives, beheading the people they killed and piling them up to form a small jingwan. These were all gifts for his brother. What's so scary? The knight smiled with a nuclear kind smile. Yeah, it's not so bad. Field was used to war. The corrupted great swordsman did not participate in the war. Otherwise it would be even more terrifying. The demi-humans were scared to death. Many of them even cuddled up with the slave-hunting team. praying to the goddess non-stop, muttering words like devil. I am a white wolf demi-human. Ashina was speechless. She took off her black hood and shook her wolf ears. I am not a devil. I came here to save you. It's a saint. Great. We white wolf demi-humans also have a saint. May our ancestors bless us. And thank the goddess of winter. 20 or so wolf demi-humans all jumped up. The cowardice they had before disappeared immediately. Instead, they jumped and shouted with joy, looking down on other demi-humans with proud eyes. And some even cried loudly. The status of the subhumans is low because they don't have big cities, lack God's chosen, and suffer from bullying. Saint? Field was confused. It's God's chosen. But there are very few subhumans, so they are more sacred. Ashina shrugged indifferently, whispering to Field, Don't worry. Just order me around. The little girl was still so considerate. Okay. Since we are all family, it will be much easier to manage. Field was very happy. Ashina, use your people as the backbone. Let them manage and recruit other subhumans step by step. But, isn't this nepotism? Ashina was very nervous, looking at Field softly. I don't want to form my own power. I just want to be your God's chosen. Let's just pick someone randomly. Field waved his hand, and the black crow also waved its wings. I trust you 100%. Don't worry about it. However, if you don't take care of your own people, all the subhumans will be uneasy. I need the power of the subhumans now. Leave the power issue to me, and I will solve it. It's like the same school, where they don't take care of their own students, and even suppress them, but give some garbage from other places super high treatment. Not only will you fail to win the hearts of your own people, but outsiders will also think you are trying to please them, and look down on you. As for the power issue, Field has plenty of ways to solve it. Okay, all of you are recruited. Follow my lord, and he will generously give you freedom and food. Ashina announced in a cold voice, then her scarlet eyes swept around. Who has any objections? We are willing to follow the Lord. The wolf subhumans immediately raised their arms and shouted, including gray and black wolf subhumans. Very good. What about the others? I want to leave. We rabbit people are vegetarians. We have little strength, and should be of no help to you. A man with rabbit ears trembled like a quail. I don't like fighting. I faint when I see blood. Give you 3 seconds to think about it. Ashina waited quietly for 3 seconds, seeing that he still wanted to leave. She let the black wolf slap his chain off with a slap, then smiled. You go first. Thank you. Thank you. The male rabbit subhuman thanked him profusely, and ran away. Seeing this, some other weak races showed pleading expressions, and were about to speak. Swoosh! Ashina suddenly drew her bow and arrow. Without even aiming, the arrow was like a comet. The head of the rabbit man was like a ripe watermelon falling to the ground, with a crisp sound of bang, and was directly shot by the arrow. The body fell to the ground with a plop. And those who really wanted to go left first. Someone seems to have not heard clearly. You have been incorporated, and you can raise any objections. But I never said from beginning to end that those who have objections can escape. Everyone was stunned, and dared not say a word. Field watched this scene, and was amused by the naivety of the rabbit man. He had seen clearly the strength of his own army, and the chosen ones. How could he let him escape? Waiting for him to report? However, the others who wanted to leave were also noted by Field, and he would pay special attention to them in the future. Okay. The Wolfman was very happy. They liked cold-blooded and violent leaders, and they were all very excited. Chapter 130. Lumi will work hard. We have no objection. The legs of the demi-humans softened, and they surrendered one after another. Field suddenly had 163 more laborers, including 28 wolf demi-humans, and the rest were cats, dogs, and rabbit demi-humans. Don't kill me, don't kill me, I have important information. Field looked in the direction of the voice, and a flat-nosed, ugly-looking man was crawling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. What important information? If it really works, I can forgive you. The flat-nosed man pleaded without hesitation. Are you robbing adults? I know where the villa of the rich man Jim is. He has a lot of shiny gold coins. I guarantee that the adults will like it. He made his fortune by selling moon candies, and he had a lot of gold coins. Moon candies are addictive in this world. They were originally used as comfort items and painkillers for the army, but they are highly addictive and have irreversible side effects on the mind. The Empire has banned them. I used to be a mercenary with him, So we have some friendship. Let me trick his door open later. And you can rush in without any effort. He smiled flatteringly with his flat nose, rubbing his palms together. I have wanted to join the subhumans for a long time. Don't look at me as a human. But I have subhuman blood flowing in my body. I swear. Field was speechless. This guy is so shameless. This news is indeed interesting. We have interrogated many people before, but no one has ever mentioned this rich man. Flatnose immediately said loudly, because he and Moan, the confidant of Baron Foulon, have a secret affair. A gem provides money and addictive substances, and Moan will provide cover. Field immediately felt that he had grasped some key information. He paced back and forth, connecting the information one by one, and then clapped his hands with his fist. Okay. Now take over a gem villa. But before that, there are still things to deal with. Don't kill Flatnose first. Kill everyone else, so as not to waste energy on them. Yes, sir. Listen. Subhuman slaves, I allow you to take revenge on the slave hunting team. Ashina raised her chin, signaling Silver Claw and the others to hand over their weapons. The few remaining members of the slave hunting team, before they could struggle, were immediately drowned by the angry subhumans and screamed continuously. Field left Flatnose to lead the way, and did not let him trick the door open, because it was unnecessary. A gem's villa was in a very hidden location, in a reed marsh, with 20 gangsters. But they were no match for the looting army. Silver Claw rushed in, and in just a quarter of an hour, they took over the villa. Lumi persevered and managed to get through it. She was brought into the villa in a daze, and given food. At this moment, she was drooping her ears, looking very depressed. She curled up in a corner of the hall, stuffing a wheat cake into her mouth and swallowing it slowly. But her eyes were fixed on the pots in the hall. In these pots, there were fragrant meats, including beef and mutton. The luxurious furniture in a gem's villa was all chopped up and used as firewood. It was raining heavily outside, but the atmosphere inside was very good. Silver Claw and the others gulped down slightly cool olive wine, which came from the villa's wine cellar. Silver Claw tore off a roasted goose leg from the grill, put it in his mouth and bit off a large piece. And his mouth was immediately filled with the aroma of meat. I never dreamed that I could live such a good life. Silver Claw has been eating meat every day recently, and he looks radiant. Even the fur on his tail has become brighter. Yes, when I was in the wolf tribe before, I could only eat 1 meal a day. The life I live now is nothing compared to the heavenly life I live now. Serving as a soldier for you is the wisest choice I have ever made. Praise you. Everyone clinked their glasses, toasted each other, and the atmosphere was warm. Lumi wants to eat meat, too. The cat girl was almost drooling with greed, and her mouth was watering. Of course you can eat meat. I'll treat you to this meal. You can also eat meat if you work hard in the future. Field controlled the black crow to land next to her. Although Lumi was still very weak, she gave Field a silly smile. Really? Mr. Crow. When the meat is cooked, everyone will have a share. Of course, except vegetarians. Field was shocked to find that many of the rabbit subhumans were vegetarians. He had previously thought that the animal characteristics of the subhumans were something like decorations, but he didn't expect that there were really big differences in habits. Yes. Thank you, sir. Lumi will work hard. Soon. Field fulfilled his promise, and distributed the meat to the demi-humans. After all, they had snatched it from his brother's territory, so he didn't feel bad about giving it away. They ate it freely. The people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, praying. They cherished this hard-earned food very much. For them, today was more grand than the new year. Lumi held the hot piece of mutton, gnawing it non-stop, and occasionally looked up and smiled happily at Field. Eat, work hard for me from now on. Field rubbed his hands, laughing like an elder of the Soul Hall. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Field called Silver Claw. Sir, you're looking for me? Silver Claw knelt down respectfully. I need you to do something. Field waved his hand, with a mysterious look on his face. A very interesting thing. A Jim and the servants were locked in the basement, staring at each other. They were originally making and eating moon candy, and then holding a shameless meeting. Suddenly, a bunch of demi-humans came to kill us. Most of them were dressed in rags, but there were some fierce warriors among them. They were easily subdued. What should we do? A maid cried bitterly. Those demi-humans escaped. They are crazy. They don't want to be slaves. They actually resisted. Quiet. I'm thinking. Ajum shouted. As long as someone tells the guards of Fulon City, Moan will come to rescue us. But there is no one here. Who would pass by here? If we are discovered, we will starve to death. Damn it. I'm tied up tightly. I want moon candy. Several drug addicts screamed crazily. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Silver Claw, who was drunk, walked in with 2 equally drunk cavalrymen. Burp! You humans finally fell into my hands. Silver Claw sneered and walked forward slowly, raising his eyebrows at a male servant with a fake smile, who was so scared that he trembled all over, and his anus loosened, and the smell of urine came out through his pants. Then, Silver Claw looked at the maid again, reached out his hand in a very bad way, and played with the big ball for a while. The maid was not afraid of being happy, and showed a flattering smile. My lord, let me serve you. Please put the loaf of bread in my oven. Get away, don't you know how loose it is? It's sagging to the belly button, disgusting. Chapter 131 Eaten Alive. Silver Claw burped, waved his hand impatiently, rejected the maid. Then he walked to the white and fat housekeeper. This time, Silver Claw showed a satisfied smile, and the scar on his face wrinkled. This one is good, protruding front and back, white and tender. Silver Claw licked the corner of his mouth, scanned up and down with greedy eyes, with a perverted look on his face. Fuck. He actually likes this. Everyone was stunned, looking at the housekeeper with more sympathy and strangeness. The fat housekeeper gritted his teeth, showing a coy expression, continuously squirming his body, posing a seductive posture. As long as he could survive, sacrificing his looks was nothing. However, a sneer interrupted his fantasy. Tie this guy to the kitchen, starve him for 2 days. When his stomach is empty, skin him alive. I want to eat his heart and liver raw. Silver Claw patted the fat on his belly with his hand, drooling. This scared everyone crazy. It turned out that he was picking and choosing, and actually wanted to eat people. A Jim even shouted, Master, I have plenty of ways to give money. I know the powerful people in Fulon City. I can satisfy whatever you want. Silver Claw didn't even look at him, but grabbed the fat butler with his companions. Wow, goddess, no, I'm not tasty. The fat butler was shocked, and immediately urinated and shit, and struggled hard, but it was useless. He was taken away by 3 people, tied up and thrown in the kitchen. Seeing Silver Claw and others leave drunkenly, the fat butler cried for a while, and found that no one paid attention to him. He complained to himself, sympathizing himself, finally mixed up the steward. A great life is waiting for yourself. The result is about to be eaten. Even if you eat it, living peeling is simply unimaginable. Until the evening, Fat Keeper found that no one cares about him. He looked around. I saw the chopped meat knife in the corner. Eloy with a knife for a while. The fat steward feels loose. The rope landed. I am ecstatic in my heart. He immediately turned out the window. With the familiarity of the villa and the cover of the rainstorm, sneak out of the villa, then scatter the girl to run madly, disappear in the reed. However, all of this was seen by Field. A black crow cut through the night sky and landed next to Ashina, who was sitting in a pile of gold coins, counting the coins with her fingers. My lord, why did you let him go? Ashina leaned over, her wolf tail swaying non-stop, confused and questioning. And when we attacked the villa? You didn't let me and the main force attack. You must have a purpose. Yes, I do have a purpose. That housekeeper, in order to continue to live a good life, will definitely report to Fulon City to save his master. Ashina nodded thoughtfully. From the beginning to the end, we have not shown strong combat power. And the subhumans we have recruited are even more of a mob. The army of Fulon City will definitely not be afraid of us. Field slowly pointed out. Oh! So Fulon City is likely to send troops here. First, to protect the territory. This is a responsibility. Second, Fulon City's consultant Moan is very worried about his moon sugar income. Ashina suddenly realized. Then we can stay here and wait for the Fulon City army to come to our door. Yes. If there are few people coming, we will annihilate them. If there are too many people coming, we will eat some of them. Anyway, we will not suffer any loss. They are limited in number. There is no chance of winning if they take the initiative to attack Fulon City. But eating up some of the mobile forces is still a good idea. Field considered using a gem to blackmail Moan. But this does not fit the character of slave subhumans, and will make them suspicious. After all, subhumans are generally simple-minded, and not so cunning and despicable. So, I should let the subhumans build defense measures as soon as possible. Ashina threw down the gold coins and hurried to make arrangements. Field smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ashina. Follow my instructions." On the other side, the first thing the fat butler did after escaping was to use his connections to get a fast horse and quickly rush to Fulon City. Fulon City has already begun martial law. The recent frequent looting and massacres have made people panic. The several consultants, retainers, and knights who stayed behind are in a state of panic. What do you think of the recent killings? A consultant stood at the conference table, with a map of Fulon City in front of him, and a dozen small red flags on it. The attacks are almost irregular. There are no survivors. And even the third-level fighting knights are not immune. Moreover, in every place where people were slaughtered, there would be piles of corpses piled up with human heads. Fortunately, all the property was looted. Otherwise, I would have thought it was a demon. It is definitely a demon from hell. I went to the scene and saw that the position of each dead person seemed to be known in advance. It was as if someone was watching from the sky. Even those who hid could not escape the pursuit. They are omniscient. These words made everyone shudder. Still use the previous strategy. Wait for the Baron and the Chosen One to come back, and then deal with it. The powerful fighting force that Fulon City can mobilize has all joined the war zone. The Chief Knight said in a deep voice. Now, guarding Fulon City and the important facilities around it is the top priority. Have you contacted the adults? The messenger has been sent. It's not easy to find people on the battlefield. Everyone was silent for a while. Report. There is a guy who claims to be a butler, asking to see Lord Moan, saying that there is an emergency. Moan frowned and went to see the fat butler. In just 5 minutes, he hurried back and said in a deep voice, a manor near Yonti village was attacked by subhumans. I demand immediate troops. Subhumans? Everyone was a little confused, and even wanted to laugh. Those trash can attack humans? The village can repel them. They are subhuman slaves. It is said that they are dressed in rags. There are no more than 100 people. They probably rioted after killing the slave hunting team. There is a survivor who can prove that. They have the habit of cannibalism, and it is very dangerous to leave it alone. At this time, it is unwise to mobilize troops to kill the subhumans. The Chief Knight shook his head. The nearby garrisons or knights will kill them. The devil scared you out of your wits. If the master knew that we did not even dare to deal with the subhuman slave riot, guess how he would punish us? Moan narrowed his eyes slightly, and kept playing with the ring with his fingers. He had to take care of Ajim's affairs. Not because of friendship, but for interests and safety. The transactions between Ajim and himself were clearly recorded on his bill. Ajim was a ruthless man, and both sides had leverage over each other. If anyone else wiped out the subhumans first, and then saw his leverage, it would be the end. Whether it was blackmail, reporting, or threats, he didn't want to see it. Everyone was silent, not daring to offend the Baron's favorite. Besides, Baron Adrian was indeed cruel. Give me 200 infantrymen. Let the third-level fighting knight Unova take 50 light cavalry with me. Set off immediately, wipe out the day, and come back the day after tomorrow. There is nothing to worry about. Chapter 132. Destroying opium at the Wolf Gate. That's right. After all, the enemy is a subhuman, and with such strength, ordinary forces dare not attack. Everyone did not dare to offend, and reluctantly agreed. Moan sneered, and immediately went to the barracks to mobilize troops. Unova and his light cavalry regiment. There are 3 second-level fighting knights, 10 first-level fighting knights, and the rest are excellent riders selected from 100. They are a very strong mobile force in Fulon City. The next afternoon. Hurry up, you lame sick dogs. Moan rode on his horse, cursing at the lagging infantrymen. Too slow. You are all trash. The adults' food should be fed to dogs, not to you. Move forward. Quick! 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 If we can't reach Yonti village tonight, everyone will be whipped. Moan was sweating profusely from cursing, and the sweat ran down his forehead and cheeks. He pulled open his tie and kept fanning himself with his hands. Knight Unova couldn't stand it any longer. Sir, there's no need to be so urgent. If we rush over, the soldiers won't have the strength to fight. We should let them rest for a while. Absolutely not. If the group of demi-humans flee to other places, the Baron will suffer a huge loss. Moan was worried that if he went too late, the demi-humans would be defeated by the knights around him. And when he arrived, he would be stared at with playful eyes. Then he would have to spend the rest of his life in prison, being attacked by disgusting prisoners. And his chrysanthemums would turn into sunflowers. The best situation is that the subhumans have all left. Ajum has also been killed. And he only needs to deal with the evidence. But Unova wanted to persuade him again, but was interrupted by Moan, who provoked him. Why? Are you afraid that the subhumans can defeat you? Of course not. Even the roaring legion of the forest bear subhumans is no match for my Unova knight. The two immediately urged the army, and under the guidance of the fat butler, they accelerated to Ajum's villa. The Fulon City army arrived at the reed marsh before the sun set. Do you hear the sound of gongs and drums? Anoa looked confused and stopped everyone. It's right in front of us. It's in disarray. Moan was impatient. I'm not a fighting knight. I don't have good hearing. Don't worry about it. Go in quickly. Soon, everyone arrived at Ajum's villa. The sound of gongs and drums came from the villa. The soldiers rushed forward. The Central Asians' resistance did not happen. Everyone broke open the door of the villa and entered in a line. The open space of the villa was filled with various sundries, reeds, wooden boards or furniture. Moan saw the moon candy on the ground at a glance, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Unova just frowned and looked around, and did not ask. The crowd found the source of the drum sound, which turned out to be 2 sheep and 3 kunkin, whose legs were tied to their bodies, and every time they struggled, they would hit the surrounding utensils, making various noises. Report to the Lord, the subhumans seemed to have left. The soldiers circled the villa twice. Emoan was relieved, and called 2 of his confidants, and said loudly, I will search the house. You wait outside first. Unova. Thank you for keeping watch outside. Yes. Unova looked unhappy, and cursed in his heart, old Biden. No wonder you ran so fast. It turns out you came here to make extra money, and you didn't even take me with you. However, they didn't notice at all that Field controlled the Black Crow, took off from the roof of the villa, and then let the Black Crow scream 3 times with a sharp voice. In the distance, Ashina's wolf ears twitched slightly, and a beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Set fire. The Asians had prepared torches long ago, wrapped wood with cloth, and then poured oil on the torches, which were instantly lit. Now is the transition between spring and summer. The weather is dry, even though it rained heavily in the past 2 days. But the villa and the reed marsh are still flammable. The Asians set fires everywhere in the reed marsh, and Ashina drove the dragon wolf to the villa quickly, letting the black wolf spit dragon flames into the villa. They had piled up a lot of flammable materials in the villa in advance, and Moan hadn't even gone up to the 2nd floor yet. He was still staring at the pile of reeds in the house, and the fire outside the house was soaring into the sky, and the soldiers were screaming in panic. Run away. It's a trap. Unova turned his head and saw a black wolf as strong as a bear, pulling at the villa wall and spewing fire into the yard. His heart suddenly tightened. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what was going on. His eyes were red with anger. Damn you! You idiot! I'll kill you first. With a lance. The butler who led the way was instantly hit by the violent fighting spirit and exploded into pieces. Unova pulled the reins, and the fighting spirit surged. Brothers, follow me and fight. I'll clear the way for you. 3rd level fighting skills. A mighty charge. Unova was indeed a 3rd level fighting knight. With just 1 strike, the wall collapsed and the black wolf was driven back. A 3rd level fighting knight can fight with the chosen one for a long time. Not to mention so many cavalry and armored infantry. Asina chuckled, and drove the giant wolf away at a terrifying speed. Captain, Lord Moan is still inside. A knight hurried forward to remind him. He kept coughing. For some reason, he felt it was difficult to breathe, but he was inexplicably a little high. Unova gritted his teeth. You escape first. I'll go save people. After that, he got off the horse and rushed into the villa where the fire was the most severe. The entire reed marsh instantly turned into a sea of fire. What was worse was that, due to the previous rain, some dark corners were still damp, and the damp kindling was difficult to ignite, which would only release a steady stream of thick smoke. What a thick fog! Ashina rushed out and blocked the exit of the reed marsh. Her eyes kept scanning, and as long as anyone rushed out, she would go up and finish off. Similarly, the subhumans and the corrupted great swordsmen had already formed their formations, and were ready to free the enemy at any time. Interestingly, each of them wore a simplified version of a mask. That's called poisonous smoke, not fog. Please try not to smell it. Don't blame me if you get hallucinated. Field chuckled. I call this operation Wolfgate Destruction of Opium. Wolfgate destruction of opium? Ashina didn't understand at all. But she still smiled at Field lovingly. Tons of moon candies found in a Jim's villa were spread in the yard. After being lit, the thick smoke released would definitely make the enemy shout, "Fuck! Ice!" As the fire spread, the Fulon City cavalry tried to rush out. But they either got lost in the flames or fainted from the smoke. War horses are afraid of fire. They jumped up in panic, trampling and knocking over a group of infantrymen. The unlucky infantrymen were either burned into fireballs or pushed and trampled to death. There were wailing and screaming everywhere. Just like hell. Swoosh. Swoosh. No one rushed out after waiting for a long time. Asina was bored. She taught archery directly. She listened to the sound and identified the location. She shot arrows at the place where there were screams. The wolf subhumans with strong archery talents also learned to shoot randomly. Chapter 133 Betrayal. Arrows flew everywhere. Smoke and fire burned. Fulon City's army was completely wiped out. Only the Dochi Knights managed to escape occasionally, but the scattered Dochi Knights were no match for the crowd, and could only be hacked to death by random swords. The scene was extremely horrifying. With screams and flames, it was like hell. Until the end, Unova carried Moan on his back, ran out in a miserable state, and saw the Night Army soldiers waiting outside. He smiled bitterly, and threw Moan to the ground. As expected of a third-level fighting knight, there is not even a trace of fire burns. Field couldn't help but marvel. Unova's armor and weapons were all there. Only his mount was gone, and Moan was well protected by him, with no obvious burns. The chosen one of the demi-human gods. What a big battle. No wonder they captured a Jim's villa. Moan sneered, and struggled to get up from the ground. The flames behind him were burning fiercely, but the screams of the soldiers disappeared. Most of the soldiers traveled all night, and were already exhausted. They were in the fire zone, and they had no strength to escape. This battle was such a disastrous defeat. The only thing to be thankful for is that the evidence of his crime was turned into ashes along with the flames. Moan smiled bitterly. It's my fault. My greed hurt everyone. At first, I just wanted my family to live a better life. Let my son become a fighting knight, and let my daughter marry a good family. But it got out of control. Unova didn't know what Moan was talking about, and shook his head at him. It's too late to say this now. Yes, so I will die as a token of my sin. Hopefully I can change one or two. Moan laughed wildly. You subhumans are nothing but freaks born of animals and humans, and are destined to be wiped out from this world. When Lord Adrian comes back, he will kill all of you. I surrender. Unova calmly put down her weapon, threw away her armor, knelt on the ground with a flattering expression, singing a hymn. You will be my queen from now on, and I will be your knight. I am willing to charge for you, even if I sacrifice my life, until eternity. Ah? You are not going to resist? Ashina was stunned. She thought Unova would fight to the death. At least the human knights she had met were all tough. But she didn't relax at all, holding the feather arrow in her fingers, ready to attack at any time. What are you talking about? Moan was stunned. His eyes widened, and he turned his head away in disbelief, spitting wildly. You are betraying Lord Adrian. Where is your damn chivalry? After that, Moan picked up the long sword on the ground and shouted angrily. It's just a death. Humans will never surrender to hybrid creatures. You stand up. Unova was unmoved. Then I will chop you first. Damn traitor. Moan was furious, and swung his sword to chop, but was easily taken away by Unova. Then Unova slashed with a sword, and the majestic fighting spirit made a sharp explosion, directly chopping Moan into 3 pieces. My queen, he was the trusted minister of the Baron of Fulon territory. I killed him. Please believe me, I fell in love with you at first sight. Anoa spat at the corpse, with a flattering face. I can help you gain more benefits. You can let me kill anyone. He's cruel enough. I admire cruel people the most. It's a pity that cruelty has nothing to do with intelligence, nor with fate. Field nodded silently, moved to Ashina, whispered, ask something valuable, and then kill him immediately. I'm enough for the cruel people in Night territory. Field, in comparison, likes Moan very much. Although he is greedy, he is loyal, and has a strong temper. Perhaps people in different positions see different scenery. Field is on a military adventure, and the fewer variables, the better. Yes, sir. I also hate betrayal. This guy is just like a despicable rat. Ashina agreed very much. She nodded slightly, and then lied in a calm tone. Tell you what you know. If it is valuable, I don't mind having more subordinates. Shanquan Village. Field felt his nose itchy. Achoo. When Field opened his eyes, he saw a white and tender toe. He looked away subconsciously and saw the white calf as if it was glass, and the black dress was dotted with bright red ornaments. Rosaria's temperament was like an elegant and proud princess, but her current actions were very strange. She sat on the bedside table, hugging her legs, and poked Field's nose with her toes. "What the hell are you doing?" Field sat up speechlessly and asked Rosaria to take a hit of sugar-roasted chestnuts. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sooner or later, your lungs will get athlete's foot, and then your lord will die young. This lady is very clean, not dirty at all. Although I am corrupt, I am spotless. Humph. Rosaria waved her hand indifferently, and then showed a disdainful expression. I don't mind your dirtiness. I will lick your feet next time. Nima. What porridge? Brother reincarnation. Field rubbed his temples, comforting himself. Corrupt creatures are so stupid. Don't take it seriously. Puff. I'm kidding. Sure enough. 3 seconds later, Rosaria's eyes became clear again, and she became more normal. She restrained her usual rebellious aura and showed a wicked smile. Playing tiger chess? If you lose, you will unlock one piece. Tiger chess is a common asymmetric competitive game. In simple terms, black pieces can eat white pieces, and white pieces can surround black pieces. In Field's original world, in the north of China, there was a similar game. Field looked Rosaria up and down. The beautiful black dress gave people a very precious feeling. Thin and gorgeous. This was the first time Rosaria played chess with others. She used to play alone. She would play chess pieces as marbles when she had something to do. She bounced them back and forth. She looked like a rookie. You only have one? Field asked. Rosaria winked playfully. This is a dress made of divine power and blood. It is wrapped tightly and will not affect the battle. You usually peek, right? You can't see beautiful things at all. No wonder. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. Aw, no, I never peek. I always admire openly. Hee, I'm very generous, even if it's just one piece. Okay, you said it. Quickly putting on the marching windbreaker and robe, Field sneered disdainfully. You will lose miserably. My nickname is the Chess Saint. Field thought. I am a cunning human, and I know how to play chess. How could I lose to the stupid corrupt god of God? Besides, I have at least 12 or 13 chances to wear a full set of clothes, including pants and socks, and she only has one chance. Isn't it a sure win? Oh, I'm looking forward to your victory. Rosaria raised her eyelids and smiled. Dotingly? Chapter 134 Siege War. Field, there are new orders. Don't sleep all day. Dragonborn Arya pushed the door open. A figure that could be blurred all over stood in the room. Arya was stunned for a second. Wow, pervert. Arya immediately covered her face and screamed. She stamped her feet in anger. Why are you not wearing clothes in broad daylight? Why didn't you knock on the door first? Get out quickly. Field was furious. He lost all the tiger chess games, was ridiculed by Rosaria, and was caught by Arya. His cool image was completely ruined. Pervert. Arya ran out blushing. After getting dressed and going out, Arya looked at Field with a look of contempt for her uncle. Milani has finished her investigation and asked us to go to the front line with her for support. Their attack on the Screaming Fortress was frustrated, right? Arya looked at Field in surprise. I didn't expect you to guess it. The Screaming Fortress is a fortress built on an iron mine, with strong defense capabilities, and a wealth of high-quality city defense equipment. What about the Coalition's chosen ones? The Coalition does not have chosen ones with siege characteristics. Besides, the enemy also has chosen ones to block them, and the walls are full of crossbows and magic. If you are not careful, you may be sacrificed. Okay, let's go. After slacking off in Shanquan Village for so long, Field felt bored, and immediately reorganized the troops and headed to the front line. On the 6th day, Field arrived at the Screaming Fortress. The giant trebuchets outside the city kept throwing boulders, and the enemy fought back with crossbows and trebuchets. Corpses piled up like mountains under the city, and various corpses blocked the roads. Blood flowed like streams. The moat was filled with mud and corpses, but the city walls were still intact. Today, the fortress walls were made of magical materials, and it was extremely difficult to blast them open. Attack the city. Laying gave an order, and the flags waved. One by one, battering rams and siege towers were surrounded by soldiers and moved forward slowly. On the city wall, the rebels lit arrows and crossbow bolts in a brazier. and with the help of the city defense crossbow cannons, they fired waves of arrows, which rained down like meteors from the sky, and the Allied soldiers were immediately killed and wounded. Then, hot oil was poured on the wall, and the siege weapons, and the soldiers inside were instantly ignited by the flames. The flames rose up, turning the Allied soldiers into firemen. This siege is a disaster. They are using their bodies to consume the enemy's arrows. Field smacked his lips. Those who rushed up were all human beings. It takes at least 13 or 14 years for a person to grow up to have a barely combat capability. But they died instantly on the battlefield. Meaningless deaths. In the cold weapon era, it was common to siege a city for half a year. Melanie, you are finally here. It is your turn to attack. Field looked in the direction of the voice. It was the chosen one from the Imperial Army. He had met her several times before. She was very gentle. She was always seen visiting soldiers and giving them food. But she was not in good condition now. Her rouge-colored dress was quite damaged. There was a lot of dirty blood on her body, which had already dried up. She looked extremely listless, with heavy dark circles under her eyes. Levin Rhoda. Why are you like this? Melanie spoke rarely. She swung the feather fan in her hand with a look of contempt. Anytime. Please maintain basic decency. Did you wash your face today? As the chosen one of God. Don't you even have time to wash your face? As if she had long been accustomed to Melanie's personality. Living Rhoda puffed her cheeks and wiped her eyes. When you attack, you will understand. I advise you to be careful. The heavy crossbows on the wall and the magic tower are not strawberry decorations on the cake. Besides, the rebels' chosen ones are no weaker than us. Humph. You can't even take down a few rebels. Wait and see my performance. Melanie sneered and turned away. Field also wanted to report to Lei Ying, and hurried to catch up, but felt his sleeve being pulled. Turning his head, he saw Levin Rhoda covering her mouth with her hand, showing a friendly and sweet smile. You just came here. You don't know the terrifying defense of the Screaming Fortress. Please tell the soldiers to be careful. Of course. You too. If you are accidentally injured, please ask me to treat you. Thank you very much. Field didn't want to crash into the towering wall and die. He could just lead his troops to wave flags and shout. If he had to attack, he would stop at that point. After walking around the city wall, Field saw Lei Ying, who had messy hair and untidy beard. He issued instructions from time to time, or opened the map to study. Seeing Melanie coming, Lei Ying was overjoyed. Melanie, I need your ability to suppress the firepower on the wall. This damn fortress was designed by the Imperial Defense Master, but I didn't expect it to be used on us. No problem. Melanie was very confident. This is my stage. Go. I found a flaw in the city defense. If we launch a surprise attack, we may be able to take it down in one battle. Lei Ying nodded, and then called Melanie again. Don't be reckless. Until now, we don't even know how many gods the enemy has. This unknown Shadow World sect is simply unfathomable. Send an order. The 3rd and 4th Legions. Besiege from all sides. Cover Melanie's action. The sound of military trumpets and drums shook the sky. Teams of soldiers marched in a chaotic pace, pushing towers and battering rams, or forming shield walls to launch attacks. A large number of knights or small nobles kept shouting encouragement, urging the soldiers to stabilize their formation. When Field arrived, he postponed the attack on the grounds of running all night. He himself looked at the battlefield from afar. With the help of the artifact telescope, he could easily observe the situation on the battlefield. The Screaming Fortress was a fortress built on a mountain. It had natural defenses. The 30-meter-high outer wall and the 50-meter-high inner wall were even more daunting. There were countless arrow holes on the wall, which could be used to shoot arrows or stab with spears. The soldiers of the coalition army roared, like a surging torrent, slamming fiercely against the blue-gray bank. A pile of stones, boiling oil, spells, or arrows, no matter what, dropped from such a high wall. The power was not small. In an instant, the soldiers of the coalition army suffered heavy casualties. 3rd-level divine skill, blue bird feather. Melanie flipped the feather fan in his hand. Countless feather arrows condensed around his body. Flipped again, the feather arrows turned into countless streams of light, like a violent storm, shooting towards the fortress wall. Each arrow could accurately penetrate the firing holes in the parapets, and easily pierce the bodies of the rebels, elegantly and efficiently, accompanied by a series of muffled groans. The entire wall seemed to be bleeding, and countless streams of blood burst out and flowed down the wall. One person, with a magical skill, easily disintegrated the firepower of an entire line of defense. Milani covered his mouth with a royal feather fan and said proudly, "Isn't this very simple? Seize the opportunity. The Second Legion will charge and attack fiercely." Lei Ying was overjoyed and immediately commanded the army to launch an attack. Chapter 135 The Sudden Backstab of the Sacred, the opportunity for the corrupt to advance. They are just some dirty rats. Milani flicked her fan, shooting out feather arrows the size of a crossbow, which were steadily chiseled into the wall, and continued to the top of the wall. She lifted her body and breathed lightly, and jumped into the city lightly on the feather arrows. Fuck, she climbed up first. No wonder she is as arrogant as 2.58 million. She is really powerful. Field was very shocked. Suddenly, he exclaimed, as if he saw something. Wait, who is that woman on the wall? Field always felt that. A familiar figure flashed by. Milani had just jumped onto the wall, when a vague sense of crisis slowly enveloped her heart. She waved her fan to sweep away the soldiers who surrounded her, and hurriedly tried to jump off the wall, but found that a light curtain appeared out of thin air, blocking her way. Then, the space twisted, and Milani found herself in a church with carved beams and painted buildings, surrounded by holy murals, and the dome extended infinitely, like heaven. What's going on? Since you're looking for death, you can be one of the sacrifices. A faint laugh came from behind Milani. Her body suddenly stiffened, slowly turned her head, and saw two chosen ones emitting holy light. This breath, holy light church? Oh my god, it turns out that the so-called flaw is a trap. Eliza, wearing a veil, carrying a huge artifact cross, said in a changed voice, "Guessed it right, reward you to die?" Milani was shocked. Her heart was pounding. She never thought that the church would get involved, and it was on the opposite side. Just when she wanted to turn around and escape, a beautiful figure blocked her way, silver pure star eyes, with a little pity. "You can't leave the domain of the Immaculate Church, don't struggle." Oh no, what a terrifying speed. Milani took a breath, a haze shrouded her heart, arrogance seemed to bring her trouble. She gritted her teeth, made a defensive posture. "It's hard to say who will win. I really didn't expect that the Holy Light Church would actually do something to its own family. The taxes paid to the church every year are countless, and in the end, what did they get?" Eliza took out a bunch of strange materials. He drew runes on the ground, and raised his head and said, "Kadorian, don't waste time talking to her, judge her crimes as soon as possible." "Yes, countless poor people who were killed, rest in peace." Kadorian crossed his hands, and shook them vigorously. Two extremely delicate white divine swords made a golden sound. "Please accept the judgment from the church. Judge your mother, Amanus." At this point, there is nothing to be afraid of. Milani cursed angrily, and the majestic divine power swept over. With a flip of the feather fan in his hand, 7 feather arrows created waves in the space and shot out. In the trial, you have no right to resist. Kadolian crossed his swords and slashed them out. With the crisp sound of swords, the whole space seemed to come alive. The various fables on the murals seemed to come alive, staging holy and absurd scenes. Clang, the space was agitated, and the brilliant divine powers of both sides collided violently. The violent explosion caused by the collision was transmitted to the real world, and the heads of the rebels suddenly heard a buzzing sound, and they all exploded. Ah! The surrounding rebels were stunned and retreated together. Who could have thought that their companions would explode inexplicably? Although they were crazy lunatics, it didn't mean they were idiots. While they were stunned, the coalition army climbed up the city wall. Lei Ying noticed Milani's disappearance, and immediately took other gods chosen to rush to the front line to rescue. It was not difficult for the gods chosen to rush up, but it was difficult to resist the enemy gods chosen's bombardment. Sure enough, the rebel gods chosen immediately blocked them, and the two sides fought in a mess at the place where Milani disappeared, using various gorgeous skills to each other, and actually destroyed half of the city wall, and countless people were crushed to dust, and the scene was in chaos. There's hope. Field used the artifact telescope to see the rebels from other lines of defense supporting the loopholes, causing the defense lines everywhere to be shaky. Are we going to take this fortress? Field. Let's attack too. I feel taking this city will give us an opportunity to advance. Rosaria suddenly spoke. The whole city is in fear and chaos, and this sweet smell makes it difficult for me to divert my attention. Really? That's great. Field was overjoyed. The way the Chosen Ones advance has always been a mystery, and building a territory is not something that can be done overnight, which makes him often feel anxious. Rosaria's words suddenly made him extremely excited. Although what she said was vague, he would not give up a glimmer of hope. Warriors of the Night Territory, attack with all your forces. Yes, sir. Kitchway and others responded loudly. Without saying a word, Field chose a section of the defense line far away from the main battlefield, pushed a siege tower, and decisively launched an attack. Blood spread, gathered, and gurgled like a stream. There were broken limbs everywhere, and countless disabled or seriously injured soldiers crawled on the ground. Everyone ignored the purgatory-like scene and silently pushed the siege tower, slowly approaching the city wall. Buzz! A string of crossbows as thick as arms shot over and nailed on the siege tower. The thick tower body resisted part of it, but some people were still pierced to death. Hold steady and keep pushing forward. Pushing away the dead soldiers, everyone braved the arrows and gritted their teeth to move forward. Fortunately, the great melee of the Chosen Ones absorbed most of the fighting power, and Field and others arrived at the city wall at a very low cost. Beware of the boiling oil. A soldier shouted. His shout was trembling. The boiling oil could flow into the gaps of the siege tower, making them feel the burning pain, and once the enemy fired a rocket, it would be even more disastrous. Arya! Leave it to me. Arya was not afraid at all. She casually jumped to the top of the siege tower. With a surging momentum. Dragon roar. Invisible impact. The boiling oil seemed to hit an invisible hand head-on, and was pushed back. What's going on? The rebel who poured the boiling oil was stunned, watching the boiling oil pouring down, and actually flew towards him again. First level magic. Fireball. Arya raised her hand and added a flame, and the boiling oil suddenly seemed like a large ball of magma, making a gurgling sound, and splashed on the city wall. Wow! The defense line was instantly enveloped in flames. Countless burning rebels were like moths without light, running wildly, twisting their bodies wildly, and falling from the city wall. Good opportunity. Everyone hurriedly pushed the siege tower, and climbed up the wall from the section of the wall without flames. Field waved the gluttonous sword wildly, killing a group of people like cutting melons and vegetables, helped the Night Army to climb the city wall, and everyone immediately lined up on the wide wall. Field glanced, and saw a black mass of rebels rushing over, trying to drive them off the city wall. Chapter 136 The Promotion Method of the Chosen. Keep the formation. Shield formation. Hold on, crossbowmen. Get ready. The rebels marched in chaotic steps, with a mess of weapons in their hands, and rushed up the stairs. Among them were the followers of the Shadow World sect, who shouted slogans, and every loud slogan made the rebels more violent. Rapid fire. The army of the Night Leader immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow, without even aiming. Although the city wall was wide, the enemy had already occupied all the gaps, and they could hit with their eyes closed. The rebels in the front row were immediately shocked, and fell to the ground. But more rebels rushed in like marching ants. At this time, Field realized the difference between the crossbow and the bow. The bow had a faster firing rate, especially when it burst, and could fire rapidly. But the reloading speed of the crossbow was a big problem. After only 2 rounds of arrows, the two sides collided fiercely on the top of the wall. The shield array was crowded with rebels. The soldiers of the Night Curtain led the spears and harvested the rebels like wheat. The rebels also used spears and sticks to penetrate the gaps between the shield wall and the armor, and stabbed the soldiers of the Night Curtain. The two sides fired their guns at each other, and with screams and howls, everyone fell down in an instant. Some crazy rebels jumped directly on top of the shield array and hacked with farm tools or machetes. However, as long as the soldiers shook the shields vigorously, the rebels who could not stand would fall from the city wall. Dragon roar. Invisible impact. Seeing the increasing pressure in front, Arya cast dragon language magic again. The powerful impact was like a storm, and 60 or 70 rebels were blown down from the city wall, screaming and watching themselves fall from the sky. Field turned the city defense crossbow and fired at the place where the rebels were concentrated. This city defense crossbow, which can shoot 5 crossbows side by side, uses a winch to store power, and is strengthened with magic runes. It is incredibly powerful. But the crossbow passed through the space with a bang, like a string of candied haws, piercing a series of rebels, and nailing them to the stone wall. I need to go to the inner city, Rosaria whispered, and then said in a serious tone, I seem to understand the way to upgrade corruption, which is to find the intersection of life in the city, and then destroy it, bringing despair and death to the lives in the city. right? Field suddenly realized this. Yes, Rosaria responded, but her voice was weak, as if she was worried that Field would be scared. I can control the desire to kill. Don't worry. Field comforted him in a relaxed tone. It's okay. I won't be on guard against you. Then the promotion method of normal gods chosen can also be deduced. Field figured out many problems. The rumors are similar. Normal gods chosen are closely related to the prosperity of the city. The more prosperous the city is, the more people there are, the higher the happiness. And it can provide more active life energy or faith and other things. The evil gods represented by Rosaria achieve breakthroughs in the level of life by destroying cities. This is a war. The enemy should have been defeated long ago. The rebels are just puppets of the Shadow World sect. Don't feel burdened. We will protect you. Rosaria did not expect that Field would comfort her in return. This moved her greatly. Field is not a saint. He must strike hard at the enemy. Many soldiers of the Night Territory died here. They are not here to do charity. Using the crossbow to smash a group of rebels again, Field shouted, "Advance to the inner city." Seeing more coalition soldiers climbing the city wall, Field knew that he had to act decisively. It was his job to quickly reach the inner city. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it. Although the coalition suffered heavy casualties, more soldiers were on the way to support. The hugeness of the empire was not something that a small sect could resist. It was terrifying to be alone in the battlefield. Field was terrified and pushed forward. Fortunately, he was lucky. The team of 200 people did not attract the attention of the enemy's upper-level combat power. They were fighting with the coalition's chosen ones, under the noses of the two powerful forces. Field was particularly excited to secretly seek benefits for himself. Everyone fought their way to the high wall of the inner city. Next, it's up to you. Retreat when you are in danger. I won't let you down. Field stuffed the Gluttony Great Sword into an arrow hole in the inner city, and led the team to find a hidden place, relying on the wall for defense. As the Gluttony Great Sword fell to the ground, the rebels inside the wall surrounded them in confusion. They thought the enemy would continue to attack the city, but they didn't expect a weapon to be thrown in, and everyone was extremely confused. What is that person doing? A believer stepped forward in confusion, wanting to find out. What is this? But unexpectedly, the Gluttony Great Sword gushed out countless bloodlines, and Rosaria appeared instantly, surrounded by chains, without concealing the surging murderous intent. You seem to be a little delicious. Rosaria smiled grimly. At the same time, the mark of the corrupted goddess turned into a black-gray stream of light, falling into the ground under her feet. Then, like a spider web, the invisible mark marked all the life intersections in the entire city. The gorgeous light balls were marked by the mark of the Chosen One, which could not be seen or touched in normal conditions. In the Far East, the ancient Chosen Ones had a more systematic summary of these life intersections, which were composed of the earth veins, feng shui, luck and the race itself. In short, the three elements of heaven, earth and man together constituted the source of the power of the Chosen One. Of course, it is the source of power for the good gods, and the opposite is true for the evil gods. Divine skill. Endless slash. Rosaria's great sword slashed fiercely, and the huge sword energy slashed with a huge wave of energy. Hundreds of low muffled sounds. The surrounding rebels were swept away. The land was polluted by the corrupt sword energy, and the death haze slowly emerged. The surrounding rebels were terrified and wanted to call for support. But soon, death found them. As the environment was polluted, the rebels were killed in large numbers, and the life intersection not far away seemed to be severely damaged. Countless energy turned into thousands of brilliant lights and poured into Rosaria's body. Unlike the energy provided by the Gluttony Great Sword, the power from the life intersection point brings permanent attribute growth. I see. This is why the corrupted creatures are so eager to destroy human settlements. Sensing the crazy growth of power, Rosaria clenched the great sword, put aside all distractions, and crashed into the residential area, where there are the most life intersection points. Because they were controlled by the eye of long-cherished wish. The people in the residential area were working tirelessly, frantically building various weapons. And seeing the enemy coming, they could only scream in despair. But their bodies could not move at all. I'll help you get rid of it. Rosaria smiled grimly, swung the sword violently, and the sword energy was overwhelming. Chapter 137 Second Level Corrupted God Chosen. In another space, the holy church bells kept ringing clang. Clang. The sharp sword lights crossed each other. Milani screamed, like a kite with a broken string, flew backwards. Before he landed, a huge silver cross followed, and there was another huge explosion. Bang! Kadorian's figure shook, and he disappeared strangely on the spot, and when he reappeared, he flashed behind Milani and stabbed Milani down with a sword. The trial is over. A silver cross fell, pierced through Milani's back, passed through her chest, and then pierced into the ground. Well, I'm so unwilling. Milani's hands gradually loosened, her pupils were dilated, and strands of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. A twisted shadow emerged from the strange magic circle drawn by Elisa, opened its mouth and sucked Milani's soul away. The shadow showed a satisfied smile, and said with a strange smile, "The chosen one of the goddess of war, but his soul is a little weak." After that, it returned to the magic circle and disappeared. Ding! Ding! The holy bells rang all around, announcing the end of the battle. Eliza shook her hair, put one hand on her waist. In this case, the third level sacrifice is done, only the first level sacrifice is missing. Rest in peace. Kadolian closed Milani's eyes, then prayed silently. This is all for the future of mankind. Okay. Kadolian, we have to escort the sacrifice to the Viscount's territory. There is no time to waste. Eliza waved her hand. The surrounding churches seemed to be melting, gradually crumbling and disappearing. Eliza threw out a bottle of potion. Don't forget to drink the invisibility potion. It will be bad if we are discovered by the Empire. They are guarding against us like thieves, and we haven't done anything excessive. Wait! Why do I feel that the life intersections around me are disappearing crazily? This is impossible. Eliza showed a shocked expression. Normal God's chosen ones would not destroy the intersections. Nor could they. Even if they killed people, they could not destroy the local ley lines and luck. And they could make up for it by migrating here afterwards. But the problem was that Rosaria was not a normal God's chosen one. The space twisted. When Milani's body fell, everyone in the entire battle zone was stunned for 3 seconds. Lei Ying's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth. But he could not say a word. A God's chosen one has fallen. Someone stuttered, and everyone was sure that they were not dreaming. Under normal circumstances, even if the chosen one cannot win, he can still detach the artifact to gain a short burst of power, and then leave the battlefield or hold on. In the first battle, Lavlasa went deep into the enemy's territory alone, and was besieged by 3 chosen ones for a long time, but was only seriously injured. But now, one of them has really fallen. Lei Ying's eyes were red, and his future was mostly ruined. A chosen one of the Imperial Army, and a noble, died under his command. He dared not imagine what would happen to him next. Even if they were seriously injured, or simply disabled, it was not as serious as dying in battle. Kill them! Lei Ying roared, his fighting spirit bursting out, and he rushed into the crowd to fight frantically. The two sides were fighting fiercely. A rebel chosen heard a cry behind him, glanced back, and was almost scared to death. What's going on with this fog? Is this the death fog? Both sides were confused, staring at each other for a while. They were shocked to find that the inner city of the Screaming Fortress had been shrouded in the death fog, and there were rotten corpses rushing out continuously, attacking the coalition forces and the rebels indiscriminately. How despicable. Lei Ying's eyes were bloodshot, and he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. He thought it was the work of the Shadow World cult. The death of a chosen one was serious enough. If a fortress was covered by the death haze, the queen would peel off his skin. No, before the queen took action, the Lord Count of Nibelungen would do it himself. What's going on? I don't know. The rebel chosen ones also looked at each other. Earlier, whether it was the chosen ones, the fighting knights, or the magicians, both sides gathered together to mince meat, and fought with real anger. No one paid attention to the things in the inner city. Many fighting knights in the coalition noticed it, but they didn't even break into the outer wall, let alone the inner city. Besides, except for the Lord and the Chosen One, who dared to rashly enter the death fog. In the gray fog, houses collapsed. Various buildings were covered with traces of corruption. Blood and corpses were everywhere. Chains covered the entire inner city, and the chains of the gluttonous sword were inserted into key points everywhere, madly absorbing the vitality of the city. When the last bit of energy poured in, a terrifying momentum burst out, and the chains were like steel snakes, and began to be quickly retracted from various buildings. Field got the news immediately. In addition to the significant improvement in attributes, the options for God's choice advancement quickly appeared in his mind. 1. New godly skills. 2. New army bonus. 3. New territory bonus. 4. New features. 5. Qualitative change of existing skills. Fuck, was it actually decided by the Lord? Field scratched his head, flattered, and didn't know which one to choose for a while. Boom! The gluttonous great sword blasted through the city wall, and turned into a bloody light that hit Field not far behind him. The greatsword has evolved into a second-level artifact. The black and red blade is wrapped with a strong blood light, the sword's spine is gray, and there is an extra scarlet eye, and there are strange patterns all around, very scary. The chain wrapped around the white cloth, slowly closing, covering its powerful artifact aura. Field pulled the great sword from the ground as if nothing had happened, and put it on his back. Burp, I'm full, hi. 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 Rosaria's chuckle came. I can't wait to kill people. Ahem, before that, which advanced skill do you want to choose? Field asked democratically. You choose. Rosaria answered without hesitation. My new knowledge tells me that skills are related to the conditions of the city being attacked. And of course, to your lord. And that accounts for the vast majority. Ah? It's also related to me. Field had never expected it. To be precise, the advanced skills are given to the chosen by the Lord. I don't know the specific basis. Anyway, I can't choose. So you decide quickly. I believe in you. The Lord and the chosen are meant to grow together. Military and territory bonuses, first exclude them. After all, corruption tends to be destructive. Rosaria is also a pure combatant. She has no construction and auxiliary abilities. Field doesn't think she can get good construction skills. Even if she has, the benefits won't be high. Forget about the characteristics, too risky. One of Rosaria's characteristics, corruption eternal life, although it is very powerful, it is usually useless. If a characteristic that you will never use in your life appears, it will be a big loss. Chapter 138 New Magic Skills. I want both the new magic skills and the transformation skills. After thinking about it, Field struggled for a long time. The transformation skills are very attractive. Endless Slash itself is an extremely terrifying skill. Field is looking forward to the power of Endless Slash after the transformation, but Rosaria has too few means now. Once she encounters a targeted enemy, there is nothing she can do. Finally, Field gritted his teeth. I want both, forget it, choose the new magic skill first, to make up for the problem of single means. Next time. Let's see what the power of the qualitatively changed Endless Slash is. After making the choice, Field felt a mysterious power, and shared it with Rosaria. He also got the information of the new magic skill. Magic skill, Bloodstained Constellation passive skill. As the damage received increases, various physical attributes increase exponentially with the accumulation of injuries. After leaving the battle for a period of time and healing the injuries, the attributes will return to normal levels. After carefully reading it, Field exclaimed, perfect. Very suitable skills. And will not become weaker and weaker in the future. Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is not a garbage skill. Rosaria's fighting style is reckless, and getting injured is commonplace. As her life energy is consumed, Rosaria will eventually turn into a Lolita, and her combat power will drop sharply. However, now it is completely the opposite. The greater the injury, the stronger the combat power. A complete positive gain. You have to know that this little girl was blasted into pieces by the Black Wolf, and she was able to recover. Such a terrible injury can bring so many attributes that Field dare not imagine. If it were a normal chosen one, this skill would be useless. After all, no one wants to risk their life to gain gains. From today on, I am also a second-level chosen person. It's better to show the power of the new magic skill now. Field swelled up and put his hands on his hips, looking invincible. Don't smile foolishly, those damn rebels released the death haze. Let's get out of here quickly. After Arya wiped out a wave of rebels, she turned her head and saw Field grinning foolishly. She was so anxious that she grabbed him immediately. This place is going to become a dead place. If you don't want to die, run quickly. You're right, let's retreat. Field came to his senses, immediately issued an order, turned his head, and looked at the screaming fortress that had turned into a corpse. A large number of rebels were corrupted, and stood up again, and attacked indiscriminately. The screaming fortress will be scrapped within a period of time, and needs to be purified with fog lights and purification potions. Fortunately, it is not as bad as the northern province. The death haze in the screaming fortress is very small. As long as it is purified slowly, it is expected to be recovered within 3 months. and the land will return to normal within 2 years. Seeing the inner city destroyed, all logistics were paralyzed, and the fighting spirit of the rebels collapsed instantly. Damn it! The fortress can be defended for at least half a month. But the damn nobles actually used such a despicable method. The rebel high priest howled. His nose was crooked with anger. He thought the death haze was the work of the coalition forces. Damn it! They are even crazier than us. All the sacrifices have turned into rotten corpses. Damn it! Laying thought that the death haze was caused by the rebels. And he was so angry that his stomach hurt. They actually used such a despicable method. Kill them all! Seeing that defending the city was meaningless, the rebel god's chosen one turned around and ran away, with a few high priests without saying a word. The other high-level fighters also decisively abandoned their companions, and fled in the direction of the Viscount's territory. Cavalry, follow me to pursue. Laying personally led the cavalry to pursue and kill. As for the remaining rebels in the city, they became prizes for the head contest, and all became the achievements of the nobles. The slaughter lasted until late at night, and the battle of the Screaming Fortress ended. There were wailing and sobbing everywhere. Field's tent was set up on the hillside far away from the fortress. Arya hid in the tent and slept soundly. She had exerted a lot of effort in this battle, and was already exhausted. Field had just finished visiting the wounded, and came back to sit by the campfire to warm himself. The warm swaying campfire could calm people down. He picked up some firewood beside him, and threw it into the fire. The greedy flames immediately rose, making the oatmeal porridge in the pot gurgle. Field thought to himself, now that I have the second-level combat power, it's time to go head-to-head with my brother. I will hang up her chosen one and beat her. And then hang up her brother and beat him. Now I just need a good opportunity. If I don't solve this hidden danger, I will be unhappy. Many of your soldiers are injured. Right? This is for you. A gentle voice sounded, and Field looked up and saw Levenrhoda, the chosen one who could heal injuries. She looked haggard, and there were traces of tears on her cheeks, but she had obviously washed up, and changed into a black mourning robe, as the saying goes. A woman should be pretty, and in mourning, at this moment, she had a kind of coldness that made people love her. Levenrhoda took out a bottle of golden potion from the basket she was carrying, and handed it over. She was distributing the healing potion everywhere. This is a special potion I made. It is very effective in treating external injuries. After adding water, it can be used to treat soldiers. Field was stunned, stood up and said quickly, "Thank you very much. Please accept my condolences for the matter of Lady Melanie." Although Melanie's words were harsh, Field could see that they had a strong comradeship. Well, we will find the murderer. Levenrhoda lowered her head, and was silent for a moment, clenched her fist and waved it. Only by completely defeating the rebels can more people survive. Thank you for your heroic battle. You climbed the city wall early. Everyone saw it. You are very brave. You are a true knight. It should be. Field scratched his head embarrassedly. He just went to make a profit, although he did help objectively. The roar of griffins suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, I saw more than a dozen majestic griffins, spreading their huge wings across the starry sky, and falling towards Lei Ying's command camp. Excuse me, I think the Empire's Griffin Knights are here. Levenrhoda nodded to Field and left. Watching Levenrhoda leave, Lei Ying is going to be in trouble. He is actually a very nice person. Although this guy has a lot of bad intentions, he is mostly out of consideration for the interests of the family. In the aristocratic circle, he is already a person of extremely noble character. Field really doesn't want this resolute uncle to be severely punished. Give the potion to Tietue, and let him apply the medicine to the wounded. Field sat back by the campfire, filled a bowl of oatmeal porridge, and just when he was about to drink it, a white hand came over and grabbed the porridge away. Arya held the bowl in one hand, revealing her arms as white as lotus roots. A smile appeared on her icy face. You actually eat alone. I am your chosen one. You didn't even call me when you had food. That's too much. Aren't you sleeping? Field's face was full of black lines. If I wake up a female dragon, I'm afraid I will be beaten. Hee hee. I'm glad to know. The griffin's cry gave me a headache, so I woke up. Chapter 139 Arya's Treasure. Arya came close to Field, which shocked Field. After knowing each other for so many days, this was the first time Arya took the initiative to come close to him, and she came so close. Field's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "What are you doing?" "Quickly make room for the dragon's nest." The dragon's nest? Do you mean this piece of wood?" Field couldn't help her with her inexplicable middle school disease, and Field immediately moved away half a body. Arya immediately sat on it, and then stared at the campfire in a daze, and licked the oatmeal porridge from time to time. The warm waist and silky body made Field feel like there was a plump cushion next to him, with excellent texture. I really want to try a neat pillow. This thigh that can be squeezed by black silk is definitely great to use as a pillow. Field was thinking about it, and made himself a bowl of oatmeal porridge, blew it gently, and waited for it to cool down before eating. Seeing that Arya still didn't speak, Field keenly caught Arya's mood and asked softly, "What's wrong with you? I feel that you are in a bad mood. If you have anything to say, tell me, and we can discuss it together." "Fortunately, I'm fine," Arya said this, staring at Field. The woman's emotions were really unpredictable. Field felt embarrassed by being stared at, and turned his eyes to the fire again, and asked tentatively, "Is it the death of Milani that makes you feel very sad?" "Yes. Even the chosen one will die." Arya nodded silently, and threw some firewood into the fire. "I am not afraid of death, but I am worried that I will not be able to complete my mission." "Indeed? I am worried about you." Field nodded silently in his heart. Even though he had a second-level chosen one, he still didn't dare to say anything about saving the world or preventing the end of the world. With his current strength, this woman's mind was full of thoughts about protecting lives. It was really tiring to live. "Don't say such things. Please cherish your own life." Field was very resistant to Arya's behavior of not cherishing her life. "Don't interrupt me." "That?" Arya was shy, and then her face turned red. "Come closer," Field said him. His eyes widened, and he quickly drank a mouthful of oatmeal, smacking his lips carefully. "There is no medicine in it." "What medicine?" Arya tilted her head in confusion, then took 2 deep breaths, and whispered, "Let's go to the tent. I'll show you the good stuff. It's my most precious thing." "Fuck. The good stuff is a new game." "Right." Field took a deep breath. He knew that it was dark and windy at this time, and this woman was going to do something bad to him. I didn't expect that this guy had a cold and arrogant face, and he didn't even touch her head. But she was still anxious. As expected, women are all contrasting. He. After saying that, Arya drank the oatmeal porridge, waved to Field, and then immediately went into the tent. "Ahem. I'm actually a serious person, but you use this kind of thing to test old cadres." Field didn't even drink the porridge, rushed into the tent quickly, looked around the outside of the tent, made sure no one was peeping, and directly pulled the tent curtain. "Why do you want to pull the curtain? It's so dark." Arya lit the candle with magic, looking confused. "You do interesting things like that. Don't you close the door?" Field frowned. "But it's okay to light candles. I guess it's necessary. Why do you have to close the door? I usually do it in the wild." "Ah, that's not the point." Arya waved her hand, ignoring Field's shocked expression. "It's like this. I feel very happy during the time I've been with you. You're not as bad as I thought. Although you're really perverted. Why didn't you wear clothes last time?" "That's not the point. Compared to doing that in the wild. Can I call that perverted?" Arya glared at him angrily. "It's perverted. Otherwise, please give me a reasonable explanation." "The explanation is, I played chess with Rosaria, lost 15 games in a row, and then lost all my clothes. It's normal. Okay? Okay. I am a pervert," Field admitted decisively. "But I am a pervert with principles. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps thousands of years later, my behavior will not be perverted." Arya got a satisfactory answer, folded her hands over her chest, and nodded. "I will leave you soon to find the remains of the dragon. This time, life and death are unpredictable. So I want, leave a seed first?" For words popped up in Field's mind subconsciously. "So, I want to give you the most precious thing." Clang, clang, clang. The friendship of the dragon. Arya conjured up a piece of parchment like a magic trick. "So the most precious thing you said was actually a piece of paper?" Field almost had a brain hemorrhage. He took the parchment, and there were 2 huge stick figures drawn on it, and a bunch of messy lines. Magic? Runes? Or something strange? "Look! This is you. This is me. And your dog flag and the army led by Night. I drew this in Shankwan village." Arya pointed out the contents of the parchment with great interest, especially emphasizing the meaning of the 2 stick figures. "I have been really happy during this period. This is actually a wolf flag, not a dog flag." Field held it in for a long time, but still didn't tell the cruel truth. Ha ha ha, Ashina will be so angry. Rosaria almost got a stitch in the side with her laughter in the gluttony great sword. Well, the painting is very good, with the style of the great painter Picasso. Field gave a thumbs up, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. According to what she said, she likes to do interesting things in the wild. It turns out to be painting in the wild. Although she didn't know who Picasso was, Arya still hummed with pride, shook her hair, pointed at the parchment and said, "Of course. Look at the details on the flag. I even drew the kitchen knife held by the dog clearly. That's the black wolf holding the gluttony great sword." "Dear." Rosaria's laughter stopped abruptly. She couldn't laugh anymore, and said grimly in Field's mind, "Dear Field, do you want to eat roasted dragonborn? I accepted your painting. Thank you very much, Miss Arya." Field carefully put away the parchment. "Go to bed early, Field. We have to go to the Viscount's territory tomorrow." After saying that, Arya extinguished the candle, opened the tent curtain, paused at the door, turned her head and smiled. "Good night, Lord." "Yes, good night." Field also waved his hand. There was no conversation that night. The next day, Laying left an army to station and clear the corpses, and he hurriedly led the main army to the Viscount's territory. Field knew very well that Laying urgently needed merit to make up for his mistakes. Chapter 140 Arya's Departure. At the same time, Arya also formally bid farewell to Field. She was going to fulfill her mission, even though the contract had not been completed for 2 months. "The inheritance of the ancient dragon is about to begin, I must hurry over." Arya forced out an ugly smile and then, like a magic trick, conjured up a gorgeous potion bottle. "Remember the black dragon we killed? I condensed their blood, maybe it will be useful to you." "Well, thank you." Field knew that it was useless to keep him, so he handed over a letter. "In exchange, you accept this, there is a certificate of 1,000 gold coins, and my handwritten letter. If you encounter a difficult enemy, give him this letter." "Oh!" Arya curiously opened the letter and read. "Field Ross, the Lord of Nightfall, requires you to release Comrade Arya immediately. If you dare to disobey, you will be killed even if you are far away. Anyway, take it easy, my dear daughter." Field patted Arya's head. "If you come back, don't forget to come to Nightfall." Arya nodded obediently. "Okay, I will." The soldiers were also very sad. "Take care, Lord Arya." "Whoa! I can only eat pig food from now on." Arya was silent for a moment, put the envelope away, and waved to everyone. Then, she left everyone's sight and disappeared completely on the horizon. "We will meet again in the future." Field had an inexplicable intuition. After bidding farewell to Arya, everyone had no time to feel sad, but followed Laying day and night to arrive at Viscount Lucius's territory, and saw the last and largest city occupied by the rebels, Nogaisk. The governor's army has surrounded the rebels' lair. Outside the city, there are counterweight catapults, huge stones 2 or 3 people high, or burning barrels, which are constantly flying across the sky and thrown into the city. Boom, boom, boom. Various gorgeous fighting spirits, magic and divine skills are constantly hitting the city. There are explosions everywhere. From a distance, the city is like hell on earth, with corpses and collapsed buildings everywhere. The holy light will protect you. Lost children. A dozen nuns from the church, led by a priest, prayed for everyone. Field had just set up the tent when he turned around and was splashed with holy water. He wiped his face, speechless, but still politely said, "Thank you very much for your prayers." "You're welcome. We respect the soldiers who defend our country. Wherever there are lost lambs, there are us." The priest walked around the territory with a heartless pace, looked around for a long time, and saw Field frowning and unhappy. So he left as if nothing had happened. "These guys seem to be watching my deployment?" Rubbing his chin, Field thought, "I don't know why. Seeing those curvy nuns, I think of someone." To be on the safe side, Field still asked everyone to set up camp again, set up chevaux de frise around the territory, and set up crossbows on high places. This heavy crossbow was dismantled by Field from the wall of the Screaming Fortress. Unfortunately, he only managed to grab one, which was pulled by 4 horses. After everything was done, it was already dark. "Hi, Baron Field. You are finally here." Knight Loran and 5 knights rode over on war horses of different colors and greeted Field enthusiastically. "It is a great pleasure to meet you." After this battle, I will definitely treat you to champagne. Field was shocked and sweated profusely. This sentence was a death declaration. When watching TV dramas in the past, if a guy said after this battle, I will go home and get married, he would definitely die and bring bad luck to the people around him. Captain, the car is ready. There is nothing to be afraid of. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back alive. Field said 3 death declarations in a row as a hedge, and then wiped the cold sweat. I am also very happy to see you. You are a day late. Otherwise you would have seen a shocking show. Laurent jumped off his warhorse and walked side by side with Field. He gestured with joy. Just yesterday, the rebels killed a 4th level chosen. Can you believe it? 4th level. The rebels are so powerful. Field widened his eyes in surprise, deeply surprised. 4th level chosen, plus the rest of the chosen, this strength can be enthroned as a count. Right? They actually rioted. I can't understand. What are they trying to do? According to the existing information, it is very difficult for the chosen to advance. Rosaria's advancement to the 2nd level can cause such a commotion. To be able to train a 4th level god chosen, the rebels must have a very deep foundation. Field looked around unnoticeably and felt a chill on his back. How could there be so few safe places in this empire? There must be a traitor funding them. And that traitor is not small. I don't know what they are after. Maybe for excitement. But it is worth mentioning that the coalition also sacrificed a 2nd level god chosen. She came from Rick province, and his lord also died soon after. Laurent took off his helmet. According to the law and etiquette, when talking about the death of the god chosen and the nobles, the hat should be removed to express condolences. The empire will remember your contribution, and your glory will turn into griffin feathers to protect the people of the queen. Field did not wear a helmet, but he also recited it again. I didn't expect that after the chosen one died in battle, the lord also died in battle. It's really tragic. Field sighed. Laurent waved his hand with an expression of why do you think so? That's not the case. It's true that the chosen one died in battle, but her lord got drunk and fell headfirst into horse manure, choking to death. Well, you don't have to tell me the truth. I want to be serious for a while. I really want to have my own chosen one. This time it was Laurent's turn to sigh. Without the chosen one, it's really hard to move forward. I long to obtain the title of Baron and revive the glory of my family. Field shrugged, find one. After saying this, Field realized that it was really hard to find the chosen one. In a big city like Golden Eagle City, only one will appear every 10 years. Only in the capital of the empire, one will appear every 2 to 3 years. What's worse is that cities that can produce gods chosen are all controlled by big families. In rural areas and small towns, the probability of gods chosen appearing is very small. It's difficult. Laurent sighed. Don't worry. You see, I don't have one either. Field shamelessly comforted. I'm already a baron, but I still don't have one. So, relax and enjoy life. I hope you can find your own gods chosen. Laurent generously gave his blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, a green dot suddenly appeared on the small map. Chapter 141: The Decisive Battle to Quell the Rebellion. A green dot, just dozens of miles away from him, she was surrounded by a lot of exclamation marks, moving quickly in her own direction. Until she reached the vicinity of the army, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Field was very familiar with this. This means that there is an uncontracted chosen one nearby. The chosen ones who have been contracted, the minimap is not displayed, even your own chosen ones. For example, Ashina and Rosaria, before the contract, Field could see the marks from a long distance, but after the contract, they disappeared directly on the minimap. The pink cat head was also hidden under the table, and he didn't even notice it. And the exclamation mark, enemy attack. Field was shocked. Blood sacrificed to the true god. The distant Nogaisk city erupted in a terrifying roar. The rebels were like a black tide of ants, rushing out from all exits of the city. They were like mad trap beasts, charging desperately at the coalition forces. The fanatical believers of the rebels, even shot by more than 10 arrows, were still fighting wildly. Devil. They are devils. Some serfs of the coalition were frightened by this scene and retreated, and the surrounding serfs immediately shrank back and wanted to escape. However, he had just run 2 steps when a spear pierced his chest and lifted him up high. Laying roared, "Whoever retreats will die. Hold your ground." At the same time, 2,000 or 3,000 elite rebels suddenly rushed out from the outer rear of the coalition forces. where Field was, and attempted to attack from both sides. They appeared out of thin air, and the Sentinels have no news. Loran was shocked. Could the gods really be on their side? It's an invisibility potion. I've heard of this kind of magic potion in Maple Leaf City. Field was prepared in advance. Hammer. Bring me Italy. Bombard them with crossbows. Buzz, assuming that the winch of the city defense crossbow on the high ground is loosened. A row of crossbows will shoot straight out. Wow! The rebel cavalry at the front seemed to have hit a wall hard, and suddenly paused, then flew backwards, and became a string with the knights behind. Beautiful. We'll help you too. The soldiers of the Knight Army quickly formed a battle array. Loran brought his remaining troops, also came to support, and many small nobles and rangers all came over to line up for defense. Fuck, the enemy's chosen one is here. Field's eyelids twitched, and saw 3 beautiful women in strange costumes flash out. On the battlefield of this world, seeing a beautiful woman is a terrible thing. We have to leave here. If ordinary soldiers can still fight, it is better to run away when encountering the chosen one. Field did not hesitate, and immediately made the decision to abandon the position. He was about to issue an order. Humph! A few little mice actually ran behind our army, and tried to attack from both sides. Did they think I couldn't find them because they were invisible? A majestic female voice resounded through the sky, filled with murderous rebukes, and instantly covered up all the shouts of killing. The sky flashed with golden light, and a beautiful woman holding a golden sword stepped out of the air. She had a graceful figure, and her smooth golden hair was loose. Strangely, her eyes were covered with a white eye mask, which made her look mysterious and dazzling. The woman instantly burst out with a terrifying killing intent. The killing intent alone repelled the 3 gods chosen who attacked. Field and others. Their legs and feet softened, and they were almost paralyzed by fear. This kind of pressure was like turning around and suddenly seeing a large truck with 4 front and 8 rear wheels carrying a truckload of steel coils, suddenly crashing into them. Sneaky. Unscrupulous. I know whose style without thinking. Peril. Long time no see. You are still so heartless. A vague shadow flew out of Nogaisk City at the speed of light. Unscrupulous? The most unscrupulous one is actually the queen you are loyal to. Completely different from the crazy cultists Field imagined. The shadow stood calmly, and the elegant posture was like the focus of the ball. It seems there is no need to discuss further. You have become a complete lunatic. Peril snorted coldly, and then raised her slender hand lightly. 5th level divine skill. Falling stars. There was a loud buzzing sound. The clouds in the sky were instantly blown away. The stars were hard to see. A giant meteorite fell quickly, and the atmosphere made a sharp explosion due to the intense friction. Hee, let me show you the power of the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes, the Garden of Bliss. The space was torn apart, and a strange eyeball slowly opened in the air, and the chill that penetrated into the bones made people unconsciously want to fall into madness. As long as the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes stared at you for a while, you would become its puppet, becoming a machine that worked frantically for 24 hours, and obeyed unconditionally, until your body collapsed. Luckily, the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes only appeared for a moment. The next moment, the shadow, Peril, and the large meteorite she summoned all disappeared. It's a domain. Rosaria is well informed and answered Field's doubts. Field was still frightened. It's really scary. When that big eyeball opened, I had the idea of kneeling down. Hee. That's a good idea. Keep it up. You can kneel down to me later, and I'll let you lick my toes. Please get out of the way. After being interrupted by Rosaria's incredible imagination, Field felt clear-headed and immediately retreated to the camp, helping the Knight Army to defend while judging the situation. Several chosen ones also flew out of the coalition forces. Most of them had never been seen before. Field estimated that they were reinforcements from the Empire. They found their respective opponents at a very fast speed. The 2 sides did not say a word, and a melee broke out immediately, with various powerful skills thrown around. This was unfortunate for the ordinary soldiers around, who were killed indiscriminately. Soon everyone stayed away from the chosen ones. The rebels have no hope of winning. Our chosen ones will crush them with just numbers. Field looked around. The chosen ones of the coalition forces often beat one enemy with more, and there was no possibility of defeat. But the rebels still chose to take the initiative. I don't think that Shadow is a madman who is determined to die. Unless the rebels have other plans. Opening the small map, Field found that the green dot was still there, and was slowly moving towards Nogaisk City. That's right. They are covering up their actions. Field immediately withdrew all the soldiers of night territory, picked up his gun and jumped on his horse, and quickly came to the vicinity of the green dot, and found that there was no human hair. Frowning slightly, Field took out a cone-shaped artifact. If I guess correctly, it is the eye that sees through the mist. I only felt my vision blurred. A group of 200 elite infantry, led by a chosen one, were transporting 20 large wooden boxes. Well, they are actually repairing the plank road in the open, and secretly crossing Chinsong. Field sneered, and almost got confused by the earth-shaking battlefield. Fortunately, he reacted and realized that seeking benefits for himself was the top priority. Crossbowman, shoot in the direction of my finger. Chapter 142. The people in the night territory were confused, but the battles in recent days made them obey 100%. The sound of the mechanism was heard immediately. A flower of blood burst out of nowhere in the air, and then 4 or 5 bodies pierced by crossbow arrows fell out. The invisibility potion, when attacked, or when actively attacking, will become ineffective. Damn, I've been discovered. The invisible god's chosen was shocked, knowing that his whereabouts had been exposed, glared at Field with hatred, and immediately led the army to charge. You die? As the enemy charged, the entire escort convoy was completely exposed. The uncontracted chosen ones are hiding in those boxes. We have to snatch them. Field was not panicked at all. He took out a hickory crossbow from the right side of his warhorse, aimed at the other party's pretty face, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The crossbow arrow flew across the space and shot out. Field didn't even need to see if he hit the target. He shouted, "There is another enemy chosen one here." As soon as he said this, 2 people from his own camp immediately flashed out, intercepted the enemy, and beat him up righteously. Great. Field was ecstatic, glanced around, and immediately urged the soldiers, "Snatch those boxes for me. Quickly. Charge." The people in the night leader shouted and went up to fight. Everyone who sees it gets a share. Let's go grab it too. The surrounding coalition forces saw this. Their eyes instantly turned red. Seeing the other side escorting the convoy in such a grand manner, they knew that the boxes must contain valuables, and they all became greedy. Robbery and the like, whether nobles or soldiers, everyone liked it the most. Everyone immediately gave up fighting with the rebels and joined the snatching war. The poor 200 infantrymen, no matter how elite they were, could not resist the noble army that surrounded them from all directions. They fought desperately, but were still chopped into meat paste by random swords. Field took advantage of the small map and easily found the box containing the chosen one. The soldiers also seized 3 large boxes. Why is it like playing teamfight tactics? Field saw many people running away with boxes, and cursed angrily. It was obviously him who discovered the enemy, so he should take the lion's share of the spoils. Forget it. Just take the most valuable things. Otherwise, with the nature of the nobles, they will probably vomit as much as they eat. The battlefield was too chaotic, and it was impossible for him to eat all the spoils. In fact, I was also picking up a bargain. In theory, all the spoils on the battlefield could not be touched and had to be handed in. After the governor personally counted them, they could be distributed. However, in the time it took to drink a sip of water, the box was divided up. It's all magic potions. Ha! I'm rich. A noble opened the box with his eyes wide open. He saw that the box was filled with magic potions. Before he could be happy, someone next to him suddenly reached out and snatched 2 bottles. Quick! Quick! Grab them for me. That's mine. I don't accept it. Why should I fight the rebels, and you take the benefits? Everyone started to fight for it. The nobles who didn't get anything were envious and crazy. Seeing that Field had taken 4 of them, they became anxious and sent soldiers to grab them directly. How shameless! Field cursed. Seeing that the nobles had turned their backs on him, he immediately gathered his troops, turned around and ran away. If he stayed here, he would only be robbed. The balance of victory quickly tilted to the coalition forces. The rebels were repelled and retreated back into the city. The greedy coalition forces had long lost their desire to fight and began to rob the spoils. They not only looted the rebels' property, but also their own property. Even if the supervisors beheaded more than a dozen people, it would not help. Field retreated back to the camp. The chevaux de frise and the army blocked the greedy nobles. He hurriedly counted the spoils, rubbing his hands excitedly. Field said happily, "It's like opening a blind box. So happy." Opening the first box, Bottles of gorgeous magic potions. Stacked together. With cotton in the middle. Picking out a bottle at random. The bottle is marked with 3 in the language of this world. Fuck. Take off. 3rd level fighting spirit magic potion. Field couldn't believe it. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. If these are all 3rd level magic potions, I will eat spicy strips in the future. 1 for each stick. After checking the box, Field was surprised to find that they were all 3rd level magic potions, and their value was inestimable. After being happy, Field rubbed his chin, revealing a resentful expression. Those stolen boxes. Could there be 4th or 5th level potions? No. I'm suddenly unhappy. I have to take a small notebook to record this grudge. The other 2 boxes contained magic cores. Since he had been in the Night Territory, Field had hardly come into contact with Warcraft. Magic cores come from Warcraft, and are often used to make high-end equipment or for magicians. Although they are not used now, they are all valuable. Save the good stuff for last. Field licked the corner of his mouth and pried open the last box with a halberd. A girl, tied up and thrown inside. Her mouth stuffed with silk cloth. Gray hair and gray eyes. Her long hair falling like silk to her waist. Her body slender and graceful. Her skin as white as jade. Her eyes full of tears. She glared at Field angrily, and immediately lowered her head pitifully. The chosen one. He. Field laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall, and then realized that he was very perverted, and immediately changed to a gentle attitude, saying softly, "Don't be afraid. I am not in the same group with them. I will take the cloth out of your mouth now. Don't scream." The girl stared timidly for a moment, and then nodded vigorously. Pop! Field took off the silk cloth. Cough, cough. The girl coughed twice. Took a deep breath of fresh air. Twisted twice. Failed to break free from the rope. Turned to look at Field. "Please, don't kill me." I. The girl said I for a long time, but couldn't find a reason to stop being killed. "I didn't say I would kill you." Field laughed. After a moment of silence, the girl asked, "Where is this?" "This is the city of Nogaisk in the Atavan province." Seeing that the other party was still confused, Field immediately added, "The Holy Griffin Empire." "Ah? You actually came here?" Field glanced at the rope on her body. Confused. "Hey? Aren't you the chosen one? Why can't you even break free from the rope? What do you know? I'm paralyzed. Besides, I just woke up not long ago. I'm not very powerful yet." The girl barely got out of the. After recovering from the fear, hearing this, she felt embarrassed. "No, how do you know I'm the chosen one?" Field waved his hand. "You were escorted alone. You must be more important, I just guessed." "Then you are right. Untie me quickly." The girl was like a caterpillar, squirming and rolling on the ground. The purple skirt was constantly pulled up by the rope, revealing her snow-white thighs, and her little white rabbit was also outlined with a high and raised angle. She screamed. Don't look around. Chapter 143. This guy doesn't seem very smart. Field was ashamed. "Untie the rope quickly, it's making me uncomfortable." Seeing Field leaning down to untie the rope, she immediately blushed and warned loudly, "Don't look, turn your head away." "Are you sure?" Field laughed. "How can you untie the rope if you can't see? Isn't this a free benefit?" "Of course." Okay. Field immediately closed his eyes, tilted his head, and reached his hand up. The next second, just like stretching your palm out of the window of a speeding car, the warm resistance feeling is immediately transmitted to the palm of your hand. "Hey! Where are you touching? Idiot! The rope is a little lower." The girl shuddered, felt her body getting hot, and her heart was beating. "Please be careful. Don't do anything bad." Field moved down from the place he had just touched. But he didn't touch the rope. His fingertips passed over his abdomen and were about to reach his belly button. You did it on purpose. Turn your head quickly." The girl was crying. "I allow you to turn your head and look." "That's right. It's a simple thing. Don't move." "Is this? The bar is warm like spring. And the subway is full of dangers." Field had always found it difficult to understand this inexplicable thing. He pulled the rope hard, letting the dagger pry it open. As the rope fell to the ground, the girl quickly jumped up, trying to escape, but she fell flat on her face after just 2 steps. My feet are numb." Field's mouth curled up wildly. He was sure that he had picked up a fool. "Why are you running? There's still a war outside." Playing with the dagger, Field approached with a funny look on his face. Don't Don't come over. As Field's shadow approached, the girl was shocked and trembled all over. Am I scary? Field touched his nose sadly and asked Rosaria. Not scary. A little cute. Rosaria chuckled. Forget cute. This word doesn't suit me. It would be convenient if I had a mirror. He looked down at himself. He was wearing a black robe and a hideous heavy armor. His body was splattered with blood. There were human tissues stuck in the gaps of the armor. Blood dripped on the ground from time to time. It smelled fishy. Behind him was a magic sword that exuded an evil aura. It seems. A little. Probably. Not quite like a good person. Take it. The girl suddenly jumped up and punched. Field's alarm bells rang. It was extremely scary to be attacked head-on by the Chosen One. He immediately surged with fighting spirit and defended with all his strength. Ty! Hearing the dull sound of limbs hitting steel, the girl covered her fist. Tears came out. It hurts. It hurts. So weak. Field leaned back slightly, revealing her true colors without mercy. This was the weakest Chosen One he had ever seen. Bar none. Don't say that. The girl was furious. She immediately raised her leg high and kicked. Field grabbed her ankle lightly. Her long white legs were exposed. The white light was dazzling. All she saw were smooth lines, which were extremely smooth. This is the gangster's exciting punch? Field was originally very serious, but after being disturbed by her, he suddenly felt hot all over. She is not a combat-type Chosen One, and her control skills have weakened her. In her prime, she can only barely deal with a first-level fighting knight. As for now, even a homeless person can deal with her. Rosaria answered promptly. The Chosen Ones are also divided into categories, such as combat, life, support, scientific research or other strange categories, which are further divided into subcategories and professions. And there are more categories. I see. Her weakness saved her. If she was really a threat to you, I would have torn her to pieces the moment she attacked just now. Rosaria's words were cold, and she was obviously not joking. Field came to his senses and subdued her. After the girl calmed down completely, he said solemnly, Okay, I don't want to play games with you. If you dare to move again, I will not be polite. What's your name? Seeing that her escape failed, the girl hesitated for a long time and stammered, My name is Charlotte, and I am from the Purple Gold Empire. The Purple Gold Empire has perished. Are you a refugee? Looking at her hair color, Field guessed that she was from a country near the inland sea. But he didn't guess it was the Purple Gold Empire. You are also a survivor of the Purple Gold Empire. Right? But I don't think you look like him. Charlotte observed carefully for a long time, and shook her head regretfully. Except for the hair and eye color, nothing else looks like him. Smiling slightly, Field was too lazy to talk nonsense. My name is Field. I am from the Griffin Empire. Let's not talk too much. Please make a contract with me. This is also the reason why I saved you. Hearing the word contract, Charlotte felt like she had eaten a Snickers bar, and instantly became excited, and was no longer afraid of Field, and instead had a wise look that saw through everything. She raised her eyebrows, showed her little tiger teeth and smiled. I knew that you greedy and reckless men, you are full of God's chosen ones. Charlotte asked arrogantly, counting on her fingers. It's not impossible for you to make a contract with me. What is your title? How big is your fiefdom? How many troops do you have? Huh? Why does it feel like you are asking for a house, a car, and a dowry? Field frowned. I am from the Ross family, now a baron. My fiefdom is in the Night Territory, and the army is about 200 people. After listening carefully, Charlotte shook her head. Sorry, your title does not meet my minimum requirements, but you are a good person. I am very grateful to you. After that, Charlotte waved her hand casually, said goodbye, and was about to leave. Field was confused. After coming to a different world, he went through so much trouble. Can he get a good guy card? That's impossible. Bang! The Gluttony Great Sword smashed directly in front of Charlotte. The flying chain directly blocked the exit. The bandages that bound the sword fell off, revealing the ferocious demon pupils of the Gluttony Great Sword. You are violating the spirit of chivalry. Charlotte immediately smelled a very strong smell of blood. The hair on her body stood up, she trembled all over, staggered back 2 steps, and protested with courage. I believe you are a gentleman, please let me leave. Field took a solid iron lance, and patiently roasted it on the stove in the middle of the tent. Because he seized the order of the Chosen One, Nightfall had killed or injured more than 10 people, and they didn't want to hear her useless thank you. If he didn't seize her, Charlotte would be sent to the Shadow World sect, and she would die in 99% of the cases. It can be said that he saved her life, but Field was too lazy to be hypocritical, and he saved her purely out of consideration for his own interests. Sorry, I have neither chivalry nor gentleman. Field stood up, holding a hot lance, and came close to Charlotte's beautiful face, staring at her tearful eyes, and said coldly, "Either you are tortured to death by this thing, or you break the contract. I will never let you go. I will be very unhappy if that happens. Do you understand?" Chapter 144. Of course, if Charlotte is contracted, she will join the maid group. Ahem, I am thinking of something strange. Field patted his head, cleared his mind, and exhaled a breath of foul air. The chosen ones I met recently, why do they all look bitter and resentful, as if contracting them would cost them their lives? Charlotte clenched her fists, wanted to refuse, but the red-hot iron was right next to her, emitting a terrifying aura. Charlotte fantasized a little, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at Field's indifferent face again, she struggled again, and finally nodded softly. "I agree." Charlotte gritted her teeth and agreed. But I also have a request." "Well, tell me." Seeing that the matter was settled, Field was curious about the reason why she insisted on not being contracted. If possible, please help me get revenge and restore my country." Charlotte's mouth shrank. She sobbed, sat on the ground, and then curled up with tears in her eyes, hugging her knees. "My people were all killed by the pagans." She was full of hatred, so she hoped to find a powerful noble to help her take revenge on the pagans. So that's how it is. That's understandable. The hatred of a country's destruction and a family's demise will make people sacrifice everything. Seeing her crying so hard that snot bubbles came out, Field sympathetically handed her a handkerchief and sighed, "Although I sympathize and understand your experience, I must point out that even a powerful empire could not stop the pagans. Which noble can you find to help you get revenge?" Charlotte stopped crying, blinked, thought for a moment, and her eyes lost their luster. "Why do you say that? I suddenly feel even more sad." "The trend of history is not subject to personal will." Field shrugged. "Besides, even if there is a powerful noble in front of you, he can defeat the pagans. But why would he contract you? The powerful nobles, the ones they contract, are the strongest in the family. If you ask them to abandon the 6th or 7th level gods chosen and accept you, they will be kicked out by their competitors the next day. People in this world can only contract one god's chosen, and they must be of the same race. All the gods chosen contracted by those in high positions are also top level." After stuttering for a long time, Charlotte figured it out and stood there dumbly. "It turns out that the revenge I have been thinking about is just a bubble. Nobles can be idiots, but the bloody reality will filter them out. People in high positions must have sufficient strength to support them. Although it is impossible that no one wants the chosen one, it is not enough to rely on the strength of the first level to enter the core circle of the top nobles. To become the Dodgy who brings disaster to the country and the people, you must at least be a vixen. Don't be so sad. The Griffin Empire is close to the Purple Gold Empire. The Queen will have a war with the pagans sooner or later. You still have a chance to take revenge." Field plunged the lance into the soil, and drew a big pie in the air with his right hand. "If you contribute more to the Night Territory, the soldiers of the Night Territory may kill one more enemy in the future. If you think about it this way, isn't it much better?" "Yeah, it's much better." Charlotte burst into laughter, wiped her tears with a handkerchief, blew her nose hard, and then handed the wet handkerchief to Field. "Thank you. I'll give it back to you." "No, you keep it." Field's mouth twitched, and he silently took 2 steps back. Charlotte brushed off the dust on her body, stood up and cleared her throat, with a proud face. "Although you are only a baron, and your strength is also very weak, I recognize you. I am the most promising lord in the Northern Province. You can go to the Northern Province to ask." "This is recognized." Field breathed a sigh of relief and raised his eyebrows. "Really? That's the best." Charlotte was as happy as a lark flapping its wings, with dust and tears on her face, and she looked like a fool when she smiled. Field silently complained, "After all, I am the only lord in the Northern Province. The other lords are dead, they definitely have no objection." Flipping his hair aside, Field saw the new goddess mark. The goddess mark exuded a soft golden light, forming a gentle and kind goddess shadow. Then, a divine power link flowed into Field's body. Name, Charlotte Balliol level. First level chosen by the god of fertility occupation. Natural sacrifice divine skill. Song of fruit singing praises to 1 acre of farmland, greatly increasing the yield, and a small probability of producing golden crops, after eating, slightly increasing strength. The effect gradually decreases with the number of times eaten. Artifact. Seed bag full of hope. The plant seed stored in it will gradually improve the variety legion skill. None territory gain. In the Lord's territory, Gramini oats, wheat, rice production increases by 10%. Good, night territory's agriculture has been settled. Field was overjoyed, his eyes sparkled. Although the territory gain only increased the output by 10%, but with the magic skills and artifacts, the output is absolutely terrifying, and the population that can be fed will be more. Some are happy and some are sad. The space was torn apart, Shadow and Peril appeared at the same time, and neither of them got what they wanted. Peril didn't say a word and was about to continue the attack, but Shadow flashed and returned to the city. In the city of Nogaisk, the Lord's Hall, all the high-end combat forces of the rebels were gathered here. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. The men and women tied to the altar cried loudly. The Shadow flew back to the Lord's Hall, glancing at the injured people, without saying a word, but waving his hand violently at the altar. Puff! The men and women on it were directly crushed into pieces by the invisible pressure. The blood gathered along the lines of the altar, and finally slowly flowed into the black gold holy chalice in the center. However, the large amount of blood poured in only slightly increased the blood in the holy chalice. This is the last batch. The priest in a gorgeous robe knelt on the ground. A pure person who is half of the Atavan province can only refine this much? Shadow was very unhappy. She picked up the Holy Grail and drank it all. Her figure immediately solidified by 30%. She could barely see the figure of a human woman. She said in a trembling and excited voice, "It's only 70% away. It's almost there. It's not easy to be reborn. Otherwise the resurrected people would have been running all over the streets." Eliza walked out of the darkness and smiled gently at Shadow. "I hope you don't forget our friendship. Whether it's lending the Nirvana Holy Grail or stealing the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes, we have spent an inestimable price. Of course, I will remember your selflessness and righteousness." Shadow took out the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes and watched it turn into dust. Unfortunately, nothing is eternal. The success of Atavan province is difficult to replicate. Relying on a Shadow, he was able to persist for so long under the 5th level God-chosen Peril, thanks to the Eye of Long-Cherished Wishes. Chapter 145. Where is the pure chosen one I want? Shadow turned his head and asked the priest who was kneeling beside him. The so-called purity means that it has never been pricked. Due to the abnormal recovery ability of the chosen one, even if it has been pricked, it will return to the undeveloped state. So, the chosen one will use purity to replace the undeveloped in the ordinary sense. Please forgive our incompetence. The convoy did not rush in, they just stepped on. Raising his hand to stop the priest's explanation, Shadow waved his hand. Okay, I understand. This small failure is normal. After all, the coalition is not stupid. You have tried your best. I have seen it all. If the Screaming Fortress had held on a little longer, the road there would not have been blocked by the coalition. The priest said, glaring at his competitor with dissatisfaction. The chosen ones are difficult to sense. We spent countless efforts to find the pure chosen ones, who have not been contracted. In the end, they were destroyed by the idiots of the Screaming Fortress. You? The high priest defending the Screaming Fortress was furious, but he could not speak. That's enough. Plans and accidents are always entangled and inseparable. We need unity. Shadow gently eased everyone's tension, and then asked, which of the chosen ones present is still a pure person? Eliza chuckled, grabbed Cadolian who wanted to raise his hand, and disappeared in the Lord's Hall. Everyone was silent, lowered their heads, and dared not look directly. Is it you? Shadow walked in front of a girl. I was in the tavern a month ago. I drank too much. And then? The girl's eyes were evasive. In fact, alcohol can't make the chosen ones drunk. She did it on purpose. Okay, is that you? Shadow asked another person. Ahem, on a stormy night, I lost my virginity. Shadow was annoyed then. Don't joke with me, I'm over 60, and my grandson has an affair. The chosen one in the wizard robe looked embarrassed. Although he was over 60, he looked like he was only 30, and still had charm. No wonder he was mistaken. I am. Finally, someone raised his hand with a blank look on his face. The believer who raised his hand and her contractor stay here, the rest of you go pack up the supplies. We will leave here soon." Everyone gave a sympathetic look, then ran away. The coalition rested for 2 hours, and at the governor's urging, launched a full-scale attack on Nogaisk. The extraordinary combat power and elite soldiers in the city had already evacuated through unknown means, leaving only ordinary believers and the old, weak and disabled, and all the valuable supplies were moved away. The coalition won the final battle without any effort. Who would have thought that the rebellion would end in such a ridiculous way? This battle was a great victory. I, Taklin, have lived up to the Queen's expectations. Taklin tore down the rebels' flag, and the guard immediately handed over a gorgeous box respectfully, which contained a griffin flag woven with gold thread. After kissing the flag affectionately, Taklin personally raised the griffin flag of the Empire. Long live victory! Countless soldiers waved flags and shouted, they survived. The nobles gained glory, and were qualified to share the cake. Ordinary soldiers were given the opportunity to go home and reunite with their families. Everyone has a bright future. Take all these extremely evil thugs to the capital of the Empire, and I will show my achievements to the dear Queen. Taklin patted his belly and smiled innocently. Maybe I can have a chance to have dinner with Her Majesty, and then my death will be worth it. This battle is all thanks to the governor's proper command. The governor is really the pillar of the Empire. The nobles on both sides immediately smiled and flattered. It's finally over. But the harvest is too little. Field glanced at the people around him, and immediately pretended to be very sociable, saying that he had gained nothing, and was very depressed. Luo Lang looked nervous. I hope that our heroic actions of defending the rear and intercepting the enemy convoy will be recognized. I believe your excellency will see it. Field patted Loran on the shoulder, and glanced at the downtrodden nobles and rangers around him, and said generously, although I have almost no harvest, I have some gifts for you to show my appreciation. These downtrodden nobles and rangers really helped him a lot. Since the first battle, everyone has been huddled together for warmth, which has greatly reduced the losses in the Knight territory and provided him with a lot of useful information. Field shared the leather armor that Knight's army had discarded, the cattle and sheep that they had looted on the road, and about 350 gold coins. Privately, he gave Loran 5 first-level magic cores and 2 war horses. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to give away precious good things. Otherwise, he would be in a situation where he would be grateful for a little and resentful for a little. Even so, it still made everyone's eyes brimming with tears. And Field gained a lot of prestige and favors. Maybe I will need them in the future. Field said goodbye to the rangers. Now he was thinking about going back to farm. The previous development effect was too poor because of the weak original accumulation. However, the opportunity to share the cake cannot be missed. Field licked his lips, not wanting to miss a single benefit. After regaining the lost territory, everyone held a huge ball in the rich land of Morning Breeze, Lily of the Valley City, to celebrate the victory. The nobles' ball was not just singing, dancing, rap and basketball, but a game of internal affairs, diplomacy and military. Diplomatic experts can form alliances and get close to the great nobles. Internal affairs experts will use various information to understand the next direction of the empire. Of course, a master of picking up girls can meet countless beautiful noble ladies, and even noble old ladies. Field, can't I join? Charlotte puffed up her cheeks, and her gray eyes began to tear up again, making her lovable. I am your chosen one. I want to dance and eat cake. Alas, sorry, I owe you this, but I can't do it now. I will bring you a portion of delicious food. Field rubbed her head to comfort her. He was also very entangled about this, revealing that he was chosen by God. There are both good and bad things. The advantage is that you can immediately gain status, investment, and imperial aid. The disadvantage is that it is easy to be targeted, especially if the rebel leader is not caught. God knows why they kidnapped Charlotte. For safety reasons, I have to stay alive for a while. After Field patiently explained, Charlotte felt better and took the initiative to help Field take care of his clothes. Hee. My lord is still very charming. Charlotte chuckled secretly. But she suddenly thought of something and said in a serious tone, you are not allowed to hook up with other chosen ones. They are all bad women. In addition, make friends with more nobles. I still have the cause of restoring my country. Field's mouth curled up, thinking, this little girl is silly and cute. Fortunately she met me. If she met someone else, she would have sold her for money long ago. Chapter 146 Dance Party. Amid the melodious music, men and women danced elegantly. All kinds of gorgeous long skirts fluttered, accompanied by the giggles of women. This dance party was very classy. The nobles from the imperial capital could easily crush other provinces in the banquet arrangement. Huh? Even though Field had seen big scenes, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. After all, in his previous life, he had never participated in such a grand dance party. As soon as he entered the hall, a well-dressed male servant immediately handed over a wine glass, and after pouring the wine, he bowed respectfully and left. It seems aesthetic and enjoyment. It is always faster than scientific progress. Phil's holding a wine glass, looking around the lobby of the Sapphire Tone. Nobles from the big family, Chiuhuan, not a highly anticipated beauty. It's a handsome gentleman. Well, certainly. There are also strange fetuses for close relatives. They need slaves to take care of them all the weather. Little nobles or poor places, regardless of skin color and clothing, it will be worse than the last. It's easy to see. At last, it is the speculators who buy tickets at high prices. Generally a businessman, they are disgusted or strange to the nobles, as remarks to sell your products. Merchants are so annoying. The fresh air has become pungent. A lady who looks ordinary but is dressed gorgeously came up to him, pretending to be nonchalant, looking up and down at Field, turning her face, arrogantly quoted from the classics. It is harder for a merchant to go to heaven than for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Nowadays, the status of merchants is far below that of nobles. It is normal to be disliked by others, but the person in front of him is just deliberately attracting his attention. If he doesn't give him face, there may be negative news tomorrow, such as that he is a transvestite or something. After all, he is not even interested in the beautiful noble lady. Yes, noble lady. Can I ask you to dance with me? Field took the initiative to extend his hand. Since you said so. Then. No problem. The woman chuckled, pretended to think for a moment, and then gracefully extended her hand. Field immediately smelled a strong scent of powder. Field was very clumsy in dancing. Although the original owner had learned it when he was a child, he had no chance to practice. So he stepped on others 3 times. I heard that your last name is Ross. Such a romantic name. But you are so cute. The woman teased, and then took the initiative to close the distance. Field immediately saw a hidden vertical line, and even the tiny hairs on it could be seen clearly. She giggled. Do you rarely dance? Then I should be the one who has the honor. If it were an innocent little boy, he would probably have fallen for it, blushing and imagining how many children he would have in the future. Unfortunately, Field was spoiled by Ashina and Rosaria, and was very resistant to beauty. Yes, my last name is Ross. Unfortunately, my territory is in the northern province, which is full of rotten corpses, smog and death. Field told the truth without hesitation. His hands could clearly feel the other person's trembling. She was obviously scared. Field watched the happiness on the other person's face disappear, and his eyes began to dodge. Someone's dream of becoming a rich woman was shattered. The woman let go of her hand absent-mindedly, lowered her head, and adjusted her skirt. I'm tired. I want to rest. Please. By the way, I will often rest there. If you want to chat with me, or look at the stars, I'm happy to do that. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and left. It seems that I am not bad. Field rubbed his chin. The last words meant, although you are poor, you are good-looking and can spend a good night with her. It seems that someone will spend this night in a sweet dream. It is enviable. A pleasant voice sounded. Aisha, who was wearing an elegant long dress, lifted her blue long dress with a cold face, and walked slowly with her snow-white lotus feet. A group of men followed her around, and their eyes were all fixed on Aisha's direction. I really don't know how they can see the road clearly. As a gentleman, since Miss Elsa is jealous, then I'll give you the chance. Field showed the scene of the 2 women wrestling. Elsa rolled her eyes. You are still so humorous. Dear sirs, could you please give us some private space? Elsa said to the crowd. The impatience in her eyes was well hidden, although she wanted to twist the heads of the people around her off, but her upbringing made her speak like a spring breeze. Okay, dessert. I'll wait for you, including in my dreams. You'll have to dance with me later. The men left with earthy love words, and by the way, gave Field a fierce look, and wanted to challenge him to a duel on the spot. Field rubbed his temples, and sighed silently in his heart. Oh, this guy is really troublesome. Always making enemies for me. Although I am not afraid of him. It is annoying. The key is that Aisha has been contracted, and Field is not interested in her at all. If she can use her family to gain some benefits, he will stay away from her. On the night of the decisive battle, we all witnessed your bravery and command. If you hadn't led the army to stop the rebels' charge, we would have been attacked from all sides. You also took Shanquan village, which was very heroic. After praising her seriously, Aisha naturally transitioned to the important question. Are you curious about what you can get from this battle? Can you get land? Field is most concerned about territory. Even a town is a huge wealth. Aisha's eyes became sharp, like a sword pointing directly at people's hearts. It's hard to say. Because you finally robbed those boxes. You know, the imperial law requires that all spoils should be distributed uniformly by the army leaders. Can you tell me what you got? Things that small nobles are jealous of, and big nobles disdain, such as some potions and magic potions, which are all low level. Nothing else important? Aisha narrowed her eyes. What good things can be opened? A cute chosen one? Field was very calm and ate a piece of cake silently. Haha. That's really impossible. Aisha burst out laughing, leaned close to Field's ear, and whispered, I think you misunderstood what I meant. You fill 4 large wooden boxes with gold and silver treasures, and give them a divine weapon. Return them to the governor in the name of returning the spoils. Perhaps you can get what you want. So that's what you mean? Field wiped his sweat, thinking that his contract with the new god was exposed. Of course, he had considered this. But unfortunately, he didn't want to do it because it was not cost-effective. I have so much money, the key is to manage the Night territory well. As for the Atavan territory, it was destroyed by the war, and has to be rebuilt from scratch. It would be more cost-effective to take over another territory. No, I don't have money. Thanks for your reminder. You can use a divine weapon, such as the Eye of the Mist that Shirley gave you. You use it to find invisible troops. Right? Chapter 147 Funny Military Achievements. Don't get me wrong, I didn't investigate you. Shirley and I are friends. She wrote to me about this. Seeing Field frown, Aisha immediately realized that she had crossed the line, and pushed him away with both hands. Forgive me for being blunt before. I was thinking from your perspective. Do you understand? When a noble lady's words are irritating to you, maybe that's what she meant. Oh! Field felt uncomfortable for some reason. You can keep your title, and stay away from the northern provinces. You also expect that. Right? In fact, I don't want you to stay in a dangerous place. An excellent knight like you should contribute to the empire. A divine weapon, for a piece of land, definitely a sure win. It is my duty to contribute to the country. I am also contributing to the country by eliminating the corpses in the north. Field hastily ended the conversation, touched Aisha's cup lightly, and left. The empire looks calm, but in fact, it is turbulent, and there are a bunch of experienced nobles scheming against each other. Although you can enjoy the fun of power, you will capsize and be crushed to pieces if you are not careful. Relying on territory construction, crazy military expansion, forming the army of the chosen ones to blow everything up, is more attractive to Field. The banquet ended with laughter. Due to the unspoken rules of noble communication, Field sent 1,000 gold coins to the governor that night. The next afternoon, the governor finished counting the military exploits of the people, took 1 copy with him to the capital of the empire, and copied 1 copy and announced it. But obviously, his judgment was very problematic. Field led the Night army in the Battle of Shanquan village, assisted Sir Pat to occupy the dangerous village in the first battle of the border, killed a total of 12 enemy soldiers, killed 3 enemy soldiers in the final decisive battle, killed 6 enemy soldiers along the way, performed relatively well, and was awarded the Blue Heart Griffin Medal. Charlotte took the battle report in a soft voice, tried to read it louder, so that the soldiers of the Night army could hear it more clearly. Ah? That's not right, this. Some soldiers were confused. I killed more than this many people by myself. How did they see that? Did they see it with their ass eyes? Ironhammer stared, and his anger was evident in his words. Hey, we clearly climbed the wall of the Screaming Fortress, and held on until the friendly forces arrived. By the way, who is this Sir Pat? The soldiers were confused, and Field himself had an expression like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Sir Pat, probably the illegitimate son of some nobleman. As a nobleman, Field understood them best. If there was no credit for the merits that were legally obtained, there would naturally be other illegitimate sons to take credit for them. Field laughed. It doesn't matter. This military merit book is wrong to begin with. Damn it! I quit. My lord. Let's just kill the griffin and take it. Tietjwe had just finished saying 2 outrageous words when his comrades covered his mouth. Don't worry. I will never forget your contributions. including those of the fallen warriors. I will still reward them according to their merits when I return to Night Territory. Field stood up, patted the shoulders of several warriors beside him, encouraged them, and moved the warriors to tears. Field clapped his hands and said loudly, "Okay, you guys organize the supplies first, and we will set off as soon as possible." The governor and several big families first divided up the most fertile land and mineral resources in Atavan province. The contractors of the Chosen Ones divided up the better farmland and towns. The remaining rotten land was awarded to the bleeding nobles or speculators. Field returned to the tent and carefully counted the rewards he had received. It was clearly recorded in the military merit book. The tax revenue of the number 3 commercial street in Nogaisk for the next 3 years, as well as a first-level standard fighting lance, a blue griffin flag, and a blue heart medal. That's it? Field sighed and shook his head. It's really a beggar. The tax revenue of a street sounds a lot, but it will take a year to rebuild Nogaisk and invest in trade. The total income is only about 1,000 gold coins, and it will take 3 years to get it. Okay. This is how you play. I'll grab you next. What a loss. I should have known not to give gold coins to old Biden. I'll write this grudge down in my little notebook. He wasn't just talking. He pulled his collar to make himself feel less upset. Field was already planning to give that old Biden a blessing. I guess you'll give me a credit. Also for the 1,000 gold coins. Seeing Field unhappy, Charlotte came over carefully, patted Field on the back. She clenched her fist with one hand, and cheered him up. Don't be sad. As long as we build the territory together, everything will be fine. Charlotte squatted on the ground tenderly, her snow-white collarbone and shoulders half exposed. She looked up and showed Field a silly smile. You are already very powerful, killing so many enemies. This guy probably has no idea about killing enemies. He is more like a child. But he comforts himself with a child's tone. You're right. I expected this. I'm not unhappy. And I've gained a lot this time, such as the lovely Miss Charlotte. Field's mouth curled up slightly, patting Charlotte's head. Hee, I'm glad you know. Charlotte happily picked a piece of cake and stuffed it into her mouth. Go back to Night Territory. I can't wait. I must let you see the power of the Chosen One. In addition to Charlotte, Field also obtained a heavy city defense crossbow, a large box of 3rd-level fighting spirit potion, 2 boxes of magic cores, and about 30 war horses. It's already a huge profit, not to mention the gains from Fulan territory. His original purpose was to plunder Fulan territory, and the harvest here was incidental. These days, Asina and her black crow have made almost all friendly visits to Fulan territory, except for all places in the main city. Then pack up quickly. I have another place to go. I'm going to my brother's place. To suppress bandits? Okay. Wait until I finish eating delicious food. Charlotte kept stuffing cakes into her mouth. I eat fast. Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you. Field pinched Charlotte's face, ignoring her threatening protest. Carrying the gluttony great sword, as soon as he walked out of the tent, he immediately heard an annoying voice. Field, you actually returned from the battlefield safely. Adrian rode his warhorse and reached Field's temporary camp. He laughed dryly and said, Is it fun to hide in the back? Coward. Now that he has strength, his mood is completely different. Field is calmer. He walked slowly to Adrian and looked at him with a teasing look. My younger brother didn't know about the territory yet. I thought he had returned home a long time ago. It is estimated that the messenger was killed by Ashina or the rebels. Hey, isn't this my dear brother? Field's eyes were slightly closed. The corners of his mouth twitched, trying not to laugh out loud. He glanced at Allison casually, the chosen one who almost strangled him to death. Hello, charming lady. Chapter 148 Fulan City. Allison had no expression on her face, even turned her face away, showing a look of contempt. Yo, you are quite arrogant. See how Brother Faye will beat you up later, and make you kneel down and sing conquer. As for Adrian, Field just wanted to send him to hell as soon as possible, saying more nonsense to him. It would be disrespectful to oneself. Squeak. The space fluctuated, the gorgeous space warp door was opened. A 1.6 meter tall girl jumped out, wearing the classic black pointed hat of a wizard, looking lazy, and next to her was a strong man as strong as Schwarzenegger. Hey. Hello. My two brothers. The girl said with a long tail tone, greeting them. Jianan? Field called her name subconsciously. This is his half-sister. The 5 descendants of the Ross family are all half-sisters. The old Earl is definitely a wife killer in China. His wife basically died after giving birth. Only the stepmother now has lived the longest, and has killed the old Earl and drained him dry. Jia Nan adjusted the brim of his hat, with his barren chest, and tilted his head unexpectedly. Brother Field, you actually participated in the war. You didn't even dare to kill a bug before. It seems that you have grown up a lot after you became an adult. It's gratifying. Your old-fashioned tone is quite cute. Field was amused by the little girl. This sister is one of the few people in the family who treats me well. Please don't describe me as cute. Jialan stamped her feet, turned her head, and said to Adrian in an emotionless tone, "Let's not talk about this. Adrian, your territory exploded." Huh? Adrian obviously didn't understand what she meant. Sneered. You are the one who exploded. Annoying little thing. See, this is why I'm too lazy to communicate with you. Jianan rolled her eyes in anger, flipping through the magic book in her hand aimlessly. Let Fulan's knight Quilion tell you himself. Field immediately remembered Quilion, the 5th level knight? Although the Ross family will give out feasts, they will arrange some powerful forces to be stationed to defend the territory and to increase the old Earl's control over his descendants. Although Quilion's fiefdom is in Fulan territory, he is not under Adrian's command. This is a very suffocating thing. Good day, sir. Quilion's face was solemn. When we were not in the territory was attacked by thugs. Ah? Bullshit. I heard something. Fulan territory is burning. Except for Fulan City. The rest of the place is in war. Adrian's eyes turned red instantly, as if filled with blood and anger. He shouted immediately, I came here because I was worried that the rebels would break through a Taven and flee to my territory. But this still happened. It's your fault. My hard work is ruined. Allison's pupils also trembled. The prosperity of the territory is closely related to the Chosen One. If the territory is blown up, the Chosen One will be even more sad than the Lord. It's not just the rebels, but multiple forces, including rioting subhumans, prisoners, and unknown forces. You should go and see for yourself. Quilion's tone softened a little, but he was not afraid of Adrian because he had the 5th level strength. I was recruited by the family to investigate the movements of the elves. The elves from the northwest covet the territory of the Empire. The Ross family's nemesis has always been the elves. Every generation will follow the Imperial army and actively fight against the elves. Damn it. Damn it. Adrian fell into a rage. His teeth clenched, and his chest kept rising and falling. Okay, I'll just use my teleportation magic to go back and defend. It won't take much time. Jia Nan showed her gray purple magic book, which had countless mysterious runes written on it. Field looked at this scene and sighed imperceptibly. Adrian's 5th level knight returned to defend, and his sister was also there. His plan to permanently eliminate Adrian can only be delayed for a while. It's really annoying that plans can't keep up with changes. Originally, he planned to pull Rosaria and Ashina to cooperate with him to kill Adrian directly, and then beat Allison. At this point, Field said helplessly, I will come to help. And I am also on my way back to my territory. Adrian did not appreciate it at all, and roared, You are just here to laugh. You guessed it. Ahem. I have received professional training. I usually don't laugh. It's mainly on the way. Field smiled jokingly. Brother Field, you are still so kind. If it weren't for the fact that we are a family, I wouldn't bother to teleport here. Jialan shook his head helplessly. You guys go and get ready. Let's set off as soon as possible. Everyone was pushing down the tents and packing their luggage, but Field caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Knight Loran. You look so lost. What happened? Seeing Loran was like a lost soul. Field had already guessed. It's about the military merit. Yes. I gave away the family artifact. The only one, which my father passed on to me before he died. But the governor did not fulfill his promise. I just want a town with a better location. A 1st level artifact is worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Theoretically, there is no problem buying the town. The reason why Field did not buy the town was that the surrounding nobles were too powerful, and he could not keep his secrets. Secondly, the development potential of the Knight territory was no worse than other places. At least it could catch the corrupted Chosen Ones. Ah? Field was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This is too shameless. Loran was cheated. He was just like Yang Ji in another world. After all, the bribe was in the name of spoils of war. He had no background and could do nothing if he was cheated. Come to the night territory. You must be useful. Thank you for your generosity. But I can't let the whole family take risks. Laurent was moved to tears. But he still shook his head. I'm going back to my hometown to make a living. Maybe in 3 years. You will hear my name. Well, I look forward to that day. Field gave a thumbs up. After saying goodbye to Laurent, the army of the Night Lord was ready. Fortunately, Fulan City was not breached. And the teleportation anchor is still there. Let's go! Jianan took out a magic core from his bag. And as he chanted a complex spell, a huge sea blue magic circle enveloped everyone. Magic. Teleport. He only felt his vision twisting. And when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in Fulan City. He could hear fierce quarrels, abuse and crying. Field led the soldiers of the Night Lord out of the teleportation array. The streets of Fulan City were already filled with refugees who had fled. The refugees built huts on the streets, and excrement and domestic garbage piled up into mountains. There were people robbing in the distance, and the security team that rushed over dragged them away like a dead dog. Goddess, how did Fulan City become like this? Chapter 149. Meeting Field showed a sympathetic expression, and said with a funny face, what a terrible disaster. There are refugees everywhere. I heard someone say that Fulan City is a good place with beer, goats and horses. Did we go to the wrong place? Today's Fulan City is already full of refugees. And it is full of smoke. No, Adrian. You should pay attention to the construction of the territory. I have been to this place before. It was very rich. But now, it is too disappointing. I am really afraid that a few robbers will come out and steal my magic book. Jianan shook his head and put away the magic book. You. Damn it! Adrian's face flushed red. And he almost fainted. And he could only be helpless and furious. I'm leaving now. Field shrugged, admired his brother's face twisted with anger, was in a very good mood, then swaggered around the city twice. Fulan City itself is limited by the looting. Next time it will be Fulan City, and the City Lord's Hall, Field added silently in his heart, and left Fulan City. This time, my brother will be on guard for a while, and the Ross family will also have the power to support. This is the benefit of having a family as a backing. It will be difficult to kill him with a trick, and the benefits will be much less. Field had a new idea. If he didn't crush him head-on, it would be hard to resolve his resentment. It would be a good opportunity to let Fulan territory recover its vitality. Then he could harvest all of them at once. Let the bullets fly for a while. Field shook his head and sneered. Before leaving, Jianan pulled Field's sleeve and said, Night territory is very dangerous. Why don't you run away? When I become an adult and have a fiefdom, you will be my knight. It's okay. I like quietness. Rotten corpses are not that scary. It was rare for someone to care about him. Field felt relieved. The rotten corpses are not dangerous. What is scary is the corpse tide led by the corrupted chosen ones. In addition, the situation in the Empire also makes people feel a sense of crisis. Those members of the Shadow World cult who escaped will definitely appear again. You can brag, you are a guy who will pee his pants when seeing caterpillars. I will go back to the academy first. After saying that, the girl made a face and ran away. Field led the army, turned around Fulan territory, and finally arrived at a ravine on the border. Along the way, there were smoking villages everywhere, and all kinds of debris were thrown on the roadside. Fulan territory was already half abandoned. Field didn't actually plunder the village, because the harvest was too little. He plundered the manors of knights and rich people, and caravans. In this era, if there were no knights stationed in the village, it would be easy to be attacked and extorted by bandits. Therefore, the people in the village all poured into Fulan City, filling Fulan City to the brim. Field, it's too dangerous outside. Charlotte poked her head out of the carriage, looking around nervously. She always felt that a bunch of guys wearing pointed hats and speaking different languages would come out of the bushes. Charlotte shrank her neck and shouted weakly with a trembling voice. It's too dangerous for you to stand on the warhorse. Come and ride in the carriage with me. I can protect you. Field almost laughed out loud. You are a production-type God's chosen one, and you still protect me. Don't worry. The bandits are no match for my army. Don't worry. I'll take you to see your friends. There won't be any danger. I'm worried that a hostile chosen one will appear. This scale of rampant destruction is definitely not something that bandits can accomplish. Seeing that Field was unmoved, Charlotte was very angry and rocked back and forth in the carriage. Come back soon. Come back soon. Lord Charlotte. Just sit tight. The Baron is very strong. And any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he looks at them for 3 seconds. An old soldier who was driving the carriage laughed. The soldiers were used to bragging. TSK, I don't believe it, I'm very smart. Charlotte stared at Field from a distance, retreating into the carriage, still frightened, pulling the curtains open from time to time to look out. The pagans broke into her home. She and her family were hunted for a long time, and finally she was the only one left, so every time she was on the road, she would feel extremely uneasy. When Field approached Ashina's hiding place, he could hear the neighing of war horses from a distance. It's time to meet up. Field did not approach, but let the iron hammer hit the flag, and it kept swinging. After a burst of wolf howls, a bunch of wolf-like people wearing fine armor rushed out of the forest, holding bows and arrows or spears, and surrounded them from all directions. Under the cover of bushes and trees, there were countless of them. Fuck. Are we ambushed? Some soldiers who didn't know about it immediately raised their shields, looking nervous. Don't panic. We are one of us. But there are too many new faces. The old soldiers of Nightfall were not surprised. You said those wolf-like people are one of us? Look. The Baron is not panicking. Why should you panic? The Baron must have made arrangements. The soldiers whispered. Oh no! It's a subhuman. Charlotte was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She wanted to hide in the carriage. But she was worried that Field was no match for the subhuman. So she had to draw out the dagger for self-defense. Got off the carriage and ran to Field's side. She was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. I told you it's dangerous. Don't rush into the crowd later. They are the army of the Night Lord. I didn't tell you before because I was afraid that outsiders would hear it. Field hurried to comfort her. He had already experienced Charlotte's timidity. Just try to comfort me. Demi-humans hate humans. Okay? As soon as she finished speaking, Ashina, riding a giant wolf, appeared on the hillside. She saw Field, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Finally. You're here. Lady Ashina, are you going to go to war? Catgirl Lumi was also very scared. Her legs were shaking like sieves. Although Ashina always led the army to plunder, there had never been a human army so close to their camp. Lumi thought that humans were coming to kill them. Don't talk nonsense. That's the Lord. Silverclaw recognized Field at a glance, and was very excited. Ah? Lumi was shocked. But he is a human. Black Wolf jumped easily, and arrived in front of Field, his eyes full of blood. It's over. It's a combat-type chosen one. Charlotte's eyes seemed to lose their luster, and she was obviously frightened by the ferocious dragon wolf. She murmured, Ah, I think we should run away. Field, run quickly. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Field drove his horse over, and stretched out his hand to rub Ashina's furry ears. Ah! Field, what are you doing? Charlotte's pupils trembled. She could already imagine Field being torn into pieces after angering a chosen one. Run. Don't look back. However, Ashina smiled sweetly, like a cat. She pounced into Field's arms, rubbed him affectionately, then scolded, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Chapter 150 Paradise. How could it be? I came to pick you up as soon as possible. This scene shocked Charlotte even more, and she was completely petrified. Who the hell can tell me what happened? Charlotte felt dizzy, and suddenly remembered a sentence from the soldier. Any chosen one he meets will be subdued if he looks at them for 3 seconds. Is this true? No way. Charlotte's pupils trembled. What's wrong with this child? Ashina poked Charlotte's cheek. I guess she's too happy. Field had no idea that Charlotte was down, and introduced. This is Ashina, also the chosen one of Night Territory. Let's get along well from now on. Okay. Charlotte was dizzy, until she followed everyone into the simple mountain village. She came to her senses. We found a group of bandits, and after we dealt with them, we occupied this place. Ashina introduced. Why are there gold coins everywhere here? Charlotte opened her mouth wide, looking around. The village was filled with gold, silver and treasures. Several little girls, wearing ill-fitting clothes, sat among the piles of gold coins, carefully stacking them into boxes. Various jewelry, gorgeous clothes, randomly piled on the ground. The trees in the camp were hung with smoked bacon, and a large number of livestock gathered here, with so many cattle, sheep and horses, as if they were in a pasture. The subhuman warriors were slaughtering pigs and sheep, and the weak subhumans were doing what they could, such as cleaning, or wiping armor, and polishing weapons. Today, you can eat as much meat as you want. Field announced to the soldiers of Night Territory. There were so many cattle and sheep looted that Field couldn't take them all away. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Field immediately announced the exciting news. Great! Long live! Praise our beloved Lord! Everyone cheered in unison. The subhumans were confused. But Ashina, who had a high reputation, had mentioned her Lord's human many times, so the subhumans didn't dare to object. It's like a paradise. Charlotte couldn't believe it. Did you really dig up the treasure? It's not a paradise, it's just an illusion. Ashina blinked at the girl in front of her. Although they were of the same age, their experiences were completely different. But to say that you have discovered a treasure is not wrong. We have been digging for treasure these days. Haha. You have grown a lot. Field sighed. Although he had learned many things through Black Crow, Ashina not only did it well, but also had her own ideas. Hee hee. I am your sword. Ashina put on a humble expression on her face. But her wolf tail turned like a propeller. Their relationship is very special. Wait. The subhuman chosen can only be contracted by subhumans. Charlotte was shocked. Could it be that the Lord is a minotaur? He kidnapped his wife? The rumor that the chosen one was kidnapped in 3 seconds is actually true. Could it be that I was also tricked? Charlotte looked at her hands in disbelief. What are you thinking about? Help me count the money. And count the livestock. I'll reward you with a roasted whole lamb tonight. Field patted Charlotte's head. Charlotte was born in an aristocratic family. She could read and write, and had good math skills. In this era, she was already a great intellectual. Okay, I'm coming. Charlotte shook her head and lifted her purple skirt. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that the inventory was completed. After removing the decimals, the looting totaled 86,000 gold coins, 183 war horses, 52 pack horses, and countless other supplies. Asina has not rested these days. She is either robbing, killing people, or setting fires. She has uprooted many night families and wealthy merchants. It can be said that she has robbed them to her heart's content. In one fell swoop, she has obtained the total income of Fulon territory for nearly 1 or 2 years. The most precious thing is the war horses. There would have been more. But unfortunately, after hearing about the looting, the rich and knights all hid in Fulon City. And the bandits and robbers from all over the place also got a share of the spoils. So many war horses. Field couldn't believe it. Then we can form a strong cavalry team. Asina's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes. We captured a horse farm. But unfortunately, the other part of the horses were rescued. This time, I also need a cavalry formed by humans. Otherwise, I won't even have a face to go out. During the war to suppress the rebellion, he was just sitting on the horse. And he couldn't even chase the fleeing soldiers. Asina agreed. Perhaps forming a heavy cavalry would be a good choice. Heavy cavalry is an extremely powerful type of soldier. 5 heavy cavalry can deal with a first-level Dookie Knight. The Dookie of a first-level Dookie Knight is extremely limited. When the Dookie is exhausted, it is just a stronger heavy cavalry. Of course, the comparison here is the Dookie Knights trained by the Imperial Army. The Dookie Knights who are trained quickly. The nobles or self-taught Dookie Knights, who may be stronger or weaker. There is no absolute statement. If you have anything to say, go home and talk. This is not the place to talk. After everyone packed up the supplies, they burned down the mountain stronghold. It is impossible to take root here. The high-end combat power of Fulon City will eventually search here, and the imperial law will not allow it. The group traveled day and night and arrived at the familiar Maple Leaf City. Field immediately asked the soldiers to buy the 3 old things, slaves, food and purification potions. After buying 300 human slaves, he bought 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, leaving the entire team without any idle labor. Even the war horses were equipped with food bags. Then he bought seeds of different plants and asked Charlotte to carry them in her artifact. Her artifact can optimize seed varieties. It looks like a cute purse-shaped bag. She usually hangs it on her waist. It has a golden wheat ear pattern embroidered on it. Finally, it was the 2nd-level fighting spirit potion. I bought 100 bottles, which cost 50,000 gold coins. It really is a waste of money. Night Territory needs to produce its own potions. Besides that, the population cannot be increased. We must wait until Night Territory has food production before considering increasing the population. Field was doing statistics. And Ashina came to report, "My lord, a messenger has given you 2 letters." "Oh, I actually received a letter too." After taking the envelope, Field checked the seal and confirmed that it had not been opened by anyone. Then he picked a delicate and simple one at random and took it out to read. Bring the respect of the Gasina family to Field Rose. Shirley sends her greetings. I hope you are not in that leaky winery, reading my letter. Aisha told me that you participated in the Atavan Rebellion campaign. She is my friend. If you encounter difficulties, you can ask her for help. I have told the respected queen about the threat of the corpses. I believe that soon, the Empire will strengthen its border defenses and encourage adventurers to eliminate the corrupted creatures. Chapter 151: A Touch of Green in the Grey World. It's a pity that the Elf War is about to start, for Mi is salivating over the rich southern region of the Empire, and the Imperial army cannot be dispatched. The Queen also knows that you are fighting alone in the Night Territory. She affirmed it, and plans to allocate funds as support. Please write back, and tell me the story of the Night Territory. Salute to our friendship, signed, Shirley Gasina and Valtteri. Hey! Your Excellency is particularly popular. Charlotte smiled brightly, shaking her head happily like a sunflower. I have heard of the Gasina family, a very active military family. Yes, they once stayed at my manor. Field looked over and over for a while. Adventurers? That's interesting. If there are more, the economy of the Night Territory can be boosted. Build guilds, taverns and hotels, and you can make a lot of money from adventurers. As for the Empire's funding, don't expect it. Another letter came from Simon, and the content was concise. The gist was to invite him to attend an underground dance in a month. This dance will not only have top beauties, but also various rare treasures for sale, including the giant wolf that Field had been thinking about. He reminded Field to bring more gold coins, and a new batch of happy pills, because he needed them urgently. It's happy beans, not happy pills. Field was very dissatisfied with these guys for changing the brand name privately. The patent awareness is too weak in the future. Yemuling's products need to have exclusive labels. Otherwise, one day, piracy will be rampant, and the competitiveness of their own genuine products will be gone. I need to form a giant wolf cavalry. It seems that I have to go to this underground dance. Field put the letter away and strolled around without stopping. The group arrived at the border that day and saw the endless gray fog. Corpses in the fog, and terrifying wailing everywhere. This is not right? Charlotte slapped her head and said in shock. Could this be the northern province? The province in the death fog? Yes. Seeing Charlotte's incredible face, Field comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I have walked this road many times. And my territory is not bad. I thought Charlotte would be scared to tears. Or angry and noisy. But she shook her head. When you first opened up the wasteland, it must have been very hard. Right? It would be best if I could help. I'm fine. But Ashina is really hard. Ashina has already rushed into the gray fog to slaughter the corpses. Otherwise she would definitely fly happily. Although Charlotte was shaking with fear, she still encouraged him. I will also help with the construction. I won't lose to anyone. Oh! It seems that you have a good attitude. You just need to rest in the carriage. It will be your turn to show your skills when you reach the territory. Field raised his spear and waved it forward. The army of the Night Territory began to advance slowly, with the chosen ones and the army leading the way. Everyone suffered no losses and arrived at the Starry Night Manor in the early morning of 5 days later. After worrying about the destruction of the territory countless times, when Field saw that the territory entered the marked range of the small map, Field breathed a sigh of relief. From the small map, only half of the Starry Night Manor is now in the gray fog. The Starry Night Castle is connected to Finchi Town, and you can still pass through even without fog lights. The outermost part of the fog-free area even extends to the outside of the manor wall. 3 or 4 meters away. Arrived at the gate. In front of the heavy wooden door, wooden chevaux deer and antlers were placed, and dried intestines were hung on them. The holes in the wall have been filled with stones, but it is ugly. The modeled old stone wall and the newly built section look very awkward. A wooden sentry tower stood at the back of the stone wall. The guards on it were startled when they saw the crowd. They immediately aimed their crossbows. Lord Field. After seeing that it was Field, the soldiers immediately put down their weapons, waved excitedly, and then shouted to the bottom of the sentry tower. Lame scabby dogs. Don't sit there stupidly. The Baron is back. Ah! The Lord is back. Open the door quickly. Squeak. The heavy wooden door was pushed open, and Shaw now and others ran out excitedly to greet him. Is the territory okay? Has it been hit by the zombie tide? Are there any losses? As soon as Field opened his mouth, he asked the most concerned question. No problem, everything is fine in the territory. There are some small groups of zombies here and there, but... Link seemed to be hesitant to speak, and when Field nodded, he added, but there are fewer and fewer rotten corpses, which is very strange. They may be raising pigs, and they are going to hold back a big wave. Since Rosaria advanced, Field has figured out a lot of things. That is, the zombies are waiting for more people to gather in their territory. And then, they will eat them all in one go. Of course, they are not targeting themselves, but all the territories on the border. Shirley's intelligence is that in 1 or 2 years, the zombies will launch a general attack. Therefore, Field's guess is likely to happen. Field is not afraid at all. And his mouth corners are raised. Let's see. By then, whether the zombies' heads are hard, or our walls are hard. After entering the gate, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, and it was obvious that the sky above his head was much brighter. One of the biggest changes in Starry Night Manor is that the decayed trees have been cut down. Although it looks bare now, the air is much fresher. The wheat has already sprouted. Each plant looks like a weed, withered, but the grayish green still gives people hope. Peas, cabbages and onions have also grown up. These plants with a short growth cycle can be harvested in 1 or 2 months, even if the yield is a little less. As long as it can be produced, it is the best news. The primary industry is the foundation of the secondary and tertiary industries. Without agriculture, everything else is castles in the air. Field walked along the farmland, slowly admiring the rare green in the gray fog, and slowly arrived at Finchy Town with the army. When the army led by Knight returned to the front of the winery, it immediately won cheers, and the villagers and slaves lined up to welcome it. Long live the Lord! Finally back. Woo woo woo. Recently, the food rations have been getting less and less. Fortunately, it was not because everyone was of high quality, but because the army brought a large amount of food to replenish the territory's inventory. Field had been away for 2 months, and there was only about 1.5 months of food in the territory. Cal and Tate had to reduce the food supply, which made everyone anxious. And even the slaves missed the Lord. Now that Field has returned with food, all the worries have vanished. Who would hate an army with a lot of food and wealth? Field was amused. Butler Cal almost rolled over, as if he had seen his real father, and shouted, "My lord, please don't go far away from now on, we are so worried. In the past 2 months, I couldn't sleep at night, even pooping. Cough cough, I am glad that my lord is back." Chapter 152 Mission Arrangement. If Field dies, without the protection of the Lord's domain, Night territory will also be doomed, not to mention that food is limited. Watching the food gradually decrease, the anxiety that one feels will be known to everyone who has experienced it. Ahem, no problem, in the future, I will not leave the territory for too long unless it is necessary. Field made an okay gesture, jumped off the warhorse. Field relaxed his shoulders. Riding for a long time is particularly tiring. He waved his hand. This master has returned victorious. Arrange the villagers to cook for the army, and let everyone taste meat, at least a small piece of meat for each person. The grass is limited, and the livestock that need to eat cannot be saved too much. Yes, sir. I will arrange it right away. Before that, I will arrange lunch first. Cal opened the door of the winery diligently. Plate. Put your utmost effort into it, and make the most exquisite dishes. My lord is back. Cal shouted into the house. Maids, please change the new bedding and clean my lord's room again. Especially the table. Cal turned his head and wanted to say something. But when he saw Charlotte, he was stunned. Who is this lady? Hello, Mr. Butler. I am Charlotte, the chosen one of the goddess of abundance. Have you signed the contract? Cal's eyes widened, looking back and forth between Field and Charlotte. Incredulous. Charlotte obviously didn't understand why everyone was surprised. She put her hands behind her back to make herself look more dignified. Yes. The contract is with your Lord Baron. Excuse me. Are you human? Yes. I am human. Don't you think? Charlotte didn't understand. Goddess. This is just a dream. The Lord is finally not a pervert. Cal was overjoyed, shaking with excitement, and shouted into the house. Stop what you are doing, and clean up the best room first. For the Honorable Miss Charlotte. Hurry up. Field was speechless. This guy was too biased. Seeing that Charlotte was human, he directly stood in line with his butt, and even stopped cleaning his own room, and gave priority to Charlotte. I don't need to. It's better to help Miss Ashina clean up first. Charlotte was embarrassed, fearing that Ashina would be unhappy. Ashina smiled generously. She didn't care at all, because she didn't plan to stay overnight in her room. Field coughed lightly. I'll assign you a task, to clean up the room together. Oh, that's right. Miss Ashina, let's clean up together. Charlotte understood Field's arrangement in seconds, and quickly pulled Ashina to work. At noon, the chef's plate showed his lifelong skills. I like that thing called egg tarts. I have never eaten such a delicious dessert. Charlotte wiped her mouth happily. Ashina was still a staunch carnivore. I still like to eat meat. After eating, you two come to my room. Field called the two. Ah? It's not dark yet. Charlotte suddenly thought of something evil. Her face flushed immediately, and her head shook like a rattle. No. No. Too fast. I'm a good child. Hey. Let's go together. Ashina cast a teasing look. Licked the corner of her mouth. Can you bear it? You can't say a man can't do it. Field looked invincible, and then reacted, and gave each of them a brain blast. No. I'm here to discuss business with you. Don't think about it. Even so, Charlotte still pinched the hem of her skirt, looking nervous, until they opened the door. Who is this? Royal Sister's version of Rosalia is lazy to sit in front of the desk. The golden hair is scattered on the shoulders and the right chest, half the big rabbit half cover. She was tilted with white long legs. Rift your right leg. I also hold slippers with my toes, swings back and forth. She drinks black tea leisurely, seeing everyone coming, then put down the teacup. Demon. Devil? And it's still God. Charlotte was startled. She saw the super small bone wing behind Rosalia's abdomen. And even though she was right in front of him, I couldn't sense any life fluctuations. She was obviously the chosen one. Have you become the second level chosen one? I feel such a strong sense of oppression. Even though Rosaria didn't do anything, Ashina subconsciously covered her chest, and took 2 deep breaths, trying to keep herself calm. It feels like being stared at by a monster. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm, hello? Rosaria stood up gracefully, and adjusted her long skirt. Rosaria in the state of a queen, is very mature, and she almost never speaks out of turn. Rosaria is my second chosen one. We should get along well from now on. Field patted Charlotte's head, and introduced her. Charlotte's pupils trembled, and blurted out, You have become someone else's chosen one? No. It will be bad if you find out. What is a minotaur? It's safe here. I'll tell you the real secret. Field wiped the sweat off his forehead. This idiot hadn't guessed it yet. I immediately explained. I can make cross-race contracts, and the number of contracts is more than one. Ashina and Rosaria are both my chosen ones. Ah? Field roughly told his story. Charlotte was down for a while, and gradually understood everything. Her eyes lit up. That's great. As long as the number of gods chosen increases, the Lord's strength will expand. And then she can take revenge. Okay. Let's discuss the territory and the next task. I plan to fully recapture the Starry Night Manor, and dispel the gray fog in the other half of the manor. Before that, we need to eliminate the corrupt creatures in the fog. Field looked back and forth on the small map. In fact, the number of enemies in the other half of the manor was not much. Leave this task to Ashina, and the guards will also assist you. Yes, sir. Ashina agreed without hesitation. Rosaria, in 2 days, please take my Black Crow and explore the entire Night Territory to learn about its products and resources. The adventurers from the Empire will be here soon, and I have to find the valuables in the Night Territory in advance. Who knew that the lumberyard would hide artifacts? So I will search for the materials that should be searched first, and learn about the terrain and mineral veins. Finally, Charlotte, next. Please use your abilities on the crops in the territory. The amount of food in the Night Territory in the future depends on you. No problem. Everyone agreed to the task. After explaining the task, Field wanted to go out, but was stopped by Rosaria. I almost forgot something important. What is it? Field also saw Rosaria's queen form for the first time. She was full of the feeling of about to burst out. Her plump figure, as well as the large areas of shiny white light on her chest and legs, emphasized the graceful posture of women. Chapter 153, Doing Questions. She stood on tiptoe, stretched straight. The flat instep and the smooth long legs formed a beautiful straight line, and her pearly round toes, also because of standing on tiptoe, slightly blushed. I'm here to talk to you about the second-level fighting spirit. Ask the maid to prepare the bathtub. Rosaria's tone of voice changed. not slow but full of majesty, like a strong woman in the workplace. I'll prepare it. When Asina heard the second-level fighting spirit, her eyes lit up. She knew that Rosaria could provide fighting spirit advancement for the Lord. Thank you for your help. The next moment, Rosaria controlled the gluttony great sword, and drilled out an unusual bloodline, which connected to the back of Field's neck. A tingling sensation came from the back of the neck, and then, it was like a full-body massage, and every pore was telling of the comfort. The heartstrings relaxed, and the black and smelly impurities were discharged from the pores, and the cells began to greedily absorb the surrounding power, and condensed a heavier fighting spirit. Half an hour later, Rosaria retracted the bloodline, and clapped her hands with a little fatigue. Done. I feel like I can blow up an elephant with one punch. Field swung his fist casually, and the air immediately burst into a violent explosion. Don't forget to buy some Do-Chi secrets and techniques next time. Otherwise you won't be able to exert the power of Do-Chi. Rosaria kindly reminded. Also, as I said before, don't be too arrogant. You are a lord. And then a Do-Chi knight. No problem. I didn't expect it to be so easy to obtain second-level Do-Chi. Field couldn't believe it. In order to obtain second-level Do-Chi, ordinary people would spend all their money. Or study hard. He got it easily. And the quality was even better than theirs. I don't think it's easy. Rosaria crossed her arms over her chest, rolled her eyes coquettishly. I'll punish you to massage my shoulders for a month, I'm so tired. Okay, but I just want to take a shower now. I'm sticky all over, and it's uncomfortable. After taking a long shower, Field, who was refreshed, felt that he had endless strength in his body, and his 8 abdominal muscles were extremely satisfying. I really want to try the strength of the second-level fighting spirit. Field's hands were itching, but he didn't choose to find some rotten corpses to practice, but showed an evil expression, called Ashina, and discussed some mathematical problems in depth. After closing the door, after a while, the sound of doing math problems came from the room. What is 1000 minus 7? Ah, don't ask me this question at this time. Ashina kept panting, her face turned pale, and she was sweating profusely. She was driven crazy by the difficult math problems. Have you figured it out? Stop, it's so hard to think, my brain is going to break. You don't even know this? What about 20 plus 3? Field was very angry, and he banged the white oval desk. So hard that it made a loud noise. Oh! Don't do math problems. No. Please don't shoot me anymore. Ashina's chest was heaving, grabbing her hair and shouting. I surrender. I surrender. I can't do it at all. If you surrender, you don't have to do problems. I haven't explained the essence yet. Field smiled horribly. Until the next day, Field, who almost died suddenly, dragged his tired body, yawned, and muttered, second-level Do-Chi is really so terrifying. It is not comparable to first-level Do-Chi at all. He wrote office on a piece of paper, and then gave it to Chow, asking him to paste it at the door of the winery. Inform the people of the territory. Those who can get rid of slavery can do so today. He was about to move to Starry Night Castle. The winery would become a combination of a city hall and a fortress. Okay. Sir, please take care of yourself. Cal shrank his neck and advised. I know. Field scratched his head awkwardly. Alas, Lord Ashina is really a devil. The Lord is still as perverted as ever. Cal muttered in a voice that only he could hear, and then took 2 guards to inform the people of the territory. Soon, a bunch of people lined up excitedly. Most of them were slave soldiers. Sister, what are they doing? Heiyu held a bag of seeds. She needed to deliver the seeds from the warehouse to the newly opened farmland, because Field brought back more purification potions. The scale of the farmland was still expanding. They are gaining freedom. Baiyu looked at them enviously for a long time, and then snorted, it's unfair. They can easily get a lot of money by killing corpses, but we can only get a few copper coins by working. But their work is very dangerous. Heiyu scratched his head. These days in the night territory, they not only did not lose weight, but grew some meat, and their faces also had redness. And I am already very satisfied. There is food every day. The Lord must be a warlike bearded man. And he also likes to drink with the soldiers. Otherwise, he would not treat the annoying soldiers so well. His knight, on the other hand, is a very gentle person. Heiyu steadied the big bag in her hand, and always felt that her sister might have made a mistake. But she did not dare to disobey her sister. The 2 sisters chatted nonsense and walked towards the farmland. As the gold coins came in, Field destroyed the slave contracts one by one. He was busy until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and finally completed the business of 113 people. Great! 113 more tax-paying citizens. Hee. And more than 100 gold coins were recovered. Field played with the gold coins in his hand, which were all the wealth accumulated from the soldiers' rewards. In a month or two, it is estimated that some slaves who do farm work or mine stones will be freed. Having nothing to do, Field decided to inspect the territory. Walking out of the winery. It is Fengchi Town. The town has formed a certain scale. The mud houses of the free people have been built. Compared with the shabby wooden houses of the slaves, they are several dimensions more luxurious, which makes Fengchi Town look like a village. Xingye Castle is still under repair, and the debris and decayed residues inside have been cleaned up. In addition, the biggest change is that the decayed trees near the lumberyard were cut down and replaced with 5 earthen kilns. A steady stream of decayed wood was thrown into the earthen kilns and turned into charcoal of different qualities. Sir, charcoal is piled everywhere, but we can't use it. A charcoal burning stonemason apprentice had a dark face. He pointed at the charcoal as high as a hill. We followed your instructions and drawings, successfully built qualified earthen kilns, and successfully burned a large amount of charcoal. This is simply a miracle. But we seem to have nowhere to use this charcoal. In this era, craftsmen need to always create value for the Lord. If the things they make are worthless, then their good days will be over. So they are particularly worried. Chapter 154 Recruiting Maids. You can only complain about the lack of fuel, but not too much. Field snapped his fingers happily. I will give you new drawings in 2 days. I will make bricks. When the iron ore is mined in the future, charcoal can also be used to make pig iron. Sir, but we have a problem. A craftsman said timidly. Field nodded calmly. No problem is the biggest problem, you say? We don't have enough manpower. If we go to make that, right, bricks, what about charcoal? You can teach some apprentices. Field said subconsciously, but seeing that everyone looked embarrassed, he immediately understood the key to the problem. In this era, there are craftsmen guilds. The guilds will absorb children from poor families, and then sign contracts with professional masters, for mutual benefit. Generally, masters will not avoid the guilds and teach privately. Field thought for a moment, and said mysteriously, it's time to pay attention to the future of the territory. I will inform you in 2 days. After returning to the winery, the first thing Field did was to call Cow and Tate. How many children are there in the territory? Do you know? Field's eyes passed over the bookshelf. The existing data did not even know the population. Fortunately, the Lord's panel had records. Your Excellency, we have too few civil servants, and we cannot do a very detailed statistics. But we still know the general number. Tate replied. I plan to gather the children in the territory. Before Field finished speaking, Cow stumbled and almost fell. He immediately said tremblingly, My lord, this is not good. It is not good for your physical and mental health. Ahem. I want to train some highly educated talents, not to play with them. Field's face was full of black lines. Was he a strange uncle? Is that so? Cow smiled awkwardly. I suggest only teaching the children of freemen. Tate tilted his head and pondered for a moment, and added, If freemen and slaves receive the same treatment, the freemen will be dissatisfied, and the slaves will be content with the status quo. Field had already considered this, but he didn't want to say it himself. Letting his subordinates use their brains is what the Lord should do. You are right. Let Cow do this. Tate, you are doing very well now. Keep it up, and I will reward you. As for the reclamation task of the other half of the manor, it is still your responsibility. Thank you, sir. I am here, and I can experience my own value. Tate said it seriously, but he meant it. At least there will be no complicated interpersonal relationships to deal with here, and no need to worry about the threat of the gangs, and I can participate in the construction every day. Very good. Does anyone have anything to add? Cow immediately raised his hand and said in a high-pitched tone, Sir, there are too few servants in the castle, which is not in line with your status. I suggest expanding the scale of servants, especially maids. At least maids should be assigned to the chosen ones, especially Lord Charlotte. That's right, the servants should be expanded. As a baron, I have fewer servants than knights, and Starry Night Castle is much larger than the winery. If we move there, according to the current number of servants, we won't be able to clean it every day. Since Charlotte came, Cow and others have been very proud. With the support of the chosen one of their own race, they can instantly become tough in front of the subhumans. And their backs are 3 points straighter than before. Although the two sides have never had a conflict, they are indeed confident in their hearts. Field can understand it very well. Don't forget to bring some animal-eared maids. I mean subhumans. You know? What bunny girls, cat-eared girls, etc. Keep 2 in the castle. How exciting. Comply with your will. Soon, the news that the castle was recruiting servants spread like wildfire. For a small territory, the Lord's business is the biggest business. If the Lord falls down one day, the children in the territory will not be able to sleep at night. Have you heard? The Baron is recruiting servants. The woman who was talking loosened the soil and chatted, and secretly glanced at the supervisors in the distance. Those supervisors were usually guards, who took turns. Of course, the whole night territory knows about this. It would be great if I could become a maid, and then I could stay happily in the castle. Just like a lady. Do you know Scissors? She only needs to clean the room twice a day, wash and dry clothes, and she can get a high salary. During her rest time, she can also eat good food. More importantly, the servants of the castle can also enjoy invisible benefits. A 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister will have a halo wherever he goes in the future. It's a pity that only people aged 16 to 18 are eligible. Otherwise, I would also like to participate. An old woman, who was stirring the fermented manure, came over and whispered. Don't think about it. It is estimated that Geranium, who is always surrounded by a bunch of stinky men, can be selected into the castle. TSK. Isn't it just a little prettier? Impossible. She always looks unhappy. And the Lord will be in a bad mood when he sees her. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Finally, they disturbed the supervisor and were scolded. After that, they stopped talking in dissatisfaction. On the day of the interview, all the eligible women in the night area came. The interview took place in the open space in front of the big winery. The scene was not full of beautiful women. Don't expect free people or slaves to be as gorgeous as noble ladies. Most of them were dirty, pale and thin, and very ugly. They were excited and noisy in the hall, just like a vegetable market. Field himself would not select them personally. He only needed to show up and examine them at the last stage. After all, it was not to select wives. Married women were also eligible to participate. The key to this job is to be diligent, have a good appearance, and if you are good at cooking, you can also work in the kitchen that everyone longs for. Be quiet. Line up and follow me. I want to check your body and appearance one by one. Scissors put his hands on his waist and yelled at the crowd. Seeing that someone was still talking, Scissors just glared at him with a sharp look. And that person became depressed. I will not allow anyone to bring dirty diseases into the castle. No one can get away with it. Scissors is so powerful. The clay pot was scared and took a step back. Sparrow said, intentionally or unintentionally, she might become a housekeeper. And Cow was constantly reviewing. She's terrible at making the quilt eliminate. Oh my god, are you sweeping the floor? You're just tickling Mother Earth, eliminate. Woo woo woo. The failed interviewee ran out with tears in his eyes. When housekeeper Cow showed his professional skills, he instantly became reliable, and rejected one interviewee after another in a rigid and ruthless manner. He mainly examined their speech, personality, and professional skills. The screening lasted for half a day, and finally only 4 people were picked out, one of whom was a dog subhuman, and the rest were humans. Chapter 155 Maid and Starry Night Castle. Field's dream of a bunny girl did not come true. Bunny people generally marry early, and even start giving birth to 3 children at the age of 16. We can't let them work in the castle with a bunch of children on their backs. What a pity, this bad habit should be changed. Each one is more cruel than me. Field shook his head with a smile. Bunny people are born serfs, giving birth quickly, eating poorly, and having a cowardly personality. However, because of early pregnancy and lack of nutrition, bunny people do not live long, and their strength is extremely poor. There were too few cat people in the territory. The only promising girl, Lumi, was only 14 years old. Field planned to send her to school. After asking a few simple questions about the family situation, Field allowed all 4 girls to pass. The maids would take them to wash and change into maid outfits, which would be considered as a formal organization. After the maids washed, they got on the carriage to Starry Night Castle, accompanied by the maid Scissors. In another open carriage, 12 newly bought female slaves were stuffed, guarded by 4 guards in leather armor, and they were going to the open space of Starry Night Castle to sow grass seeds. Geranium sat upright in the carriage. The carriage she was sitting on was not the luxurious carriage that the master sat in, but a simple wooden basket, without a lid, with 2 wheels turning and being pulled by the horse. She saw her companions, all hugging their knees, curling up, and lowering their heads, seemingly afraid. Including the demi-human, with his dog ears drooping, still looking like a refugee. But Geranium did not. Her slightly immature facial features cannot capture a trace of immaturity. She straightened her back expressionlessly. She had heard that the Baron liked his men to stand up straight, even for those fierce soldiers, which was required in this way. Geranium glanced at the carriage full of slaves in front of her. The slaves in the carriage stared at her with envious eyes. This made her feel a little happy. But she would not show it, and would not even look at them straight in the eye. She had her own pride. Arriving at Starry Night Castle. It was already late. Wow! That's the castle! A cry came from the carriage in front. Even the slaves could not help being shocked by Starry Night Castle. It was like a 30-year-old master who had not gone out for many years. Suddenly saw teacher Miho Ichikawa, and was deeply shocked by its magnificent scale. The maids covered their mouths and looked up. They were shocked for a moment. Geranium was no exception. Starry Night Castle had experienced corruption and war. It was not as majestic as it was in the past. However, the decoration of carved beams and painted buildings, and the magnificent scale of the building were simple and elegant, exquisite, and still shocked everyone. The huge building built of huge stones crushed all the buildings in Finchi village, so that they felt deeply inferior when they thought of the shacks they lived in. Follow me closely. You are not allowed to go anywhere without my order. This is also the first lesson I teach you. And it is also the most important lesson. Don't act on your own and invade the privacy of the adults. This is a fatal mistake. Everyone nodded hurriedly. Scissors nodded with satisfaction, signaled the guard to open the side door, and said, "From now on, this is where you work. Servants are not qualified to walk through the front door, and can only walk through the side door. Please remember this." Entering the building. It is the hall. The expensive carpet, the cross swords hanging on the wall, and the thick curtains that can cover the entire wall. These are scenes that they can't imagine. Starry Night Castle is still under repair, and it will need to be renovated in the future. Scissors was very satisfied with their surprised expressions. When she first went to work in the Ross family's castle, she was even trembling with fear when she entered the house. Oh my God! Such a luxurious place. Does it still need to be renovated? A freckled girl asked with wide eyes. Of course. For the noble Baron, this place is very shabby. Scissors crossed her arms in front of her chest and instructed the girl who asked. Little Spot, your cleaning area is on the first floor, except for the rooms with signs and locked rooms. Every other corner must be cleaned twice a day. The rest of the time, you need to go to the garden to water it. Yeah. Scissors led everyone to the second floor, which was full of rooms. All of these are bedrooms, Grey Fluff. The second floor is your area. Besides that, you need to serve Lady Ashina. I think you know her. Is it Lady Ashina who saved you? Yes, I will do my best. The female demi-human with black animal ears and tail nodded obediently, and her fluffy tail kept swinging. Demi-humans are not only classified by animals, but also by color. For example, the black wolf demi-humans. Their tails and ears are black, and their eyes are green. Of course, the skin color is not black. Otherwise it would only appear in the cotton field, not the castle. In addition to the bedroom, the third floor also has a showroom, a private reception room and a study, each of which contains various collections and books. At this time, it is empty. The master will often use the study, so the study is particularly important. Geranium is responsible for the hygiene of the third floor. It must be spotless. Geranium's heart was pounding. She knew that Field liked to stay in the study, which meant that she could have long contact with the Baron. Yes. The girl's voice was trembling. She thought she would be calm. Are you nervous? Scissors tilted his head. A little. It's normal to be nervous. Finally, Marigold, you are responsible for serving Miss Charlotte. Do whatever she asks you to do. Don't worry about the rest. The maids were still very partial. After all, she was the chosen one of mankind, so they were naturally closer. Next, I will take you to your own room, 2 people in 1 room. As for going home to visit relatives, I will arrange the date. I'm already looking forward to the next life. Me too. Can we have 1 room? The maids were so excited, and whispered to each other. To have your own room in the castle, it would be a great honor for the family. There are 4 floors in Starry Night Castle. The top floor in the basement. And Scissors and his friends will clean up by themselves. In fact, the number of servants is still very short. But it is better to have less than too much. So they can only make do with what they have. Field is in Finchi Town. And Cal has gathered children aged 12 to 15 in the territory. Both boys and girls. All free people. In fact, there are not many people. A total of 11 people. And Field knows most of them. Including Tate's daughter Alexia. Cat girl Loli Lumi. The little girl Absinthe rescued by the Bull territory. And some are also children of free people. Among them, Lumi was a slave. But the wolf subhuman warriors contributed the precious silver coins they earned from killing the enemies, allowing Lumi to become a free citizen and gain the opportunity to study. This really surprised Field. We can't embarrass Lady Eshina. The subhumans are also very smart. She will not disappoint the expectations of the master, Silverclaw said. Hee hee. Healthy competition. Field's mouth corners rose. Chapter 156. In the entire empire, no one helps the Empress solve her problems. Field plans to take out an hour every day to teach them personally. Only high-level workers trained by him can be used smoothly and safely in the future. Generally speaking, if you want to learn literacy in this era, you need to follow the knight as a squire and learn the 7 traditional knight skills: riding, swimming, jeering, fencing, hunting, playing chess, reciting poetry, and of course, serving the nobles. Field does not intend to let the children learn these. Reciting poetry and writing essays is not very useful for the territory. He intends to use the future to cram education. In the afternoon, they will study culture for 2 hours. Only learning to read and write. Arithmetic and loyalty. As for loyalty, Field did not pretend to avoid it. The purpose of training them is to serve himself and the territory. Not to train a bunch of guys who are ready to overthrow him. Or to make wedding clothes for others. In addition, they will be arranged to go to the army for 1 hour to learn to line up. Military posture. Sword skills and horse riding. And cultivate martial arts and unity spirit. Horse riding is extremely important. The territory may have cars in the future, but it is best not to think about it for 40 to 50 years. There are very few decent roads in the entire empire. So riding is a must. Science, fighting and magic. It depends on talent and loyalty before teaching. Field made a plan and immediately began to implement it. Tom, if you can't learn what the Baron teaches, you won't have a meal in the future. A free woman put her hands on her waist, pointed her finger at her son's nose, and warned him fiercely, as serious as if she was going to war. I will, mother. The boy was so scared that he turned around and ran away. That afternoon, the children came to the big winery for class. The children were used to suffering and were extremely eager for knowledge from the upper class. Even if they were naughty kids, their parents would order them to study hard. Otherwise they would be beaten up when they got home. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to move up a social ladder. Everyone is here. Let's start the class. Field waved his hand and asked the guard to bring a blackboard and chalk. These 2 things are very simple to make. Just take a piece of wood and dye it with black paint. As for chalk, it is a block made by adding lime and water. It is barely enough. But despite such simple things, it was not really used in teaching until after the Industrial Revolution. Before this, teachers always taught by themselves, or occasionally gave some pointers while doing their own things. What students learned depended on their understanding. The teaching method also experienced individual manual production and became industrialized production, and finally mass-produced intellectuals. At the same time, Field also brought in several captains of the army, the butler and Tate. In the future, try to educate students according to my teaching method. Tap tap. Field wrote his name on the blackboard. Let me introduce myself. I am your lord, Field Ross. This string of names is the first word you need to learn. Next, I will teach you letters and numbers. It is completely opposite to the poverty of the Knight territory. At this time, in the Griffin province, Golden Wing Manor in the capital of the empire, in the study on the 2nd floor, Empire Queen Letitia Golden Griffin sat on an exquisite royal-style chair, which was inlaid with countless gems of various colors, and the velvet cushion was extremely comfortable. But the afterglow of the setting sun was blocked by the window, so only shadows fell on her. She looked at the beautiful garden outside the window, where 3 or 4 gardeners were mowing the lawn. Even though the lawn was impeccable, the gardeners were still thinking about how to make it more pleasing to the eye. Your Majesty, Governor Tacklin wants to have dinner with you." The courtier bowed and saluted. He did not dare to look up at the most powerful man in the empire. "Oh, tell him to get out of here." Letitia did not even raise her eyelids. Use a tactful way. But he won the battle, which is a bit chilling. Perhaps you can give him a chance to pursue you. The courtier was stunned for a moment, thinking of the 3 carts of gold coins Tacklin gave him, and still advised, with a husband and children, the empire will be more stable. "I don't want to repeat it a second time." "Yes. Respect your will. Your Majesty." You look depressed. "Do you need to call the court jester?" "The jester is the king on the playing card." Letitia casually flipped through the battle report on the table. "I'm not interested in clowns, you can leave." The minister had no choice but to leave the study. A miniature griffin the size of a cat jumped out from the shadows, jumped onto the table, and almost knocked over the wine glass. It chased its tail around the table, and then stretched its wings. "Why are you still unhappy after the victory, dear Majesty?" The griffin spoke in human language. "See for yourself." The queen clicked on the battle report. The griffin came up, flipped through the pages with its sharp claws for a moment, and immediately showed an angry expression. "What a miserable victory. I didn't even see any familiar enemies being killed." Milani died in the battle. If I remember correctly, she was a hidden pawn in the marriage with the Nibelung family. Yes, this battle destroyed half of the province, lost a pawn to supervise the imperial nobles, and had to face a bunch of useless people who wanted to take credit. I really can't think of any happy points. Letitia snorted coldly. I really want to kick them all out of the palace. I want to too. The griffin laughed. However, both the man and the griffin knew that it was impossible, because every official of the empire represented the interests of the major families, provinces and classes. If she dared to touch them, she would be the only one in trouble, even if she was the queen. The griffin turned out another piece of paper and said in surprise, "Someone has taken root in the northern province? Field Ross? Is the Ross family going to regain its former glory? It is probably a farce to attract attention. And it is unlikely. The empire had thought of many ways to regain the northern province before, such as advancing in the marginal areas little by little. But they were soon overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of corpses, and could only retreat to the back of the major city walls. There seemed to be many core areas in the gray fog. If you don't occupy them, the number of corpses is infinite. If you adopt a war of attrition, the empire will be dragged into the quagmire of war immediately. It seems that thousands of corpses are killed every day, but they will grow again like weeds. Recovering the northern province is no different from starting a war with a country." Oh! It was written by Shirley again. She is a person who is truly loyal to the empire. Her family has shed blood for the empire. I guess it is true. Yes, the Gassina family is loyal to the empire. Not me. Letitia's mouth corners slightly raised. As for this matter, it doesn't matter whether it is true or not. The northern province is worthless, and it is impossible to recover it by one family. You are the incarnation of the empire. The griffin heard the footsteps coming from the corridor and slowly retreated into the shadows. Is there no one in the entire empire who can give me peace of mind? Letitia gently rubbed her brows and fell into deep thought. Chapter 157 Cemetery and Acorn. In the western plains of Night Territory, Rosaria shuttled quickly in the gray fog. She returned to her girlish form, and I don't know if she was worried that her plump figure would affect the battle. Apart from the tentacles of Nonying, there were rotten corpses, and all kinds of dirty things everywhere. In the dark forest full of corruption, shrill screams were heard from time to time, making Field shudder violently, and the goosebumps that had just subsided grew again, even though it was only controlling the black crow from a distance. The corpses here have only been dead for a short time. Someone killed them with brutal means. Rosaria suddenly stopped. She leaned over and took a close look at the wounds of the dead corpses. Oh! Could it be that the adventurers have been here? They are so fast. Not likely, more like the work of my kind. Rosaria licked her lips. It is very likely that they are the chosen ones, just like me before, when they are hungry. They will kill their kind, and they will also kill for various reasons. The chosen ones? Then let me look for them. Field controlled the black crow to hover and rise, and looked down for only 5 minutes, and saw the traces of fierce fighting. Found it. Follow me. Following the traces of the fight, the two soon arrived at a 2-story stone building. The stone building was covered with rotten plants and surrounded by a huge cemetery. The ground was filled with various tombstones, some stone and some rotten wooden. The broken door of the stone building was ajar, and a conspicuous bloodstain, accompanied by traces of dragging, extended all the way into the house. This is the big cemetery of the Night Territory. That house is for the Great Keeper, and the farewell ceremony will also be held here. The Great Keeper here is an old man. He is always willing to help others and actively helps people in the surrounding villages. But everyone hates him because his eyes are always red and surrounded by flies. Rosaria knows the Night Territory well. After all, according to the law, she is the one who inherits the Night Territory. Maybe the Great Keeper is Pink Eye. Pink Eye? What is that? I heard he was cursed by the devil, and his wife and daughter were cursed to death. Rosaria shrank her neck, tightened the black ribbon around her neck with her hands. It's a scary story. When I was alive, I didn't even dare to pass by here. Haha, when the word scared comes out of your mouth, it's full of strange incongruity. Field controlled the black crow to jump onto the branch. The memories stop here, the disgusting noise in the house. Did you hear it? Be careful. It's a pity that the black crow can't inherit his own small map ability, and Field doesn't know if there is any danger here. I will. Rosaria blinked her right eye vigorously, carrying the gluttony great sword, standing on tiptoe, gracefully approaching the stone building. Puff, crack, crack. A creepy chewing sound came from behind the door. The taste of fresh flesh and blood, but not human. Rosaria sniffed greedily like a perverted gourmet sneered. It reminds me of a delicious old friend. The great sword hummed. Rosaria smashed the door of the stone building to pieces. Black Crow's terrifying eyesight allowed Field to see the situation inside the house clearly. Fuck. Field shuddered, and suddenly felt a chill on his spine. A fat monster like Pogon in Jackie Chan Adventures, covered with rotten meat, and entangled with countless strange insects, was grabbing a beautiful figure and biting it madly. The scene was extremely horrifying. Hey! Isn't this Violet? Long time no see, why are you so weak? Rosaria was not afraid, but showed a surprised expression. If you are not dead, just make a sound. Violet was the corrupted chosen one who chased Shirley. My fellow, get out of here, this is my food. The fat monster twisted his head and turned it around, with divine power blooming all over his body, carrying a strong smell of blood, showing his strength as a second-level God's chosen one. Field realized its approximate combat power, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He was shocked and said, "Can the chosen one be so ugly? Wait, why is the voice male?" Rosaria shook her head. The real chosen one should be on him. Very strange. It is a fusion of a fourth-level corrupted creature, 2 second-level corrupted creatures, and the chosen one. The monster chuckled, turned around, and a beautiful and terrifying face was sewn on the monster's back. It faced Rosaria and said in a pitiful voice, "Hello? My name is Acorn. Please don't disturb our family's meal." Hee hee. Your family? It seems a little delicious. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth. I'll give you a chance to choose. Surrender or be killed by me. Without even a second of thinking, the monster flashed at an incredible speed, carrying a terrifying gust of wind, and crashed into her fiercely. Oh! I almost forgot that I'm already in the form of Lord Baron. Oh no! It's Lord Baron's aura. Rosaria was not surprised. After she made a contract with Field, even ordinary corpses would be hostile to her. Not to mention this kind of guy who would eat his own kind. Boom! A sharp sound of breaking wind came, and Rosaria let herself be smashed and flew away. She had plenty of opportunities to dodge, but she was too lazy to dodge. You are so weak. I want to change food. Acorn looked at his twisted big hand in confusion. He didn't use all his strength, but he still hit the enemy, which means the enemy is very weak. If I can eat the second level, I will never eat the first level. Acorn released the control over Violet and threw away the half-eaten Violet. Something that made Field's pupils tremble happened. Violet turned into a pool of blood and ran away into the grass. Ah! It's still alive. It corrupts the vitality of the chosen one. It's really scary. Field's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to search for the artifact. Hee hee. Whether it's weak or not, you will experience it soon. Rosaria was not even covered with dust, and she bowed gracefully. Divine skill, bloodstained constellation. As the injury increases, the combat power increases exponentially anyway. Fighting at the same level, I will definitely get hurt. I just don't bother to hide. Rosaria showed her white teeth, and a blazing black and red flame appeared around her body, and her momentum began to rise steadily. Miss Acorn, you can start to resist. The more you struggle, the more excited I am. Acorn's young face showed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, a terrifying loud noise exploded above her head. When? Acorn immediately looked up, but found Rosaria sneering at her with a sick look on her face. Along with her figure, there were shadows of gluttonous swords in the sky. Roar. Acorn turned around immediately. As a corrupted creature, it was normal for her to fuse with other creatures. She fused all her family members, and all of them were sewn into one body. Chapter 158. Her support is her father, who is a 4th-level creature. The male corpse's eyes were red, and a roar of murderous intent and anger suddenly sounded. The big mouth tore, and countless flying insects poured out of the male corpse. Rosaria did not have any emotional fluctuations. The gluttony great sword smashed down fiercely with a low sonic boom. The mixed divine power swept the flames brought by the blood-stained constellation, and directly strangled the flying insects. Just after the insect swarm was crushed, Rosaria did not retreat but advanced. The great sword in her hand was accompanied by blood, and slashed fiercely, and a violent explosion broke out in the air. Bang, bang. The next moment, the 2 2nd-level corrupted creatures stitched to the monster were directly crushed by the great sword and annihilated on the spot. So disappointing. Rosaria retreated violently to avoid the counterattack of Acorn, then carried the great sword, and drew a beautiful smile on the corner of her mouth. The 4th-level corrupted creatures that Acorn relied on did not pose any threat to her at all. Basically, the chosen ones of the combat type can defeat ordinary creatures by leaps of 2 levels. For example, the 1st level can defeat the 3rd-level fighting knight, and the 2nd level can defeat the 4th level. Of course, it is not necessarily one-on-one, and it can even fight one against many. It depends on the individual's combat power. Heal you! Heal you! Acorn screamed in pain and anger. Divine skill. Corrosion blood pillar. The next moment, divine power surged, and a pillar of blood surged out of the mouth of the male corpse, accompanied by a strong smell of blood, rushing towards Rosaria. What a disgusting skill. It's better not to take it head-on. Just block it. Rosaria frowned slightly. Although she wanted to see the limit of the blood-stained constellation, she couldn't stand having dirty blood splashed on her face. With a thought, the gluttony great sword immediately gushed out a large amount of blood, and the chain made a rustling sound. The two together built an airtight defensive shield. Blood like a torrent hit the shield, divine power intertwined and collided. Ripples of power continued to spread around, and the surrounding cemetery was instantly smashed to pieces. However, when the impact disappeared, Rosaria dispersed the broken chains and bloodlines, as if nothing had happened. Except for the black and red flames burning more fiercely on her body, it proved that the blood-stained constellation had been triggered. The bloodline was originally a part of her. Using the bloodline to weave defense, her body would inevitably be injured, and the injury would trigger the divine skill. He actually withstood the 2nd-level divine skill. And it was so easy. The black crow had already flown to a tree in the distance, and he could only look at it. If he got too close, he would be blown up by the energy ripples. Field sucked in a breath of cold air, and was particularly surprised to see Rosaria resist the divine skill so easily. Damn it. Rosaria is already a pure numerical freak, and this defense ability is a bit abnormal. What? I can't understand. Acorn trembled all over, and moved his heavy body, and chose to escape. Stop. The same kind cannot hurt each other. Field's face was full of black lines. Double standard. Right? The current strength and speed are probably twice as high as before, but it is far from reaching the limit. I just don't know if the endless slash will be strengthened. Rosaria pierced the great sword into the ground, and waved her slender white hands casually, which made the air explode. The breath she exuded now was much stronger than that of Acorn. No wonder she scared away the brutal corrupted creatures. Let me test you. Looking at the enemy, who had already fled into the forest, Rosaria swung her sword neatly. Divine skill, endless slash. Grabbing the chain at the end of the great sword, like a towering mountain being uprooted, 3 black and red sword chi slashed out overwhelmingly, tearing a long-lasting crack in the space. Pure destruction, no overly gorgeous light effects. Wherever the sword chi went, obstructions all collapsed and disappeared, silently turning into particles that could not be captured by the naked eye. Wow! The fleeing Acorn was hit hard by the sword chi, even though she tried her best to dodge, but the sword chi seemed slow, but in fact it arrived instantly. Buzz! The ground cracked quickly, and the surrounding trees were swept away. In the blink of an eye, The cracked ground almost spread to the location of the black crow. Field had no choice but to let the black crow fly away in the opposite direction. Otherwise his only drone would crash, and he would have to play a resurrection match with the boss. When Field returned with the black crow, he only saw a huge pit. The cemetery was half destroyed. He almost didn't recognize it as a cemetery. "Are you okay?" Seeing Rosaria standing there, her bright eyes were wide open, and she looked not very good. Field asked worriedly. "It's over." Rosaria was sweating profusely. "I accidentally killed her. I didn't expect her to be so weak. She was so big. But she wasn't a tank. And she couldn't even dissociate the artifact. I thought, hey, I have reason to suspect that you are in Versailles." Field wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "It's okay as long as you are okay. Looking at her magic skills just now, I guess she is a long-range shooter. But she was tied to a 4th-level creature as a tank. And she was killed in one move. It's amazing. Although it was a pity to catch one less corrupted God's chosen." Field was still very happy. The bonus of the Bloodstained constellation is terrifyingly high. Stronger than I expected. Yes. Thanks to my dear Lord. Rosaria lifted her skirt and turned around happily. "I suspect that the skills provided by the Lord will be stronger than those obtained in the wild." "Huh?" "But the chosen needs to make a contract with the Lord and advance to obtain new skills." "Right?" Field was confused. There are many situations. For example, the corrupted God chosen contracted a small corpse and gained skills after upgrading. But the small corpse has no brain and is easy to die. She will continue to be wild in the 2nd stage. This state, even if it is advanced in the wild, will generally happen to the corrupted God chosen. Normally, the chosen will only be bound to powerful people. Field rubbed his chin, and the corpse has no wisdom. And the wild corrupted God chosen will not be too smart. They may choose skills blindly, or they may obtain too poor energy when evolving. The skills of the chosen are also closely related to the development of the territory and the Lord himself. Wait, could it be related to cognition? For example, the chosen one for magic is likely to master magic, and the chosen one for healing is a pharmacist, living in a place without snow all year round. It should be impossible for them to have ice and snow skills. Field suddenly grasped something key. What if there is a nuclear bomb in our territory? Will there be a skill to rub the nuclear bomb by hand? Fried egg? I don't want to eat human food. Rosaria pointed her index finger at her chin, with a thoughtful expression. Forget it. Wait until the technology is improved. And then we'll see. Thinking too much will make you lose sight of the big picture. Let's go. Let's go see what artifact exploded. Chapter 159 Temporary Skills and Divine Power Farming. The conditions for obtaining artifacts are extremely strict. Only if the chosen one does not dissociate the artifact, and the artifact is not damaged, can you have a chance to obtain the chosen one's weapon, and Acorn obviously meets this condition. A beam of blood gushed out of her body, gathered and solidified in the air, and slowly formed an insect-like artifact. You are all from the same god system. Will this artifact be useful to you? I can use it. Rosaria shook her head subconsciously. But I am your chosen one, and the spoils should be distributed by you. There are 2 ways to use the artifact. One is for ordinary people to use, and they can obtain the ability of the castrated version. The second type is used by people of the same pantheon, which can allow the chosen one to obtain a temporary skill or equipment. Since it can be used, there is nothing to worry about. Since you are cute and hardworking, this one belongs to you. Cute? I have reason to suspect that you are mocking me. But thank you anyway. Rosaria smiled shyly, and fiddled with her skirt with her fingers. Hee hee. Field, you are really good. The process of conquering the artifact is very simple, and does not require a contest of will. Rosaria gently flicked it with the bloodline, and the acorn artifact disintegrated by itself, turning into a stream of light, and drilling into the gluttony great sword. Field immediately saw Rosaria's panel. There was an additional temporary skill. Level 2 Divine Skill Temporary. Bone-eroding worm consumes a small amount of divine power, parasitizes special divine power insects in the enemy's body. The insects will continuously absorb the enemy's vitality, and cause deceleration, bleeding and marking tracking effects. After taking back the insects, the absorbed vitality is obtained. Oh, an auxiliary skill, not bad, but it's a pity that it's temporary. Temporary skills cannot be improved as the level of the chosen one increases. When Rosaria reached the 3rd level, this skill was still at the 2nd level. Moreover, after the artifact is taken out, the skill will disappear immediately. We eliminated a threat and gained a skill. This is a win-win situation. We won twice. Field happily controlled the black crow to circle around, looking around and said, "The escaped chosen one, can you still find her? My perception is very ordinary. Ashina may be able to find her, but if Miss Asina comes here, the ball will be over." Field nodded helplessly, then let her go first. A first-level chosen one is not that threatening to the territory. After cutting off the side of the black crow, Field came out of the big winery, and saw a group of people gathered together. It's really strange. There is such a scene in night territory. It was the first time that Field saw the people of the territory gather spontaneously. Normally, the people of the territory would just go to work or hide at home and shiver, worried that the rotten corpses running out of the gray fog would bite them to death. The shining light of the sun and the whisper of the wind. The goddess who spreads food for the world. Please spread the brilliant golden seeds. Divine skills. The song of fruitfulness. Charlotte was like a kindergarten teacher, making some cute and silly movements, chanting complicated spells, and then waving at the wheat field in front of her, as if a golden rain had fallen. Countless golden stars scattered across the sky, and fell on the withered wheat seedlings in the rice fields. The next moment, the wheat seedlings grew taller and taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their state can surpass normal wheat seedlings, and a few were even dyed golden. Fuck, the effect is so good. Field was shocked. No wonder the old farmers at that time swore that only magic and the chosen ones could increase grain production. This immediate effect makes anyone confused. It's done. Charlotte happily wiped the sweat from her forehead. Wow. It's amazing. Sir, please also perform a miracle for our farmland. I'm willing to give everything. Please perform a miracle for my farmland. The onlookers knelt down, exclaimed, and some even burst into tears, crawling toward Charlotte's feet while kneeling. But they were immediately expelled by the guards. As Field's earliest team, the territory guards did not hesitate and immediately blocked their way with long spears. Get out. Crawl away. The guards had no manners at all, and shouted and expelled them. They were full supporters of the Lord's interests. Field only prohibited them from extorting or killing civilians, but in terms of quality and character. Firstly, he did not have the time to educate them, and secondly, due to the limitations of the times, since he played the role of the bad guy, he needed soldiers with strong intimidation ability and the ability to play the good guy. The people in the territory were immediately frightened by the vicious soldiers and retreated outside the warning area. Ahem. I will pray for all the farmland in the territory, but I have to start with your farmland. Please don't rush. Charlotte showed an apologetic expression and smiled at the people in the territory. When she saw Field from the corner of her eyes lit up, and she raised her mouth, deliberately showing an expression of "I am really amazing. Very amazing." Field walked slowly over and patted Charlotte's head. Hee. That's right. Charlotte tilted her head and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the soil fertility is too poor. Otherwise I can increase the yield a little more. Maybe a plow can make up for it." Field drew out his long sword, penetrated into the soil, bent down and gestured. "We need a heavy plow. The current farming technology is just tickling the ground and digging a little shallowly." Charlotte was confused and said, "Is there any particularity?" "Yes. I have observed the land of the Empire. As long as it is cultivated, without exception, it is all shallowly cultivated fertile soil. The only thing farmers need to pay attention to is water sources." Field turned his eyes to the simple farm tools beside him and shook his head. Demand determines supply. Intensive farming technology has not developed. It is too wasteful. After all, planting crops casually is enough to support oneself. Besides, many fields are not planted for oneself. The yield is the Lord's business. There is no need to spend energy and brains to plow deeply. So, we need heavy plows. Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. Yes, when the scope of the territory is extended to the iron ore, we will refine heavy plows. By then, with intensive cultivation and your ability, we may not need to import our food directly. I will work hard. Charlotte waved her fist, cheered herself up, and ran and jumped into the construction of the territory. Next time, we must give her a sun hat so that she won't get tanned. Although it is difficult to see the sun in the night territory, plants can still grow, so the sunlight is probably not reduced at all. Seeing her working vigorously, Field inexplicably felt a sense of guilt and suddenly felt like Joe Paupi, so he had to try his best to compensate her a little. "My lord, There is also the matter of the pool. Maybe we should dig a reservoir or pond. Cal had just assigned the work to the new slaves, and came over to mention this matter. Chapter 160, Violet. With thick eyebrows and big eyes. Also betrayed and became corrupted. Okay. But we have to plan the area first. Field asked Cal to go to the study to study the location of the water tank. Just when Field was thinking about the water tank, Rosaria encountered something strange. Thank you, alien. A soft and familiar female voice suddenly sounded behind Rosaria. You don't have to thank me, Violet. I saved you just to win a chosen one for my lord. Rosaria turned around, exuding a light and elegant temperament, which was completely different from her aura when she was slashing people. However, she whispered, when did the elusive guy appear behind me? Her perception ability was very poor. But fortunately, she had a lot of blood, and was not afraid of sneak attacks. Violet was obviously seriously injured. She could still stand tremblingly. But soon, she leaned on the boulder and gasped, Don't serve dirty humans. They will only use you. Stop talking nonsense. I have been a human longer than a corrupted creature. There is no need to shake me with ridiculous reasons. I am very satisfied with the present. Rosaria thought of the increasingly powerful territory and lord, and smiled secretly. Maybe I will be more satisfied in the future. Besides, you look like you have eaten carrots with your little mouth. Rosaria, in the form of a girl, was obviously not very smart. Looking at the trembling Violet, she smiled evilly and immediately began to speak against the sky. Shut up. I really don't want to chat with you. I came here to tell you something. There are fewer corrupt creatures recently. Just because I'm killing them. Violet spat out a mouthful of blood foam in disgust, and said the shocking news with her little mouth moving. But now I'm seriously injured. You'd better take care of yourselves. Ah? I didn't expect that you, Violet with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also betray the corrupt creatures. Rosaria couldn't turn around for a while. She grabbed the gluttony greatsword directly. Her eyes were sharp. You are deceiving me. It's obvious that the corrupt creatures are gathering outside the night territory. This is one reason. But you have to know that the corrupt creatures have territorial divisions. Not all corrupted ones obey the orders of Pure White, the guy who ordered me before. So, don't be too comfortable. Even now, the territory will still be attacked. Violet coughed up a mouthful of blood, and then said, in Kaiku village, there is a group of extremely weak humans. They entered the gray fog a month ago, and they thought they had a foothold. But they didn't know that I killed all the zombies nearby. But a new zombie tide is coming, and they will definitely die. Maybe you can save them. After that, Violet turned into a pool of blood and left. Why would she help me? Is she repaying a favor? And she doesn't look like she would turn to humans. Rosaria's mind was full of questions. It's a pity that Field is not here. He would definitely be able to get more useful information. Wait, why don't I just catch her? Rosaria suddenly realized and stamped her feet in frustration. Damn it. Damn it, come back to me. On the other side, Field had already discussed the reservoir with Cal. He planned to let Knight lead the first army to dig, and dig 2 more wells. The conditions of Nightfall territory are not enough to support such a large army. By the way, we have to go to the military camp. The army is in a mess now. Field called Ashina, who had come back from cleaning up the zombies, and went directly to the military camp. The military forces of Nightfall territory need to be integrated a little. The subhumans have always been led by Ashina, although they did not dare to rebel after Field took over. They could not be left alone. All the forces of Nightfall territory, except the corrupted great swordsmen, were summoned and simply counted and reviewed. Nightfall led the first army of 220 people, 55 territory guards, 30 wolf subhuman thugs led by Ashina before, 18 subhuman cavalry. Calling Shanao and others, Field put forward the request. I want to form an archer unit, formed by the wolf subhuman thugs I took in. Both longbow and shortbow need to be trained. Similarly, the looting cavalry also needs to learn horse archery. The captain is Silver Claw, who will manage all the subhuman troops, and his monthly salary will be changed from the original 3 silver coins to 8 silver coins. Yes, my lord. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Silver Claw immediately knelt on one knee, trembling with excitement, and swore hard. From the first army of Night territory, select 30 strong and capable people with outstanding performance. Adopt the elimination system, and screen them layer by layer. I need to build a 20-man heavy cavalry. The first army will be led by Mountain Cat, and the territory guard will be led by Iron Hammer. The captain's monthly salary is 8 silver coins. The first army and the subhuman archers only train for half a day, and work for the other half of the day. The first task is to dig a reservoir. As for daily food and accommodation, human and subhuman soldiers will be put together, so that there will be no estrangement and no small groups. Yes, Baron. Everyone excitedly went to carry out the task. After finishing everything, Field yawned, and was about to catch up on some sleep. He habitually looked at Black Crow's situation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Rosaria staring at him, and the two were almost 0 distance apart. Fuck. Field was so scared that he almost fell down. It was like playing with your phone in class, and suddenly looking up to see the teacher staring at you with a deathly gaze. Even though she was a beautiful teacher with a curvy figure, the sudden face-jumping behavior would scare anyone who saw it. Rosaria laughed evilly. Ha ha. You're scared, right? I didn't expect pranks to be so fun. Wait until you come back, and I'll spank you. Field was speechless, and she almost scared him to death. Then I can look forward to it. I will play harder when the time comes. But the premise is that you can win in chess. As long as you beat me, you can do whatever you want. Rosaria giggled and licked her lips without hesitation. There is an important thing about the news of Kaitu village. Don't talk nonsense. I really miss your queenly look. Field was made hot by this guy. It's a pity that this guy is a big talker. You can see it, but you can't touch it. She hid it back in the great sword. She couldn't wear out the steel plate, could she? Besides, the gluttonous great sword was a divine weapon. Tell me about Kaitu village. Rosaria told Violet's story in detail. Is it credible? After she finished, Rosaria asked Field. It looks serious. It's not a trap. It should be true. If the enemy is strong enough, there is no need to go to great lengths. If the enemy is weak enough, we don't have to be afraid. Field stretched comfortably. I'm curious. Who would come to Night Territory? Humph. Night Territory is ours. Without our permission, you can't build a village privately. It's illegal. We need to teach those ants the most basic rules. We should kill them all. Chapter 161 Kaitu Village. When it comes to the occupation of the territory, Rosalia is very upset. Wave with a big sword, donation of dissatisfaction. Chaotu village is suspected to be a bit urbanized. It should teach them the rules. You go first, but don't act lightly. Wait for me to send troops to arrive, make the next step. In fact, I can get it alone, but you have the final say. Field was not afraid she could not fight. It was worried about letting Rosalia play. She will treat the group of villagers as desserts. It's all slaughtered. That night, Field called all the subhuman cavalry in the territory, took 2 carriages, filled them with infantry, and 10 spare war horses, and set off that night. With the assistance of his younger brother, the territory's war horses could even allow all soldiers to ride horses. Unfortunately, there were only a few who could ride horses. The next night, they arrived at the ruins far away from Kaitu village. After a night of rest, Field led his troops to slowly march towards Kaitu village. Passing through a sparse woodland filled with corrupt vines, Field saw Kaitu village on the small map. Kaitu village is also one of the villages directly under the Night Territory. It once planted beetroots for the Starry Night family. It is not far from the Bull Territory. Using the artifact telescope to look, due to the characteristics of Eyes of the Mist, Field not only has the ability of long-sightedness, but can also see through the gray fog. Like other villages in the gray fog, Beat Village has become a ruin, with only modeled ruins left. The difference is that ugly shacks have been built in the village, and almost all of them are built with the remains of the house. The outer walls are filled with waste wood and stones to fill the holes. Soon, 7 or 8 young men carrying large and small bags, holding a small fog-repelling lamp, ran back to Kaitu village in panic, with a group of rotten corpses chasing after them. 2 guys holding spears at the entrance of the village, but they stood on the low wall, and kept scolding them, not letting them enter the village. Until the young people painfully threw their packages in first, and let the guards take away 90% of the harvest, then they were allowed in with tears. After a while, smoke rose from the territory. The villagers holding spears, looking down from above, stabbed the rotten corpses below. Very good, you can actually establish a basic system. There must be something we need. Field's eyes lit up. Relying on illiterate farmers, it is definitely not possible to hold on for that long, and judging from the amount of smoke from the territory, the food is abundant. Infantry wear armor, raise shield walls, advance slowly, and cavalry place both wings to maneuver at any time. After fighting a war, Field was familiar with the basic battle command. Oh my god! It's a night! What should we do? We are dead. Mom! Mom! Woo woo woo. As soon as the night army showed its head outside the beat village, it immediately attracted a burst of ghosts and wolves howling. The whole beat village was like a hornet's nest, as if it was directly poured with boiling water, and it exploded instantly. Ding 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 as the alarm bell was sounded. The whole territory was full of people running, not going to defend, but fleeing in panic. The men were so anxious that they accidentally knocked over the shacks, or knocked over other people. The women cried loudly, or fell to the ground holding their packages, at a loss. Meow, meow, I'm not a bandit. The villagers looked like they had seen a ghost, and felt more scared than seeing a rotting corpse. Field gently pulled the reins, stopping the warhorse from running faster and faster. The warhorse under him obviously had the blood of a warlike monster. Hearing the helpless cries of the villagers, it was excited and ready to sprint. We are obviously the army of justice. Field frowned, turned his head, and looked at his own army. Everyone's eyes were red, grinning with greedy and ferocious expressions. The cavalrymen were already swinging lassos, or stringing light crossbows. Field slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. They are used to robbing. They don't look like good people. My lord. Let's split up into cavalry, and shoot the guards on the city wall first. Silverclaw punched his chest with his fist, his eyes fierce. I guarantee that there will be no creatures standing higher than you in your sight. They haven't learned to shoot on horseback yet, but they can also shoot a wave with crossbows. But they are not as easy to control as bows. Not yet. Let the cavalry keep alert. Field ordered the infantry to advance to a distance of 50 meters outside the village, and he led 6 cavalrymen to shout from afar. I am the Baron of Night. You have invaded my territory. Give an explanation immediately, and give up resistance, and submit to me. As soon as these words came out, there was a commotion in Kaiku village. Isn't this the army of Baron Shanho? It's the same. The nobles want to kill us. Do they still need to ask for your address? The old villager cried. What should we do? We must not surrender. After a period of chaos, Kaitu village calmed down. Field waited patiently for a while, but no one answered. His patience gradually disappeared, just as he was about to launch an attack. The wooden gate blocking the road in Kaiku village was moved open by the villagers. 12 or 13 villagers with ragged clothes and simple weapons walked out. They were all sharpened wooden sticks or rusty iron tools. Their formation was messy, and it was obvious that they had never been tested in battle. Oh! With such weak fighting power, they not only refused to surrender, but also dared to go out of the village to fight head-on. The villagers tried their best to put on fierce expressions. After they finished lining up at the entrance of the village, they stopped moving forward. Clang! The subhuman cavalry drew out their cavalry swords. The shining sword shone with a cold light. Silverclaw led the cavalry to jog, ready to rush forward at any time, to chop off the heads of the villagers in front of them, and pile them up into a jingguan, to serve as a warning to others. Don't. Please don't be impulsive. 2 men and 1 woman walked out from behind the villagers, pushing with their hands, trying to calm the rumbling sound of the horses' hooves with a trembling voice. When they saw the well-equipped army and the Roman cavalry, they all felt their bladders relax. They didn't dare to act rashly, nor did they dare to fight in the village. This 2-meter-long earth wall could not protect anything. Field held the reins in one hand and the lance in the other, looking at the group in front of him with interest. He originally thought that other nobles came here to open up, but they were all villagers dressed as refugees. Only the 3 in front of him were dressed like human beings. However, he admired the courage of the villagers to go out of the city to fight. It would be good to recruit them as soldiers. Who of you can explain to me? I am a kind person. As long as you obey my orders, you can do it. Field glanced at the faces of the 3 people. They looked at each other for a long time, and finally the strongest man stepped forward, lowered his head as much as possible, and said with an ugly smile, Sir, we didn't know that the Night Lord had an owner. Well, now you know it. Put down your weapons, and then surrender to me. Ah? This? Speaking of surrender, the man lowered his head and looked at his shoes awkwardly. These shoes are really too bad. Chapter 162 The Disappearing Girls. Ha ha ha. The Night Leader's soldiers burst into laughter. This guy, is he trying to assassinate me? Field was very calm, not affected by his funny words and deeds. He had previously seen the man's left hand shaking very little, and it was always hidden by his side, so he probably hid a weapon, but he was already a second-level fighting knight, so he was not panicked at all. "Sir, we are willing to compensate you for your losses, and we will move away in just a little time." You have something to hide, and you have to act on your own? I'll tell you straight, the zombie tide is coming soon. If you don't follow me, you will only be fed by the rotten corpses if you stay here. Field snorted angrily. The sturdy man was silent for a while, gritting his teeth as if he had made a difficult decision, laughed awkwardly twice, turned around and waved. Two villagers grabbed a woman's hair and dragged her over like a dead dog. When the sturdy man saw that Field did not move, he immediately squatted down, pinched the woman's chin, and forced her to look up. "Look, this woman is very beautiful. We offer her to you. Please let us go." The villager spat on his hand and wiped the woman's face twice, wiping off a lot of mud, and forced a flattering smile. The woman struggled hard. She was not pretty, but she had never done farm work, wore a pretty skirt, and had better skin. Perhaps in the eyes of the villagers, this was already stunning. But for Field, who was used to seeing beautiful women, she was just an ordinary person. "Sir, help! They are all crazy and thugs." The woman saw the knight in front of her, and the spirit in her eyes immediately recovered. She tried to get up from the ground in a hurry, but because she was tied up, she fell to the ground headfirst and fell flat on her face. "Who do you think I am? A bandit? I am only here to recruit you." Field frowned. He hated people who would betray their own people. He immediately glanced around impatiently and gently swung his lance. "I hate this the most. I will give you a second chance. Tell me who you are and then surrender. Or die." Many villagers trembled and peed directly, but no one ran away. The villager stammered, "My lord, my name is Grova, the daughter of Baron Mountain Monkey. They are a group of rebellious thugs. Kill them!" The woman stumbled and rolled under Field's horse's hooves, almost disturbing the warhorse. Fortunately, Field stabilized his horse. Otherwise, he would have been trampled to death. "Ha ha ha, brothers, our kidnapping of the nobles has been exposed. If you don't resist, you will die. Let's fight them." The sturdy man's face was pale, laughing loudly, as if he had made up his mind. With a roar, he pulled out a dagger from his pants and stabbed straight at him. This man was going to burn his boats. "Be careful, sir." Before Field could make a move, the subhuman knight beside him quickly thrust out his spear, and the cold light flashed and arrived instantly. Use the long to attack the short. Use the high to attack the low. Puff! Without any suspense, the long spear directly pierced the man's left arm holding the dagger, and then came out from the back of his chest. And this spear directly pierced his heart. The blood gushed out of Deping's heart, and the villagers behind him were soaked. The warhorse took advantage of its inertia and rushed forward 2 steps. The knight on the horse casually threw the body of the strong man on the ground like a rag, twitching twice and then motionless. The whole process was as relaxed and comfortable as drinking water. Oh my God! The villagers had never seen such a scene before. The blood that had just been aroused disappeared, and they were scared to death, crying loudly and trying to escape. The knights drew their swords and prepared to go to the city. Field waved his hand, and Silver Claw immediately understood Field's thoughts and shouted at the villagers, "Drop your weapons. Kneel down, and we won't kill you." The villagers seemed to have received a royal order, and they rolled on the ground impatiently, sticking their butts high and trembling. The soldiers of the Night Lord immediately pounced on them, kicked off their weapons, and then caught them all like chickens. They will cooperate only if they see blood. Field held a long spear and stabbed a flower in the air. Being a lord is easy. There are too many subordinates, and he doesn't even have a chance to take action. However, Field felt very comfortable. Knight territory had always been in a weak position. When encountering any force, it had to be cautious. This was the first time it encountered such a weak enemy. "Okay. You should kill all the damned untouchables. You did a good job." Grova stood up excitedly, her face full of joy, spitting fiercely, and kicking the villagers on the ground. "Damn animals. You dare to touch me with your dirty hands." "Enough." Field glanced at her. Grova raised her head. "Kill them all. I will let my father reward you." "Okay. Take this lady to a safe place." Field waved his hand, smiled at Grova. "Please cooperate with my soldiers." Grova pouted, looking unhappy, but did not dare to say more, so she had to reluctantly follow the soldiers. "Now, You can tell me your origins. I came here to avoid the high taxes of the mountain monkey baron. A villager dodged his eyes and said tremblingly, My lord, I really can't live anymore. Not that I don't want to pay taxes. Humph. I'm not afraid of death. I'll be frank. It was the bitch wife of Baron Monkey who kidnapped our daughter. We kidnapped her daughter. Isn't that fair? Another villager stood up. Oh, where are the others? Field nodded, and a confused look gradually appeared on his face. This situation seemed to have been heard somewhere. Seeing that Field did not run away, but listened, the villagers immediately talked about the reasons and experiences of fleeing to the Night Territory. It turned out that this group of people was complex, consisting of 3 types of people: villagers from the Bull Territory, villagers from the Mountain Monkey Territory who kidnapped the daughter of the Mountain Monkey Baron, and some criminals. The one who was killed by the cavalry just now was the leader of the criminals, and the leader of this group of people. But they all have one thing in common. That is, their daughters were taken away by the Mountain Monkey Baron. No wonder they dared to resist capturing the daughter of a noble, enough to hang her 100 times, although they did not hurt her. Field tilted his head and thought for a moment, and asked, Capturing a daughter. How come I heard about this in the Bull Territory? Field remembered. It was from the Bull Territory. Since Baron Bull visited Baron Mountain Monkey, the damn nightmare began. The man who first told the truth waved his fists in anger. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and he started to roar. I will fight back. What are you arguing about? Don't be rude to the Lord. When the Night Territory soldiers saw him yelling at the Lord, they immediately became furious and rushed up to slap him, slapping the man around and making him fall to the ground. Field looked at the man who had calmed down. Did you get any information from that lady? Chapter 163 Fog Light Recipe. No. That noble lady knows nothing. The man covered his swollen cheeks and said incoherently, Later, the Mountain Monkey Baron led his troops to attack us. In a hurry. We were forced to flee to the northern province. Wouldn't it be better if you said it earlier? I'm not the Mountain Monkey Baron, and I'm not interested in your children. You are my slaves now. Just work honestly for me. You won't starve to death. Congratulations on saving your life. Only our masters are so kind. Silver Claw snorted at the villagers, and many villagers reacted and fell to the ground in ecstasy to thank him. Remembering the missing child in his heart, Field asked the guards to string the captives together with ropes, so that even if someone tried to escape, they would be tripped by others immediately. Field jumped off his horse and walked into Kaiyu village. The ground was full of debris and excrement, and it smelled terrible. Walking to a small pot, Field took a look inside. There was a mass of paste-like stuff in the pot, grayish-white, and full of earthy smell. What have you been eating these days? Picking up a small wooden stick, Field stirred it twice, but he couldn't recognize what it was. How come it's like Ollie Gay? Hi, no worries about 3 meals a day, just eat the special small mushrooms of Shanhowling. This is a special product of our Ling, square mushrooms. After eating 1 crop, fill it with water, and another crop will grow in half a month. Just don't eat too much. The more you eat, the thinner you get, and it has no taste. Good stuff. Field's eyes lit up. He found a special plant in this world. The villagers led the way and showed the cart with square mushrooms, all of which grew in hollowed-out tree trunks and were filled with water. Take all the mushrooms away. Field nodded with satisfaction. These mushrooms alone were worth the trip. By the way, I saw you have a lot of fog lights. Where did they come from? A fog light costs 25 gold coins. I made them. I am the worker responsible for mixing potions. Among the 3 people before, the woman spoke up. When I was mixing potions for the church, I heard that my daughter had been captured by the Mountain Monkey Baron and had no news. So I stole the precious raw materials and planned to make them myself, and then sell them to find my daughter. But, obviously there is no place to store them. The woman took out a luxurious crystal bottle from her arms, which contained a pale white liquid. Fuck. Is it true? You can make it? The woman was shocked by Field's reaction and took 2 steps back in panic. I can only follow the operating steps they gave me and make it step by step. I don't know what it is or the principle. Field's pupils trembled. The raw material for the fog lamp that he had been thinking about was actually right in front of him. As long as the raw material formula is deciphered, you can produce and sell it yourself in the future. Okay, this belongs to me. You are responsible for making the fog lamp for me. After looting all the valuable things in Caillou Village, Field returned to the night territory. Rosaria, who didn't kill anyone, could only continue her mission with regret. Ashina, can you smell what this is? The first thing she did when she arrived at the territory was to call Ashina and ask her to figure out the raw materials for the fog lamp. Sniff. Ashina's nose moved slightly. Her jade-like cold skin was stained with a blush. And she said with a funny smile, "This is milk." "What's wrong, Littlefield? You are not hungry." "But I can't produce this." Pufffield, who was drinking tea, saw Ashina's expression of it can only be understood, not expressed in words. And luckily, he was choked to death. "This is the first time I see you so playful." Field wiped his mouth. "Uh-huh. I guess I am the chosen one. Because I can't smell the scent of humans or animals. Combined with the ability to dispel fog, it should be from the chosen one of holy light." After teasing Field, Ashina explained seriously, Field felt that this world was a bit outrageous. "It's the world of H games, right? Squeezed out from the milky white snow." What else?" Ashina blinked and added, "It could also be other skin colors." "Do nuns? Nuns have this thing." Thinking of those nuns with holy faces, Field felt itchy in his head. "I don't know about that. Other potions were added to it, but the most important ingredient must be milk." Ashina smiled. "Many products made by the chosen god are related to the chosen god. I have heard that the chosen Fox clan would weave lucky bracelets with hair to bring good luck to the wearer. Of course, it is the hair that falls off the tail, not from any weird place." How magical. After thinking for a long time, Field put down the hot crystal bottle, and there was always an urge to take a sip in his mind. Finally, he straightened his collar and said calmly, "Leave a small sample, and let that woman continue to make fog lights." "Okay." As soon as Ashina left, the maid reported that the guards wanted to see her. "Sir, Miss Grova wants to see you. She asks you to execute all those who kidnapped her. In the most cruel way. This is the Night Lord's business. Outsiders cannot interfere. Besides, I am not sure of her identity yet." Field put the feather pen back into the pen holder, tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Keep her under surveillance. And keep those villagers under surveillance too. They have just arrived, and they are restless. Don't let them cause trouble." "Yes, sir." The guards who received the order set off immediately. Field did not allow Baron Shanho's daughter to enter Fengchi Town, but arranged a side room in Starry Night Castle for her, only providing her with 2 daily meals, and supervised by 4 guards, and not allowed to leave the room. In fact, there was no need for guards to watch over her. The entire territory was filled with corrupted swordsmen, and anyone who dared to make trouble would only end up with one fate: death. A tyrannical noble lady. Maybe I can get some benefits. Field's calculations were clacking. "Wow. I'm so tired." Charlotte walked in listlessly, closed the door casually, and then fell into the bed like an ostrich. "Thank you for your hard work." Hee. Charlotte smiled tiredly. "I have blessed a lot of land today. Don't be so anxious, just take your time." Field called the maid Sparrow. "Make an egg tart for Miss Charlotte. By the way, make a dry pot beef for Miss Ashina in the evening. She will be back in the evening." "Yes, sir." Sparrow was very surprised, muttering in his heart, "Miss Ashina's favor has not diminished. It seems that both sides cannot be ignored." The maids thought that Field would be like them, only focusing on the human chosen ones. Charlotte waved her hand. "Can't be slow, we must develop quickly. I will never allow the enemy to continue to destroy our home." Chapter 164 Horseback Riding. Speaking of the enemy, Charlotte immediately became excited, rolling around, protesting, "I also want to learn powerful sword and spear skills." "You went to the war yesterday, right? Damn it, you didn't take me with you." "Learning martial arts is no problem, but the logistics you are in charge of is no less burdensome than the frontline soldiers. As the saying goes, the army must have food before it moves. Ababa, what grass, what horse?" Speaking of military thought, Charlotte's brain immediately crashed, her mouth slightly opened, revealing a clear look of ignorance. Field covered her face. "It's okay." "Oh." Charlotte scratched her head, her delicate feet in white stockings swayed slightly, and her toes slightly opened, so that each toe maintained a small gap just enough to hold something, and the white silk was stretched out, becoming thinner and more transparent. Hee. Charlotte giggled, playing with her feet. She actually enjoyed it. Field thought that after a while, he would go to Maple Leaf Territory to attend an underground dance, and by the way, He would have to send back the unruly noble lady of Grova. Before that, finish writing Shirley's reply first, and then return the remains of the Survey Corps. To Miss Shirley Gassina, respect from Field. The brilliant sun sinks into the sea, and the stars are hidden in the gray fog. The hope you left behind becomes the light of the night. After you take a bath, your wet hair falls on your shoulders, and you feel the gentle breeze caressing you. Have you ever thought, I can hardly smell the fragrance of flowers in the night, and you need to bring a hint of fragrance here. When you are free, please come to my Starry Night Manor. Sign it, Field Ross. After finishing writing, Field laughed darkly. Hee hee hee. Don't forget to bring a lot of gold coins and supplies. It's so corny. Is she your beloved? Charlotte was inexplicably unhappy, her face full of resentment. But she said stubbornly, I want to see how beautiful she is, and let you check it. This is just a style. I'm not interested in her even half a copper coin. Field patted Charlotte's head. It's rare to have a friendly noble. This is a necessary diplomatic means. It is difficult for nobles to fall in love with each other. Basically, it is all about interests, rights and power. Don't believe me. I'm very smart. Don't try to fool me. Charlotte heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes relaxed, and she obviously believed it. Ha. It's meaningful to know more noble ladies. In the future, Yimu will make various products, many of which are for women. Thinking of gold coins, Field's eyes lit up, and his hands drew a big pie in the air. Don't underestimate women's purchasing power. Soap, perfume, or luxury goods. They will have to digest them in the future. Okay. Just like you saved Miss Grova? Almost. If you can get benefits in exchange, you will make money. Speaking of this, I have to go visit her. Otherwise it would be too rude. Field cleaned up the desk, put away the important documents, and then smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. Of course, it would be best if I could get some valuable information. I thought that the Bull Baron plundered girls just to satisfy his fetish. But now it seems that this is not the case. Seeing Field tidying himself up in an orderly manner, Charlotte nodded in appreciation. You are really a true noble. When I first met you, I thought you only knew how to fight and kill, and your mind was full of killing. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful and kind. I used to be a homebody, and I didn't care about my appearance, and I was even shy to talk to women. Money, power, and influence are really catalysts for people. Many times, a person looks bad, just because they don't even have a stage to show themselves. Hee, you lied to me again, and you are shy to talk to women, but I didn't feel it. Charlotte crossed her hands, not believing it at all. Pinching Charlotte's face, Field smiled and said, Okay, please eat your egg tarts, and then let's go for a ride. A ride? I can't ride a horse, I'm afraid. How can a noble not learn to ride a horse? It's okay, I'll take you for a ride once, and you won't be afraid. Okay. The gravel road leading to Starry Night Castle has been completed long ago. It is very flat and beautiful, and there are wooden railings on both sides of the road. Going further to both sides, there are paved dirt roads. The gravel roads are for the people. Riders should ride on the dirt roads on both sides, otherwise the horse's hooves will be injured. The two came to the stable. Come, get on the horse. No, I don't dare. Charlotte's legs trembled. It's too high, this horse is taller than me. I will be crushed if I fall down. Field's warhorse is a warhorse of the blood of the warcraft obtained when suppressing the rebellion. Although it has not reached the level of a first-order life form, it is magnificent and runs much faster than a motorcycle. Come on up. Charlotte screamed, and found that Field had grabbed her legs and carried her directly onto the horse. Wow. No. Feeling weightless, the girl panicked and grabbed Field's head with both hands. Don't grab my head. Field was stunned, and felt a black in front of his eyes. Two soft and sticky things with female fragrance pressed hard on his head. Then, there was a heavy feeling of suffocation. Let go. It's too high. I'm scared. Charlotte hugged Field's head tightly, like a giant face hugger, holding his head tightly. Feeling dizzy, Field knew he couldn't hesitate, and opened his mouth immediately. Wow! Why did you bite me there? Suddenly, her heart ached, and Charlotte let go. Luckily, Field, who had recovered his breath, lifted her up with one hand, otherwise, she would have fallen flat on her face. Although she wouldn't be injured, killing a chosen one from such a high distance would be a joke to the whole world. That was close. I almost suffocated. Field took a deep breath of fresh air, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, This little girl is really strong. She is indeed a farmer. I didn't expect that she would not only punch the gangsters, but also kill them with her sister in her arms. Looking at Charlotte again, she covered her chest with a look of grievance. Her pitiful smile was stained with a blush. Her lips and teeth slightly opened and closed, and exhaled a charming and fragrant breath. Looking around nervously, seeing that there was no one around, Field breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the original plan was to go for a ride with 2 people, without bringing guards and servants. If the people of the territory saw it, the Lord's career would be over. He didn't want to be spread. Shocked, the Baron of Night almost died from breast killing. It hurts. Charlotte wanted to cry, but had no tears. She knew it was her fault. This guy. Was he doing it on purpose? Field muttered, his face full of black lines. What can I do? I'll rub it for you. No. No need. The girl wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Hey. You should take the carriage. Chapter 165 Noble Morality. After arriving at Starry Night Castle, Field let the heartbroken Charlotte go to rest, and he took the maid and guards to see Grova. Hello, dear lady. Please forgive the shabby place here. The conditions in the Night Territory are limited. I have tried my best to give the best treatment. Well, hello? Grova put on a ladylike appearance, with her hands placed in front of her. I was really scared by the thugs. Can you understand? I had just given bread to the poor, and was about to go to the church to pray, when a dozen thugs suddenly broke in and took me away rudely. It seemed as if she recalled a bad memory. God has mercy on me. I dare not even kill a small insect. Grova covered her face and cried. Well, I sympathize with your miserable experience, Field said softly. Why did those bastards kidnap you? Can you tell me? I will use this as a charge and sentence them. Oh, poor me. How can I know the thoughts of the thugs? Maybe they are greedy for beauty, or they may extort gold coins. You have to know that the lower class people will do anything for gold coins, unlike us, who only do it for noble character. Field almost laughed out loud. Okay. She must have known about the girl being captured in the mountain monkey territory. But the villagers didn't know how to torture her. And they had the illusion of returning to normal life. So they didn't hurt her. So they didn't ask. Field laughed secretly. The villagers didn't pout at her. Otherwise, with 30 or 40 thugs coming one after another, she wouldn't have been able to stand and talk to him. Not to mention that there were many female villagers among the thugs. So they couldn't have been greedy for beauty, unless they were villagers from Lily Village. As for the gold coins, it was unlikely. If they really wanted the gold coins, they wouldn't have gone to the Night Territory to hide. If it weren't for the protection of Violet, the corrupt traitor, they would have become food for the corpses. Field wanted to ask more, but seeing her slightly playful and complacent expression, he knew that he would get no results. So he smiled and said, Please stay at Night Territory for a few days, and I will gather the army and escort you out. When she heard that she would have to stay for a few more days, her face became very ugly. How long will it take? The end of this month. It will be soon. Oh, that's great. Thank you, kind knight. Besides, I sincerely hope you can execute those thugs. They will only bring you trouble. Well, no problem. Field verbally agreed, and closed the door with his servants, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. Grova's face immediately fell. She paced back and forth in the room quickly. Damn bastard. You actually disobeyed me and restricted my personal freedom. This place is so shabby. I want to go home. Immediately, the woman punched the bed and cursed in a small and vicious voice. Humph. You bastard. I'll tolerate you for 2 days. Wait for me to go home, and see how I will kill you. Any normal man should kneel down in front of me immediately, and then escort me in a gilded carriage. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she even cursed in a low voice. However, what she didn't know was that everything she said, even her low voice, was heard clearly by the corrupted great swordsman hiding in the dark. These special monsters, as first-order life forms, have amazing hearing. At night, the great swordsman told Field, who was designing a brick kiln, the news. Fuck. When Field knew that he was being abused, he immediately cursed the national quintessence. What the hell? If I hadn't saved her, she would have died. And she turned her head and was ready to bite me. Not only does she not know how to repay a favor, but she also scolds me. Field was very unhappy. He paced back and forth in his study. After drawing out his sword and thinking for a while, He calmly put the sword back into the scabbard. No. Just kill her like this. It's too easy for her. She has eaten several meals of mine. Or, after interrogation, give her directly to the villagers as a reward. And then have a 24-hour high-intensity pregnancy to increase the population of the territory. How perverted. Field was so angry that he had wild thoughts. But he immediately rejected this perverted idea. No. I can't learn from those perverts. Besides, the children born by that woman will all be bad. Dong, the study door was knocked. Sir, the tea you requested is here. The maid's voice came from outside the house. Wait a moment. Waving at the corrupted great swordsman, who was kneeling on one knee. The great swordsman stood up and actually jumped out of the window. But if you look closely, you can see the black corrupted fighting spirit on his palm, which stuck to the wall. The whole person was like a big spider, crawling along the wall. If the people in the territory saw this scene, they would definitely be scared to death. Field cleared his throat. Come in. The maid who came in was the new geranium. She carried the plate, took a deep breath, walked slowly to the table, put down the teacup, and carefully adjusted the position of the cup mouth. My lord, do you have any other instructions? Geranium rubbed her knees together and asked in a slightly expectant voice. No. If I need anything else, I will call you. Field took out a feather pen, dipped it in ink, and planned to write down the steps and precautions for firing bricks. Suddenly, he thought of something and waved to the disappointed maid who left. Wait. What do you want me to do? Geranium was very surprised, and was about to take off her clothes if she didn't agree. I suddenly remembered the recipe of a drink. Tell the chef the recipe, and ask him to help me study it. Ah. Okay. The maid was embarrassed. First, boil some tea leaves and water together, pour the boiled tea into milk and sugar and continue to boil. Finally, add a little cheese and salt. Well, that's it. Let Mr. Play try a few times. I never force anyone to do it in one go. Hiss, sir, this milk tea is too expensive. Zakon was shocked. Sugar and salt are expensive enough, not to mention tea leaves. There is almost no tea plantation in the Griffin Empire, and the few tea trees are only used as treasures in the royal gardens, so the price of tea leaves is measured in gold coins. Yes, it's expensive. Tell the chef to take it easy. After the maid left, Field wrote cultivating tea trees on his night territory development plan. It's very expensive, but I have to master this technology first. If I need it one day, I can have it. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. It's impossible for me to fill my head with the achievements of various industries in my previous life. It's enough to know the general direction, and the practice can be left to the people. If I have to use my hands and brain, it will be exhausting, and it will be bad if I arouse the suspicion of those with bad intentions. After all, there is magic here. Speaking of this, it's time to issue some incentive measures. Field continued to supplement the development plan. If you find strange stones and plants, submit them to the Lord. And if they are identified as valuable, you can get rewards of coins and food. Chapter 166 Ecological Niche. Late at night, Rosaria held Black Crow, randomly found a big tree, curled up on a tree trunk, weave the chains of the gluttony great sword into a nest that looked like a bird's nest. Even corrupted creatures need to rest and empty their minds. After thinking for a long time, she would lose control of herself and start to speak against the will of heaven. Corruption, my fellows. A cold female voice echoed in her ears. Rosaria suddenly opened her eyes, got the gluttony great sword in hand, flashed her body, quickly moved her position, and looked around with alert eyes. What's that sound? Is it an auditory hallucination? Rosaria patted her head. But the voice ordered again. Fellows of the Night Territory, gather toward Starry Night City. Huh? Whose public channel microphone is not turned off? Fellows of the Night Territory, gather toward Starry Night City. Rosaria frowned, and looked around again. The rotten corpses that were originally wandering aimlessly, seemed to suddenly turn on, roaring, and strode towards the location of Starry Night City. Oh no, there are corrupted chosen ones controlling them, and they must be heading for the territory, but it's a pity that I don't have the ability to control the rotten corpses. Rosaria gritted her teeth. Even before she was contracted, she couldn't control the rotten corpses. Crush the corpse that ran over, Rosaria shook Black Crow twice. Field, wake up, the situation has changed. Seeing that Black Crow did not respond, Rosaria directly injected divine power, and forcibly activated the empathy magic. Rosaria said in a very low voice. If you don't reply in 3 seconds, you will be my foot slave. Rosaria was very proud. Ha ha ha, he must not hear it. Wait for 3 seconds, and then call him loudly. Why are you looking for me? Field was startled. Opened his eyes sleepily. But still muttered back. If you don't rest, you will really become an idiot. Hee hee. I am very awake now. The corrupted gods are summoning corpses. You should prepare in advance. Rosaria pouted. I will come back to defend the territory now. The enemy should be a commander-type guy, and his level should be about the same as mine. Hearing this news, Field lost all sleepiness and sat up from the bed. What's going on? This is too sudden. It is estimated that the ecological niche of the night territory is vacant. After Acorn was killed, the corrupted gods from other places occupied the night territory and conquered the corrupt creatures here. The good news is that her control is limited. Rosaria clearly saw that a first-level corrupted creature just shook its head and leapt on its own. Okay. I know. Be careful. The accumulation of rotten corpses is the most fatal damage to the territory. Huh? Life is unpredictable. It came so suddenly. I finally worked peacefully for a few days. The plan to conquer Starry Night City must be put on the agenda. This city is simply a time bomb. Field shook his head, casually put on his coat, and shouted, Ashina, call up the army. The next day, Field mobilized the combat readiness of the night territory. Ding. The dull bell sounded in the Starry Night manor. Field wore 2 layers of armor and walked out of the gate. The combat readiness of the night territory had already been assembled. The old guards had long been accustomed to fighting with the corpses. Each of them was eager to try, with sharp eyes focused on Field, waiting for the Lord's order. Sir, there are about 3,000 corpses, gathering at the post station outside the Starry Night City. The target is the main gate of the Starry Night Manor, should be to attack Finchy Town. 1,000 corpses are passing through the eastern forest area, attacking from the direction of the lumberyard. Report to the Lord. A large number of corpses were found in the direction of the Starry Night Castle. The number is difficult to determine. The cavalry went back and forth, continuously passing the information to Field. Ha. It seems that our new friends have a unique way of greeting. They are so impatient. Field was furious. I haven't even looked for you yet. But you came to my door first. If you don't let me farm, then I will be beaten to death. Ah? Why are there so many rotten corpses? We came here smoothly. It's over. How about we run away? The newly captured villagers trembled. They were well protected by Violet before, and this was the first time they saw such a scene. Hey, you want to escape? Lightning whirlwind. No. Field cleared his throat. 2 guards. Take the new slaves to dig trenches, and beat anyone who is lazy, and kill anyone who escapes. It is wisest to send all these guys with extremely low loyalty and no experience to dig trenches. If they stay in the territory, they will be a bomb. Field slapped his warhorse and shouted at all the remaining soldiers and the young men who were temporarily recruited. You know what those rotten corpses are here for. To eat people. If you don't fight hard, they will eat you, your family, and destroy everything we have built. 5 villagers pulled a cart of tools. Young men, go dig trenches and build temporary wooden walls. Soldiers, listen to my command, and defend until death. Defend until death. The soldiers raised their arms and shouted, raising their swords and guns. Defend until death. The people were also ignited by the fighting spirit, and the shouts of hundreds of people were soaring into the sky. Ashina's eyes were sharp, and she casually swung her spear, stabbing out dozens of gun flowers. I have to make those dead people die again. Very good. Ashina, you lead the guards to eliminate the rotten corpses in the logging site. Today's soldiers are no longer a burden to the chosen ones, and they can greatly share the pressure. Yes, sir. Ashina said nothing more, and led the troops to the direction of the logging camp. The rest of you, follow me to Finchy Town to fight against the enemies coming from the post station. Sir, there are many enemies coming from Xingye Castle. Is our main force. Mountain Cat stepped forward and asked carefully. I have other arrangements. The corpses of Xingye Castle are more than enough for the great swordsman. Not to mention that Xingye Castle has strong defense capabilities. There are no people and no products. There is no need to worry about any losses. The key is Finchy Town, led by leaders at all levels. The Night Army soldiers marched in all directions with relatively orderly steps. In the open space in front of the outer wall of the Starry Night Manor, there were nearly 100 young men digging pits. including slaves and freemen. They rarely gathered together, waving shovels, digging up piles of soil and piling them on the open space. There were also young men on the open space, who would push the soil into a wall, although the defense was almost zero. As long as they could block the corpses for even 1 minute, it would be a success. Rosaria still chose to hide in the great sword, carrying it behind Field. Although she could quickly clean up the small fish, it was better not to use the trump card before knowing the exact strength of the enemy. After all, the opponent seems to have intelligence, so it is better to be cautious. It is a good time to try the effect of the trench. Chapter 167 Corpse Tide. A hiding spot in the gray fog. Surrounded by several twisted monsters, a beautiful figure hid in it. She fiddled with the sky blue magic ball in her hand, and a three-dimensional map of the entire territory of Night Territory emerged. Where did the second-level chosen of humanity go? Why didn't he come? Sir, could they have killed Acorn with soldiers? The one who answered was a wizard in a black robe, whose fingers were dried like branches. He had a very serious hunchback, and the whole person looked like an old witch in a fairy tale. As long as there are enough soldiers, it is not impossible to kill the chosen, especially since they have the city defense crossbow. In the magic ball, the crossbow being set up at the gate of the territory can be clearly seen. No, I have observed the battlefield where Acorn fell. The traces of the battle are clean and neat. The other side is warriors or assassins. We can't act rashly. Let's observe how they deal with the zombies first. The woman hiding in the dark reached out her hand, as if stroking a cheek, and stroked the magic ball, and said coldly, "The more power you can force out of the enemy, the better. Food number 1, move the fog lights further away. The power of the holy light makes me feel sick." "Yes, master." Hearing this, the maid shuddered, slowly took 2 steps back, and the fear and despair in his eyes became even worse. Who would have thought that? As a human wizard, he could only obey the orders of corrupted creatures. You will be the next food. You better be prepared. The wizard shuddered with fear, almost dropped his staff, and turned and ran away. Fortunately, the woman said gently, "If you take this territory, they will be ahead of you, and you may become food number 1000. Yes, I will do my best." The wizard knelt deeply on the ground. The temporary fortifications in front of the Starry Night Manor were being built in full swing, and Field was on the sentry tower behind the stone wall, looking into the distance, and soon saw the crowds of rotten corpses coming. Then, one of the lone figures ran forward. "Is this the corpse messenger?" Field was confused. After the corpse entered the range of the fog lights, it raised its hands in a very humane way, and walked slowly. The subhuman archer standing on the stone wall immediately bit his bow, and drew his arrow. "Wait, it seems to have something to say." Field crossed his arms in front of his chest, curious about what the other party was going to say. "Humans? Hello. Sure enough, you are an intelligent enemy, and you can control the corpses." Field's eyes lit up, and he immediately mobilized his fighting spirit. His voice, with the blessing of fighting spirit, made the air buzz. "Hello, the lady who controls the corpses. Please explain your purpose." "I am here to get food," the corpses responded. "Just like humans killing cattle and sheep." "Sorry, I don't agree with you. Your behavior is like a leopard trying to sneak attack a lion." Field crossed his arms in front of his chest. "Don't take killing humans for granted. Corrupted creatures can still live without killing people." "Haha. Interesting idea. But I have wisdom, and I would rather make a deal with you." "Oh." It was the first time Field saw such an interesting guy. 20 people per month, and 1 village per year for me to harvest. Not only will I not start a zombie tide, I will also provide you with protection and help you transport supplies. The rotten corpse stretched out its rotten tongue and licked the corner of its mouth. There is no doubt that the guy who controlled it also made the same move at this moment. Hiss. Field was shocked, his scalp tingling, thinking to himself, "This guy actually knows scientific breeding. He must be captured, or killed if he can't be captured. If this guy grows up, he will definitely cause a corruption disaster." "A good suggestion, isn't it?" the corpse asked expectantly. "Not bad. Your mother, Aminos. If I don't kill you today, you don't know what a black hand is." Field took the bow and arrow beside him. The bow was like a crescent moon, and the arrow was like a meteor. Swoosh. It missed. The arrow was far from the target. Luckily, there was a large group of corpses in the distance. The arrow shot a poor guy directly. It was barely not embarrassing. "I'm embarrassed. I forgot that my archery skills are very average." Field was speechless. I was hurt by alcohol and sex. From now on, I will quit drinking. Okay, sir. You are a great archer. You can hit the target even from such a distance. Great. The soldiers beside him were alert, and they started to flatter him with their eyes closed. You will regret it. The power of the corpse legion will crush you into pieces. After the corpse finished speaking, it paused. Then there was only a fierce light in its eyes, and it rushed forward fiercely. A machine amplifier sounded, and the corpse that rushed forward was shot to death by a crossbow. Uh-huh. You can't even strengthen the core. You are not at the 3rd level at first glance. I'm afraid you are a puppy. Field patted the crossbow in his hand. This thing is still simple. According to the known information, when the Chosen One reaches the 3rd level, the mark of the Chosen One will undergo a qualitative change. During battle, the mark of the Commander-type Chosen One will strengthen the Legion he leads, and the Legion will also give back strength to the Chosen One, which is handsome. The Combat-type Chosen One who specializes in a certain type of troops, such as Ashina, will only give bonuses to cavalry, and can only receive feedback from cavalry. However, they generally have good single-player ability, which is a general. The Chosen One who has the triple blessing of army, territory and lord is in a complete state. It's too far to think about these things. Now everyone is a rookie. Who is afraid of who? Field no longer thought about those things. He didn't even see the 1st level corpse, so he was really not afraid. The battle flags fluttered in the wind, and the black and gray corpses all over the mountains began to rush to the outer wall of the manor. The dense footsteps and the strange roars from the corpses gave people a strong sense of oppression. The young and strong retreated behind the stone wall, divided into 2 teams. One team to string the crossbows, and the other team to continue digging trenches. The army moved forward and formed a battle array behind the trenches. The cavalry went around the back of the corpses and adopted the tactic of cutting corners or attacking from behind. Field commanded boldly. The first army led by Yimu finished forming a battle array behind the trenches, and the long spears were like a reed. Each of the 10-man leaders was constantly giving orders, ordering the soldiers to hold their ground. Only more than 300 people? The corrupted god chosen hiding in the distance sneered. 3,000 versus 300, I have the advantage. Just as he finished speaking, Field waved the spear in his hand. Crossbow, shoot! Boom! The city defense crossbows fired first. 5 crossbows fired straight out side by side, carving into the corpses, and instantly plowing out 5 straight bloody paths. It's really powerful. I've abandoned a bunch of spoils, and I have to bring it back. Field excitedly waved his fist. Archers, get ready. The Wolfman archer immediately drew an arrow from the quiver on his side, and drew his bow, and put an arrow on it. Shoot! As soon as the rotten corpses entered the range of the bows and arrows, the sound of the bowstrings exploding was heard, and immediately, the sound of arrows breaking through the air. The armorless corpses are just a bunch of scary-looking mobs. Chapter 168. A rain of arrows fell, and the densely packed corpses instantly exploded into a large cloud of blood mist, and the unlucky ones, who were tripped by their companions' corpses and trampled to death, were countless. The Night Lords all used strong bows and heavy arrows, not weak hunting bows. The corpse tide had not yet reached the defense line, and was hit by 3 consecutive waves of dense arrow rain. Roar! The corpses braved the continuous long-range firepower, and rapidly approached the temporary defense line. Cavalry, charge! Charge! A hoarse and fanatical roar broke out from behind the corpses, followed by the rumbling sound of horse hooves. The subhuman cavalry, and the newly formed cavalry, even though they had less than 50 people, their momentum could overshadow thousands of corpses. The distance of dozens of meters passed in a flash. The galloping warhorse hit the back of the corpse group fiercely. The corpses didn't even turn their heads, and their backs made a tooth-grinding crisp sound. A large number of corpses were knocked down, or poked over by long spears. What greeted them was only the heavy hooves of horses. The corpses who reacted wanted to counterattack, but the cavalry turned their horses around and retreated early, and reformed their ranks to prepare for the next back charge. In the previous campaign to suppress the rebellion, the governor let the cavalry attack the infantry square head-on, which was incredible. Field would not make such a mistake. Hateful cavalry. But corrupted creatures are not bugs that can be easily controlled. After seeing everything through the magic ball, the woman said coldly, corrupted dogs, drive away the human cavalry. The corpses of the rotten corpses paved a bloody road. Silver Claw held a long sword, and led the cavalry to dig into the back of the rotten corpses for the 3rd time. The long sword in his hand opened and closed, and instantly killed 2 tall rotten corpses. The surrounding rotten corpses immediately rushed over from all directions. What a fast reaction speed. Silverclaw's eyes flashed with doubt. It's like they have eyes on their backs. However, such a siege did not scare him away at all. Silverclaw clamped the horse's belly, pulled out the iron spear at his side, glanced at it quickly, and then quickly shot in different directions. After stabbing several rotten corpses cleanly, he broke out, "Woof woof." Before he could catch his breath, a small group of black and gray corrupt dogs, drooling disgustingly, appeared from nowhere and chased after the knights. Once the horses stopped, the corrupt dogs would jump up and bite. Helplessly, the cavalry had to deal with the dogs first, without the cavalry to hold them back. The main force of the corpses quickly rushed to the trench, howling and charging. "Raise your spears, and do not retreat without permission." Field came down from the city wall, rode on his horse, and drove his horse from the gate to the side of the army. "I will fight with you." The soldiers who received the order raised their spears horizontally, staring at the terrifying face that was magnified in front of them. Puff, puff. There was no need to make assassination moves at all. The corpses rushed in a line, like the bugs on the road in summer, flying towards the face crazily, and in an instant, strings of corpse-like candied haws were freshly baked. More corpses jumped into the dug trenches. Although not deep, they could greatly hinder the pace of the corpses. The soldiers stood on top, and could easily poke the heads of the corpses. Buzz. The city defense crossbows fired again, and the archers also shot recklessly, and dirty blood bloomed everywhere. A sturdy corpse grabbed the spear and dragged a soldier down, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. "Uh-huh. Be afraid. Run away." The corrupted god-chosen Ophilia saw this scene, and smiled confidently. "They are finished." The human mage at the side shook his head regretfully. Only the knights and guards have high morale among humans. The militia of the sign is nothing but cannon fodder that will collapse at the first blow. In his opinion, the next step is for the terrified soldiers to drop their weapons and run away. He had seen this situation before with his companions. Being attacked by enemies several times more than them was a huge test of one's mentality. However, they obviously underestimated the power of college student military training. The most basic modern military training has trained soldiers with a terrifyingly high degree of obedience, even with a spear. Their combat power is much stronger than that of soldiers with the same training time. Not to mention that their diet is far better than that of civilians. As soon as the soldier in front died, the soldier in the back immediately stepped forward firmly and stabbed the rotten corpse that had crawled out of the pit again. The number of corpses disappeared like snowflakes, but it was difficult to advance. The human army formation exerted a power that was greater than the sum of 1 and 1. The spears covered each other and formed a high wall that was difficult to cross. That's it? You can't even touch the city wall. Field gathered his fighting spirit on the heavy lance, with a whistling sound of breaking wind, and smashed it hard into the group of corpses, instantly blowing up 7 or 8 heads. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Just the spears are unbearable. Change to iron rods." "No. Change to muskets. You will die on the spot?" Although he said this, Field did not mean to despise the enemy at all. 10 minutes at most. We have to retreat behind the wall. Unfortunately, the wall is too short and too long, so it's better to block it layer by layer. It's good to defend the city wall, but the wall of the manor is too long. Once the troops are divided, there will not be enough anywhere. With a flash of golden light, Field drew out the iris sword with his left hand, with a long sword in one hand and a long spear in the other. Field relied on the second-level fighting spirit and rushed into the corpse tied to slaughter crazily, before the fighting spirit was exhausted. Killing the rotten corpses was just like playing Dynasty Warriors. The fierce battle situation. Ophelia saw it clearly through the magic ball. Her originally indifferent expression gradually solidified with doubt. The mage said in confusion, "It shouldn't be, the soldiers of the Omen, the fighting will shouldn't be so strong. Interesting, no wonder they can survive in the corrupted world." Ophelia turned the magic ball again, and looked at the other 2 battlefields. Ashina and the corrupted swordsman both relied on the terrain advantage, and firmly blocked the attack of the zombies. "Perhaps we should send a stronger force to attack," the mage said flatteringly. "As long as you release a buff ability to the zombies, everything will be fine." "No, I am at the same level as the enemy's chosen one. Every bit of information and divine power must be just right." Ophelia directly rejected the mage's proposal. As she was speaking, she glanced out of the corner of her eye, and her long claws suddenly popped out from her fingertips. And she shouted, "Who's there? Hello, powerful fellow. I was inspired by you last night, and I also want to capture the human city." She turned on the microphone of the Night Leader's full channel, and every corrupted creature heard it. Violet walked out of the corrupted woods, and put her hands behind her with an innocent look. Her youthful face looked pitiful and sincere, but her face was pale, and the hideous wounds on her body were still wriggling. She stretched her neck to see Ophelai hiding in a pile of corrupted creatures, but was blocked by a second-level corrupted creature. "That's great. Your joining has greatly balanced the balance of power." Chapter 169. Ophelai smiled happily. "You can just deal with that subhuman chosen. I didn't expect that among corrupt creatures, there is a smart person like you who knows how to judge the situation. I am very pleased. I am honored." Violet's mouth drew a beautiful arc, and her long skirt fluttered. She tilted her head and asked, "Go now?" "Yes, kill the soldiers first. Don't get too entangled with the enemy chosen. We have plenty of time to grind slowly. After the soldiers are exhausted, we will use the corpse tide to wear down the enemy chosen's physical strength." Ophelai showed a confident smile like a big devil. "I firmly believe that. This is the most correct decision. Really amazing." Violet leaned back slightly. "It's an honor to fight for you. A wise decision you take this thing." A scroll was thrown out from the shadow. "This is a third-level defensive magic. Use it when you are in danger." Ophelai was very generous. "Fight for me. I will not treat you unfairly. Yes, I will be loyal." Violet folded her fingers on her chest, with tears in her eyes, nodded firmly, and set off. In a blink of an eye, Violet arrived at the lumberyard. It was difficult to see corpses in the lumberyard. There was a thick layer of ashes on the ground, and it felt soft when you stepped on it. A second-level corpse, following dozens of ordinary corpses, passed through the obstacles set by the guards, grinning excitedly, as if they saw countless flesh and blood waiting for them to gnaw. Then, they were greeted by the dark blue dragon flame. The still-running second-level corpse was identified by Asina, and shot dead with 2 arrows. The corpse fell heavily to the ground, rolled 7 or 8 meters before stopping, and the brutality in his eyes gradually dissipated. Long live. The corpses in the direction of the lumberyard were completely disintegrated. The exhausted guards burst into earth-shaking shouts. "Huh, the defensive battle is so tiring, after all. We can't let the corpses rush into the territory. Fortunately it's over, we have to go support Lord Field." Asina wiped the sweat from her head, and her wolf ears drooped without any spirit. She was more suitable for attack and guerrilla warfare. The endless stream of rotten corpses, which made her constantly consume her divine power, caused the black wolf to spit out flames to kill them. "Demi-humans, damn it." Violet's cold voice suddenly sounded. Asina heard the voice, and identified the position, and raised her hand to shoot an arrow. She frowned slightly. Although she had been prepared to encounter a strong enemy, she was still unwilling to retreat easily, and let the territory suffer losses. Violet's body twisted, turned into a pool of dirty blood. After dodging it easily, she came to Asina in a few flashes. "Die!" Violet shouted, and the bloody sickle in her hand fell. Clang! A silver light flashed. Ashina's spear firmly pressed against Violet's sickle. "Is it you?" Asina was confused. She had heard about Violet's betrayal before, and now she met her again, which surprised her. "Listen to me, demi-human, I have important news to tell you." Violet still maintained a fierce look, but said in a very subtle voice, "Your opponent, the corrupted god-chosen Ophelai, is hiding in the border area between night and morning." "Huh?" Asina was confused for 3 seconds. She could feel that Violet had no intention of fighting, and her attack was weak and powerless. Besides, that guy seems to have a bunch of human subordinates, which is really interesting. "Okay, but why are you helping us? And you're so secretive." Asina also responded subconsciously in a low voice. Violet had no awareness of being corrupted, and said everything, because Ophelai has a good ability to detect and control the situation. "She can see what we are doing." "I understand." The two of them fought tacitly for dozens of rounds. "I'll eat you another day." Violet suddenly clenched her hand, and the blood-red sickle in her hand immediately turned into blood. With a flip of her palm, the blood was collected. After that, Violet disappeared from Ashina's sight. Strange guy. Forget it. Corrupt creatures are unreasonable. Asina shook her head, curled her lips in disdain. "I hate traitors the most. But this news is very important to you, sir." On the front battlefield, The Night Army had retreated behind the city wall and began to rest briefly. The Night Army suffered very little loss. But human power is not infinite. After fighting until now, every soldier was soaked like a drowned chicken. I hope this low wall can stop them for a while. Field panted. He had already used up a lot of his second-level fighting spirit, but he had killed 200 or 300 corpses. If that doesn't work, I can only use the gluttonous sword. If we meet the enemy in this state, the casualty rate will be extremely high. Field had already guessed from the cavalry being targeted that there were invisible eyes watching the battlefield. Therefore, he didn't want to reveal his trump card until it was absolutely necessary. Fortunately, the patched manor wall blocked the advance of the corpse tide. Even though they lost nearly 2,000 companions, the corpses still maintained 100% morale and rushed forward madly. Soon, outside the manor wall, the corpses relied on their bodies to stack up and climbed up the wall with the help of their companions. Prepare the crossbows. Field had no expression on his face. His face was still calm. Don't shoot those on the wall. Wait until they land and then attack. One of the advantages of the crossbow is that it is effortless. Even if the soldiers are exhausted, they can pull the trigger without any problem. As for stringing, leave it to the young and strong. Get ready, release. Before he finished speaking, a straight stream of dark blue dragon smoke swept across. The piled up hill outside the wall was instantly ignited. Countless figures struggled hard and the flames twisted until they turned into a pile of ashes. It's Lady Ashina. The soldier shouted like a tsunami. Ashina immediately controlled the Black Wolf and crashed into the remaining corpses like a cannonball, rushing left and right, like a wolf into a flock of sheep, and instantly killed people with blood flowing into a river. Field smiled slightly and shouted, "Do you have strength now?" "Yes." The soldiers were excited. "Take back the city wall. And kill all the corpses." Field rushed out. "Kill!" After killing the corpses that crawled in, they climbed up the wall and used crossbows to support Ashina. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they rushed out of the manor again. At this time, there were only scattered corpses outside the manor. They were scattered and difficult to gather into a large scale. The corpses of the corpses were everywhere, blocking the gullies outside the wall. The battle was coming to an end. "We are here to help." 2 people suddenly ran out from the gray fog. One was a wizard in a black robe, and the other was a handsome young man dressed as a warrior. First level magic. Missile. First level fighting skills. Sword light flash. The 2 immediately joined the battle and ruthlessly killed the few corpses left. Oh! There is actually a force outside the territory to help. Could it be an adventurer? Chapter 170. Field's eyes lit up. He glanced at the map subconsciously, and the original surprise disappeared immediately, and then he frowned. He looked back and forth between the small map and the 2 people in front of him, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes in confusion. Why is it a red exclamation mark? It seems that they are hostile to me. Strange. When did I offend them? After the 2 of them killed a large number of rotten corpses cleanly, the tide of corpses attacking the night territory completely disintegrated. The piled up corpses gathered into a stream of dirty blood, and the black and purple dirty blood flowed into a stream. "Hello. We are adventurers, and we have no hostility." The handsome young man stabbed the broadsword in his hand into the pile of corpses, and his resolute face bloomed with a sunny smile. "I saw the corpses attacking you, and I couldn't help but attack. Humans should help each other." "Thank you very much." Field nodded and smiled. Before he could say anything else, his clothes were pulled by Ashina. Ashina blinked at him, and then carefully came over and told him the information about Violet. "Oh, there are human subordinates, then the appearance of these 2 people is too coincidental." Ashina's red eyes flashed with bloody light. "Just in case, I will kill them." "No hurry." Field thought for a moment, smiled confidently, looking at Ashina's wet hair, said distressingly, "You rest first, I have other arrangements." The 2 people outside the manor, seeing that Field was reluctant to open the door, are already anxious. "Please open the door, we want to buy some food." "Well, this is a small matter." Field jumped onto the wall. "You throw the money in, I will throw the food out." The 2 looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "You are too cowardly, aren't you? We worked so hard for nothing." The wizard shook his head with a wry smile, and then shouted in a slightly angry and aggrieved tone, "We want to come in and rest for 2 days. Sir, please let us in for the sake of humanity." "It's not impossible, but I'm not sure if you are good people. Go straight from here, and you will reach the starry night city full of monsters. Bring me 200 ordinary corpses and 10 heads of first-level corpses, and I will let you in immediately. Don't try to deceive me. I only want freshly killed corpses. Field took out a handkerchief, wiped the sticky blood plasma on his hands, and began to wipe the long sword at his waist. He was sure that the hostility of the two people in front of him had not changed. Damn it! This evil ghost who eats people without leaving any bones. The handsome young man almost vomited blood in anger. He wanted to draw his sword and rush forward several times, but when he saw the strong bows and crossbows in the hands of the soldiers, he gave up immediately. He was just a first-level fighting spirit warrior. He would be shot into a sieve after a few crossbow arrows. Calm down, Leszek. The mage looked at Leszek, who was gritting his teeth, and grinned. Nobles are like this. It would be strange if they could let us in so easily. But the master's will. Sure, the mage was frightened and his back was chilled. Don't mention any key words. She has placed a ban. Once we say certain words, our brains will bang and explode. Just like a rotten watermelon. The mage clenched and relaxed his 5 fingers, showing Leszek what it meant to explode. Okay. Then let's really do it to the corpses. What if she gets angry? Mr. Joda? No. Based on my experience of surviving for so long. The wizard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, propped up his back with his staff, and tried to make his voice louder. He shouted to Field on the wall, "We will do it. Don't forget to fulfill your promise." Field spread his hands. Of course. My nickname is the First Truth. Goodness and beauty in the north. The two had no choice but to hunt the corpses. Watching the two disappearing figures, Field rubbed his nose. It's really fun to issue tasks, pretending to be a game NPC. When they come back, should I kill them? Ashina shook her wolf ears. You don't have to do it. I want to squeeze out their surplus value. But I have another important task for you. I'll talk about it later. Field set his sights on the army. Lynx. I'm here. Sir. Lynx ran over immediately. Arrange soldiers to patrol here, and the rest of the people take turns to rest. Call Tate, organize the people, and burn all the bodies outside the manor. The disgusting smell makes people want to vomit. Yes. Yamal immediately carried out the order neatly. At night, the territory was still brightly lit, and torches were arranged everywhere. The burning flames dispelled the fear of the people. Sister, you seem a little different from before. Bayu rubbed his dirty chin and looked at his sister back and forth. She used a long wooden stick to constantly loosen the piled burning firewood. Above the flames was steaming oatmeal porridge, with diced bacon cut into it. Huff, huff, huff. Hey, you puffed his cheeks and blew air into the fire. I found something very interesting. Blowing air into the fire can make it burn more vigorously. Hey, you smiled softly at his sister, and then asked in confusion. Different? What's different? I've grown a little taller, but not as tall as your sister. I see. Bayu looked her up and down. At this moment, she was completely different from her usual timid image. She snapped her fingers. When you encounter war, you are particularly excited. Didn't you notice it yourself? Oh, because there will be delicious food. Heiyu scratched his head, sticking out his tongue, and said embarrassedly, I can't eat meat at ordinary times. Only when there is a war can I eat some. I wish I could join the army of Night Lord, so I can have delicious food every day. And I also want to repay the Lord. Don't have such bad thoughts. The elder sister mercilessly treated her to a brain blast. She lowered her voice and said, The nobles are all bad people, and the nobles' army is even worse. Everything now is a scam. When we are used up, life will only get worse and worse. Okay. Heiyu covered his head, tears welled up in his eyes. Why, what are you two little brats doing? Is the porridge ready? A middle-aged woman in an apron came hurriedly. Don't be lazy. The men are building wooden fortresses. If they don't have dinner, they won't have the energy to work. The Lord said, there will be more than one wave of zombies, and the defense line needs to be strengthened. The woman put her hands on her waist, and said angrily, Curse those damn corpses. Auntie Sheeptail, we have cooked the porridge. The two little girls answered immediately. Well done, children, Auntie will serve you more later. The woman pinched the two girls' faces, then carefully used a wooden stick to pour the porridge from the pot into the rice bucket. I'm going to deliver the food first, don't run around. Chapter 171 Raid. The Dawn Territory, once known as the place where the sun rises in the Empire, is located in the westernmost part of the Empire, and is close to the mysterious sea. It has built countless inland sea warships for the Empire's navy. The soldiers here are good at water battles, and have killed countless mermaids, sea creatures, and sea elves. Of course, it is already a thing of the past. The border between the Dawn territory and the Night territory is a pass, which has now become a ruin, where corpses wander aimlessly. These two rubbish are really ruthless in killing my kind. Awful-Eye looked at the two people in the magic ball with disgust. They were killing corpses with all their might. The scene of the corpses exploding made her tremble with anger. Humph, I'll forgive you for now. When I take over this territory, you two will be the first to be killed. The veins on her snow-white hands were bulging from clenching them too tightly. Awful-Eye stopped watching the scene and boredly put her head into the pile of gold coins on the table. Huh, the gold coins are really great. They're from gorillas, and they're hard. Hey, why hasn't Violet come back yet? That kind and loyal little guy, she's clearly not defeated. Unfortunately, my eyes can't monitor the entire Night territory. Awful-Eye supported her chin. She was very worried about her own kind. Suddenly, a palpitation came over me, as if an invisible hand was pinching my heart. The alert has been triggered, and the enemy is approaching. Ophelia carefully put the gold coins into the treasure chest, and then took out the magic ball. She frowned and opened her eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? The Lord actually came to me on his own initiative. Wait, how did he know I was here? Field sat on Ashina's giant wolf, wearing a black robe, and shuttled quickly in the dark night. Got it. Violet is right. The enemy is hiding nearby. A red dot suddenly appeared on the edge of the map, indicating that Awful-Eye had entered the detection range of the small map. Anyone who was not contracted by the gods chosen would be detected by the small map. Being passive has never been my style. You dare to attack my territory? Don't let me catch you, sister. Move forward to the left. The enemy is hiding in that ruin. Field pointed out the road and drew out the Iris sword at the same time. Ashina, get ready for battle. I will make her give up the animation of defeat. Yes, my lord. Ashina's divine power surged, and the black wolf immediately shot out at the ruins at an astonishing speed. The other party used the zombie tide to test, and also used spies, which showed that he was a cautious guy. Field didn't want to fight a monster every day. The red dot on the small map didn't move much, but she was mobilizing the rotten corpses. It seems that the enemy has realized my plan. But it doesn't matter. It's better to cut the Gordian knot when dealing with guys who can summon zombies. Field was not panicked at all. Move in the direction of my finger. Before fighting with the opponent, don't waste too much energy on the miscellaneous soldiers. When Ashina took Field and dived into the ruins of the pass, Awful-Eye could no longer sit still. A stream of light flashed by, and a cold laugh came. Originally, you wiped out my kind, which made me feel a little pressure. I wanted to continue testing, but I didn't expect your wisdom to be like a firefly, weak and pitiful. You dared to run directly to my territory. There are no soldiers to share the pressure. Only death awaits you. I looked in the direction of the voice. A tall and straight lady, with a chubby silver-blue dragon tail swaying behind her. Of course, it could also be the tail of an anaconda or a lizard. After all, there are no dragon wings. Her waist is soft and slender, but her waist is round and full upwards, and curved downwards, giving people a plump and round feeling. The expression revealed by anger and teasing is particularly charming. The only drawback is that she is wearing tattered slave clothes, without even shoes, and iron rings on her feet and neck. Although she looks burned, very smooth, but it would be better if she changed into a maid outfit. And it would definitely be good with leg rings and ribbons. Field said subconsciously. What kind of look is that? Dig out your eyes. You dared to provoke me with a first-level god chosen. Awful-Eye was furious, and waved his hand. Listen, my fellows. Kill them! The next moment, a large number of rotten corpses emerged from the ruins, roaring loudly, and rushed towards Field like a tide, including first-level and second-level rotten corpses. Rosaria, you are the one who will deal with the enemy chosen ones. We will hold the corpses back. Field said to the gluttonous great sword. Rosaria was hiding in it. Without Ashina's high-speed mobility, it might take Rosaria a week or two to get here. Leave it to me. I will know how to handle it this time. Rosaria's response came to his ears. Field's fighting spirit surged, attached the strong fighting spirit to the great sword, and shot it out fiercely. What did you throw at me? You think it can hurt me? Awful-Eye chuckled disdainfully. The magic ball drilled into his body, and at the same time, his left and right hands extended two sapphire-like claws, and he tried to slap the gluttonous great sword away. However, It was this indifferent attitude that immediately caused her to bleed. Puff 3 or 4 chains suddenly sprang out from the gluttony great sword, piercing Ophelia's delicate body directly, leaving hideous through wounds on her snow-white skin. Oops. I was careless. Her eyes slightly opened, and her pupils quickly dilated. Ophelia quickly retreated, but she immediately felt something strange, which slowed her perception. Something got in through the wound. Ophelia found it difficult to repair the wound. Under her thin skin, there were a few small bulges that were moving slowly. Every time they moved, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn. What is that? Ophelia had to use a lot of divine power to forcibly block the movement of the insects. This is the legacy left by the acorn, the bone-eating rotten insect. The graceful figure landed on the ground. Rosaria carried the gluttony great sword on her back, showed her white teeth to Ophelia, leaned forward and smiled. You have been looking for the chosen one who killed the acorn. That is me. Humph. Food with a corrupt taste is also delicious. You? Why? We are obviously the same kind. No. Your breath has changed. Ophelia's pupils trembled, looking at the person in front of him in disbelief. You actually helped humans deal with corruption. You deserve to die. Uh-huh. Don't acorns eat their own kind? Rosaria spread her hands indifferently. And she didn't care. That's a matter between corrupted creatures. Rosaria raised her eyelids, thinking, if I tell her that Violet is also a corrupt traitor, will she explode? Let's put it this way. If you are willing to be my lord's mother, ahem, God's chosen one, I will be happy to spare your life. Chapter 172. Bang. Bang. The dull and disgusting sound of the body exploding reverberated over the ruins. Ashina and Field cooperated, madly attacking the zombies in the ruins. The iris sword cut the rotten corpses, as easy as cutting tofu. Every time the Black Wolf's dragon flame was ejected, a large piece of rotten corpses would turn into ashes. When the wind blew, the powder flew everywhere. Perhaps for the rotten corpses, this was nothing. But for the intelligent Ophelia, this scene was simply a horror movie. Damn human. Ophelia's eyes were wide open, his heart was bleeding. Every extraordinary corpse was cultivated by him with great effort, but now they were killed indiscriminately. The big fleshy tail was swung around in anger, leaving a bang in the air. Don't be distracted. The wind was howling, the gluttonous sword slashed fiercely on Ophelia's back, accompanied by a crisp crackling sound. Ophelia vomited a large mouthful of blood, and fell down like a kite with a broken string. As soon as Ophelia landed, Rosaria took advantage of the victory to pursue him, and the sword in her hand swept out with a fierce momentum. With the space twisting, the gluttony sword went towards Ophelia's slender waist. If this attack hits, it will definitely be a cut in half. Don't think about it. I will avenge my kind. A tyrannical force surged out of Ophelia. Second level magic skill. Sapphire Dragon Transformation. The power that swept across the sky surged out, and gorgeous sapphire wings quickly solidified behind Ophelia, and a pair of cute dragon horns appeared on his forehead. There was a loud clanging sound, and the sword and the gem wings intertwined fiercely, and the wings that had just condensed were immediately cracked, and then directly shattered. Fortunately, the broken wings bought Ophelia a lot of time, and she was able to catch the big sword with her claws. Oh! Finally forced out a magical skill. Don't underestimate me, Ophelia shouted, and raised his left hand high. It's not over yet. A blue ring surged out like a wave, covering the corpses in the ruins. The corpses immediately turned blue light all over, and the vulnerable parts, such as the neck, gradually grew sapphire like scales. Fuck. The corpses have been strengthened. Field was incredible. When he used the long sword to chop the corpses again, he could clearly feel the blockage. Ashina, be careful. They have been strengthened more than a little bit. Roar! A huge corrupted bull rushed out, covered with blue crystals all over its body. It was originally a monster of the 3rd level creature, and now its aura has reached the peak of the 3rd level. Leave it to me, sir. Sit tight. If you fall, it will be very dangerous. After feeling Field holding her waist tightly, Ashina let the Black Wolf move at full speed, dodging the trampling of the corrupted bull while constantly inflicting wounds on it. A more amazing battle broke out in the distance. I'm going to beat you into a snowball, ah. Come, let's play games. The two sides kept colliding and fighting fiercely. Ophelia forced Rosaria back, suddenly took out a scroll from behind, and tore it open. Countless fireballs, like a meteor shower, smashed towards Rosaria. Godly skill, endless slash. Rosaria was about to swing her sword. Two rotten corpses buried underground suddenly broke out of the ground and grabbed Rosaria's bony ankles with both hands. Caught off guard, Rosaria was directly controlled for a short time and saw the fireballs coming. Rosaria had no choice but to use chains for defense. Boom, boom, boom. Rosaria's figure was directly enveloped by flames. You actually hit a trap. What a cunning fox. That's right. This attack is to avenge our kind. Go to hell. Ophilia sneered, and his momentum burst out instantly, and he used his claws at an astonishing speed and passed through the dense fireballs. Rosaria stopped defending and slashed down with her sword. In the bloody sky, Ophilia's claws pierced into Rosaria's heart, and red blood mist burst out immediately. Rosaria's sword almost chopped off half of Ophilia's chest. Wow! Puff! Both of them vomited a large mouthful of blood. The battle between the corrupted, bloody and straightforward horror. I avoided the vital point, but I crushed your heart. You will die. Ophilia endured the severe pain, while using divine power to repair the wound, struggling to stand up. But she saw an extremely horrifying scene. Countless blood lines flowed out of the gluttony great sword. With the repair of the blood lines, Rosaria's wounds had recovered. She was blinking her big eyes, looking at herself with compassion. Who said you avoided the vital points? I clearly didn't hit you in the vital points. One sword after another, she killed the rotten corpses hiding in the ground. Rosaria carried the gluttony great sword and lifted her skirt elegantly. I'm sorry, that attack just now cost me a lot of vitality, but I won the resurrection match easily. I don't know if you can win. The next moment, Rosaria's body surged with more fierce and violent murderous aura, and the black and red flames ignited by the blood-stained constellation rose high. Ophelia's pupils suddenly shrank, and her eyes were full of disbelief. She felt that the enemy was not seriously injured, but his combat power was still rising. She sneered unwillingly, haha. As expected. There is still too little information. I am so unwilling. Don't be sad. You are not suitable for a single fight. Rosaria rarely encouraged the other party. You are suitable for nursing children. No. You are suitable for commanding the army. Damn it. I would rather die in battle than be humiliated by you. After that, Ophilia took out the magic ball and roared. Dissociation. Guishu magic ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Rosaria immediately jumped back to Field's side and held up the big sword for defense. Most artifacts disintegrate by self-destruction. Ah? Why do you always self-destruct when you disagree? Field was also startled, and pulled out the shield he had brought with him, and put it on his head. However, the imagined shining light or explosion did not appear. Ophilia's artifact shattered, turned into an ice-blue liquid, wrapped itself in it, then slowly solidified, gradually became smaller, and finally turned into a blue crystal, only the size of a figurine. The surrounding corpses suddenly seemed to have lost their network cables. Without the blessing of the Sapphire Dragonization, and without unified command, they all became brainless guys, flying around like flies. After easily defeating the remaining corpses, the three of them came to the blue crystal and stared at each other. What's going on? She's hiding inside. Rosaria knocked on the crystal. Field looked at the miniature girl curled up inside, took it, and shook it twice. She seemed to be in a dormant state. Field rubbed his chin. This situation is just like the Lich King. Is this a miniature version of the Frozen Throne? It would be nice to put it on the table as a figurine. Slurp. Ashina licked it. It has no taste. Let me lick it too. Slurp. Rosaria also licked it. It really has no taste. Try chewing it. Chapter 173 Harvest. Watching the two people chewing the crystal with great effort, Field's face was full of black lines. You two are so funny, that's enough. Why is the gods chosen of Knight Leader so full of wisdom from top to bottom? Now the question is, how to get her out? Field was confused. If we don't care about her, she will run away as soon as we leave. Then our fight will be in vain. But if we keep an eye on her, I don't know when she will come out by herself. Ashina raised her weapon and said mercilessly, just blow her to pieces. It's best to have one less potential threat. I should have done it earlier. Her artifact has been disintegrated. If we kill her, we won't even get any equipment. Rosaria fanned herself with her hands. I've been tired for a long time. I can't do it for nothing. Besides, no power is eternal. Her defense will inevitably collapse over time. We can wait. Field nodded slightly. Compared with the potential risks, A royal maid wearing a collar is more attractive. The three discussed for a long time, and finally decided to take her back, and let Rosaria carry her with her so that she can be kept in good condition. Search around to see if there are any supplies. She uses this place as a base, so it must be unique. After a while of searching, the three found Ophelia's secret room. On the first floor of the ruins of the past, there was a relatively intact room. The room was very clean, and there were a few decayed plants with strange beauty. There is a treasure chest. I smell money. Wait, there is more than one. Ashina's eyes sparkled. Her nose twitched, and she found the treasure chest hidden in the secret passage by smelling the smell. As expected of you. Field immediately gave a thumbs up. He pulled out the terrifyingly heavy treasure chest and opened it. Wow, golden legend. Everyone was almost blinded by the golden light. A box full of gold coins, mixed with various jewelry, magic scrolls, and graded weapons. Fuck, I'm rich, let me count them. Gold coins and jewelry are not counted for now. 5 sets of 3rd level magic scrolls, 23 sets of 2nd level magic scrolls, and 1 3rd level long sword. Even the knowledgeable Rosaria couldn't help but exclaimed repeatedly, and said sadly, 3rd level items, but they are extremely rare. Even when the Xingye family was at its peak, 3rd level weapons were only provided to the top combat forces. I didn't have any at the time. Take out the long sword for observation. The sword body is slender. The material has never been seen before. It seems to be the mithril recorded in the book. Weapons made of mithril can cause terrible damage to creatures such as ghosts, monsters, and demons. If you look closely, there are words engraved on the guard. Silver secret key. The sword is engraved with complex and dazzling patterns, which looks extremely gorgeous. Well, it's a pity that we don't have a forging master. Otherwise we would know the ability of this weapon. Field waved it lightly twice, and a crisp cutting sound was immediately heard in the air. Very good. Put it in the warehouse first. There are 2 boxes inside, but they are very small. Ashina went straight into the secret passage, struggling to reach the treasure chest inside, leaving only half of her body outside. The huge peach-shaped sword swayed back and forth, and the snow-white tail also swayed, because the hind legs swayed too much. There was a faint movement of leg flesh, which made people want to dive in and sniff it. She generously displayed the vitality of the wolf subhuman. Someone can't take their eyes off. Rosaria teased. Yes, I'm honest. Field admired openly. Perverted lord. Ashina came out dragging 2 treasure chests. Her pretty face flushed. Next time, I will never do treasure hunting again. Field was not panicked at all, and touched her head. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We won't argue with bad women. Okay. Ashina nodded obediently. You? Rosaria was furious. It was Field who did the bad thing. You licker? It was a wolf. Ashina was not at all disappointed. Opening one of the treasure chests, a gorgeous pink gem was lying inside. It's a divine weapon. Ashina was surprised, but then she lost interest. It's not from the winter goddess. No one in the night territory can use it. Only the same goddess, the chosen one, can use the corresponding divine weapon, so neither of them can use it. Then it belongs to me. Field was not polite, and immediately dripped a drop of blood, and his ability immediately emerged in his mind. God's gift. Life orb first-class artifact, one-time use source. Goddess of life effect. Eliminate all injuries on the body, restore the body to peak condition, and increase lifespan by 100 years one-time use, break after use. Special effect. Only for the chosen ones of the goddess of life. Fuck, this is awesome. This world has many treasures that increase lifespan, but they are hard to find. Although I am still young, but as an evil feudal noble, who would think that I am too old? Field said with satisfaction. It can also be used to recover from injuries. When you are injured in the future, it will maximize the benefits. With me here, you will never get hurt. Rosaria shook her hair proudly, deliberately letting her golden hair stick to Field's face. Don't set a flag. Field pulled his hair aside speechlessly, and immediately said a bunch of weird words, like I will retire after this battle. The last treasure chest. Everyone opened it with great interest, and it was empty inside, with only a map. It's a treasure map. Field looked at it from all angles, and complained, who is so bored, drawing these treasure maps all day long? Is it interesting? I don't know what they are about, but it's interesting, isn't it? Look. It says, it contains the technology of the underground high elves. Wait, underground high elves? The 2 chosen ones looked at each other, Burn it. It must be something from the devil. The word devil, when spoken by you, Rosaria, is inexplicably funny. Field laughed, and then asked in confusion, why do you have this reaction when you mention the underground high elves? Ashina shook her head. My chosen one heritage tells me that underground high elves are blasphemous. Existence? They have suffered an unimaginable curse. The farther away the better. Yes, they are a group of beings who pursue technology to the extreme. They use the chosen ones of their own tribe as human experiments, trying to cultivate invincible machines that kill gods, and even magic is absolutely prohibited. 750 years ago, they all died. Overnight, all the underground high elves disappeared completely. This can only be the work of gods. The ancestors of mankind even explored the city they left behind. Even the food was hot, but the owner was gone. They disappeared out of thin air, just like evaporation. The two talked at the same time. Ah, this is too scary. But it's too long to talk about this now. I'll save the map first. Chapter 174 Internal Affairs Department. Field was shocked, but he was not scared, and rolled up the map. By the way, what about their territories and cities? Have they all been demolished? They live underground, and humans don't like underground cities. Rosaria shook her head, covered her mouth and laughed. Now those cities have been occupied by monsters and insect monsters, and those insect monsters like to catch females to lay eggs. Well, it's still the H-game world, so there's nothing to worry about. Field wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and he was serious for a while. The three of them, carrying large and small bags, took a lot of effort to get back to the manor. Shortly after entering the manor, someone came to knock on the door. We have killed as many as you want, and you can let us in this time, right? Opheli's human subordinates shouted breathlessly, with round heads of rotten corpses under their feet. They obviously didn't know that Opheli had been defeated. I almost forgot about this. They are very efficient. Very good. Field pondered for a moment, and said bluntly to the two people outside, enough. Gentlemen, I know you are spies sent by corrupt creatures. The wizard Joda was so scared that his hands trembled. What are you talking about? Field scolded. I think you don't understand at all. You are spies sent by corrupt creatures. Don't think you can deceive me with these little tricks. I'll give you a chance to get rid of the control of the corrupted creatures. Damn it! Leszek was furious, and drew his sword in anger. He already knew our identities, and he still played tricks on us. Just kill them. I don't believe those damned rubbish are the master's opponents. Don't be impulsive. Do you think you can defeat the army? Reckless man? Joda said calmly. Why not use their tricks against them? Sneak into the territory first, and then mix toxins into their food and water. And then contribute them all to the corpses for food. Yes, I will make that bastard pay the price. The two hit it off and slowly approached. We surrender. We admit that the corrupted creatures sent us here. But please give us a chance. We are also forced to do so. Field glanced at the small map, and the two were still full of hostility, marked with a red exclamation mark. Tell me, what does your master look like, and what abilities does he have? Field lowered his eyes. He is a male monster wearing heavy armor, with... Before he finished speaking, Field waved his hand in disappointment. Shoot, send these two idiots, who are determined to die on their way. Although he was eager to get a mage, the potential threat to the territory posed by a guy with ill intentions was difficult to estimate. As the rapid machine amplifier sounded, the two people's abuse and curses, after a moment, completely disappeared. In the next few days, Night Territory resumed operations. Armament was organized, corpses were cleaned up, and production was resumed. The busy schedule lasted until the end of the month. The other half of the manor had been recovered, and the people were busy farming, planting trees, and repairing damaged walls. Field had moved to Starry Night Castle. The furniture on the first floor of the winery had been removed, and replaced with wooden tables of the same style, arranged in two neat rows, serving as the Internal Affairs Department of the territory, and also the Finance and Statistics Department. Field was very satisfied, finally. It has a bit of modern atmosphere, returning to the office building in my dream. Cal was taking a group of little kids to learn to count the supplies of the territory. After this period of study, there were only 9 children left who were still in school. The other 2 children couldn't even write their names, and couldn't even count from 1 to 10. Helplessly, Field had to let them find stonemasons and carpenters to learn skills. This made the people in the territory envious. After all, craftsmen in the Night Territory were the highest paid group of people. And they didn't have to worry about food and finding a wife. Little Lumi, why do you look so sad? Field approached the little cat girl, who was scratching her cat ears, with a crying cat head expression of pain. Lumi, I feel dizzy. Statistics are so difficult. The cat girl pointed at the messy words on the paper, the data and even the graphs, and pointed at the abacus next to her. You can't complain like this. These are the gifts of the goddess of wisdom. You need to be pious. Statistics have always been taught by Cal. So complaining about the difficulty of statistics made him stand up sensitively and said sternly, before doing statistics, did you wash your hands and pray? Yes. Yes. I'll do it again. Seeing Cal so serious, Lumi resolutely decided to do it again. Is it so mysterious? Let me see. Field didn't like to attribute problems to gods. After just 2 glances, Field was stunned. The statistics in this world were not in the form of clear tables, but in the form of 30 arrows mixed with words and numbers. When they encountered unfamiliar words, they would use pictures of objects instead. Once there were more items, it was like reading advanced mathematics. Pointing at the graffiti on the table, Field was shocked and said, do you usually do statistics like this? Yes. It's like a beautiful aria. Cal stroked his mustache proudly. This is the talent given to me by the goddess of wisdom. Even in Rose territory, no one does better than me. Even the good man damn can't do it. I don't doubt this. This old guy is really meticulous in his work. Then I say, I can come up with a better statistical method. Cal was anxious, and said without hesitation, impossible, absolutely impossible, although you are like being kissed by the goddess of wisdom, and are full of novel ideas, there is absolutely no better statistical method. I really have one. Field raised his eyelids, picked up the feather pen, and dipped it in ink. Everyone gathered around to watch. Ha, you are really humorous. Cal was not convinced. If you can come up with a better one, I will eat all the shit from you moo. Without saying a word, Field took another piece of parchment as a ruler, drew a straight horizontal line on the paper, and drew a vertical line. Sir, you want to draw? Cal looked amused. In his opinion, the adults were just having fun and teasing the children. But Field wrote down the major categories. Names, quantities, outgoing and incoming at the top of the form. Isn't this right? Cal was confused. Then, Field silently recorded the information of each item in a neat manner. This is how you will count materials in the future. Field threw the feather pen. Sir, are you the chosen one of the goddess of wisdom? The butler was so shocked that he could not speak. If the chosen one was not a woman, I would definitely think you were. That's just the beginning. I'll write a multiplication table. It will definitely help you with your math. Chapter 175 Adventurer Team. When Field finished writing the multiplication table, Cal went from being confused to being shocked, and finally looking at Field with suspicion. He muttered in his heart, Lord, did you sleep with the goddess of wisdom? Don't look at me like that, they are just some tricks. Field patted Cal on the shoulder, smiled. Memorize these, it will be much easier in the future, of course. You have to teach the children to memorize them. The current Griffin Empire still uses a counting method that combines wooden sticks and arithmetic boards. Similar to an abacus, the long wooden stick represents 10, the short wooden stick represents 1. And the arithmetic board looks like playing chess. In later generations, there are still many countries that do not use multiplication formulas, and use the underline method when encountering arithmetic, which looks similar to go bang. Cal held it in for a long time, and reluctantly said, My lord, you are one of the few people I admire. You can blame it on miracles. I dreamed of a goddess, and she told me all this. Field comforted him. After all, being defeated in the field you are good at is a very painful thing. He just copied the wisdom of his predecessors, and there is nothing to be proud of. Yes, this must be the blessing of the goddess. I will definitely pass on the knowledge of God. Cal's eyes lit up. Children, memorize it all for me. If you can't memorize it, you will be spanked. The children wanted to cry, but had no tears. Okay, I am very satisfied to see that the Internal Affairs Department is on the right track. Field was full of energy, stretched his shoulders. Prepare a carriage for me, I am going to Maple Leaf Territory. Yes, sir, I prepared the goods for this trade last night. Cal immediately reported seriously. Please go and come back early, sir. Night Territory can't do without you. What's wrong with this old guy's eunuch tone? Field was amused. Haha, I will come back after sending Baron Mountain Monkey's daughter. For this trip, Field only selected 50 infantrymen, 10 subhuman cavalrymen, Rosaria, And 2 personal maids will also go with him. I don't want to leave the manor anymore. Field glanced at the Starry Night Manor. The grass seeds he had sown had begun to grow. He believed that soon this place would return to its normal state. After a while, when the other half of the manor is recovered, we will build another village. What should we call it? Hurry up. I can't wait to go home. Every second I stay in this broken place is torture. Grova, the daughter of Baron Mountain Monkey, was already furious and frantically urged the soldiers. You lowly fellows. Be quick. Field rode forward on his horse. Please don't make loud noises. The corpses are very sensitive to sound. Grova wanted to refute. But seeing Field's expressionless face, she was a little scared, and shrank her neck and stopped talking. The soldiers secretly cast grateful eyes at Field. Everyone in the territory knew that Field was very protective of his subordinates. Let's go! The journey was monotonous and boring, and resisting the corpses became one of the pleasures of everyone. On the 4th day of the trip to Maple Leaf Territory, everyone camped in a ruin. This place was affectionately called the Comfortable Nest by the soldiers. Almost every time they went to Maple Leaf Territory, they would rest here. This place was very close to the city wall defense line of Maple Leaf Territory, and there were fewer rotting corpses. When we passed by before, we built a temporary shed and dug a bonfire pit, which we can still use today. Soon, the flames rose. The broth in the clay pot made a gurgling sound, and the aroma of meat spread. If you don't know, you might think this is a camping site. My lord, I have fried bread for you. Sparrow handed over the shiny plate. The golden bread smelled fragrant. Bread with butter was a luxury in this era. It is fried very well. You are the best among the maids in the castle. Field nodded with satisfaction. Great. Sparrow lifted her skirt excitedly and saluted. For the maids, getting the lord's approval was more joyful than anything else. Huh? Someone is coming. It's rare. Field, who was always paying attention to the small map, saw a team of 5 people walking slowly towards him. It is not a red sign, usually a passerby. Therefore, Field did not warn in advance, but patiently ate the bread. In the gray fog, a group of people walked aimlessly. That, Mr. Yoppy, is it really okay for us to walk like this? The blonde girl holding the priest's staff looked around at the hell-like scene around her, and couldn't help but protect the staff in front of her chest. I think we should be prepared and come here again. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question after walking here? The female wizard in the team hugged the girl's neck and said in a nonchalant tone, We have to complete the commission task anyway and get the Adventure Guild points. Don't worry, Miss Lydia. The corpse is not even a monster, they are just some living dead. The leading warrior was wearing simple equipment, with a piece of iron hanging on his chest, bandages wrapped around his wrists, and holding a broad iron sword. He took off a bronze plate from his waist and said proudly, Don't worry, Miss Priestess. I, Yoppy, am a bronze-level adventurer. No matter how many corpses there are, I can kill them. I am a man who can fight a first-level fighting knight for 10 rounds. TSK. Don't be so arrogant. The martial artist on the side waved his fist. But corpses are indeed the most rubbish monsters. Even villagers can kill them with farm tools. Look, there weren't many rotten corpses along the way. I guess they were all killed by the army of Baron Knight. Don't worry, I will protect you. After all, you are the nurse of the team. A red-haired young man holding a knife, who looked like a second-rate guy, looked at Lydia's chest with a naughty look. Please don't do this. Lydia blushed. Although she said so, she was encouraged by the indifferent look of the crowd. I will try my best to treat everyone. Beep. As soon as the adventure team entered the alert range of the knight's army, they were immediately startled by the whistle. An army wearing armor and holding spears lined up to block the crowd. At the same time, a team of cavalrymen in black robes quickly went around and tried to cut off their retreat. Fuck. Are you kidding me? We actually ran into the noble army. It was the first time for everyone to encounter such a scene. They immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. The timid Lydia was so scared that she almost dropped her staff. Yoppy was shocked. But when he thought of 2 cute girls watching him, he immediately put on a cool expression and pretended to be calm. You are blocking our way. Who are you? Get out of the way. However, he was responded by the sound of a bow and crossbow being strung. Are you so unreasonable? Yoppy was sweating profusely. Chapter 176 Underground Dance. Please don't get excited. We are an adventure team from the Adventure Association. The martial artist, with a resolute face, rolled his eyes at Yoppie. We have received a commission to find a rich man's old house from 10 years ago and bring out his family's relics. Well, that's more like human words. Don't move. I'll report to the master. The leading soldier immediately reported the matter to Field. So arrogant. Yoppie muttered unhappily. Okay, stop talking. The martial artist shook his head. The master said he wants to see you. Come with me. After a while, the soldier came over and waved at them. Hey! You're not going to do anything weird, are you? The two girls were inevitably scared, and everyone looked at each other, angry and nervous. After all, the group of people in front of them didn't look like good people. Lydia was dragged around, and was taken to a warm camp. Lydia noticed the noble young man in a luxurious robe at first sight, and saw that he had a faint smile on his lips, and was wiping a long sword, which made him feel unpredictable. His age seems to be about the same as mine. Right? Sir, hello. Everyone in the adventure team greeted Field. Don't be nervous. I'm just asking some questions. Field motioned them to sit down, and said bluntly, Is there any big news recently? No. If there is a big news, the Queen encourages adventurers to clear out the corpses, which should be one of them. By the way, I heard that an organization called the Night Owl Sisters has suddenly become active, the martial artist said, and timidly glanced at Field. Seeing that he had no reaction, he said boldly, They keep attacking and killing nobles, saying that they want to overthrow the tyranny of the Griffin Empire. Oh, interesting. Field raised his eyelids. Do you have any specific information? No. They are very mysterious. I only know that they are extremely powerful. After thinking for a moment, Field thought to himself, could it be that the Griffin Queen is holding the script of Chengxin in the late Ming dynasty? Why are the internal and external troubles so serious? Could it be that she also has a defeat animation? Field made a decision. I have to strengthen the security force in the future, and then learn more combat skills. I don't want to be defeated. Thank you for your help. You can rest here for one night. I will provide food and water. Nodding kindly to everyone, Field reminded. The corpses are very dangerous. I advise you to make full preparations, or come with more people before exploring. Yeah. As soon as Field left his sight, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? I always feel like I'm being targeted by a monster, and I feel like I'm going to be eaten. Yeah. He must have killed a lot of people. I think he's a good person. Lydia lowered the brim of her hat. Our little Lydia. Isn't she dreaming of becoming a noble lady? The female wizard teased. No. After saying goodbye to the adventure team, Field spent 2 days to arrive at Maple Leaf City. After sending the letter to Shirley and the relics of the Survey Corps, Field came to Simon's Manor. His idea was to buy a batch of giant wolves, to form Ashina's god-chosen guard, and then to find some treasures. But now, he looked at the eye-catching green dot mark under the Maple Leaf Manor, and fell into deep thought. Are there uncontracted chosen ones? Will they attend the ball? Or, as commodities? Unlike in the past, Maple Leaf Manor is now very low-key. Field did not encounter the maids in cool clothes. He was greeted by the butler. It was the first time that Field met the butler of Maple Leaf Manor. A gentle but elegant elderly gentleman. Dear Mr. Field, I think this is your first time to attend the unique ball in Maple Leaf territory? Yes. Any noble with wisdom and ambition will not miss the opportunity to broaden their horizons. Field did not shy away from it. He was accustomed to the communication with the nobles. Take me to meet my old friend. In short, one of the polite exchanges of the nobles is to show their nobility in a roundabout way and avoid the question itself. If you have never eaten high-end food, you will say, it is not made by the royal chef. It is not authentic. It is not genuine. I don't want to eat it. For the imperial nobles, it is easier to gain respect from each other by pretending than being honest. Oh, the Maple Leaf territory will not disappoint you. I believe that after you play, you will not only broaden your horizons, but also some beauty. That beauty may be someone's fiancé, mother-in-law, or even the chosen one. Everything here is full of fantasy and unknown. The butler blinked his left eye at Field, and everything was self-evident. I'm already looking forward to it. Field's mouth drew a gentle smile, but he didn't care at all. The tone and scene of their conversation, just like a graceful poet, but the content hit a sin. Beast. When Field passed by a gardener sweeping the floor, he clearly heard the gardener curse inwardly. He was moved. Field looked at the gardener carefully. He was ordinary, The only eye-catching thing might be the headscarf on his head. Pink cat head? This guy won't come to die again. I hope it's an illusion. He immediately thought of an old friend who owed him 3 million gold coins. Field shook his head and prayed silently in his heart. Don't let her be so stupid. Otherwise it would be in vain to save her. Follow the butler to find Simon. He is counting the accounts. Look who's here. My savior. Simon threw away the account book eagerly, laughed exaggeratedly, and greeted Field. Did you bring the happy pills? I can't wait. I swear. Those cute beans will shine tonight. Of course I brought them. I also hope that they can be exchanged for giant wolves. Yes. Yes. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Simon mysteriously took out a letter, a set of black clothes and a mask. This outfit is a one-time enchanted item, produced by the Chosen One. Please rest assured of the quality. After wearing it, others will not be able to sense your identity. Of course, you can only wear a mask and attend without clothes, which is what many people do. To be wilder, you can attend without reservation, which will also win everyone's favor, and the wildest person will be selected every year. Field took the clothes nervously, attending an underground dance party, which was a bit beyond his bottom line. After taking 2 deep breaths, Field calmed down. He was very curious about what the most rotten side of Maple Leaf territory looked like. This magic letter records the specific address of the ball, and also represents the qualification to enter. The ball is not only fun, but also auctions and black markets. You can buy and sell anything, including the giant wolf you want. Please cherish this opportunity and enjoy it. Not all nobles are eligible to participate. I will. Chapter 177. Seeing the pink cat again. Because the time was not up, Field returned to the post station first, and was about to enter the room. Wait, someone has been here. Maybe he is hiding in the house. Rosaria, who was holding the great sword, immediately warned, and Field paused in opening the door. The red thread I clamped in the crack of the door fell to the ground. You had ordered in advance not to let anyone in. Yes. Field took a step back calmly, slowly drew out the iris sword. Who is it? There was no mark on the small map. If there was someone in the house, it must be the Chosen One who had been contracted. Now the Empire is undercurrent. We must be vigilant everywhere. Bang. Field took 2 deep breaths, get ready, suddenly jumped up, and kicked the door directly. Wow! Who is it? A pink figure flew out in fright, his head hit the roof hard, and then fell down with a plop. It hurts. Wu Dai rubbed her head, tears rolled in her eyes. It turned out to be the guy who owed me money. No wonder the soldiers didn't find it. Putting away his weapons, Field let out a long sigh of relief. Wu Dai could turn into a shadow and run around. It was normal that she was not discovered. Then he looked up and was stunned. Damn. My ceiling? Field looked at the cat girl's head that was smashed out of the ceiling, and was almost fainted with anger. He shouted angrily, You have to pay for this. And my gold coins are not even warm yet. You scared me first. Cat girls are very sensitive creatures. Woody kept patting her chest, and glanced at Field guiltily. Okay. You're still stubborn, right? He closed the door casually, and Field walked forward without hesitation. His fingers passed through Woody's hair, grasped her delicate neck, and directly pushed her over. And his left hand swept across her silky calves, and went straight up. I know you don't have money, so just pay it back verbally, including the cost of the damaged wall. You need to pay back 3,100,000 times. Don't call me a beast. I admit I am. Hey. 3,000,000 times. How many kittens will I give birth to? The cat girl's pink pupils trembled wildly. Woo! Don't touch me. A strange feeling quickly surged into her heart. Woody's heart beat rapidly at an abnormal frequency, and even her breathing became rapid. Don't touch there. This is a place that only the husband can touch. I have a way to pay back the money. At the critical moment, Woody turned into a shadow and escaped from Field's control. Field wiped his fragrant left hand, crossed his arms over his chest, and sneered, Let's see if you dare to break into my room next time. This is a lesson. Remember it. But if I don't sneak in, what else can I do? Woody was frightened, wiped the sweat off her face, and apologized quickly. But suddenly realized, Wait, I am the Chosen One. Why should I be afraid of you? After that, the cat girl put her hands on her waist with a proud look, and said confidently, Tear up the debt agreement for me. Otherwise I will beat you. No one here can threaten me. You try it. I take a step back. I am not a man. Field spread his hands indifferently. He was still carrying the gluttony greatsword. And he didn't bring the hollow sword at all. If she dares to make a move, she will experience the joy of being chained and walk like a dog. Hee. Since you want to be beaten, I won't be polite. The cat girl circled Field several times, raised her fists several times, and finally struggled, helplessly lowering her hands. Forget it. I'm not as mean as you humans. I will pay on time. Mean is the passport of the mean. Noble is the epitaph of the noble. Field couldn't help but say the famous saying. Woody pondered for a moment, and said in agreement, I didn't expect you to say such philosophical words. Which is refreshing. No. This doesn't apply to you. If you had been mean just now, you would definitely be the one lying in the grave. Woody turned her head away with disdain. Arrogant bastard. Field poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip leisurely and said, You are here to repay the debt this time. Right? You are smart. Sorry. I can't do it for now. Seeing that Field's eyes became weird again, Woody quickly clamped her legs together, hiding the cat's tail, and said timidly, But please rest assured, I have found the target, and I promise to repay you next time. This time, I came here just to tell you something. Okay. You are still hanging around in Maple Leaf Manor. Are you planning to continue the assassination? This is a secret of our cat people. Wu Dai said, made a playful face, and turned into a shadow and left. You deserve a beating. Field sighed. I hope I won't be at the party, watching her defeat animation. Rosaria also chuckled. The cat people are in a bad situation, and I believe they are not far from extinction. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Field put on the special dress given by Simon, put on the mask, and came to the agreed place. As Simon said, this outfit can hide one's identity. At least when he looked in the mirror, he saw another man, which was very strange. It's pitch black here. Nothing. Field followed the information in the magic letter and came to a meadow. Looking around, he could only see the quiet meadow. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic letter shone with black light and constructed a miniature magic circle on the grass. I see. After stepping into the magic circle, his vision was distorted. As if out of nowhere, there was a sudden noise of voices. The melodious sound of the Sargari came to his ears, and then, the bright light around him made Field's eyes narrow slightly. As soon as he opened his eyes, Field saw the screen full of censored images. A large number of naked figures, chatting, laughing or directly breathing in public. What shocked him even more was that the people around him had no intention of making a fuss, as if they were watching a common thing. The characteristics of the maple leaf collar appeared in front of him again. I seem to be an alien. Field adjusted his clothes, and he was wearing a full set of clothes, which actually attracted a lot of attention. Haha, where did you come from? Little bird? Come, let me collect your scent. A charming woman, carrying a strange device, walked hard towards him, breathing hot air, with a charming smile on her face. No, I'm not interested. Field turned his head quickly, thinking to himself, don't look around, being punished by the avenue is not a joke. It's true that he's not interested. Although there were a lot of very impactful pictures on the scene, with a casual glance, you can browse through the entire age category, but Field really didn't want to share the fun with a bunch of men, animals, or monsters. Boring. The woman rolled her eyes and left. Huh? Is this the real maple leaf collar? I always feel that. If I touch it casually, I will be infected with tens of thousands of diseases and die. Sir, your magic envelope will show your chips, and you can use them by swiping your card for shopping and games. Chapter 178 Black Market. A maid said respectfully. Field opened the envelope, and it showed the amount of 80,000. It came from the goods brought this time, and the deposit. Have fun, but please don't use violence, it will be life-threatening. Here, no one has a real identity. After that, the maid took the wine glass from the silver plate and handed it to Field. Before she finished speaking, there was a noise in the hall. An old man forcibly grabbed a beautiful woman, spitting out dirty words, and the snake head was like a snake tongue, probing around. The woman showed a disgusted expression. Snorted coldly, let go, or I'll tear your head off. What can you do to me? Bitch. You don't even wear a piece of cloth. And you're still pretending. Let me show you how powerful the confinement magic is. The old man was obviously a wizard. After chanting a spell, purple-red magic chains directly confined the woman. What a scum. Field's eyebrows jumped when he saw it. No wonder the Empire was in trouble both internally and externally. And everyone was so rotten. How can we build a good empire with such insects? Oh, you bastard. You are looking for death. The woman waved her hand casually. And the chains of confinement exploded directly, turning into countless stars and disappearing. A terrifying scene appeared. The woman's delicate white fingers easily pierced into the old man's head. The old man didn't even scream. And his head and spine were pulled off. The woman's face was full of pleasure. Blood splashed all over her body. And she was so happy that she rolled her eyes. Okay. Kill 2 more. That's great. This scene is worth drawing. Miss, I reward you with 10,000 gold coins. Please accept it. A group of men surrounded her, praising her endlessly. And the servants came quickly to clean up the place. The maid smiled. Look, please don't use violence first. The strength of everyone here is unpredictable. In addition, if it's too much, there will be a strong man in charge, who will take action personally. An impressive warning. Shrugging, Field walked into the ballroom calmly, thinking to himself, many of those who participated in the ball are God's chosen. The ability to break the magic just now is definitely not something that ordinary people can do easily. But the most noteworthy thing is the uncontracted God's chosen. On the small map, it is clearly shown that the uncontracted God's chosen is nearby. Without staying on the dance floor for long, rejecting many people's invitations, Field walked through the gorgeous music hall and came to the black market. After leaving the hall, the eye-catching scenes decreased sharply. Except for seeing a fat woman walking around with 3 young men, there was nothing worth noting. The sound of crying and laughing intertwined. Field saw a large number of slaves at first sight. All of them were fair-skinned and beautiful, or handsome and elegant. Field approached curiously, and after scanning the slaves one by one, he asked in confusion, "What's the difference between the slaves here and the slaves outside?" The slave trade is not prohibited in the empire. Instead, slave hunting is strongly supported. For example, the pink cat subhumans have suffered from slave hunting. Some minority subhumans have been uprooted. There is no reason to sell slaves here secretly. The merchant is a man who is also hiding in a black robe. He didn't say anything nonsense, but tapped the wooden board next to the cage with a wooden stick. The youngest daughter of Count Girardi of the Silver Wing Empire, 13 years old, virgin, possessing 1/16 of the blood of a 4-winged angel, her IQ has been wiped out. She can only obey. Hiss. Field took a breath of cold air. No wonder they had to sell slaves secretly. This guy is actually a noble. After a moment, Field asked, "How much is the offspring of a foreign noble?" "Not expensive, only 300,000 gold coins." The slave trader held up 3 fingers. "Her grandmother is a 6th-level God's chosen one. A 4-winged angel, her blood must carry the noble elements of the God's chosen one and the holy light." 300,000? It's already half a year's income for Golden Eagle City. Field shook his head. Besides, the chosen ones have nothing to do with bloodline. Otherwise, this world would have long been a matriarchal society or a theocratic society. You dare to arrest this? The Silver Wing Empire is as powerful as the Griffin Empire. Right. The Silver Wing Empire is called the Silver Wing and Poly Federation Empire. It is 1.5 times the size of the Griffin Empire. It is located in the northeast of the empire. It has the chosen ones of the 2 major pantheons of Holy Light and Primitive, and has strong combat power. Ashina's winter goddess belongs to the category of Primitive Pantheon, which generally includes natural climate, animals and totems. Basically, only combat chosen ones will appear. The Holy Light God system is the faith preached by the church. All kinds of God system will appear, and they are very restrained against the evil God system. The mainstream of the empire is only the God of War God system. Of course, these need not be considered for the time being. Generally, nobles can find a God-chosen one, and they can just be happy. There is no room for selection. The black-robed man was silent, like a piece of wood, not saying a word. I can tell at a glance that you are here for the first time. Merchants will not tell you their secrets to making money. A woman's gentle voice came from my ear. Seeing that it was my first time here, they were more interested in me. Field shook his head. He had been approached by several girls along the way. In his 2 lifetimes combined, he had never been approached by so many girls. Field turned his head and was about to refuse, but he found that the woman in front of him had no intention of inviting him to breed. She was gently waving a fan in her hand, wearing a complete outfit, elegant and calm. The woman smiled and said, "Let me guess. Are you here to buy something?" "Yes," Field said bluntly. I want to buy. As if she had expected it. The woman had put her index finger on his lips, making a gesture to silence him. If you say it out loud, people with ulterior motives will know who you are, and your life will be in danger in the future. But, Field frowned slightly. After buying something, you don't have to take it away on the spot. Simon will deliver it to you in the normal world in his name. That beast, although vicious, still has some integrity in running the black market. I see. Thank you for your help. The woman waved her fan lazily. I appreciate your rationality. It's best not to break your bottom line, because after breaking through, you will find that people have no bottom line at all. That's right. Field nodded in agreement. So, do you want to buy magic props? I also have artifacts. The woman put one hand around her chest and supported her chin with the other hand. Then, like a magic trick, she took out a mummy-like lizard wood carving. A first-level artifact. A wooden carving of a muddy giant lizard, which can turn into a ferocious earth element giant lizard to kill people who threaten you. I can't afford it. Field shook his head directly. I need a lot of magic materials. If you have them, it would be the best. Chapter 179 Procurement. Hee, I'm a businessman. If you want any magic materials, just tell me directly. Rosaria is already at level 2, and the God's Chosen Guard she provides can also be upgraded to level 2. But unlike before, the God's Chosen Guards need not only level 2 potions to be upgraded to level 2, but also a large number of rare medicinal materials. Field took out a list. I need blood snake grass, the flower of disaster. No problem, but the price will be very high, a total of 1,400 gold coins. The businesswoman nodded frequently. Many of them are magical plants, and it will take time to gather them all, but I don't have the flower of disaster. Maybe you can ask around. It's beyond my expectation that I can find so many materials. Field nodded happily. After all, in theory, no one can contract to corrupt the God's Chosen, and naturally there is no need to upgrade the God's Chosen Guards, so the relevant materials are very difficult to find. The two agreed on a price, and Field generously paid the money. This price was very reasonable. You are rich. You must be the lord of a place. If you were an adventurer or a wizard, you would not spend so much money, nor would you need such a large amount. After being a lord for a long time, Field did not even consider gold coins as gold coins. He always thought that 1,400 gold coins were not worth mentioning. In fact, 50 gold coins were enough for ordinary people to have enough food and drink. Field blinked, like you said before. Don't ask about my little secrets. Of course. The two clinked glasses and took 2 sips of wine, each with his own thoughts. I'm selling a batch of rare demi-humans at a low price. I guarantee that they are not available on the market. Gentlemen who are interested, please come and have a look. Another merchant came to the black market. He seemed to have just finished his business, and his steps were unsteady. He came with a long string of demi-humans tied with chains. The demi-humans looked desperate and numb. The youngest was probably only 5 or 6 years old. His tearful eyes made him look lovable. Oh! Pink cat subhumans, yes, and blue weasel subhumans, are really rare. I thought they were extinct. The businesswoman casually handed the wine glass to the servant beside her, swaying her beautiful waist, and asked, You are the famous hunter, right? I didn't expect that I'm so famous. Yes, I am a hunter, specializing in catching rare slaves. Let me see, they don't seem to be in good health, and they feel like they're going to die at any time. How much anesthetic did you use? The businesswoman touched here and there, and rubbed the cat girl non-stop. Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it. Take your hand away from me. The hunter pulled out a long, shiny knife, smiled sinisterly. If you want to buy a subhuman? 1,000 gold coins for adults, 500 gold coins for minors. You are really crazy. You are just like a skinning devil. I can't afford such a high price. The businesswoman rolled her eyes, shook her hands, turned her head and left. You are a stinky dog that needs to be disciplined. You have a foul smell, just like a subhuman. The hunter licked the tip of the knife, put the long knife into the scabbard, turned his head and smiled coldly. Do you need it, sir? These subhuman species are almost extinct. If you don't enjoy them, you will regret it in the future. They are very collectible. It will be very decent to bring them to entertain guests in the future. Sorry. There is nothing I want. Field raised his eyelids, nodded politely and left. 1,000 gold coins. All the slaves in the Night Territory combined do not cost 1,000 gold coins. The premium of slaves on the black market is ridiculously high. The uncontracted chosen ones are not on the black market. The mark is clearly nearby. Why can't I find it? Is it underground? Field walked around twice, and didn't find the location marked by the green dot. I guess it's a noble. That's tricky. Kidnap the noble and bring him back? It sounds crazy. But it's not impossible. Field has already started to think about the pros and cons of doing so. As he walked and thought, Field suddenly saw what he had been thinking about. Giant wolves from the Ruijin grassland for sale. Hey, giant wolves? I finally found one. A sturdy woman was driving the giant wolves. The largest one was half a person's height, and about 2.5 meters long. They were all modeled and looked like huskies. There was no comparison between them and the mighty and domineering dragon wolves. Field thought he would be shocked to meet a majestic wolf pack. But they all looked stupid, and their sizes were different from what he had imagined. How much is this giant wolf for? Field hurried over, pointed at the largest giant wolf, and asked impatiently. This one is not for sale, it's my husband. Field was confused. Then the string of little wolves following behind, are they all born by you? Reproductive isolation warning. Haha, don't look so shocked, have you heard of druids? The woman waved her hand. Druids can't only turn into bears or eagles, wolves can also, even marine creatures can do it. Field suddenly realized. So that's it. I just mentioned it casually, in fact. They have nothing to do with druids. Field's face was full of black lines. Children, this is not funny. The woman laughed. It's just a joke. I come from a distant grassland. This giant wolf is the wolf king. I won't sell it. The rest can be sold. You can choose it yourself. 300 gold coins each, all healthy wolf cubs. I have to mention that. This species of giant wolf is good at herding sheep and hunting. But don't think about riding it. The wolf's back is too fragile, and it can't carry heavy objects. These livestock are similar to dogs, and they can survive by eating slop and offal, and the cost of domestication is not high. Thanks for the reminder. Field sighed. Even in this world, wolves are still not suitable for riding. However, mixing the genes of the dragon species Black Dragon, and being blessed by Ashina's mark of God's choice, no one knows what the result will be. After all, dragon wolves are different. They are as strong as bears, and can easily carry 2 heavily armored knights. Living artifacts are the most valuable type of artifacts because they can give birth to new species. As long as the subsequent screening is appropriate. It is possible to create a wolf that can transform into Godzilla or Ultraman. Although the probability is almost 0. Field bought 10 at once, and sent them out before the 3,000 gold coins were even warm. Sir, the goods will be temporarily stored in Baron Simon's ranch. You can take them away at any time. The servants took the wolf away. Well, it's very convenient. Field gave the servants 5 silver coins as a tip. Just at this moment, the green dot on the small map moved, and Field's attention immediately focused on the small map. After all, this represents a contractable chosen one. If you can take him down, the benefits you will gain are immeasurable. Ladies and gentlemen, a new survival game has begun. Welcome to Place Your Bets. Guess whose pet can survive the bloody bear to the end? That's right. Field found that the green dot moved to the entertainment area. She should have been in the basement just now. And now she has been sent to the entertainment area. Chapter 180 Silver Fox Subhuman. Without thinking any more, Field walked quickly into the entertainment area. It was more lively here than the hall, and it was packed with enthusiastic people, and everyone was spending a lot of money here. Super double. Pour Auntie a glass of sparkling wine. Haha, you have 16 cards. Can you beat me in 1 second? Today, I will eat this marble table. But most people still gathered around the Colosseum in the center. The Colosseum was a huge stone pit, and the audience only had to lower their heads to see the fierce and bloody fight below. The 2-headed demon lion jumped up casually and pounced on a female slave who was screaming in fear. The demon lion, who had been hungry for more than 10 days, did not stop at all. It tore its mouth open, ripped off the woman's legs, chewed them greedily twice, and swallowed them whole. Help! Help! Blood was splattered, and the screams gradually subsided. The 2-headed demon lion was so excited about eating that its 2 heads even bit each other. Great! It's so exciting! I won. I knew she was the smartest, and was the last to be eaten. Some people cheered, and some were angry. It's actually a slave arena. That uncontracted chosen one. Wouldn't he be a contestant? Field watched the scene just now, suppressed his anger, and snorted coldly. Humans are equally cruel to their own kind. These slaves can create huge value in the night territory. But here, they are just a pastime for the nobles. Boy, do you want to bet with me later? Believe me, I can definitely guess who will survive to the end. A man with a smirk came up and tried to put his arm around his shoulder. But Field dodged him casually. The man who was asking for trouble did not show any embarrassment, but said in a familiar manner, "Lend me 50,000 gold coins. I will definitely make a comeback." Field was confused. This guy is really thick-skinned. He doesn't even know him. Why does he want to lend money? No money. No, you have money, I saw it, 80,000 gold coins. The man's tone was somewhat threatening. You followed me. Field's murderous intent moved slightly. So what if I saw it? Does it have anything to do with you? The man tilted his head and directly revealed his cards, threatening, "Give me 50,000 gold coins, or I'll kill you. Don't you even want the last bit of decency?" Field calmly drew out his long sword and said coldly, "If you don't lend it to me, get out. Then you will definitely regret it." The man sneered and casually patted Field on the shoulder, turned his head and left. "Next time you see me, you'll be a dead man. Get your coffin ready." "Really?" Field's mouth curved into an arc. "He has done it to you, cute little lord. Gamblers who have lost their money have gone crazy and will do anything." A familiar lazy female voice came from behind. "Give me 10 gold coins. I will use purification magic to remove it, otherwise you will be targeted by him. Your behavior will easily make me misunderstand that you are in the same group with him. Who knows whether you are releasing purification or tracking trouble." Field turned around. Behind him was the businesswoman who sold magic plants. "You seem to have known about his actions?" A strange look flashed in the beautiful eyes of the businesswoman, and she propped up her chin pleasingly. "It seems that my warning is completely unnecessary. Compared to him, I am more wary of you. You have been appearing near me. I don't think you are in love with me. Maybe this is the guidance of the goddess of love. Is there any more ridiculous fantasy than meeting true love at a decadent ball? Except for the story of Aunt Wong next door, who married the Prince of Dubai at the age of 50 and received a gift of 100 billion yuan. Don't be nervous. It's just a coincidence." The businesswoman tilted her head and pointed down with her fan. "Look. A new round of beast fighting is about to begin. Guess who will be eaten in the end?" Looking in the direction pointed by the businesswoman, a purple mantis carefully jumped out from the open gate with a twisted posture. Hiss. The strange mantis roared, and instantly spread its wings, and flew straight towards the audience above. What a lively little fellow. Before the magic beast jumped out, a naked man ran out of the audience at random, and slapped it down with a slap. The people around were calm, as they were used to it. A third-level fighting knight, what a terrifying power. Field nodded frequently. The strange mantis was only a first-level magic beast, and naturally it was no match for a third-level knight. Except for the chosen ones, who can fight against higher-level creatures. Other lives are strictly restricted by their life levels, unless they rely on equipment or numbers. It is difficult to fight against higher-level creatures. It is true that the nobles seek excitement, but they also value their own lives. They will not play with higher-level monsters, because it is easy to lose control. Bang! The strange mantis fell down hard, swayed twice, and stood up again. In the compound eyes unique to insects, a strong fear flashed, and it shrank back and dared not look up. If the knight had not held back, this slap would have killed or crippled him. Welcome to all distinguished guests. The beast has now appeared. Next, we will release 8 pets, and start a thrilling battle royal. Whoever can hold on to the end will be the winner. Of course, they will all die. These pets are all freshly captured. I guarantee that they have not been trained in any way, and there is no possibility of cheating. A magic chain controlled the strange mantis. At the same time, the gate opened, and 8 girls were pushed out, including humans, subhumans, and even a halfling. Halflings are a race similar to dwarves, also called hobbits. They like to live in wooden houses in the forest, and are close relatives of humans. Everyone can place bets now. The host smiled, and quietly waited for everyone to place bets. Which one do you think is right? I think the human number 4 is good. Her muscles are not for show. As long as she gets a weapon, she will have a certain ability to protect herself. For the sake of excitement, the organizers put a lot of swords, sticks and clubs in the Colosseum. Although they were not very useful. Field took a glance. Then I saw the green dot on the small map, falling on the head of the most inconspicuous number 7. A fox? The businesswoman shuddered for no reason, and immediately turned her head to look at Field, seeing her staring at the slave in a trance, and then followed Field's line of sight. The girl number 7 was a silver fox subhuman with silver hair and gray eyes. A soft and cute lowly, looking pure and flawless, her slender legs trembled constantly, but her eyes revealed a calmness that did not belong to this age. Do you think number 7 will be the winner? The businesswoman smiled and said, just a weak fox subhuman. I guess she has no other ability except serving men, and she will definitely be the first to be killed. Field sighed silently. Meow, she is so unlucky. She just happens to be a slave used for fighting beasts. Chapter 181 Beast Fighting. The Colosseum involves the interests of gamblers, and many nobles have staked their lives. Just buy it before the game. Field resolutely decided that the silver fox subhumans were not rare, and a few thousand gold coins should be enough. Before he could speak, he heard someone pointing at the girl number 1 and yelling, Sister, I finally found you. Damn bastard. That's my sister. I'll pay 100,000 gold coins. Let my sister go. The people around him laughed. Another one is here looking for his relatives. It's not easy to find this place. It's really touching. I can't wait to see him collapse. The host shook his finger. No, once you enter the Colosseum, no matter who you are not allowed to release, otherwise you will be the enemy of everyone present. You can take the body back, hee. It seems that buying slaves is not feasible. Field is helpless. Does he have to rush in like a fool? Although the benefits are great, the risks are equally great. Field gritted his teeth, and the fighting spirit in his body quietly circulated. You can try. Before he made any move, a cold snort sounded from behind. You bastards of the Empire, dare to kidnap my fiancée, you are looking for death. Today I want to see who can stop me. The next moment, a young man in black clothes flashed out, exploded a powerful third-level fighting spirit, and rushed straight down. So domineering, you are a real warrior. Field nodded in appreciation, and silently praised him in his heart. There are still good people, so let him take the lead. However, the next moment, the emerald green wind blade cut through the space, carrying a terrifying breath that made people's heart palpitate, at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture, easily penetrated the body of the strong-suited boy, passed through the body, and slammed hard on the rock wall of the Colosseum. Puff. When the boy fell, he had already split in half from the middle, and blood was splattered all over the ground. This scene made the young man's fiancée scream in despair. Damn. Do you have to make such a big deal? Field wiped his sweat. Sure enough. Not all times are suitable for showing off with force. There are really many strong people here. Risking his own life. It would definitely not be worth it. How should I do it? The time is too short. It is difficult to design a perfect plan. But I can't be impulsive. Field thought anxiously. His fingers kept tapping on the guardrail. Got it. Since this group of perverts enjoys people's pain, I can use their tricks against them. But it depends on her luck. Field's eyes lit up, and he instantly regained his composure. He snapped his fingers and wiped the magic envelope. Bet on number 7 to survive to the end. I bet 200 gold coins. Sorry. The Colosseum is in units of 10,000. The minimum is 10,000 gold coins. The servant next to him reminded. Is it so expensive? Field scratched his head, pretending to be annoyed. Then bet 10,000. Bet on number 7 to survive to the end. Huh? So bold. This is not like your cautious style just now. The businesswoman was surprised. The Fox Sub people don't have much fighting talent. I think your gold coins will be wasted. Field leaned on the railing. Nothing is inevitable. As long as the profit is big enough, it is worth the risk. In addition, the girl is cute, and she should get more investment. Hee hee. I hope you can still be so calm after this is over. Ding, the bell rang. The imprisonment chain disappeared instantly, and the controlled strange mantis, at a speed almost like an afterimage, rushed towards the slaves. It had been hungry for 12 days, and now it could not wait to smell the delicious human flesh. The face of the businesswoman next to it changed instantly, and she tore the bet certificate in her hand into pieces. What bad luck. Huh? Field did not understand. The next moment, a bright red blood arrow shot at the wall. The strongest and fastest number 4 became the first target. She just wanted to grab the spear on the weapon rack, but she found that she could not grab it even though it was close at hand. Where's my hand? Number 4 stared at her right hand blankly. The slice was smooth, and there was no immediate blood. Her pupils trembled wildly. When she turned her head, she saw a twisted and terrifying insect, which was eating her arm with its jaws, like a snack. No, no. Help! The strange mantis slashed down with a knife. And the audience immediately boiled. They loved to watch brutal scenes. Good death. Good death. Fortunately, I didn't buy number 4. This is my last gold coin. Are you worthy of us? Damn it. Give me back. It took the strange mantis 1 minute to eat the whole person. And immediately rushed to the second one. Without any suspense. The fiancée of the young man in tight clothes became the second victim. Because she walked towards the monster woodenly. And her eyes had lost their brilliance. Facing the takeaway. Mantis did not show any courtesy, and accepted it directly. The people on the stage cheered again. What a jerk. They are all scum. Field's eyelids twitched. And it had nothing to do with the saintly mentality. He simply felt that this kind of killing was meaningless. These people. It would be better to send them to the night territory to farm. Or assign them to unmarried soldiers. Instead of using their lives to please the nobles. The slaves began to resist. They picked up various weapons to resist the attacks of the monsters. But the effect was almost zero. A girl tried to repel the strange mantis with a hammer. But her head was chopped off by a knife. Huh? It's eating slower. It seems I'm lucky. Field looked at the monster below. Its attack was not so fierce. And it began to be picky when eating. It only sucked brain marrow. Or ate internal organs. Fox subhumans belong to the smarter subhuman species. Geodlis trembled all over. The smell of blood stimulated the fluff on her tail to stand up. And the excessive fear made her move stiffly. She had no choice but to pinch her thighs with her nails. And the stinging sensation stimulated her desire to live. Where can I escape to? As long as I survive to the end. It will be fine. The people in the Colosseum did not tell them the truth. That everyone would die. But said, those who persevere to the end will survive and gain freedom. This stimulated their desire to survive. Rather than leaving them helpless and waiting to die. The girl stepped barefoot on the cold and slippery stone floor. Completely ignoring the scratches on her soles by the jagged gravel. And took advantage of the time bought by others to quickly escape to the weapon rack. Geodlis took a deep breath, and then a deep breath, took a shield from the shelf, and scanned the weapons again. It's impossible to break the defense of the monster, as long as I can prevent myself from being killed by my companions. That's okay. Geodlis' slender hands grabbed a long knife, but it was too heavy and almost hit her feet. In desperation, she had to take a dagger. Buzz. Suddenly, her back felt cold, and the girl rushed forward, and a silver javelin passed by her shoulder, leaving a hideous scratch on her snow-white shoulder. Chapter 182. Who? Gordlis rolled on the ground twice, and caught a glimpse of a human girl who was charging at her with a spear in hand. Although they were about the same age, her young face was full of ferocity. Perhaps because of fear, she cried while holding back her tears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to die. Please die first. In her opinion, as long as everyone else died, she would be free. I won't give up either. Raising her shield quickly, Gordlis curled herself up behind it, preparing for the impact. However, the human girl raised her spear to charge. But she closed her eyes. And she hit nothing. Instead, she was hit by the end of the spear on her lower abdomen. And the severe pain made her scream. Her screams will attract monsters. We can't stay here. Gal Gree rationally wanted to run away. But when she looked up, she saw fishy saliva dripping. No. It can't be. Sweat trickled down her snow-white neck, mixed with the wound, and sent a piercing pain. However, these pains, compared with seeing the mantis monster in front of her, were not worth mentioning at all. Gogris used up her last bit of rationality and raised her shield. But a sonic boom sounded, and the terrifying claws of the strange mantis slashed straight out, rushing over violently. The afterimage in the air lingered for a long time, showing its terrifying power. Puffwood chips flew everywhere, and the shield was shattered in an instant without any suspense. Then, there was a blood curtain splashing. A first-level monster fighting an ordinary demi-human. There was no room for evasion. The claws slashed from the chest, and hooked out from the lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. The severe blood loss made Geodlis' head dazed, and then she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. I'm going to die, so what? This world is too filthy. I hope that the last person can live well. Geodlis felt herself being lifted up lightly, and the strange mantis was drooling, preparing to suck her brain dry, and the fox girl already smelled a very fishy smell. Damn it, my 10,000 gold coins. Just at this moment, Field mobilized all his fighting spirit, turned all his fighting spirit into a majestic momentum, and burst out fiercely. The 10,000 gold coin shouted loudly, even made people's eardrums hurt. Fuck, you scared me. Why are you shouting so loudly? If you have any objections, go find the host. People around him cursed, and Field immediately felt 3 or 4 murderous intentions locked on him, and strong malice was ready to go. Field dared to guarantee that if he dared to make any disruptive moves, he would be killed by the strong people here. Damn waste, you can't even do this. Field pretended not to know, still maintained the aristocratic style, and cursed fiercely. But the amazing thing is that the strange mantis actually left the dying Jowries alone. He tilted his head and glanced at Field. His compound eyes turned, and his attention was attracted to other girls again. He left a residual image and chased after the others. Huh? It succeeded. My observation and judgment were correct. Field secretly broke out in a cold sweat. When the strange mantis attacked the audience before, it was beaten down by the 3rd-level fighting knight, and it became extremely sensitive to fighting. When the strong-suited boy burst out fighting, Field obviously noticed that the strange mantis was terrified and fearful. This kind of monster is extremely timid, and always pays attention to the surrounding environment. It pays full attention to creatures moving at high speed. Field nodded secretly. The fastest number 4 before failed because of this. He suddenly burst into fighting spirit and distracted the monster's attention. What are you mumbling about? I thought you were calm. But after losing money, you were still excited. The businesswoman cleared her ears, rubbed her head and complained, Don't make a loud noise anymore. You almost scared me to death. Ahem. Sorry, Field said casually, and focused his attention on the Colosseum again. The murderous intent locked on his body also disappeared. After all, he just howled, and it didn't affect the result. After all, he lost 10,000 gold coins. So why not let him vent? As long as his brain is not sucked dry. With the vitality of a subhuman, he shouldn't die for a while. Next, it's up to fate. Looking at the gradually fading green dot, Field was so nervous that he almost crushed the wine glass. Fortunately, the strange mantis didn't do anything weird. In 1.5 minutes, he killed the remaining girl cleanly. The winner is number 3, the host announced excitedly. The person who guessed correctly was excited and crazy. The loser was annoyed and cursed, grabbing the men and women beside him to vent. I spent 10,000 gold coins, and I have the right to take the body away. I will whip it hard. Field roared, jumped down directly from the top, and quickly ran to Jadless's side. The hideous huge wound almost cut off all the organs and bones that could be cut. The miserable situation was unbearable to look at. Even if it was placed in the future, there would be no possibility of rescue. Watch him. In case he does anything to the venue, let him take the body away. Even if the goddess comes, she can't save the slave. Besides, who would save a slave? The strong men in charge of the Colosseum originally planned to drive him away, but Field's abnormal behavior won their favor. So they laughed and tacitly agreed to Field's behavior of taking the body away. You have to survive. 10,000 gold coins. Field picked up Geoglis and quickly jumped on. Do you really want to whip the corpse? The businesswoman's eyes were filled with anger, and she stood in front of Field. Be a decent person. Facing the gazes of the crowd. Field raised his eyebrows indifferently, and kissed Gao Gris on the cheek. Sorry. I just like this. Please don't block my way. I'm busy. Okay. Okay. Sir, I support you. You are very perverted. I like it very much. This 1,000 gold coins are for you. If you perform in public, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. Something happened that made Field confused. Several perverts ran over and excitedly gave him an incentive. Field secretly complained, Dead pervert. I almost forgot that they will also rank perverts. I'm going to have fun first. But this is private. Seeing that Geoglis had no heartbeat. Fortunately, the green dot did not disappear completely. Field stopped talking nonsense and rushed out, using the magic envelope again. Field's vision was distorted, and he returned to the grass before. Field, are you okay? Rosaria, who was waiting outside, staggered out of the woods. Seeing that Field was fine, and the strong smell of blood on his body was not his, Rosaria breathed a sigh of relief, restored her previous elegant state, calmly walked in front of him, and angrily scolded, Next time you act alone, you will, don't even think about sleeping in the future. Chapter 183 Life and Hatred. Well, don't worry, I know what's going on. I'm not someone who jokes about life. Compared to this, help me save her, she has the potential to awaken to become the chosen one. Field hurriedly laid the Foxman flat on the ground. It's normal not to bring Rosaria with you. How can you bring your sister to the Uncovered conference? My healing ability can only be used on myself, you know? Rosaria leaned over, looked at the bloody wound, she licked the corner of her mouth. I thought you brought me some snacks. I was just about to praise you for being considerate. What are you thinking about? Field raised his hand and asked her to eat a roasted chestnut. Use your bloodline, clean her trachea, discharge the debris in her body, and then assist her heart to beat. Buy me some time. Can the heart still assist the beating? Why don't I know? Rosaria couldn't understand, but did it obediently. Field first took out the awakening stone and put it in Geoglus's hand. If she awakened directly to become the chosen one of God, she might be able to heal herself. Sure enough, there is no response. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, Field shook his head helplessly and gritted his teeth and said, I can only use the life gem. I feel so bad. It's not even warm yet. The little girl in front of him has not awakened yet. She is an ordinary person. The artifact can be used for her. No. Keep the life gem for yourself. What will you do if you encounter danger in the future? Rosaria objected loudly. Seeing that Field still took out the life gem, she knew that he had made a decision and would not change it easily. She immediately stamped her feet in anger. You really don't look like a qualified noble at all. Although you feel very reliable. Hey. Normal nobles would rather let the gold coins and treasures rot in the secret room than take them out for others to use. Field shook his head. I'm not being kind-hearted, I just have a longer-term vision. Without the life gem, I can just look for the chosen one of the goddess of life, or steal someone else's things. If you save her, the power of the night territory will be stronger. Take a first-level artifact, exchange for a first-level god's chosen one, a sure win. Put the life gem into the little Lolita's hand. The next moment, a force full of vitality surged out of it, thousands of brilliant lights, intertwined into a colorful and gorgeous figure, slowly falling on the little Lolita. Then, the organs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The granulation tissue surged, and the green mark on the small map became clear again. It hurts, the little girl murmured, and she was still in a coma. Huh? It worked. And it cost me a lot. Field wiped the sweat off his face, but a lot of blood was smeared on his forehead. The sticky feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. But Field was too lazy to care, and laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. Hee. Work hard for me in the future. Rosaria held her forehead, looking helpless, and took out a handkerchief and handed it over. It's not safe here. Let's go back to the post station first. You must be careful in the future. Don't get hurt. Okay. Field looked amused. Before getting the life gem, wouldn't it be a risk? But she was right. The situation in the Empire was getting more and more chaotic. We should be careful. Taking Geoglus with him, the two disappeared into the night. The underground dance in Maple Leaf territory will last until the early morning. But Hunter Okas chose to leave the dance early, even giving up his favorite naked meeting. Oops, the palpitations are getting stronger and stronger. Damn, which bastard is targeting me? The space was distorted. As the magic envelope was broken, Okas appeared in the mountain forest on the edge of Maple Leaf territory. The branches swayed, the rocks were jagged, and the night animals made strange noises, which were extremely terrifying. The boss is out. 20 or so men in messy clothes gathered around and asked in an evil tone, Boss, did you have fun? Please take me with you next time. Hee. Take me with you too. I also want to try what it's like to be a lady. Is business bad? Why didn't the sub people sell many? Yes. I'm still counting on some money to cure my mother's evil spirit. Damn. Shut up your mouths that smell worse than a loincloth. It's making my ears hurt. Load the subhumans onto the truck. We must leave the High Castle province as quickly as possible. Some damn fellow is targeting us. Okas threw the chain to his accomplice in annoyance, and kicked the guy closest to him. Hurry up. It must be the Hawkeye gang. They are jealous of the gold coins of our green lizard slave catching group, and want to steal them. Pack your things quickly. Maple Leaf territory is not a good place. No one questioned it. Okas was born with the talent of a hunter, and was extremely sensitive to danger. With this talent, they are invincible, and can capture rare subhumans and monsters in the dangerous primitive jungle. However, the next moment, a space warp gate was opened. 60 or 70 subhuman warriors wearing leather armor and holding standard weapons walked out of it. Both men and women. Damn. A magic warp gate? What a big scene. Okaz was shocked. Normally, small warp gate magic requires a third-level mage to master, and requires a terrifying talent for space deduction. So the guy who casts this kind of magic must be very strong. Of course, this kind of magic is extremely dangerous. If it is discovered by the enemy magician, the space node will be disturbed, and the person being teleported may be torn into pieces by the space turbulence. But the people in the slave-catching group obviously do not have such a high-level magician. Oka's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he spat and cursed, and drew out his long knife with a look of alertness. Help! Help! Great! Goddess of the moonlight! Please save us quickly! Woo-woo with the originally numb subhumans, seeing the warriors of their own race, instantly exploded, and the despair in their eyes was replaced by hope. They cried and struggled to ask the subhuman soldiers for help. Beware of enemy attacks. Prepare for defense. The slave-catching soldiers kicked and drove the subhumans roughly, stuffed them into cages, and drew their weapons to be on guard. Damn humans. They actually abused our compatriots. You are simply a devil. The subhuman soldiers gnashed their teeth, wishing they could rush over to rescue their companions immediately. TSK. You are actually running wild in our human territory. Okaz snorted coldly, drew his bow and arrow. I didn't abuse my own kind. I killed all the aliens. Am I a devil? Damn subhumans. They should all be killed. Woody jumped out of the folding door, holding a dagger in her hand, her eyes full of hatred. It was you who took away the children of the tribe. We have been living in our own homeland. You are invaders. Roar. My parents were eaten alive by the pig subhumans as food. I hid under the bed and witnessed this damn scene. You barbaric beasts deserve to die. I swear, as long as I live for 1 second, the killing of subhumans will not stop. Chapter 180 for the continuation of hatred. Okaz's eyes were filled with hatred, as if he had returned to that desperate day. What does that have to do with us? Wu-Dai gritted her teeth. We, the pink cat subhumans, have never invaded other people's homes. Hee, all subhumans are the same to us humans, just the sinful products of humans and livestock. Okaz raised his long knife, and his fighting spirit surged. Nothing to say, come on. That's right, according to the contract, I will kill the hunter. Besides, I'm very upset now, and I need to vent. The tall woman wrapped in a purple robe walked out of the warp gate with a charming step, and waved her hand, and the magic warp gate closed. Miss Ghost, I'll trouble you. Thanks to you, we can find the hunter. Woody was very relieved. The commission is worth it. Although she couldn't kill Simon, the demand side, but killing the hunter, the supply side, would still help the race. You're welcome. A pair of black fox ears swayed slightly, and the charming snow-white long legs stretched out from the rope, exposing the furry tail. The woman was just standing there, exuding a charm that made it hard to look away. Black fox demi-human. No wonder she knows magic. Okaz couldn't see her face, and little Okaz reacted uncontrollably. He licked the blade of his long sword, and his eyes were filled with malice. Damn it. I actually became interested in demi-humans. What did you do to me? The black fox demi-human, known as a ghost, waved the fan in his hand, and said in a numb tone, racial talent? This smell is so familiar. Ha. You must be the merchant who sells magic materials. There are subhumans who have sneaked into the human gathering. What is Simon doing? Just pay the money. If you have enough gold coins, you can enter even the royal ballroom. How are you going to fight me? Take off your clothes, stick your body up, and then use your proud body to squeeze me dry? Bitch. Okaz laughed. I caught a bunch of fox subhumans, sent them to the Colosseum, and let them be slaughtered. Soon you will be the next one. You will not be able to laugh soon. The ghost turned the fan, which turned into a shining long sword with an evil aura. With a wave of his left hand, a ball of dark blue fox fire came into his hand. Damn. Chosen one? Or a mage? Okaz was confused. Cold sweat dripped down his face. He thought it was just an ordinary mage at first. Mage is a profession. Anyone who uses magic and melee weapons at the same time can be called a mage. Similar to a melee mage, but more focused on warriors. Both sides were murderous, and the battle was about to break out. Kill! Woody turned her wrist and pulled out a dagger. Her figure disappeared strangely, but actually turned into a shadow. And under the cover of darkness, she instantly appeared in front of the slave-catching team. A flash of black light, The dagger pierced the slave hunting team member's unprotected neck from bottom to top. Puff. Blood splashed out like a fountain. As if it was a signal, everyone moved, and a melee broke out between the two sides in an instant. Kill them all. Level 3 Dochi, absolute slash. Okas roared, and the village of his childhood seemed to reappear in front of him. Layers of pigmen rushed into the village, cut off the legs of people when they saw them, and then ate them alive. He laughed wildly. This time, I won't run away. I won't pity you. The ghost waved his left hand. Level 3 magic, wind wall. Buzz. There was a bang, and the calm forest suddenly blew out a whirlwind that was so fast that it almost tore the sight, and the wind wall formed by the strangling and rotating countless wind blades suddenly took shape. The fallen leaves caught in it, like a shattering, turned into powder. The absolute slash and the wind wall collided fiercely, making a violent explosion, and the abilities of both sides tore and collided with each other. Oka's heart suddenly started beating wildly, and his head quickly turned. A silver light flew across his cheek, leaving a blood mark on his face. So strong, you are worthy of being the chosen one. Using the impact of the collision, Oka's body retreated violently, and the long sword in his hand had already broken a hole. Where are you just now? Poor little thing. The fox fire in the ghost's left hand flashed. Magic, invisibility. Looking at the enemy who disappeared out of thin air, Oka's face turned pale, and sweat ran down his forehead. What kind of fighting style is this? Damn, the chosen one has too many methods. His heart was beating wildly, and Oka's years of hunting experience made his hair stand on end, and he immediately chose to fall to the right front. The next moment, a sudden black knife light slashed out from nowhere. Puff Okaston felt dizzy, like a bag of flour, and fell to the ground in a mess. Just as he was about to stand up, a strange sense of imbalance made him fall down inexplicably. My hand? Okaston looked again, and his left hand had been cut off, and blood spurted out. He quickly wrapped it with his clothes twice, and rolled to avoid the second knife. Looking up again, the fox man disappeared again. Damn it, come out, bitch, fight me head on. Okas yelled madly. He saw that his team members could no longer hold on. The battle between the slave hunting team members and the subhuman warriors was also in full swing. The numbers were already at a disadvantage, and the subhumans were still wearing leather armor, and their weapons were standard long swords and spears, which gave them an advantage. Okas saw with his own eyes that his trusted team members were stabbed in the chest by 3 or 4 spears, and fell to the ground. Their eyes were still wide open, and they were mumbling as if they wanted to say something, but they were immediately stabbed twice by the violent subhuman soldiers, and their last spirit quickly dissipated. What made him even more upset was that the enemy also had a chosen one. Although Woody was not very capable in frontal combat, she could still easily crush ordinary people with little armor. After just a short confrontation, some people in the slave-catching team fled and surrendered. Okas waved his long sword desperately, trying to force the fox-like people out. Get out! Get out! Are you afraid too? Along with the sword energy, a ghost suddenly appeared, and Oka's legs were separated in an instant. We are all level 3. But I am like an ant, being manipulated at will. This world is so unfair. Even though I worked so hard to train. Okas laughed bitterly, propping himself up with his broken sword. Haha. I failed today. But someone will inherit our will. We have the same. The ghost did not hit him easily, but took an elegant step and emerged from the invisible state. The struggle between races is a life and death struggle. Don't have a bitter and vengeful expression. Just face death calmly. 3rd level magic skill. Ink and water curse breaking. The violent black and white sword energy turned into strange runes, like tadpoles, which were cut out layer by layer. And the ferocious fox fire followed closely, like a huge torrent, instantly drowning the struggling Okas. Chapter 185 The Non-Existent Holy Land. The forest in front of us has been flattened into a fan shape by the mixed sword energy. Okas has turned into dust. Saved. Long live. The subhumans quickly annihilated the slave hunting team, and everyone hugged the liberated slaves tightly, celebrating this hard-won freedom. Thank you very much, Miss Guimei. Wu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, walked to Guimei, and bowed deeply. You're welcome. I'm just doing the job for money. Guimei didn't reveal his true face, but waved his hand. What are you going to do next? Go back to your homeland? My people will go back first. But I have to find another group of kidnapped people, and find a way to make money. Would he finish speaking? Lowered her eyes, looked at her toes for a long time, raised her head and asked hesitantly, humans and subhumans. Is it really impossible for them to live in peace? We obviously didn't do anything bad. Pig subhumans eat people. What does it have to do with us cat subhumans? Of course not. This is not something you and I can decide. In fact, the conflict has little to do with race. You see, humans are killing each other. And the subhumans are even worse. Think about it carefully. The superior races that come to the tribe every year to collect taxes and slaves, are they different from Simon? This Wu Dai fell silent. Like lions, bears, wolves, pigs, and the most terrifying dragon subhumans, they are not only not worried about the problem of genocide, but are crazy about invading the surrounding races. The conquered tribes need to hand over huge amounts of wealth and manpower every year. The slaves take it away by them. Becoming toys and servants is the best outcome. Generally, they can only go to the front line as cannon fodder, or directly become mobile military rations. The Subhuman Alliance and the Griffin Empire have had countless small-scale conflicts, and as a result, the superior races have become richer and richer, but their small tribes are being oppressed by both sides and are about to be finished. The ghost pinched the face of the cat subhuman. Okay, don't look so bitter and resentful. This is not a problem we should consider. Weakness is the original sin. Wu Dai blinked her big eyes, sadly said, if there is a place willing to accept us equally, as long as we work, we can get food in exchange. I wish I could have enough to eat every day, and not be enslaved or killed. My dear cat girl. Although there are stars outside, don't dream while awake. Guimei rolled her eyes coquettishly. How can such a place exist? Even elves cannot avoid becoming slaves. Only the holy places described in sacrifices can have such places. You don't look happy today. Do you need my help? Woody asked deliberately, feeling that the woman in the robe in front of her was full of resentment. She really wanted to build a good relationship with this powerful senior. It is always a good thing to have a strong person to rely on. Don't mention it. I was furious when I saw the fox people being slaughtered today. Then I met another bastard who took the body away and whipped it. It's a pity that he was very cautious. I didn't find the right opportunity to do anything to him. The tall white rabbits kept rising and falling because of anger. The woman clenched her fists and made a banging sound. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, he will have a lot of trouble. So perverted. Woody wiped the cold sweat and thought to herself, it's really not easy for everyone. Even such a powerful ghost lady has enemies that are difficult to deal with. After everyone packed up, they disappeared into the night. Godless was dizzy. She felt like she had returned to the legendary hometown of the Silver Fox people, the plain of the holy land of Uzum, which had been praised countless times by priests and shamans. It was said that there were countless cattle and sheep, fertile farmland, and rivers flowing with milk. After the Silver Fox people died, they would return to the holy land. Stepping on the soft grass, Godless felt an indescribable sense of pleasure. She felt that the grass was particularly smooth. She rolled on the grass for a long time. She came to the riverside and saw a snow-white river flowing gently. Really? There is a milk river. It's incredible. Although her reason and life experience told her that it was impossible for a river to be full of milk, she still stubbornly believed that the Holy Land existed. And now she really saw it. She quickly gathered her hair that was waving in the wind. And Godless quickly leaned down, lowered her head, and stretched out her small tongue. Slurp. Slurp. The rich milk flavor lingered on her lips and teeth. I have never felt so comfortable. Huh? It's so good. Godless lay on the ground. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, pinching her face. I hope it's not a dream. Wow. It hurts. Godless suddenly woke up, turned over, and sat up from the bed. It was a dream. Where is this? Looking around, I was in a stone house. A warm fire was burning, and the burning wood made a slight crackling sound. A young man in a black noble robe, holding a book in his hand, had fallen asleep. There was a wooden tray on the bedside table, and the beautiful pot exuded the fragrance of milk. Gorgris reached out and touched it, and it was already cold. It seems that I slept for a long time. I have to get up. The little girl shook her head, and her head still hurt. She wanted to lift the quilt, but felt that she couldn't move her hand. It's so soft. The quilt can be so comfortable. Previous quilts were all hay that rubbed the skin. After struggling for a long time, Godless reluctantly lifted the quilt. She saw her intact body, without clothes, but it was not important. The key was that there were no hideous wounds. Her smooth belly, all the way to her abdomen, was slippery. Is this another dream? The little girl pinched her face again. And it hurt a lot this time. He saved me. After carefully looking at Field for a moment, Godless remembered a lot of things. She failed in the beast fight and was taken away. She didn't remember what happened afterwards. But her intuition told her that the person who saved her was the one in front of her. It's actually a human. Why? However, since he saved me, I guess he's the only one I can rely on. Godless knew that she had hostility towards humans in her heart. But in this world, there was no one to rely on anymore. And she had no way to survive. Even if the one in front of her was a two-headed ogre, all she could do was obey. She got up quietly, grabbed the wool blanket on the bed, and covered Field with it. You're awake. Even though the little lowly moved very gently, Field still woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a fox spirit with blurred body, standing on tiptoe, with a flat chest that didn't show any movement even when she arched her body. She was carrying a blanket and trying to cover herself with it. He didn't expect that she would care about him after just picking it up. Field was very surprised. He thought that she would act like a tsundere in anime. I don't need it. Field took the blanket and covered the little girl's shoulders, wrapping her body. Field clearly felt her body tremble. But she quickly calmed down. You are not wearing clothes because you struggled too hard. And the maid didn't put on pajamas for you. She was struggling from time to time in her sleep. And she was scared by the monster. Well, it's okay. Chapter 186 Clever Fox. Gorgris waved her hand, and on her sad and cold face, she forced out 2 dimples and a smile. You saved me, I am yours, and I can do anything you want. Put on your clothes first. Field put down the book in his hand. This is a cliché storybook about a knight fighting a dragon, and then saving a princess, which is also a best-selling story in this world. Pointing to the maid costume on the side, Field smiled and said, From now on, you are a member of my knight territory. Of course, I saved you for the purpose of making you my chosen one. Ah? Gorgris paused, looked at Field in confusion, but then she picked up the maid outfit and put it on obediently. You don't have any questions? I thought she would ask classic questions, like can humans and subhumans make a contract? You chose to save me, instead of others. I believe you have arranged everything. The little fox shook its big tail, and its big, spiritual eyes blinked, with a strong expectation in its eyes. I was lucky to survive. And I could become the chosen one. How could such a good thing happen? It was like a dream. Godless felt light and unreal. Smart. Nodding his head in appreciation. Field waited patiently for her to get dressed. If you want to ask a question, I want to know your name. Godless adjusted her maid outfit. This was the first time she wore such clothes. She could only wear rough linen clothes before. My name is Godless. Field Ross. Okay. Master. Ahem. Under normal circumstances, just call me sir. Field pulled up his collar with a hot body, rubbed his hands expectantly, and took out the awakening crystal. This is the awakening crystal. Take it, and feel it carefully. The moment Godless's right hand touched the crystal, red and yellow starlight surged out, converging into a powerful goddess shadow. It was hard to see her appearance, but it made people excited. Red and yellow starlight converged into a rune group similar to a hammer and silk thread. Gorgris's eyes widened, and her slightly trembling hand reached out to touch it, and the rune was instantly engraved on Godless's right shoulder. Gorgris's already excellent appearance was further enhanced by divine power. Her gray eyes were like gemstones, and her beautiful hair was scattered on her petite and soft body. In a maid outfit, her white feet stepped on the floor, and her fluffy big tail swung back and forth. The little lowly looked well behaved, like a doll. If you use it as a pillow, it will be very comfortable, and you don't have to worry about not having a hand warmer in winter. Without saying a word, Godless's mark of God's choice shines brightly, and an invisible divine power connection comes, and the two of them complete the contract in an instant. In Field's mind, Godless's information appears. Name, Godless level, first level mechanical God's choice occupation, mechanical maker / city defense planner artifact, puppet. Tool fox type. The fox-shaped shell is extremely strong, and the built-in tools can be generated at will according to Godless's ideas. And the produced equipment has artifact quality. No attack ability. And the city defense weapons she makes will be engraved with special runes. Divine skill. Mechanical overload used on mechanical equipment. It increases performance 5-fold. When used on a mechanical puppet, the pet fox type will transform the surrounding equipment into a powerful attack weapon. Features. Skilled craftsman making equipment. Twice the result with half the effort. Territory benefit. In the Lord's territory, the walls and fortifications will be strengthened by divine power, and the defense capability will be increased by 10%. Huh? I've never heard of this type. Field was confused, but still very excited. It happens to be scarce in the territory. The Knight territory is in great need of technical talents. My lord, am I useless? Gal Gree was silent for a moment. Her beautiful eyes did not dare to look directly at Field, and she said worriedly, I don't seem to be that powerful. How could that be? Field decisively used the head-patting move. Rubbing her furry fox ears, it feels great. Soft, warm, and silky. Just this pair of top-quality animal ears is worth the price. The little fox just had her ears touched, and her pretty face immediately blushed. Such a big reaction. Field was shocked. Are ears not private parts? I don't think I've ever asked. When he saw a demi-human, he would touch his ears. In the eyes of the demi-human, was he a pervert? No, not really. I'm just a little ticklish. Besides, the sudden change made me unable to adapt for a while. Gal Gree waved her hands repeatedly. You are welcome. Indeed. After all, it was uncertain whether he would live or die yesterday. And today he became the chosen one inexplicably. And we are not familiar with each other. Field reluctantly let go of his hand. Let me tell you the cause and effect first. By the way, let me tell you about the situation in the Knight territory first. It took an hour for Field to introduce his basic situation. That's about it. By the way, this is Rosaria. We should get along well in the future. Hello, miss. Gorglis took the initiative to greet. Okay, fox-flavored food. Rosaria licked her lips, showing a charming smile. You must work hard to serve the Lord. You are so beautiful at such a young age. When you grow up, you will definitely be a beauty, who is no less beautiful than me. You are too kind. Gorglis scratched her head embarrassedly, and subconsciously took 2 steps to Field's side. The dangerous aura of the corrupted creatures from the inside out would make any creature alert. Even Ashina, who was very familiar with Rosaria, would not play with her on weekdays. Fortunately, both of them liked to play with me. Otherwise Field would worry about their physical and mental health. Be humble. Field covered his face. Every time Rosaria appeared, she would bring the style to a strange place. It's rare to be so happy. Rosaria sat on the desk with her big white legs raised. Actually, I also have a lowly form, but I rarely use it, because Field especially likes to watch big white rabbits. I reluctantly cater to him. Gal Gliss didn't quite understand. Big white rabbit. Is it edible? Fox Asians like to eat rabbits the most, but they don't take them to look at. I can eat and drink. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Stop it. Field almost vomited blood, and hurriedly stepped forward to cover Rosaria's mouth to prevent her from continuing to go against the sky. Seeing that the two had a very good relationship, Giotlis was also moved, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was great to meet such a friendly lord. A strong feeling of happiness suddenly surged in her heart. This rare emotion made Giotlis feel uncomfortable for a while. For some reason, her nose suddenly wrinkled, and her eyes were like ripples in a lake. They had just met, but the sudden intimacy made her feel the warmth of home. Chapter 187 Fox Crossbow. After the fun, Field happily snapped his fingers. Let's try the little fox's ability. Arriving at an uninhabited wasteland, Field first asked the soldiers to patrol the periphery, after making sure that no one was spying. He called out Gal Gliss. This is my artifact, which can transform mechanical equipment. After saying that, Gal Gliss's bracelet flashed silver, and turned into a silver mechanical fox, without hair, purely mechanical structure. It was not the déjà vu of a modern robot, but full of steam and gothic style. Bent down, Field knocked on the body of the mechanical fox, making a very textured muffled sound. And it was hard to guess the material. Godless's ability seemed very complicated, and Field was confused for a moment. Let's demonstrate it first. Field took out the standard crossbow commonly used in the army. This. Can you modify it? Yes. The fox puppet directly cracked, and various strange tools emerged from it, and the crossbow was disassembled into pieces in a few seconds. Simple structure, but very effective. Godless understood the structure of the crossbow, and her divine power surged immediately. First level divine skill. Mechanical overload. A ray of light poured into the puppet fox, and the puppet's body shape changed rapidly, and the disassembled crossbow was also absorbed into the light ball. The light was restrained, and a ferocious crossbow appeared. The shiny crossbow body was engraved with mysterious runes and fox patterns. The whole crossbow shone with the luster of a divine weapon. Fuck. The puppet fox was transformed into another weapon. What is this? A fox crossbow? Yes. This is already a crossbow of divine quality. Unfortunately, after the overload ends, it will still return to its previous state. I can't mass-produce divine weapons for the time being. Field nodded with satisfaction. That's not bad. Let's try its power. Aiming at the huge tree 100 meters away, Geoglis held a crossbow half her size and pulled the trigger. The crossbow arrows condensed with divine power hummed out and hit the giant tree. Accompanied by a bang, the crossbow arrows directly broke the two people and the thick tree in half. Fuck, it can be like this. Field was stunned for a moment, and then excitedly said, can it be turned into dongfeng or self-propelled artillery? Building a dongfeng in the Middle Ages, directly leading the times by inversions. Dongfeng? Cannon? Sir, I don't understand. I can only strengthen the artifact after I dismantle the machine and understand its structure. Ahem, I was too hasty. Waving her hand to remove the overload state, Godless returned the assembled crossbow to Field. But I can also improve the weapon. If there is any design requirement, let me do it. It's a skill with great potential. Field understood. I'll go back and get some siege equipment and let you dismantle it for fun. Field guessed that. This skill will become stronger when facing a stronger opponent and needs to rely on more powerful equipment to exert its power. It's a pity that there is no city defense crossbow on hand. Otherwise, I would just try the overload crossbow. Well, I won't let you down, the little fox said seriously. After another test of physical fitness and combat power, everyone returned to the post station. Gal Gris is essentially the same as Charlotte. Both of them are responsible for logistics. She can't easily crush the third-level fighting knight like the combat-type god chosen. And she can't even beat Field. But her research and development and craftsman talent are very promising. Report to the Lord. We found what you want. Field had just sat down when two soldiers came back to report. Sir, this is the missing reward for Miss Grova. It was 500 gold coins a month ago. And later it increased to 2,000 gold coins. The soldier handed over the rewards for different dates respectfully. You did a good job. Field glanced at them twice and awarded them 2 silver coins. It's much lower than I thought. I thought there would be tens of thousands of gold coins. But I didn't expect that there would be only 500 at the beginning. After being a lord for a long time, I subconsciously regarded gold coins as a number. You notify everyone. Prepare to set off, and we will escort Miss Grova home. Field's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a dull knocking sound. What happened in the mountain monkey territory? I'm very curious. Dududu as soon as the two soldiers left. Gal Gris, who was standing next to them, couldn't help shaking. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Field saw her pupils trembling and her legs shaking. If you didn't know, you would think she was playing Master's Mission. I've seen her. Gal Gully struggled for a moment, pointed at the portrait of the person on the bounty order, and said tremblingly, My lord, I shouldn't talk about the nobles. But, with me, you don't have to worry about anything. Knowing that her mentality couldn't change for a while, Field hurriedly stroked her head and patiently comforted her. That's right. Gorgris recalled the horrible memories, making her tremble all over. Her tribe was invaded by the slave-catching team, and she, who had no one to rely on, was captured as a matter of course. Because she was thin, no buyer was willing to buy her. After all, many people bought slaves just to do work. Although the fox people were beautiful, there was a saying that they were an unclean race born from humans and livestock. Those old bachelors who bought female slaves would also choose women with big peaches and big rabbits. After all, they were easy to give birth to. Under the dual conditions of being a subhuman and a Lolita. No one would buy a useless Lolita fox just because of her appearance. After several changes of hands, she was bought by Simon. But no one was willing to buy her. She could only be used for fighting beasts. When I was imprisoned, the human partner who was imprisoned with me was bought by that woman. Field pondered for a moment. Is she also a girl? Yes. Younger than me. But she only wants humans. I heard the guards talking about it. She bought girls to become beautiful. Become beautiful? Field was very confused and couldn't understand it at all. Buying a little girl and becoming beautiful, what does it have to do with a few cents? Don't be afraid, it's all over, I'm here, No one can bully you. This woman has nothing to do with us. I sent her back just to make some money. Also, I'm very curious. What happened in the mountain monkey territory? Field knew why the little fox was trembling with fear. She was afraid that she was in the same group with Grova. After all, she had someone's portrait, and was going to send her home. Anyone would think too much. Yeah. The little fox nodded obediently, and fell into Field's arms with tears in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Field patted her shoulder. The little girl's soft and tiny breath, through the clothes, blowing on the skin, itchy. After comforting Gal Gullies, Field pondered. Since you have seen her, you should be on guard against her having seen you. We should act cautiously, and not get involved in unnecessary trouble. Chapter 188 Mountain Monkey Territory. Field took out a mask and gave it to Jayuglasai. I guess the whole world thinks you have ascended to heaven. So disguise yourself to avoid the curiosity of those who are interested. As you say. After the army was assembled, Field led the army to the Mountain Monkey Territory. The Mountain Monkey Territory is the border area between the High Castle Province and the Rick Province, not far from the Maple Leaf Territory. The origin of the name, the popular saying is that there is an animal called Iron Mountain Monkey here. Their eyeballs are important magic materials, and people make a living by raising monkeys. But the nobles all knew that the grandfather of Baron Shanho was a vicious bandit. Nicknamed Shanho. He had a bandit army that was good at guerrilla warfare. He robbed houses and accumulated a large amount of wealth. Then, he used unknown means to obtain the baron's territory. After becoming a baron, he was no longer outstanding. Without military power and bloodline, he could not move forward in the aristocratic circle. Therefore, the Shanho family had no allies and no chosen ones. If Shanho City was not easy to defend and difficult to attack, and not rich, it would have been annexed long ago. The group marched quickly, and it took Field 2 days to reach the territory of the Mountain Monkey Territory. As they traveled, the surrounding environment was obviously changing. Maple Leaf Territory was full of flowers and maple trees. But the Mountain Monkey Territory was full of natural atmosphere. The lush trees and deep mountain paths were still made by people. The vegetation is so dense. And there are mountain products. At a glance, there were edibles everywhere. Field dismounted and took a deep breath. You can't see such a beautiful scenery in the night territory. A casual glance, I saw a bunch of mushrooms. Some deer passed through the forest from time to time, and Field also sensed the existence of weak monsters. In the mountains, I can hear the calls of various animals. Field said nonsense seriously. This is a snow leopard, this is a lynx. This is a fox. Field patted Geoglis, who was clinging to him. Geoglis, eh? Rosaria, who was hiding in the great sword, looked confused. Why didn't I hear anything? Ahem, I saw it at a glance, and it was identified as a cute creature. After Field teased the two confused chosen ones, he couldn't help but sigh. The natural resources here are really rich. Compared to that, Night Territory is so poor that it has nothing. Rosaria said unconvincingly, Night Territory has me, and my kind. Field cheered up. Indeed, the biggest resource of the northern province is actually a bunch of lovely chosen ones, but they are a little unfriendly. It was getting dark. In order to prevent falling off the cliff while walking on the mountain road, Field decided to set up camp as soon as possible. Go to the flat land on the other side of the stream, and we will rest for a night, Field ordered loudly, looking at the beautiful scenery around. Field was in high spirits. He did not write poems, but found a good place, urinated on a beautiful mountain flower, and then set up a temporary camp. The army stopped to rest, and Grova heard the noise outside, opened the small wooden door of the carriage, and complained directly, this carriage is too bad. It creaks. As a noble, can't you even afford a better carriage? Please make do with it for a while. Miss, you will be able to return to your home soon. Field was too lazy to say more. Jumped onto a huge rock, and observed everywhere with the artifact telescope. Grova rolled her eyes, seeing Field's indifferent look. She did not hide her anger and cursed in a voice that only she could hear, useless country lord. And his last name is Ross. He must be an imposter. This is already the Mountain Monkey Territory. My territory. I have tolerated you for a long time before. How dare you talk to me like this? Grova immediately got off the carriage and walked quickly to the boulder. She wanted to curse, but when she saw Field's indifferent look, she suddenly remembered that he didn't even blink when he chopped corpses in the night territory. She immediately changed her tone and said, My knight, you should give the noble lady enough treatment. I think everyone with noble blood will do this. Oh! What do you need? Field raised his eyebrows. Your maid? Grova was not polite at all. She'll do. Just a lowly subhuman. Just give her to me. Galgalis's ears trembled, and she immediately became anxious and uneasy. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask. Otherwise she would have been tearful again. Although she had extraordinary power, her weak heart could not be changed in an instant. Field didn't even think about it. No. She is mine. The kind that is close to me. I can't sleep at night without her. Huh? Galgulisa hid her hands behind her back, took a long breath, and secretly rejoiced. No matter how close it is to your body, it's just a toy. How much gold coins? Grova rolled her eyes. If it doesn't work, sell your human maid to me. I'll give you 5 gold coins. How about that? It's enough to buy a prettier female slave. Field sat on the stone, supporting his cheek with his hand, and said in a calm tone, I don't want to say it a second time. Go back to your carriage. Otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. This is the mountain monkey territory. No one dares to touch me. This is our family's territory. The woman shouted sternly. Oh! I heard there are many bandits nearby, but they may not know you. Field's eyes closed slightly, and his left hand was on the hilt of the sword. This fine steel sword had already chopped down countless creatures, and he obviously didn't mind chopping one more. Just chop her, then raise the Black Crow flag, and rob the mountain monkey territory. In this era, physical attacks are particularly useful for dealing with unreasonable idiots. You? Grov suddenly felt a chill on her back, glared at Field, and returned to the carriage without looking back. Forget it. Let's kill the monkey baron first. Then plunder. Direct plundering is not efficient enough. Let's go to the baron's castle first. Team 1 will pick fresh fruits and vegetables. Team 2 will go hunting. Be careful not to go too far from the camp. And come back before the sun sets. Yes, sir. The soldiers were very excited, knowing that this was a good opportunity to have a snack. And they set off happily. The forests belonged to the private property of the nobles, which were sacred and inviolable. Ordinary people dared not touch them. But Field, who was also a noble, didn't care at all. Not only was the mountain monkey baron on the same level as himself, but he also had no background. At least, he could use the Ross family to bluff people. The most fatal thing was that the mountain monkey baron had no chosen one. Soon, the soldiers returned to the camp with a lot of game. A warm bonfire was lit, and bamboo shoots were cooking in the pot. The maid Sparrow laboriously skewered the meat and roasted it on the fire. The aroma of the meat soon spread. The soldiers also secretly learned the maid's method and cooked clumsily. The mountain monkey territory is too quiet. Has dedramatization been too successful? Field always felt something was wrong, and released the corrupted Black Crow. Go and take a look at the surrounding environment. Chapter 189. The Black Crow flew for a long time, finally find a mountain village. Why 10 rooms and 9 empty? The village does not even take cooking smoke, only one older old man was sitting at the village entrance, a helpless face. Field frowned. I control the Black Crow to go to 2 laps again. In addition to the disappearance of the villagers, there is no strange abnormality. Grown-ups, your dear ribs. The maid sparrows will bring food. I also carefully wipe the sauce stain by the tableware. Filda is just preparing to dine, suddenly hearing the noisy voice. There are also dog calls. After becoming a second-level knight, his perception ability was greatly enhanced. Someone is approaching here. You step back first. Field pushed with his right hand, signaling the maid to step back and pick up the sword. Sure enough, within a dozen seconds, the whistle of patrol soldiers came from the forest. The soldiers had no choice but to put down their food and line up. Field walked towards the place where the sound came from. A little boy riding a mountain pony, about 12 or 13 years old, with a fair face and slightly curly hair, arrived at the camp with 17 guards. They were accompanied by a large group of hounds, and there were deer on their horses, so they were obviously passing by for hunting. Seeing that he was wearing aristocratic clothes, Field had a rough idea. Field adjusted his collar, asked the soldiers to make way, and walked forward with a standard etiquette smile. Hello. I am the Baron of Night. And you are the son of the Baron of Mountain Monkey. Hee. The young man sneered and raised his chin towards the guard. The guard's eyes widened, and he looked confused. Field was also confused. What was he going to do? Share his prey with him? Why are you standing there? Let the dogs go and bite him to death. The young man said something shocking. The guard's teeth trembled. Ah? Master Pair. But the other party is a baron. Not a pariah who can be dealt with at will. I say let him go. Or I will kill you directly. Pair scolded in a still childish voice. Are you disobeying my orders? You can't be disloyal to your master. Yes, my lord. The guard's face was pale. But he gritted his teeth and did it directly. He had to obey the orders of his own lord. He muttered, if you bite him to death directly, no one should be held accountable. Ah, this. I admire your courage. Field was amused. His army was already in the open. And he dared to be so arrogant. Reality really doesn't need logic. Woof woof woof. As the guards loosened their hands, the ferocious mountain hounds opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Field with a howl. Kill these dogs. Field snapped his fingers casually. Kill! With a chorus of shouts, the soldiers of Nightfall quickly formed a shield wall, and faced the hounds, and thrust their spears out at the same time. The sharp spear tips pierced into the hounds that were rushing at high speed without any hindrance. In an instant, most of the hounds died, and the hounds running behind had no time to break, and all crashed into the soldiers' shields, and what greeted them were only cold machetes and spears. In one encounter, the hounds were slaughtered. How dare you kill my dog? Pierre's mouth shrank, and he howled in anger. From childhood to adulthood, in the mountain monkey territory, he had never seen anyone who dared to resist him. Since childhood, his father told him, kill whoever you want to kill, it doesn't matter what you want, because he is the son of the mountain monkey baron. He did so, and the situation today has never happened. Where did this naughty kid come from? Faced with the sudden stupid questioning, Field's brain almost crashed. It was the first time he met a naughty kid in this world. Baron from Night Territory, hello, I'm sorry for the conflict. Master Pair is the descendant of Baron Shanho. Please go to Shanho City first. A soldier saw that Field's soldiers were not easy to mess with, but Field looked very gentle, and immediately suggested. Field laughed, and a feeling of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. What did he do earlier? Seeing that his own army was not easy to bully, he wanted to keep things quiet now. Why can I still hear dogs barking? Field raised his eyebrows in confusion. Did you forget my order? Kill all the dogs, and just leave the child. Yes. The soldiers stood up with their spears without hesitation, presenting a siege, and rushed up quickly. Please restrain yourself. Run. We are the men of Baron Shanho. The guards were shocked. They had never expected Field to retaliate immediately. After all, their young master was still at the scene. The guards had no time to persuade or beg for mercy. The guard who first persuaded Field to calm down was the first to be hit. The Night Army soldiers rushed in and shot him through the throat. The guard covered his throat with a ho-ho sound. He suddenly felt limp. His eyes widened and fell down unwillingly. These guards were used to being domineering in the territory. They were fine with bullying the villagers, but they were no match for the battle-hardened soldiers. They waved their weapons in vain, and were soon stabbed and killed by the soldiers. The screams echoed between the mountains. When you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Field didn't even take them seriously. Kill him! Jirova witnessed all this. Her eyes were fierce, her fists were clenched tightly, and even veins bulged. Kill my brother, and all the property will be mine. However, she soon saw a scene she didn't want to see. Sir, we have captured the person who offended you. The soldiers only killed Pyre's guards. They dragged Pyre off his horse, kicked him twice secretly, and threw him in front of Field like a dead dog. Let me go! I am a noble. Field walked up, picked him up, raised his hand, and slapped him 5 or 6 times, slapping him to the ground directly. I reasonably suspect that you are an impostor. In addition, your behavior is an attack on a noble, an act of war, so you are captured by me. Pair immediately said, my father will give you money, don't kill me. Yoho, were you very arrogant before? Why did you attack me? Field was very curious. Because, sister? Sister, come and save me. Pierre looked around, and when he saw Field's maid Sparrow, he showed a strange appetite, like a carnivore seeing fresh meat, but he put on an innocent look, pouting and crying. No, I thought you were robbers, woo, I just wanted to beat the bad guys away. Field snorted disdainfully, as expected. They are not from the same family, they look alike. Grova ran over, kept her fingers tightly, begged with tears in her eyes. Pierre is still a child, you are a brave knight, please don't bother with him. Of course not. Field smiled slightly. The heirs of the nobles will not be killed, just a ransom will do. After that, Field let go of Pyre. But the siblings didn't know that a strange red line emerged from the gluttony great sword and silently penetrated into Pyre's neck. Chapter 190 Armed Visit. Second level divine skill, bone-eating rotworms. Rosaria silently parasitized Pyre. In fact, Jarova had also been parasitized a long time ago. As long as Rosaria had a thought, the two could recreate the classic scene of giving birth in Alien. It's just that the rotworms of the two did not break out, so they were kept in the dark. Field gently invited the siblings to get in the carriage, and the murderous intent in Yan's eyes was well concealed. No words were spoken that night. At noon the next day, Field arrived at the small town of Barren Mountain Monkey. It was very small. Looking around, there were only 50 or 60 households. It was not even as good as the Starry Night Manor, but the outer stone wall was decent, thick and reliable. The castle was located on the high ground in the northeast corner of the town. It was just a 2-story stone building. It was very poor. The city on the mountain was destined to be limited in size. Ding dong, ding dong. Before Field's army arrived, the church bells were heard ringing, and a group of birds were startled away from the woods in the west. The gate of Shanho City slowly closed, and a dozen soldiers climbed up the city wall, looking at Field's army with caution. Soon, the mercenaries in messy clothes also climbed up the city wall, cursing. Oh! Finally, I see a proper army, although there is not even a piece of iron on them. The guards killed before had the same fighting power as the militia. The soldiers in front of them looked like they had some fighting power, but they were also dressed badly, all in animal skins. There were few of them, and there were less than 50 mercenaries. Hello. Sir, please tell me why you are here. The commander on the wall seemed extremely nervous, and asked loudly with an accent. Field's army was much larger than theirs, which put a lot of pressure on him. Hello. I am Baron Field from the Night Territory. I found your Baron's daughter. And son? And I came to visit you. The warhorse slowly stepped forward, and Field calmly told his purpose. I think Barren Mountain Monkey's way of entertaining guests is too special. After that, Field gestured, and the soldiers grabbed the siblings and walked out of the army. Your way of visiting and sending people off is so special. The commander wiped his sweat. Please wait, I will inform the Baron. Field shrugged, smiled gently. Please, I came with the friendship of the Night Lord, you see? I don't even have siege weapons. Soon, a man and a woman, with 10 guards wearing half-body scale armor, hurried to the city wall. My child, the beautiful woman exclaimed. Open the door quickly, my dear Grova is back, you sewer rats. Don't you know your future master? Accompanied by the creaking sound of the capstan, the gate slowly rose. Madam, be careful. Baron Shanho was obviously not a decisive person. He looked flustered and finally advised his wife to be careful. The woman did not even pay attention to her husband's words and ran out to greet him. Duong. Madame Shanho had a majestic figure, as expected of a woman who had given birth to 2 children. When she ran, she was like dribbling a ball. She had a high-nosed bridge, and her charming triangular eyes were half open and half awake, as if she could lie down and sleep at any time. Full of the charm of a mature woman, the pupils of the people in the night were moving up and down with the big rabbit. That's amazing. She can't be their stepmother. She's much prettier than Grova. Field tilted his head, and then glanced at the mountain monkey Baron. His appearance was in line with his title. He was skinny, and looked like a reward brother. He was full of the temperament of kidney deficiency. Wait, madam. Field waved his musket in front of the siblings. I can understand a mother's love for her children, but you have to know that I spent a lot of effort to save Miss Grova. I know. The reward has been prepared long ago. The lady quickly covered her hands in front of her and bowed to Field. Also, my son, did he cause you trouble? Unfortunately, he attacked my army. I thought I had encountered a robber. You are lying. You know who I am. Pear was anxious and protested loudly. Field was not at all flustered. Nobles need to be respectable. If Barren Mountain Monkey is unwilling to be respectable, then he will help them to be respectable, but it will take a little more effort. I think he was frightened. His guards are terrible. Maybe he was born a knight-errant and has too much banditry. The lady bowed and apologized. I'm sorry to trouble you. Pell, this child has been spoiled by us. Yes, don't mind. Barren Mountain Monkey smiled awkwardly, and his eyes kept looking at the night army. Compared to his soldiers, the night army soldiers were murderous, as if they were killing people every day. I thought Barren Mountain Monkey was a very domineering man, after all. His son was so arrogant, but I didn't expect him to look so cowardly. And the affairs of the territory seem to be handled by his wife. We are willing to compensate you with another 2,000 gold coins. The lady pondered for a moment and suggested, we can't afford a higher price. As you can see, our territory is depopulated, and 2,000 gold coins almost emptied the treasury. Deal? Field agreed without hesitation. But Baron Mountain Monkey's chest rose and fell. He didn't even say a word, and the gold coins were inexplicably given away. He was so angry that he almost fainted. It's getting late. The mountain area has been uneasy recently. Please come to the city and rest. Baron. Please let me, thank you very much. My lord. The lady's eyes moved, as if tears could be squeezed out of her eyes. Her thighs and abdomen, and a triangular outline were reflected on her skirt. Are you going to play with your husband? Field was shocked. Be careful, Field. I sense a slight threat from the direction of the castle. The city is full of death. Just as Field was about to take a step, Rosaria's reminder came. Well, I'll pay attention. Field opened the small map and took a look. In the direction of the castle, there were a lot of skull icons. Judging from their size, they were all low-grade monsters. A 2-story stone house. Even if there was a basement, how many monsters could it hide? They caught the girls and fell to the ground. Field became more and more alert. Then I'll let the army station in. Field looked at the mountain monkey baron and asked for his opinion. He nodded with a grim expression. After entering the city, Field saw the whole picture of the small town. Or rather the whole picture of the mountain village. The dilapidated stone houses were filled with mud in the gaps. The dried meat made by monkeys was dried together with the tattered clothes. The ground was also a dirt road, mixed with excrement, and it felt like walking in a pigsty. Field asked everyone to camp near the entrance of the city wall. Please come to the castle. I must let you taste the special food of the mountain monkey territory. Chapter 191. Everyone is craving for my body. The lady asked the children to go back to the castle first, and waited patiently for Field to finish setting up camp. She stepped forward and covered her chest and introduced, my name is Mai. From the Alfaro family. I have heard of the Ross family for a long time. It is an honor to meet a real noble. Hello. Beautiful lady. Field didn't want to waste time, and looked around, and said calmly, I am more concerned about my gold coins. Can I get paid? I have asked my husband to prepare it. After waiting patiently for a while, 2 soldiers brought a large wooden box. Field motioned the soldiers to open the box. Creaky. The old wooden box made a sound that made people's teeth ache. There was a pile of silver coins in the box, mixed with a few gold coins, and a mess of gold ornaments, such as a gold candlestick, which might be made of copper. The ornaments could be used to pay off debts, and it was seen that Baron Shanho had indeed been squeezed out by him. There are not 4,000 gold coins here. Field just took a quick glance, and looked at Mai with a questioning look. These things are worth 1,000 gold coins. No more. No less. Please count them. Sir Field. It will take time for us to collect the other 3,000 gold coins. But you will definitely get them. No need to count. I believe in Ms. Mai. Field waved his hand generously, and the soldiers loaded the boxes into the carriage with ease. Now, respected Sir Field, are you willing to keep the appointment? Mai smiled. If you don't even come to the castle, we will be sad. With pleasure. Field agreed immediately. He came to investigate the disappearance of the girl. The strength of Baron Mountain Monkey is far inferior to Baron Bull. It will be much easier to start the investigation from him. Following Mai into the castle, along the way, the indifferent residents looked at him with strange eyes, and Field always felt creepy. There's not even a kumpkin in the town. It's a miracle if it's normal. He muttered to himself. No wonder it's so quiet. Walking around the town, there's not even the most common livestock around. Pushing open the castle door, a faint fishy smell, like the scent of heather, comes to his face. The pungent smell makes Field's nostrils move slightly, and he flaps his right hand, trying to make the air fresher. Sorry. It's always like this here. Very humid. Mai looked embarrassed. Besides, our territory's economic pillar is monkeys, and killing them will produce a bad smell. No problem. I've smelled worse. Stepping into the dark stone castle, Field was like a bowstring ready to be released, and Rosaria was also ready to attack, ready to deal with possible threats at any time. My dear daughter, I miss you very much. The voice of the mountain monkey baron came from upstairs. Oh my God, why are things always so bad? Our castle should be torn down, renovated, and then built magnificently. Instead of being so shabby as it is now, not even as good as the Starry Night Castle in the countryside. Child, our finances are in deficit, you understand. Damn, I shouldn't live like this. I should live like a princess. There was a constant noise upstairs, followed by the sound of things being smashed. Field listened, and was amazed unexpectedly. Some nobles lived in such a difficult situation. At first, I thought they were rich when I saw the brother and sister's arrogant attitude. Sorry. I made you laugh. Ma-yi lowered her head, embarrassed, and wanted to bury her face in the ground, because we have too high expectations for both children. We have always granted their requests since they were young. Unfortunately, life is getting harder and harder. The eyes of the Iron Mountain monkey are outdated as magic materials, and their value has been greatly reduced. Field waved his hand, walked slowly forward, and his eyes swept across the stone wall, which was faintly covered with sticky water stains. Turning his head, Field gently comforted him. Everyone has difficulties. Live your life well every day, and everything will be fine. The poor have their own way of living, and the rich have their own way of living. It was so difficult in the night, but now it is gradually getting on the right track. You are such an elegant gentleman. Ma-yi wiped his eyes and smiled back. Your wife must be very happy. I am not married yet. Field did not have a legal marriage. Ma-yi stared at Field meaningfully for a long time. You are such an elegant and handsome knight. You need a partner. This woman is not interested in me. Right? Field rubbed his chin and thought to himself, why are they all greedy for my body? Cheap. Baron Field, please have dinner with us. Baron Mountain Monkey walked down from upstairs with a listless look on his face, with deep frustration and unwillingness in his eyes. Just call me Field. I won't eat. I've been praying for the holy bath these 2 days. I'm praying to the goddess of light, hoping that my father will get better. So I can't eat? Field lied with his eyes open. He simply didn't want to eat strange things in the castle. Praying was the best excuse. That's a pity. You missed the best food. Baron Mountain Monkey breathed a sigh of relief and said in embarrassment, your room is on the 2nd floor. The first room in the corridor. Give us 2 days, and we will definitely raise all the money. Besides, I'm sorry, our castle can't afford a maid, so... Yeah, I understand. Field smiled, but what he was thinking was, there are almost no women in the entire territory. It would be strange to have a maid here. After a few casual greetings, Field went to his room to rest. Soon after returning to the room, the sky slowly darkened, and the mountain rain fell. Combined with the black town outside the window, it was depressing and dull. Because of the long journey, Field fell asleep quickly. This sleep was terrible. He felt something heavy on his body, especially on his chest, and it was a bit hard to breathe. As he breathed, a pleasant feminine scent flowed into his nose, and his hands felt great. But strangely, he couldn't wake up. Probably because the heavy thing was not threatening at all, and even made people feel at ease. It was not until late at night, when the rain was getting heavier and the wind was howling, that Field was awakened. I hope Geoglis is not afraid in the barracks. Looking out the window, Field was drowsy and muttered to himself, hey, you're holding one in your arms, and you're thinking about another. Right? A muffled voice came from the quilt. Fuck! Field was startled. He lifted the quilt, and Rosaria was lying on him with a smile. Her neckline was wide open, and her playful bunny was pressed into an attractive state. Her light golden hair was spread out, very dazzling. She grabbed a small tuft of hair and drew circles on Field's belly out of boredom. No wonder I can't breathe. It turns out you're pressing me. Field was no longer sleepy. Why did you suddenly climb on me? Don't I usually lie on you? Why don't you say it's strange? Chapter 192 Fish Monster. To be exact, you hid in the greatsword, and I just carried you around everywhere. How come you made it sound like a horror movie? Rosaria grinned lazily. I was afraid you would be attacked while sleeping, but I haven't rested all the time, and you are so careless that you fell asleep immediately, but it's not safe here. Thank you for your hard work. Field subconsciously wanted to touch her head, but his hand stopped in midair, because Rosaria didn't buy the pat on the head trick. If you want to touch my head, just do it. Really, I won't stop you this time. Okay. Field's mouth corners rose. You said so. The next second. Well, where are you going? Feeling the restless claws going to her collar, Rosaria trembled slightly, but her eyes closed slightly. I want to sleep too. If I don't rest, I will become stupid. Huh? You're pretty good this time. You didn't run away. Field saw her pretending to sleep, but her eyelashes trembled constantly, and immediately laughed like an elder of the Soul Hall. He. He put his hand very impolitely. For more exciting content, please click expand. Huh? I feel good. Rosaria's voice was hoarse, and it was a little difficult to breathe. Didn't you say you wanted to touch my head? Why? That head is still a head. Next. I won't be polite. Field couldn't wait any longer. He threw his pajamas aside and prepared to open the lid to eat. Wait! Someone is coming! Rosaria's eyes changed, and she stuck out her tongue at Field, and instantly returned to the gluttony great sword, and said, Let's explore the next area later. Damn it! Field almost exploded on the spot. Click, the door opened, and it turned out to be Ms. Mai who came in. She looked at Field with angry eyes, mistakenly thinking that he was looking at her silk pajamas, and was stunned, and immediately said in a delicate voice, Baron Field, why haven't you slept yet? Are you as lonely as me? Field sneered, Ha ha. Lonely you. Mai paused. The person in front of her didn't say anything, just smiled. Why did he sound so angry? Although Mai was not bad looking, she was not even qualified to carry Rosalia's shoes. Just ask, when you can pout Louis Fei or Fan Bing Bing, you are suddenly slapped, and then replaced by an aunt from a foot-washing shop on the street, who is also plotting something bad. Are you angry? Baron, I can't sleep. Go out and carry 2 bags of flour, go around the castle twice, and fall asleep when you come back. Field said unhappily, but then, little Field was relieved of his blood rage, and his smart brain immediately occupied the high ground. Field knew that this couldn't be done, and immediately laughed. I'm kidding, Ms. Mai, what can I do for you? Mai swayed her waist and came up, and sniffed her nose. Baron, you smell good. Oh really? I like smelly things. Field was embarrassed. When he flattened and rounded Rosaria, her body fragrance marinated him. I smell good too. You will definitely like it. Mai smiled evilly, and was about to pounce on him. Damn it. The old grass is going to eat the calf. Field hurriedly pushed with both hands, lit the oil lamp, and the light made the room bright. Field said bluntly, I don't believe in love at first sight. If you have anything to say, just say it. The person in front of him may not be a normal human being, so he must not be careless. On the small map, the number of monsters inside the castle suddenly began to increase rapidly. Seeing Field speaking righteously, Mai was silent for a long time, and finally said helplessly, My husband. He is becoming less and less like himself. I am very scared. Please tell me in detail. Mai sat decadently on the chair. Since the Bull Baron came, he has changed completely, becoming dark and haggard. Moreover, he also captured the daughters of the people. Although I am a noble, as a mother, I am deeply shocked and scared by this behavior. Field frowned, put on his pajamas again, and sat upright. No wonder there are so few people in the mountain monkey territory. I was wondering when I came here. Do you know why he captured the girls? I don't know, but I am very scared, because I never saw those girls again. I'm worried that it will soon be my child's turn. And my turn. Field nodded thoughtfully. So, you need to find someone to take you away from here. Yes. It's better not just to leave here. I hope to find a reliable and considerate strongman. Mai raised her eyebrows meaningfully, and stretched out her right hand unruly. I think you are waiting for me too. Before she finished speaking, a strange red shadow fell from the ceiling, sticky, and landed on Mai's neck. What is that? The woman exclaimed, and danced wildly, waving her hands wildly, trying to throw the thing off. Field had already prepared for it. A gorgeous brooch was in his hand, and with a brilliant light flashing, it turned into a holy long sword. Fighting spirit surged, and an astonishing momentum burst out from his body. Field thrust the long sword in his hand suddenly. Puff! The long sword accurately pierced the red shadow's body, and with a hissing sound like an insect, the little monster turned into a pool of rotten meat and fell to the ground. What is that? Mai was so frightened that she asked subconsciously. She swayed and fell to the ground. Putting his finger under her nose, Field exhaled lightly and said, It seems that she was frightened to death. Rosaria emerged from the great sword. Very good, you are very alert. I thought I needed to take action. Field turned his eyes to the little monster that was killed, leaning down and poking it twice with the iris long sword. This is a monster similar to an octopus, the size of a fist, with a cracked structure on its head, and a big eyeball hidden in it. What is this thing? Where did it come from? I'd never seen it before. Rosaria shook her head in confusion. I've never seen it before, but what is certain is that it is not a corrupted creature. Never mind, let's go outside and see what's going on. Although there are still many questions in my mind, the monster has been exposed, there is no need for me to continue hiding. Mai was hidden in the closet, and Field closed the closet. At the same time, released the black crow, contacted the little fox, and asked her to be on guard. The finger gently brushed the iris sword, and the artifact immediately rang with a crisp sword sound. Pushing open the door. The corridor was already full of octopus monsters. They crawled all over the walls and floors, leaving strange mucus. Seeing Field coming out, the octopus monsters rushed over. Leave it to me. Rosaria swung her sword. Countless chains emerged, and the harsh sound of steel drilling into flesh and blood continued to ring in the corridor. The octopus monsters looked disgusting, but they didn't have much fighting power. Chapter 193: The Drained Baron of the Mountain Monkey. The octopus monster was strangled to death. The two followed the place where the octopus monster emerged, and came to the room at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and a shy voice came from inside, and a man's slightly painful groan. Why is it that kind of sound? Does the Baron of the Mountain Monkey have hemorrhoids? A trace of surprise flashed in Field's eyes, and he no longer hesitated, and pushed open the half-closed door with his long sword. Fuck! The Baron of the Mountain Monkey was holding a red monster, madly outputting his vitality, and it was hard to tell whether it was pain or happiness on his face. The monster was about 1.5 meters tall, made up of wriggling meat and octopus tentacles, full of Cthulhu elements. The little octopus monsters, they kept pouring out from the creatures in front of them. So strong, these little octopuses are not all the children of Baron Mountain Monkey. No wonder he is so weak. What a warrior. Ugh. Looking at him, he actually looked like he was enjoying it. Field retched twice, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. What happened to the Empire? It's filthy everywhere. Rosaria's face was gloomy, her figure swayed, and the great sword in her hand aimed at the red monster and slashed straight at it, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air. The gluttonous great sword with terrifying power slammed down on the red monster. Puff. The red monster was blown up, and the small octopus in its body was crushed into powder by the violent corrupt divine power. Roar. Just this one blow, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The roar of monsters echoed all over the castle. One by one, red monsters, as if they appeared out of thin air, came out from every corner of the castle, and crawled towards the two people. Hee hee, you are too late. Torture you to death. Let you feel the pain we have experienced. A strange and playful laugh came from the red monster's body. I didn't see its mouth, but it did make a sound. It can actually speak. And it's a girl's voice. Field took a step back in shock, and had a bad guess in his mind. These monsters. They can't all be missing girls. The monster stopped talking, and rushed towards the two, with his pupils slightly open. Field could see that the red monster had fine bone spurs and tentacles. If he was knocked down, something bad would definitely happen, such as becoming like the Mountain Monkey Baron and being drained by the monster. Boys should protect themselves when they go out. Field sighed, and did not intend to hide behind Rosaria, but chose to fight side by side with her. He took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit surged, and the long sword in his hand burst out. The red monster was not intimidated by the fighting spirit, and his tumor was agitated, and a pair of big hands grabbed fiercely. Bang! The giant hand and the long sword collided with a loud bang, and the iris long sword passed through the giant hand without any hindrance, and Field pierced the monster's body at a tricky angle. The gorgeous holy light instantly illuminated the room, and the red monster screamed miserably, and was burned to ashes by the holy light. Holy light artifact? The red monster's previous arrogance disappeared instantly, and his tone was also panicked. Holy light also has a strong restraining effect on this kind of monster. Field looked at the iris sword in his hand in surprise, and murmured, "It seems that it is necessary to take a holy light chosen one home." The monsters rushed over. Rosaria raised the big sword, and raised a sneer at the corner of her mouth. "Don't touch my lord. He is mine. Die!" Countless sword shadows flashed in the air, and they were cut down layer by layer. In an instant, the red monsters were blown up and killed without any suspense. Rosaria continued to absorb life energy, and Rosaria licked her mouth. "It tastes good. Corrupted creatures? The remaining red monsters explained, turned around and ran away. The monsters looked disgusting, but they had not even reached the first level of life, and were no match for the two. Don't try to escape. Field caught up and killed one, and knocked down another with the hilt of his sword. Tell me, what are you? Field stepped on the monster. Blood sacrificed to the true god. Lord Hina has been cured. Let you see the great darkness. It turned out to be the Shadow World sect. Field was shocked. When he saw the act of arresting the girl began to spread, Field guessed that this was not a simple matter. But he did not expect that the Shadow World sect was behind it. Look at how arrogant you are. Why don't you fly to the sky? He put the iris sword on the monster, just like throwing a red-hot iron into the water, which instantly boiled and burned the monster until it screamed. Field asked again, who is Hina? Is she the boss of the Shadow World sect? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Lady Hina is the leader's right-hand man. She has the combat power of a second-level God's chosen. Prepare to die? Just talk. What are you bragging about? Field killed it with a sword, and pondered, I understand. After the rebellion campaign ended, the God's chosen of the Shadow World sect was seriously injured, so they all hid to recover. By the way, shouldn't the God's chosen recover quickly? Field looked at Rosaria. The physique of the chosen ones cannot be generalized. I was once in a state of extreme anger. Well, as the life level increases, the energy required to restore vitality is huge. Also, it requires the support of the territory. If there is no suitable means of recovery, it will take a long time to recuperate. Rosaria spread her hands. If I recover naturally, it won't be too fast. Field understood immediately. Although the higher the level of the chosen ones, the stronger the recovery ability, the energy they can use is thin. There is only so much gasoline. No matter how powerful your engine is, if the oil is burned out, you still can't continue to run. Therefore, the nobles chosen ones recover faster, because they have territories and cities, which provide a constant supply of energy. The Shadow World sect can only parasitize on other people's territory, sneakily, or slowly recover in the wilderness. Since Hina is not a big shot in the Shadow World sect, then kill her. Field cheered up. I feel dizzy. The mountain monkey baron woke up leisurely, holding his waist, looking like he had been choked. What happened? Seeing the body fragments everywhere in the house, he was almost scared to death again. How dare you ask me? Field snorted coldly, and directly picked up Baron Mountain Monkey. You betrayed the Empire, killed your own people, and the most hateful thing is that you also tried to murder me. Field threw a lot of charges at him, and Baron Mountain Monkey was directly shocked. I swear, I don't know anything. Hee. Your territory is so successfully deurbanized. Don't tell me that you are just paying tribute to the legendary environmentalist. Bo. That's not the case. Baron Mountain Monkey shrank his neck. I just sold the pure girls in the territory for gold coins. I don't know anything else. Tell me in detail. Chapter 194. Storm. After Baron Bull visited my castle, he saw that I was in a difficult situation, and recommended a merchant. He said that if I gave him a pure girl, I could exchange it for gold coins. I thought that they were useless people anyway, so I gave it to him. I didn't expect that the population of the entire territory was decreasing, and my body was getting weaker and weaker. Scum. Field knocked him down with an elbow, and then picked him up. He is a rebel of the Shadow World sect. You cooperated with the rebels and killed countless people. Treason can send you to the gallows. Please don't tell anyone. I am also a victim. No. Any evil will be brought to justice, Field said righteously, and then rubbed his fingers. But, if you can pay enough. Field had a plan. Wait until he took out his family's wealth, and then kill him. First, he saw his chosen one. And second, this guy is a scum. The nobles were good at hiding things. If they hid their wealth in the mountains, I would never find it. When it came to money, Baron Mountain Monkey's face was grim. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, 50,000 gold coins. But it will take 3 years. You should discuss this issue with the governor of Rick Province. I need something more valuable. Field crossed his arms in front of his chest, unmoved. 50,000 yuan. I can just sell Happy Beans twice. Help. Screams came from other rooms. My children are in danger. Go and save them. The mountain monkey baron was startled, no longer hesitated and struggled, as if he had swallowed all the broken teeth into his stomach. and said helplessly, "Our family has an ancestral artifact, which was left by my grandfather. I will give it to you. But you must save my children first. Deal?" Field snapped his fingers happily. "By the way, your wife is in the closet in my room. Pick up the sword and defend your castle." "Ah? Why would my wife hide in your room?" The mountain monkey baron was confused for a while. Field ignored him, pushed open the door, hurried to the room of the son of the mountain monkey baron, and found that the room was empty. He ran to the broken window and saw a group of red monsters holding 2 children in Mizmai, heading up the mountain. "Damn. Those monsters have intelligence. I clearly hid my." Field was shocked. Beep. Enemy attack. There are monsters approaching the city wall. The night army sounded the alarm. Under the fierce mountain rain, the wind was howling, and countless red humanoid monsters, squirming their bodies, surrounded the mountain monkey city from all directions. Under the violent storm, it was like a raging torrent. "Devil. It's a devil. Oh my God. Who will save us? The devil has returned to the world." The soldiers of the mountain monkey territory fell into panic, screaming and jumping down from the watchtowers and the city walls. There was a fool who, in a panic, fell headfirst on the rocks under the city wall. The huge force brought by the fall directly smashed his head into a pool, and red and white fluid flowed out. The soldiers of the night territory cursed and took up their weapons to occupy the nearby city walls. Field quickly used the black crow to inform Jayaglasai. He was worried about the little fox. He was not only worried about her safety, but also about her mental problems. Jayaglasai had lived in a high-pressure and slavery environment since she was a child. After contacting her for the past few days, Field suspected that she had a more serious, pleasing personality, was very timid and introverted, and might have other psychological problems. It is easier to get preferential treatment by showing a smile to the people who oppress you than showing your claws. Therefore, even if he was a member of the human race, after saving her, she seemed to accept the reality without any hesitation and kept pleasing him. "You know, Ashina has such a good temper. And she also bared her teeth at me for a while." Field was worried that her psychological problems would affect her. In the tent, Gioglis really fell into an inexplicable panic. Although she had become the chosen one, she heard all kinds of roars and curses outside, and she was so scared that her ears were drooping. "Are you okay, little fox?" After the black crow entered the tent, he saw Gioglis curled up in a ball, and Field immediately let the black crow land on Gioglis' shoulder. "Lord, I will fight. Right now." Gioglis was startled, thinking that the Lord was going to blame her, and she hurriedly picked up the weapon in her arms. "Don't be so nervous. Even if you don't fight, I won't blame you. Just take care of yourself. The army of the Night Lord is not there to eat and do nothing. If you are afraid, you can stay with Miss Sparrow. She is in the next tent. Go quickly. Rosaria and I are here. The Night Lord has always been a hole. You have the right to be afraid," Field said gently, and saw the little fox running to find the maid sparrow, and then focused his attention on himself. How could this happen? Where did those monsters come from? The mountain monkey baron also came to the window, seeing the monsters all over the mountains. His purple lips trembled wildly. "Those are your villagers. They are seeking revenge on you." Field patted his shoulder, and directly patted the weak-legged mountain monkey baron to the ground. "Pick up your weapons. Recruit all the fighting forces in the territory. We have to defend the city." Field pushed open the castle door, and there were little octopus monsters running and jumping everywhere on the street. 2 villagers screamed and rushed out of the house. Their necks and bodies were covered with octopus monsters. The villagers bitten by the octopus monster walked aimlessly for a few steps, slowly merged with the monster. Their skin ulcerated, and strange tentacles and tumors grew, turning into the appearance of red monsters. "Shit! This is how red monsters come from." Rosaria and Field looked at each other, raised their weapons, and slashed at the infected villagers. The long swords hummed, and the 2 infected guys fell to the ground in an instant, falling into the pool of rainwater. This place is just like Innsmouth in the Cthulhu world. After complaining, Field heard footsteps approaching. He turned his head and saw that the soldiers from the mountain monkey territory had been recruited. There were also several local mercenaries and rangers, about 15 or 16 people. The rest of the soldiers were either dead or escaped. "Let's go to my base." More red monsters ran out on the street. Rosaria rushed forward, stretched out her slender hand, grabbed the ugly head of a red monster, and squeezed it casually, causing it to explode into a large ball of blood. With a swing of the sword in his right hand, the light slash, but it contained tremendous power, and it dodged 5 or 6 red monsters that were surrounding him. There were explosions, and the monsters that rushed over were instantly blown into pieces. What a terrifying power. This scene directly shocked everyone in the Mountain Monkey Leader. Field urged, "Go, don't stop." Everyone killed along the way, and soon arrived at the Knight Leader's army, which was stationed inside the city wall. Chapter 195. You actually have a chosen one. If I had a chosen one, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Baron Mountain Monkey was obviously jealous, looking at Rosaria with envy. Rosaria stared at him with an expression like she was looking at delicious food, and smiled strangely. Fuck, why do I feel like this person is a little scary? Baron Mountain Monkey felt a chill on his spine, as if he was being stared at by a more terrifying monster, and he almost peed himself. Field looked around the surroundings, and said seriously, "Now human lives are at stake, don't think about hiding your abilities. Please defend the easternmost part of the city wall, and leave the front, rear and west to my army. It would be best if he could share some of the pressure." But I didn't expect much from him. Okay. But my family. Field patted his chest and assured, "I have arrangements. And I will send someone to rescue them now." Baron Mountain Monkey heard this, and reluctantly went to the defense area. "Then I will go to rescue people now. And you should be careful." Rosaria prepared to set off. "No hurry. Massacre the city first." Rosaria was stunned. "Ah? Kill all the people in the town." Field's voice was emotionless, cold and frightening. "All the forces that can be united are here, and the people in the city will only become monsters, threatening our rear. So kill. It just happens to provide you with energy for advancement." "Oh, I thought you would find a way to save them." Rosaria's mouth showed an unexpected smile. "Anyway, they are not my subjects. There is no need to use the lives of our soldiers to save irrelevant people. Now is not the time to be indecisive. There are at least hundreds of people in the city, all turned into red monsters. He dare not think about how much damage it will cause to himself." Rosaria nodded in agreement. "It is a decisive decision. I will stay here to command. You take Black Crow and set off. Wait for you to deal with the people in the town. Just go find he not mentioned by the monster. By the way, be careful, don't believe the monster's lies. Those monsters have intelligence, they may not be telling the truth. Just run away when you encounter danger. But they are definitely not very powerful, otherwise they would have come out to kill people long ago." Field knew it. "Okay. I won't let you down." The strange mark of the corrupted god's chosen turned into a stream of light and sank into the ground, marking the intersection of life in the Mountain Monkey City. Rosaria licked the corner of her mouth, picked up the big sword and rushed into the residential area. Soon, heart-wrenching screams were heard in the town. "Shoot!" The red monster entered the range of the crossbow arrows, and a large number of crossbow arrows were immediately shot out from behind the city wall. Although the mountain rain greatly reduced the power of the crossbow arrows, a wave of arrows still shot and killed more than 10 red monsters. The red monsters were not targets, and they did not have to worry about the impact of the rainy night at all. They quickly passed through the complex terrain and reached a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the city wall. Puff! The sound of spitting was heard, and a large number of small octopus monsters were fired by the red monsters, and smashed into the wall and turned into meat paste, and some fell on the soldiers, and twitched their bodies to parasitize humans. "Help! This thing is coming in. You can't go there. That's where you pee." Feeling the monster crawling on his body, some soldiers were frightened and tried to shake it off with their hands and feet. "Don't panic." Field held the soldier down and burned him with the iris sword. And the octopus was killed by the holy light. The soldier was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and thanked him like a pound of garlic. "Thank you, sir." Field patted him on the shoulder and shouted to everyone, "Don't be afraid of those little monsters. The more they move, the more dangerous they are. Just let your teammates shoot them down." The chaos on the defense line was soon stabilized, and the red monsters braved the rain of arrows and arrived at the city wall. They seemed to be able to secrete a strange liquid that could cling to the city walls. They roared, waved their tentacles, and began to climb by grabbing the city walls. Although the Mountain Monkey City was extremely poor, the city walls were high and dangerous. There were also polished stones on the walls that could be picked up and smashed down. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere under the city walls, and disgusting body fragments were splashed everywhere. piling up like a small mountain. The few lucky guys who managed to climb up were immediately killed by Field himself. Wow! There were constant screams on the east side. And a soldier immediately shouted, "The east side of the city wall has been breached." Following the sound, I saw the mountain monkey baron with 5 or 6 deserters, running towards his own defense zone. On the way of escaping, they dropped all their weapons and armor. Some soldiers panicked and fell off the wall, or fell into the arms of the monsters. It's been breached so quickly. Even a group of pigs wouldn't be so fast. Field was shocked. They had only held out for less than a quarter of an hour. He just didn't look at them for a while, and the defense line collapsed. The red monster quickly climbed up the wall along the gap on the east side, followed the mountain monkey baron, and rushed towards Field. Calculating the time. It's almost time. Field was not panicked at all. He slightly arched his body, burst out like a cannonball, and smashed into the incoming red monsters, knocking 3 monsters away on the spot. With the help of force, Field swung the sword in his hand quickly, killing all the red monsters chasing the mountain monkey baron. Where is your ancestral artifact? If you don't use it now, you probably won't have a chance to pass it on to your son. I hid it. The artifact is hidden in the mountains. There is no way to get it now. The mountain monkey baron had a sad face and pointed in the direction of the castle. We can't defend this place. Let's go to the castle to defend it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw clouds of haze floating in the town. The trees withered, everything withered, and the screams of the rotting corpses came from the town. A large number of corpses rushed out of the gray fog, attacking indiscriminately. They hit the defense line that Field had arranged in the rear, and fought with the soldiers. But more corpses were biting each other with the red monsters. What's going on? Field pretended to be shocked, picked up the confused mountain monkey baron, and complained first. You old ding. You actually made a deal with corrupted creatures. A beast. Ah? I really didn't do that. The mountain monkey baron was so frustrated that he almost fainted. His pupils trembled. It's over. It's really over now. He didn't know that Rosaria was the chosen one of the corrupt gods, and ordinary people would not think in that direction. Dreaming of night territory. The soldiers have gotten used to it. Since they went to night territory, they encounter rotten corpses everywhere. Turn on the fog lights, pass through the gray fog, and go to the castle. Field had prepared props long ago, just for this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said to himself, the death fog will become our line of defense. Next, it depends on Rosaria. In the gray fog, Rosaria absorbed the vitality of this place, and waved the sword with full energy. It's still a long way from the 3rd level, but the physical fitness has increased by another 15%. Great. It's a pity that this place is too barren and not popular. Black Crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder, and commanded, let's go to that mountain. All the red monsters appeared out of thin air halfway up the mountain. Chapter 196. That is to say, the enemy should be hiding there, continuously summoning monsters. The enemy is undoubtedly the chosen one of God. If there is any danger, return to Mountain Monkey City immediately. Field said seriously. Our army will also support you. Field is not a person who likes to dance on the edge of a knife, but if he does not take the initiative to attack at this time, he probably can't leave the mountain monkey territory. Even if he escapes by chance, there will be endless troubles. I guess, the enemy has not recovered from his injuries, so he is timid. If she really recovers, it will be the time when we are in great trouble. So, let's give her a good fight now. No problem. Rosaria lifted her skirt to salute, picked up the sword and turned to leave. Somewhere in a cave, Grova and her brother were unconscious on the ground. Mai ignored her unconscious child and shouted, Miss Hina, why did you stop me? I almost seduced Field. I have seen countless people, and I know at a glance that he is a lustful person. Deep in the cave. A faint response, because his territory is in the night territory. You idiot. There is nothing in that place except corpses and monsters. How can I provide pure people to the leader, and use living people to heal myself? I guess, he himself is not staying in night territory. This. Mai was embarrassed. I must kill the Baron of Night Territory, muddy the waters, hide my existence. I need to move to another territory. What about me? Mai grinned twice, with a crazy look on his face. I contributed the entire territory, almost everyone in it to you. I should be rewarded. You don't want to leave on your own, do you? Don't worry, I am a kind person. I sewed a beautiful skin for you before, and I will not break other promises. Touching his face, Ma-yi nodded thoughtfully. I am several times more beautiful than before. When Baron Bull came to the territory, he did not just meet his husband. When can I become the chosen one? Ma-yi put her hands on her hips. I should become a countess, instead of living in the mountains. Now, becoming beautiful is the first step. Now we move on to the second step. Let go of your mind, and chant the spell with me. A bewitching voice came from the cave. Really? So soon? Great, I can't wait. Ma-yi couldn't wait to chant the spell with Ina. After a strange and mysterious spell, a sleeping existence seemed to come alive. The cave suddenly rumbled and shook, and countless tentacles emerged from the depths. Ma-yi embraced the new life. A large number of tentacles came, and before Ma-yi could react, the tentacles drilled in from any hole. MMM. Crack. Crack then. There was the numbing sound of chewing flesh and blood. Wow. It hurts? Stop it. I don't want to be the chosen one. Please. Ah. In just a moment, Ma-yi couldn't accept the double pain from her soul and body. As if thousands of insects were biting her heart, and everything about her was being torn apart. It's too late. Idiot. I made this skin for myself. After the chewing sound, all the tentacles drilled into Maya's body, and the twitching body slowly calmed down. His eyes opened, revealing a completely different look. He stretched out his hand and looked at his palm. To be exact. He sneered, haha. If it was so easy to become a chosen one, there would be many of them. Suddenly, her heart ached violently, and he half crouched on the ground. Cough cough after vomiting a large pool of blood. He felt better, wiped the corner of her mouth and stood up. The injury is still very serious. Damn chosen one of war. Is there nothing more elegant in the Griffin Empire, except a bunch of idiots with muscles on their heads? However, let's kill the little guy from the Ross family first. I want to see how long your army can hold on. His chosen one should be of the second order. Take her divine weapon first. She casually pulled open her sleeve, revealing her flawless white arm, and he bit it. She threw her hand, and blood spilled on the ground, forming a strange magic circle, which was like an abyss, and blood red. Third order divine skill, Red Devil Summoning Gate. He stretched out her hands, and made a strange gesture. Roar. The earth shook, and a huge flesh monster with horns and an octopus head slowly crawled out of the magic circle, and its scarlet eyes full of disgusting desires looked around, and the breath of a third-order creature slowly spread out. Take down the city at the foot of the mountain. He ordered. Follow your will. Mother. The red devil took huge steps, and ran down the mountain. Then, the second, the third, and the third-level red devils kept coming out, and walked down the mountain quickly. In the face of absolute power. Tremble. He looked at the foggy mountain monkey city in the distance and sneered. Wait. Fog? He frowned, rubbed her eyes, and made sure she was not mistaken. Why is there heavy fog on a rainy day? Boom! A heart-pounding explosion suddenly broke out not far away. The bullhorned red devil, who had just gone down, was directly cut in half by a huge force. A round of black and red sword energy slashed directly through the body, and blew the red devil to pieces. He had a gloomy face, and licked her bright red lips unhappily. You actually came to me on your own initiative? Let the children casually say that I am a second level, and you actually dared to kill me. You are looking for death. The artifact. The ring of flesh and blood. Her eyes closed slightly, and a halo appeared under her feet. A layer of red divine power coat rose up like a flame, and swirled around her body. The surrounding red demons also gained benefits. Their skin turned purple, and their defense was visibly improved. Although I am not the chosen god of combat, but the third level against the second level, I have the advantage. He clenched her fist confidently, and waved her hand. The defense formed by the tentacles wrapped the two children, and then rushed down the mountain. Near the mountainside, a beautiful figure was frantically slaughtering the surrounding monsters. Endless kill. Rosaria swung her sword domineeringly, accompanied by bursts of energy, and another third-level red devil was blown up, and countless blood rushed into the body to make up for the lost vitality. Huh? Where did so many desserts come from? Rosaria carried a big sword, looking at the big monster running down from a distance, and was about to step forward to kill it. Be careful. Something is rushing down. The black crow flying in the sky only saw the almost blurred afterimage, was startled, and immediately shouted a warning. After fighting side by side for a long time, Rosaria held the gluttony greatsword tightly across her chest at the moment Field reminded her. Boom! A brilliant wave of air rose up, followed by a series of air explosions. Hina's fist, burning with red flames, hit the gluttony greatsword hard. As soon as the explosion sounded, Rosaria was shocked and vomited a stream of blood. Her body turned into a meteor and flew backwards into the forest. Chapter 197 Rosaria vs. Hina. Before Rosaria could get up, Hina chased after her again. She tapped the ground with her toes and cracked the ground. Hina's momentum surged. Level 3 Divine Skill, Grip of Pain. There were countless ripples in the air. Almost instantly, Hina appeared in front of Rosaria and stretched out her hand and turned into nothingness, passed through the obstruction of the gluttonous great sword, and slammed into Rosaria's chest. Rosaria's heart was instantly broken, and the terrifying divine power raged in her body. Puff. The blood was like a curtain that did not fall for a long time. Haha, get it. Henna's face was stained with a happy smile. It's very simple. Really? Henna was stunned, raised her head, faced Rosaria's eyes as cold as ice, felt the momentum doubled instantly, and fell into a moment of daze. What's going on? The black and gray invisible flames rapidly gathered from Rosaria's body. The increase brought by the blood-stained constellation, because of the opponent's terrifying single attack, instantly increased the increase to an astonishing degree. Energy ripples surged out. Is it the same type of aura artifact as mine? No, how come you're not dead? Hina frowned, and raised her hand to continue attacking. Rosaria's figure did not retreat but advanced, with a ferocious great sword in her hand, and when she swung and chopped, there was a burst of oppressive explosions. I saw a black line flashing by, and the gluttonous greatsword hit Hina's left shoulder hard, and Hina's aura coat immediately produced violent fluctuations, and a large amount of energy scattered. Damn, it hurts. This woman must have used some kind of magical skill, otherwise it would be impossible for her to take my blow and still be alive and kicking. Hina's heart flashed with a trace of surprise. But in the face of absolute strength suppression, it's useless. Although she is a third-level god chosen, her combat power belongs to the poor category, but the big level gap is still a natural chasm. The divine power flames of both fists gathered rapidly, and the sticky flames made both hands look like two snakes, revealing a strange brilliance. Both hands, with a strong smell of stench, smashed down fiercely. Dang! Buzzed the sound of metal interweaving, like the sound of church bells, spread through the mountains. Even the monsters in the mountains couldn't help but look in the direction of the battle. Hee hee. The third-level god chosen is really strong. By the way, you are a summoner, right? Why do you have attack skills? The sneak attack just now really caught me off guard. Rosaria retreated in embarrassment. But this time she was not knocked out. The stones under her feet shattered, and she staggered back a dozen steps, feeling her physical fitness still rising. She licked her lips, her fighting spirit boiling. Do you want to go back? Black Crow asked. After all, Rosaria was attacked by a third-level skill, and her vitality must have dropped a lot. No. I want to try. Even if they are at the same level, the combat power between the chosen ones is very different. With stacking skills and amplification passives, she is not afraid of the enemy in front of her. Rosaria turned around and asked, You didn't learn the wrong skills, did you? If you click on the wrong skills, it will be neither fish nor fowl. None of your business. You can actually still talk? And your combat power can be improved. It's too weird. Hina looked at it in confusion. A surprising scene happened. A large area of wriggling blood was rapidly repairing her wounds. No. You are the corrupted creature that the children encountered. Hee hee. Hina gritted her teeth and said angrily, Since you are a corrupted creature, why would you help humans? Rosaria waved her sword in response. Second-level magic skill. Endless Slash. The majestic sword energy rushed out, drawing a hideous crack in the air, and the trees and rocks along the way were all annihilated into dust. A second-level divine skill actually has such power. Hina's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she stopped talking nonsense, suppressed the discomfort in her body, and faced him head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them punched each other, two completely different divine powers, colliding madly. The Black Crow flew high, fearing that it would be affected by the mixed energy. All it could see were explosions and afterimages, and it could not provide any information or help. She was hit by random punches, and her swords were returned to her, and flesh and blood flew everywhere, and energy overflowed. In less than half an hour, The originally lush forest was blown to pieces. Who? The black and gray energy ripples continued to rise and spread, as if she was covered in flames. Rosaria, who had turned into a little girl, carried a big sword and fell to the ground in a mess. Her vitality continued to plummet, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain her girlish state, so she simply turned on the energy-saving mode. The ground immediately cracked, and the strands of divine power annihilated the nearby weeds. What kind of skill is this? The second-level corrupted god can be so strong. Henna's expression had changed from astonishment to shock. Although Rosaria was in a mess, she herself was not much better. Her legs were shaking. Her body was covered with wounds. Her clothes were tattered. And the worst thing was that her old wounds recurred. Her confidence began to waver. How come her condition is not weakened at all? And her strength is still increasing? She casually threw out the gluttony great sword, rolled back a third-level red monster, killed it and absorbed it. Rosaria shook her head in disdain, compared to the damage caused by Hina. This recovery is just a drop in the bucket, and we still have to compete in hard power. Once the battle started, it would be difficult to recover by relying on the weak enemies nearby. Rosaria hooked her hands twice. Come on. Let's fight again. Her clothes were almost torn, and Hina showed off her figure without caring. After all, there were not many people around. She thought to herself, why would I fight with such a reckless man? What was worse was that the injuries that she had recovered from with great difficulty broke out again, and her body felt as if it was cut by a knife. Hina lowered her eyes, and thought to herself, delay for a while. My recovery ability is much better than hers. Let's talk. You are very strong, and the Shadow World sect needs talents like you. Rosaria tilted her head, and the corner of her mouth with blood on it rose slightly. It's okay to talk. You suck your big rabbit first, and show it to me. The little lowly who looked like a porcelain doll, but her words were very unbelievable. Ah? Hina was stunned. This was the first time she had heard such a request. I am a corrupted creature. My brain is not working well. Don't force me to fight. After all, if I die, I will just return to the gray fog, and my soul will be immortal. Rosaria had an expression of I am so awesome, especially when she emphasized that her brain was not working well. She was full of pride. After a moment of silence, she saw that Rosaria was about to attack. Hina had not suppressed the injuries in her body yet, so she had to push with both hands and gritted her teeth to show my sincerity. I will do it. Vigilantly watching Rosaria's every move, Hina picked up the rabbit on the right and stretched out her small tongue. Slurp, she licked it, and her saliva sparkled, and was immediately washed away by the rain. It's amazing. Seeing it clearly through the black crow, Field couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 198, Being Ambushed. Seeing the enemy obey, Rosaria's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and she said in a noble tone, I said suck, not lick, ma'am. Don't go too far, cough cough. Hina was furious, and just as she was surging with divine power, a mouthful of fishy sweetness suddenly surged into her throat. Hina gritted her teeth, not letting the blood spit out, and was silent for a moment. She opened her mouth, prepared to suck at the red heart. Humph, ridiculous. Rosaria chuckled disdainfully, and lifted her skirt elegantly. You are the chosen one of God, and you are like a beast. I am ashamed of you. Second level divine skill, bone-eating rot worms. The next moment, the worms hidden in Hina's body were instantly activated, and all broke out of her body. This strange skill, as long as Rosaria attacks, will inadvertently infect the rot worm. Puff! What? She felt a sharp pain all over her body. The strange rot worms madly destroyed her body. One of the worms even took advantage of the opportunity when she opened her mouth, and directly jumped into her mouth. Hee, this is the price of going against my lord, Shrew. Rosaria bowed gracefully. As a temporary auxiliary skill, the bone-eating rot worms have low damage, but are very insulting. Damn it. You have to pay the price. Do you know how much effort I put in to get this skin? The halo under his feet shook, and the rotten insects on his body were all shattered. Hina was furious and rushed straight over. The two of them fought again, and the space exploded again. The two of them no longer held back and fought madly. On the other side, the Night Army defended the Mountain Monkey Castle for a long time. Although there was a gray fog blocking them, there were a lot of red monsters. They were not afraid of death and rushed into the gray fog to besiege the castle. The soldiers gathered at each exit, using spears and crossbows to frantically block the red monster siege. Everyone knew that if they didn't fight hard at this time, They would have to return to the goddess's arms. Be careful. The monster broke through the window. A soldier led by the mountain monkey shouted. And suddenly a scarlet figure rushed in from the window. The twisted figure seemed to be lifted by someone, and stood up straight, making a strange laugh, which scared everyone. Everyone had their own defense zone, and no one could get away to block it for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the monster's tentacles swept out. Devil. The soldier panicked and turned to run. But the red monster jumped hard and knocked the soldier over accurately. The red monster's ugly head directly attached to the soldier's neck. Gulp gurgle, the sound of drinking blood made people's scalps numb. Where did this bastard come from? Field snorted coldly. Flash forward, and the iris-long sword cut through the space, cutting the red monster in two with one sword. And the monster's body spontaneously combusted. The power of holy light makes it hard for evil creatures to bear. After getting rid of the monster, look at the soldier again. He is deader than dead. His eyes are wide open, filled with fear. So scary, so scary. Baron Mountain Monkey huddled in the corner, trembling. Don't be idle, help us load the crossbow. Field frowned. He caused all this, and he dared to tremble. If the monster rushes in, no one will survive. Yes, yes. Baron Mountain Monkey said hurriedly, then lowered his head, and came to the wooden box, took out the crossbow from it, and strung the crossbow. Also busy was the maid Sparrow. After abandoning the outer defense line, she followed the army to the castle. Without blushing or shaking her hands, she quickly pressed the arrow into the crossbow, and then pulled the string hard. Aren't you afraid? Galgri huddled up and asked timidly. Me? Sparrow was surprised that this new little maid would actually take the initiative to talk to her. Before, she would not talk to anyone except Field. Sparrow kept moving, and said calmly, Of course I was scared. Then you. Because I want to share the pressure for the people I care about. Even if it's just a little bit within my ability. Sparrow glanced at Galgullies, and smiled. You and I were born similarly. When I was a child, my mother eloped with a shoemaker, and my father was an alcoholic, and would beat me at every turn. I ran to the church to ask the church to take me in. Unfortunately, only people with a wealthy family can become nuns. We in this world are born with misfortune. But that's why, when you meet someone who protects you, you should respond with all your strength. Galgullies fell silent. Just as she was about to say something, Geoglis I suddenly discovered that the mountain monkey Baron quietly raised his left hand. The small sleeve arrow, which looked like glass, was ready to be launched, aiming at Field, with madness in his eyes. First level artifact, Whisperer's Kiss when not in use. This artifact is invisible. Once activated, it will silently launch a poisonous arrow. Field was busy defending against the monster that rushed out of the window. The soldiers who were secretly watching the mountain monkey Baron were also attracted by the monster and distracted. No! Without time to think, Gorglis rushed forward, with a simple headbutt, hitting the mountain monkey Baron's face. Wow! The mountain monkey Baron felt his nose tingle, and blood splashed down his nose. The sleeve arrow whoosh brushed Field's ear, and pierced into the stone wall. The dark green poison made the stone wall smoke. Fuck! What is that? Field was startled, turned his head, and saw that Gorglis had already wrestled with the mountain monkey Baron, and the maid Sparrow also hit the mountain monkey Baron's head with a crossbow in her hand. Ah! Gorges bit the left arm of the mountain monkey Baron. The mountain monkey Baron howled and punched hard, trying to kill the maid who ruined his plan. However, he was stunned to find that he couldn't hit her. Gorges didn't have the awareness of being a chosen one, but she had the physique of a chosen one, and the punches of a rewarded man like the mountain monkey Baron were even softer and weaker. Gorges used a simple and unpretentious attack method, biting hard and not letting go, and almost tore off his entire arm. Wow, let me go, damn beast! The mountain monkey Baron screamed in pain, and he suddenly felt his eyes darken. Old Biden, I have been walking on thin ice all my life, and I almost fell into your trap. Field's eyes were cruel. You really should be awarded an Oscar. Mountain monkey Baron has always been a coward. Besides, his wife was taken away by a monster. His child was captured. His territory was destroyed. And he was in danger. But this guy is still a bad guy. He was ready to shoot himself for no reason. At the beginning, for the sake of caution, he secretly arranged for someone to follow him. But he still found an opportunity. Fortunately, the two little maids were very helpful. He almost lost his life because he coveted his artifact. Field laughed angrily, and kick Mountain Monkey Baron over with 1 foot, so everyone in your family is a villain. My lord, I deserve to die. The soldier who was responsible for following Mountain Monkey Baron, seeing that the lord was attacked, was so scared that he sweated and fell to the ground. Chapter 199 Defeat Animation. Field rubbed his brows. I'll punish you with 10 lashes and half a month's pay, to be carried out after the war. Thank you, sir. The soldier wiped his sweat and secretly rejoiced that he had saved his life. Why did you attack me? Field said coldly. Hee, what do you know? If you and I die together, my child will be able to inherit my title with a clean conscience and restore the family's glory. I know that my E betrayed me and joined the Shadow World sect, but I deliberately didn't expose her, because she would definitely not harm her own child. The Mountain Monkey Baron laughed. Whether the Empress of the Empire wins, or the Shadow World sect wins, our family can continue. That's a good idea. But unfortunately, I won't spare any of them. I'll give you 2 slaps first, to see if you still go crazy. Field leaned over, smiled playfully in his ear, and raised his hand to slap him twice, making his mouth full of blood. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. Field narrowed his eyes. Try the specialty of Night Territory, the Northland God Oil. Guess what its effect is? Don't expect me to surrender. Hina will kill all of you. Baron Mountain Monkey said stubbornly. Be buried here with me. Really? Taking off Baron Mountain Monkey's artifact, Field walked to the window and directly poured the Northland God Oil on the monsters that were surrounding him. Roar! 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 The monsters howled, and each of them felt hot all over. Field turned around. He had to pretend. In this world, you couldn't kill nobles at will, he announced in public as if nothing had happened. I won't pursue your offense, but I won't provide protection anymore. After that, Field led the soldiers to abandon the first floor that was about to fall, cut off the hands and feet of the Mountain Monkey Baron, and left him there. In an instant, the crazy monsters broke through the doors and windows, and surrounded the Mountain Monkey Baron, but they didn't bite him at the first time, but stretched out various wonderful organs. What are you doing? No. No. Please. Give me a quick death. I was wrong. The originally smug face of the Mountain Monkey Baron was immediately replaced by horror, because the monsters did not kill him directly, but directly opened his mouth. Then, Field automatically mosaicked his vision. After all, the scene in front of him was too explosive. Boy next door. Come. Play games. Let me see. Are you growing normally? Amidst the heart-wrenching screams, the Mountain Monkey Baron turned into a mosaic, and was finally torn into pieces by the monsters. You deserve it. You've only caused me so much trouble. Field shook his head, although he hadn't done it himself. If other nobles knew about it, they would make a fuss about it. Nobles are such troublesome creatures. They can't be viewed from the perspective of Chinese people. Even if it's the queen. If she wants to kill nobles, she has to be very careful. If you're not careful, nobles will betray the country with their relatives and territories. This is completely different from the ancient Chinese, where the emperor could exterminate 9 clans of a person in anger. Hold your ground. I have a feeling that the goddess will protect us, Field shouted calmly. On Rosaria's side, the outcome was almost decided. That, I want to help too. Gorgris, with blood all over her mouth, had already taken out her weapon, and her eyes were a little more courageous. On the other side, 2 seriously injured figures collided, and the energy was overflowing fiercely. The surrounding forests had been broken like plowed farmland. Almost at the same time, the 2 fell from the sky. Field was extremely nervous. Both of them were struggling, and struggled to get up from the ground. Madman. Henna was scared, and her eyes were full of fear. I crushed her heart with my divine skill for the 2nd time. But I couldn't kill her. On the contrary, my divine power had reached its limit. How can there be such a strong 2nd-level God's Chosen? Is corruption naturally strong? The corrupt God's Chosen are almost all combat-oriented, and their minds are full of killing and destruction. They are even more unreasonable than the cultists. Although the Empire never mentions corruption, as a God's Chosen, I still know some basic information. But, that's it. He not barely stood up. Today, you will die. Rosaria struggled to support herself with the big sword. Her body trembled, and she suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Are we going to lose? Field's heart sank. He could only let Rosaria dissociate the artifact and then escape. However, The attacks from the Shadow World sect in the future would probably not stop. The party is about to end. Rosaria forced a smile. How could I let Littlefield down? Hina suddenly trembled all over, unable to suppress her injuries any longer, and fell to her knees, spitting out blood. What happened? I have no strength left. Behind Hina, a huge bowl-sized hole was exposed to the air, and the organs inside had long been rotten, and the disgusting rot worms were still chewing, greedily absorbing life force, as if the power was cut off. Hina had no more strength and fell to the ground. Field was ecstatic and exclaimed, "Fuck. You can actually challenge a higher level." Rosaria, if you were in a movie, you would be the protagonist at least. Of course. But what is a movie? Rosaria was also shaking non-stop. Her condition was at its limit. Fortunately, several rotworms absorbed Hina's vitality, swaying their bright red bodies, crawling back, turning into thick bloodlines, which were absorbed by Rosaria. She stretched her slender eyebrows and her face looked better. Fortunately, there is one more skill. Is this the bond between the same kind? Thank you, Acorn. Dead Acorn, I have no objection. The surrounding red monsters all paused, then looked at the fallen Hina with strange eyes, and rushed over quickly. What are you doing? Damn it, I am the one who created you. Hina lay on the ground, and scolded helplessly. Field and Rosaria looked at each other, and both saw each other's confusion. Ah, what is this for? The red monsters didn't care about their master's scolding at all, and didn't attack Rosaria. He stepped forward and grabbed Hina, making an unpleasant smirk, and more monsters also surged up. Before, they were transformed into monsters by Hina, tortured, and manipulated to kill. Now that they have regained their freedom, they will naturally take revenge. Then, there is a scene that is not suitable for viewing. Can't watch, it will teach children bad things. The scene is too perverted. Rosaria covered her eyes with her little hands. All kinds of unpleasant sounds echoed in the mountains and forests. Fight, defeat, animation? Sure enough, this is the world of H games. Field was shocked. If there were no male characters around, could he still let his summons come? Unfortunately, she has been contracted by someone, otherwise she could have been saved. As for now, it's better not to go over there. Chapter 200 Unique Team, Building of Knight Leader Soldiers. The air was filled with the scent of heather. Henna didn't even manage to dissociate the artifact, and was eaten by the red monsters as soon as they opened the lid, and finally gnawed into a skeleton. The red monsters, who had avenged their great vengeance, collapsed together, turned into a pool of blood, and turned into a pile of large and small skeletons, which was disgusting. Where is the artifact? After waiting for a while, there was no artifact condensed on Hina's body, and Field was confused. She shouldn't be dead. Rosaria looked around vigilantly, carried the great sword, and rushed up the mountain at a high speed. Field also controlled the Black Crow, relying on the advantage of vision to search for suspicious traces. In the cave, Baron Mountain Monkey Sunpayer was carrying a package with great effort. The expression on his face was not what a child of this age could have. He said coldly, "Henna, this enemy is really hard to deal with. Unfortunately, if I had eaten some more fresh flesh and blood, I could fight with you." What Baron Mountain Monkey didn't know was that the son he had been protecting so persistently had already been parasitized by someone. It's too late to say this now. Deacon. A small red octopus jumped out of the cave and entered the unconscious Grova, with a terrifying chewing sound. Grova stood up with a twisted body. She had been possessed by Hina, and said hatefully, "I must avenge this. I will make the Baron of Night into the next leather jacket. Hee. Let's disguise ourselves as the heir of Baron Mountain Monkey and escape to other territories. Let's put the revenge aside for now. They are here to search." Walking out of the cave, Hina gritted her teeth and looked up at the sky. Black crows were circling. Rosaria dodged a few times and saw the two people. Humph. My Shadow World sect deacon wants to leave, and no one can stop him. Sleep with one eye open, and be ready to face our bloody revenge at any time. After saying that, Payer made a gesture of wiping Rosaria's neck, and then, as if provoking, smiled strangely at Black Crow, and chanted a strange spell. A protective shield appeared, and at the same time the space twisted, and the two began to teleport. Now, it's too late to break the defense. After the provocation, the figures of the two quickly disappeared. Field raised his eyebrows. Want to escape? Lightning whirlwind strike. Rosaria understood immediately, lifted her skirt lightly, and said okay to the two people. A noble etiquette. I don't think you can leave alive. Bone-eating worms explode? The two people who were about to disappear, their expressions suddenly changed, and unbearable and severe pain came from all their bodies. The figures who were about to disappear, forced to squeeze out of the space. Puff! 2 streams of blood spurted out from their mouths, splashing a bloody curtain in the air that lasted for a long time. When? Pear was in disbelief. His pupils trembled. Have you discovered my whereabouts long ago? The black crow landed on Rosaria's shoulder, conveying Field's words. You two are very unfortunate. Parasitizing on the person I wanted to kill. Ah? The bodies they were living in were essentially ordinary people. And they could not withstand the erosion of the worms at all. And they soon collapsed. We will wait for you in hell. Despicable villain. The leader will avenge us. Amid the insults and curses, the 2 figures fell down, and the bodies living in them also died. A dark and sticky force flowed out of Grova's body, slowly gathered, began to form a divine weapon. This time, they are really dead. Seeing this, Field breathed a sigh of relief. To be on the safe side, we have to burn their bodies. By the way, let's search the cave again. Yes, my lord. The lowly version of Rosaria agreed crisply. After searching Pear's body, Field found a ring with 9 written on it. There were magic runes engraved on it, which seemed to be used for communication. In his package, he found a bottle of unknown magic potion, 2 third-level scrolls, a scary-looking magic book, and a dozen magic pearls of excellent quality. There were obvious signs of life in the cave. When Field walked into it, he was deeply shocked. Bones piled up like a mountain, some human and some animal, all revealing a cold resentment. Even Field, who was remotely controlling the black crow, felt a chill down his spine. I avenged them. I am afraid of chicken feathers. The man and the crow searched the cave for a while and found a large box of relics, filled with rings, necklaces, and scattered coins. The missing people in the mountain monkey territory. Their valuables are probably all here. Field sighed for a while. Rosaria called him at the entrance of the cave. Lord, Hina's artifact has been formed. Come and get it. Well, this is the highlight. A black halo floated quietly in the air, exuding a mysterious and strange atmosphere, as if it contained endless sins. Field was shocked. Oh my god. A 10,000-year soul ring. Huh? Rosaria tilted her head in a silly way, obviously not understanding what a 10,000-year soul ring was. Let's gather at the gate of the mountain monkey territory. Let Rosaria keep the artifact. Field's attention returned to the mountain monkey villa, and countless cheers had already exploded in his ears. Long live. God bless the Baron. Originally, the soldiers were almost in despair, facing the crazy influx of red monsters. Their strength was exhausted bit by bit. Who would have thought that, when the defense line was about to be broken, all the red monsters died suddenly? Facing the scene, they looked at Field with a calm smile on his face. Only 2 words popped into everyone's mind: miracle. Apart from these 2 words, there is no other reason to explain it. After all, Field said in person that the goddess would protect him. And it really happened. Your performance proves that you are all qualified warriors. Pick up the fog lights, and I allow you to plunder the mountain monkey territory. Any items you want. Of course, the gods' gifts and magical creations must be reviewed by me first. Field turned the Iris sword into a brooch and told the exciting news. This battle was also thanks to the soldiers, who bravely stopped the red monsters. Now the mountain monkey city has become an empty city. Let them pick up the garbage and have some team building. With 2 artifacts in hand, the mountain monkey territory was originally poor, and was also exploited by the mountain monkey baron. They were able to search out treasures, which was their ability. Long live. The soldiers' morale was boosted, and the look they gave Field in their eyes, from the original awe, gradually turned into fanaticism. 2 hours later, the soldiers gathered outside the city gate with large and small bags of things. Field had already carried the gluttony great sword on his back, and a large box was placed beside him. He glanced casually, and the soldiers had taken away everything they could, from chairs, benches to women's skirts. Touching his nose, Field said with a smile, "Don't take chairs and benches, it will affect your combat effectiveness. I will directly subsidize you with coins." Okay. The soldiers immediately threw away a bunch of burdens happily.